After a mysterious blinding light, the entire continent shattered into countless isolated islands, forcing everyone to struggle for survival in a mere 2 square meters of space. At the outset, all that remained was a torn fishing net, while hunger and despair loomed over the globe. However, Xiao Yi unexpectedly activated the sign-in system. On the first day, he obtained an automatic fishing net. On the third day, he unlocked a water purification device, and by the 7th day, he had constructed a seaside villa. While other survivors were desperately fighting for a single fish, he lay beneath a palm tree, savoring roasted fish and lamenting, "Is this survival? It's nothing short of a vacation." Witness how the protagonist, leveraging the advantages of the system, transforms from a destitute castaway to a maritime overlord, even uncovering astonishing secrets hidden behind the world's collapse. Chapter 1. Sign-in System, Foundation, Island Steel. What's going on? Xiao Yi gazed at the boundless sea before him, feeling bewildered. Looking down at the 2-meter square island beneath his feet, he noticed a tree, a rock, a steel, and a tattered fishing net carelessly discarded by the shore. Nothing more. Xiao Yi pondered, striving to comprehend how he had arrived in this place. He remembered being a quality operations officer, reporting to his beautiful boss in the office. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed across the sky, akin to a flashbang illuminating the entire map. When his vision returned to normal, he found himself here. The tree and stone were nothing extraordinary, nor was the dilapidated fishing net by the shore. He stepped toward the black stone stele at the center, surprised to find a screen upon it. What is this? He mused, observing it closely. 5 taskbars appeared. Public channel, private channel, trading hall, map build. He clicked on the map taskbar, eager to discern the nature of this peculiar place. The map opened, revealing only a bright spot with a circular area illuminated around it. Is this my island's location, with all other areas obscured? He pondered, frowning. What use is this map? He sequentially clicked the other 4 taskbars, discovering they were all blank. This interface resembles that of a game, Xiao Yi muttered. Suddenly, text appeared on the public channel. What's happening? How'd I end up at sea? As this message surfaced, it stirred a flurry of responses in the public channel. Indeed, same question. I haven't had breakfast, I'm starving. Can someone explain? I'm a terrible swimmer and panicking. In such a small space, a wave could completely submerge us. I want to go home, I want my mom. Wah. Seeing the content on the public channel, Xiao Yi realized he was not alone in this dreadful ocean. Stop wasting time, hurry, and retrieve the supply boxes floating on the surface. They contain the resources we need. Someone suddenly declared in the public channel. After this remark, the public channel quieted considerably, as many must have gone to search for supply boxes. How do I bring it over? Xiao Yi glanced at the fishing net nearby. Is this a test of our survival skills? Regardless, he decided to secure his own survival first and picked up the fishing net. Yet, looking at it, he had no idea how to use it. As an ordinary office worker, he was hardly adept at casting nets. Let's give it a try. The net flew like a tangle of thread before sinking beside the supply box, slowly disappearing into the water. It wouldn't spread out. Again. Still the same. Do I need to swim over? Xiao Yi frowned, but his swimming skills were limited to dog paddling, and he was far from proficient. In a swimming pool, he might manage a few strokes, but in the ocean, it was better not to risk it. Swimming over could lead to a swift demise. Approaching the shore, he observed that even the water's edge seemed bottomless. Was this island merely a cylindrical protrusion from the ocean floor? Sign-in system activated. What? Sign-in? System? Xiao Yi was bewildered by the series of unusual events. Sign-in successful, you have received an automatic fishing net. He was momentarily stunned. Is this for real? Where's the automatic fishing net? Items obtained from sign-in will be stored in the system space. Please retrieve them yourself. Another voice chimed in. System space? Xiao Yi's eyes widened. A system. Though still in a daze, he realized he had struck gold. Retrieve the automatic fishing net. He commanded, and suddenly, a small vehicle materialized before him. Automatic fishing net. S-level tool, simply set its patrol route and target object, and it will ensnare and retrieve targets within a 320-meter radius. Xiao Yi's eyes widened again as information appeared on the small vehicle. He quickly scanned the other items. Tattered fishing net. D-level tool. Utterly worn out one can only hope it captures something without leaks. Maximum capture radius 10 meters. Sago palm tree. Harvesting it yields wood, leaves, and bark. Stone. Mining it yields some stones. Island steel. Essential for development. Losing it makes progress difficult. Unless you are powerful enough to forego it, safeguard it for security. All items display descriptions. but the steal's significance eluded Xiao Yi. Though uncertain whether this information resulted from the system, he knew he had to act. He hastened to the automatic fishing net, setting its patrol route. For now, he could only have it patrol the island's edge, setting the target as the supply box. Utilizing the vehicle's built-in camera, he captured an image of the nearest supply box. With the image, the automatic fishing net could identify and capture the target. Setting complete, he initiated the operation. The automatic fishing net sprang into action. With a puff, a net shot forth from the vehicle's square belly, accurately ensnaring the nearest supply box before retracting it in under 10 seconds. Using an automatic tool is indeed convenient. Xiao Yi mused, reflecting on how he had struggled to cast the net earlier. Now, he merely needed to watch the machine do its work. Once back on shore, the net automatically retracted, emitting a series of beeps before continuing its patrol. Xiao Yi rushed to the supply box. Supply box. What it contains is a matter of luck. Let's hope for the best. He ripped open the waterproof tape and opened the box. Obtained. Foundation stone 2, wood 2, mineral water 500 milliliters 2, bread 100 G1. Excellent. His eyes sparkled at the sight of food and water. To survive, one must have sustenance and hydration. Everything else was secondary. However, when he turned his gaze to the 2 foundation stones, his perspective shifted dramatically. Foundation stone expands the island's area by 1 square meter. Note, it is crucial to expand your island's area quickly, as seawater will submerge 1 square meter of the island weekly. Chapter 2. Expanding the island, leveled apple soil. Upon reading this information, Xiao Yi's eyes widened. 1 square meter per week meant this small island would only last 4 weeks before being completely submerged. The consequences of submersion were dire. One might endure 5 or 6 days in the sea without encountering danger. But the myriad creatures lurking in the ocean would not allow such tranquility for long. How do I use these foundation stones? Xiao Yi frowned at the 2 small stones, easily grasped in one hand. Tossing them into the sea would surely render them lost without a trace. Not even a splash. How could they possibly expand the island by 1 square meter? The island monument construction page. It seemed that Xiao Yi's murmurs were heard, prompting the system to respond. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi grasped the 2 cornerstone stones and stepped towards the island monument. At this moment, the public channel buzzed with renewed activity. What on earth? I'm not a fisherman. I can't use a fishing net. I can't even spread it. Even if you're a fisherman, it's hopeless. This fishing net is too tattered. Even if you manage to catch something, it will slip through when you pull it back. I've already lost 3 times. I don't think it's too far. Why not just swim over and push it back? True, swimming is definitely more reliable than using that broken fishing net. I'm diving in first. Wait for my victorious news. Xiao Yi merely cast a glance and dismissed their chatter, instead focusing on the construction interface. The once barren construction page finally revealed its contents. Expansion of the island required materials. Cornerstone stone 1 per square meter. Stone axe require materials. Stone 1, wood 1, rope 1. Wooden plank require materials. Wood 3. Only the expansion of the island lit up, while the rest remained dull, presumably due to insufficient materials. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi selected the first option to expand the island, consuming 1 cornerstone stone, expanding 1 square meter. Please confirm the expansion location. At this point, a 3-dimensional image of the island appeared on the monument interface, and Xiao Yi tapped the edge. Expansion successful. One of the cornerstone stones in Xiao Yi's hand vanished, and he turned to observe the location he had chosen for expansion, discovering that a space of approximately 1 square meter had indeed materialized. What exactly is this island monument created by? Xiao Yi marveled, as this completely overturned his worldview. Though it was utterly bewildering, Xiao Yi had no other means at his disposal and could only adhere to the rules of this place. Without further hesitation, he utilized the remaining cornerstone stone to expand the island once more. Now, his island had transformed from an initial 2 by 2 to a 2 by 3, taking on a rectangular shape. After completing the expansion, Xiao Yi switched back to the public channel. Has that brother who swam back returned yet? I doubt it. I saw a shark near the supply box, and I wouldn't dare go down. Can I wait for that supply box to be pushed ashore by the waves? Are you dreaming? It will only drift further away. The supply box that was closest to me has already floated even farther. Even if I were given a complete fishing net now, I couldn't reach it. At that moment, the individual who had mentioned swimming overspoke again. Phew, I'm back. Brother, did you really push the supply box back? Push. Not a chance. There's a Timberlong sea snake near the supply box. Although I couldn't tell if it was poisonous, I dare not approach. Well, that's it. I feel like there are dangerous marine creatures around every supply box. What do we do now? I'm so hungry. I'm so thirsty. I have an idea. You could train your fishing nets. 2 broken fishing nets should combine into 1 complete net. Once I catch the supplies, I'll trade it back for free. If you trust me, initiate a trade. If not, that's fine. The person who had previously claimed to be a fisherman spoke again in the public channel. He couldn't help but glance at his ID. Liu. The reason for not stating it as his name was that many names in the public channel were quite peculiar, resembling the imaginative usernames often seen in online games. Of course, there were also many that appear to be genuine names. Although Liu proposed such a scheme, no one responded to him. After all, they were all strangers, and the fishing net was vital for their survival. No one would readily trade it away, even if it was merely a broken net. Haha, I've secured a supply box. Let me see what's inside. Someone with the ID Emperor Reigns announced in the public channel. Moments later, Emperor Reigns spoke again. Fantastic. There's a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and 100 g of bread inside. Great one. Could you trade me a piece of bread? I'm begging you, I'm starving. Great one. Spare me some water to drink. I'm about to die of thirst. Food and water? You can forget about that. What I can tell you is to quickly use what's around you to create something that can collect supply boxes, or else just wait to perish. Emperor Reigns stated, as if educating his juniors. Big trees and large stones, even if we could make something, we need tools. Or are we supposed to use our fingernails? Exactly. How do we manage that? Don't you know how to use a slightly thicker branch? Then take apart the fishing net, tie it into a triangle, and try to lasso that supply box like a ring toss? The success rate may be lower, but at least there's a chance. Emperor Reigns replied, good idea, great one, thank you. I need to hurry and make it. The supply box is drifting further away. Yi observed their conversation and thought, indeed, people are driven by necessity. The ingenuity of the working class is boundless. In an instant, many individuals left the public channel. Beep, beep, beep. The automatic fishing net emitted a notification sound it had successfully caught a supply box. Yi departed from the island monument and approached the supply box, opening the waterproof seal. Obtained, water purifier blueprint grade, 200 g chocolate 1. Meanwhile, the construction page of the island monument displayed the option for the water purifier. Water purifier materials determined by the blueprint. Yi opened the blueprint. Water purifier blueprint grade, glass 8, burlap 8, charcoal 8, metal sheets 8. Gazing at those materials he had never encountered before, Yi shook his head in resignation. It appeared that the water purifier would take some time to construct. Fortunately, he still had 2 bottles of mineral water. Scientific research indicates that a person can only survive 3 days without water, whereas one can endure nearly a month with water, even without food. Thus, the priority for creating the water purifier is paramount. Yi stored the water purifier blueprint away, then turned his attention to the 2 now empty supply boxes. If I could dismantle them, perhaps I could combine them to create a wooden shelter to shield against the wind and rain. Yi mused, stroking his chin. Chapter 3. Fishing, Surviving. Finding you. Although the sun shone brightly overhead, Yi remained skeptical that the weather at sea would remain so pleasant. Dragging the 2 supply boxes to a central position, he prepared to forcefully break them open. Thud! He kicked one side of the supply box. Hiss! The box shifted but remained unscathed, while Yi's foot throbbed with pain. Remarkably sturdy. He mused, and decided to try again. Bang! Bang! No matter how hard he punched and kicked, the supply box refused to yield. Perhaps it was best to abandon the attempt. Shaking his sore hands, he finally conceded defeat. Using the island monument for support, he positioned the 2 empty supply boxes on either side, effectively shielding himself from 3 sides of the ocean breeze. This would have to suffice for now. Just as Yi arranged the boxes, a notification chimed from the automated fishing net, indicating the capture of another supply box. 3 now. Surely, I must be the person with the most supply boxes in the world, he thought, and promptly opened the box. He discovered 4 pieces of glass, 2 metal sheets, 2 apples, grade A, and 1 soil, grade A. Apples and soil have grades. He marveled at the bounty he had received. Any materials without a grade label were classified as basic resources, defaulting to grade D. Curiously, he inquired, what does it mean for apples to have grades? Are they different in taste? The system replied, higher grade food is more delicious and can enhance one's physical condition. How astonishing! Yi exclaimed. Taking a bite of an apple, the crisp fragrance spread across his palate, leaving a delightful sensation in its wake. This is far tastier than any apple I've ever had, surely. It could be called a divine fruit. he declared, eyes wide with amazement. After finishing one apple, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his limbs. Refreshing, he exclaimed. Gazing at the apple core in his hand, he pondered for a moment before breaking it apart, revealing the seeds. He obtained 2 apple seeds, grade A. I can truly obtain apple seeds, he thought joyfully. The idea had stemmed from his earlier discovery of grade A soil in the supply box, and he was pleasantly surprised to find it was indeed feasible. Grade A soil, suitable for the growth of plants with grade A or lower. Its fertility can be preserved through grade A plant roots. If grade A or lower plants are continuously cultivated, the soil's grade will decrease. In simple terms, if one plants grade A plants, upon maturity, they can bury the roots and leaves back into the soil to maintain its fertility and grade. Conversely, if they plant grade B or lower plants and treat them similarly, the soil's fertility will quickly decline to grade B or lower. If cultivation is possible, could the soil on this island also be used? Xiaoyi glanced at the soil on the island. Semi-sandy soil, completely unsuitable for crop growth. Only capable of supporting a few trees and shrubs. No wonder there is soil among the supplies. On this island, soil is indeed a valuable resource, Xiaoyi thought. After organizing the contents of the supply box and placing them in his makeshift shelter, he stood up and gazed out at the surrounding sea. It seemed there were no more supply boxes in sight. He murmured, then approached the automated fishing net to adjust its settings. The net would now be cast without a target, with 2 throws every meter along the patrol route. Just a piece of bread and chocolate. Surely that won't suffice. Perhaps I can catch some fish. Xiaoyi merely wished to test the waters. After all, it wouldn't drain his energy. Since consuming the apple, he felt invigorated. Earlier, moving those empty supply boxes had been somewhat strenuous, but now he could lift them with ease. I must now possess a physique comparable to that of athletes who train regularly. He compared internally. Ding! The automated fishing net chimed again, signaling a catch. Rushing to the net, he discovered 2 fish nestled within. Eagle pomfret, grade A ingredient, the finest among pomfrets. Even without any seasoning, it is delicious. To his amazement, he had indeed managed to catch fish. At least he would not have to worry about starving, he thought. Yet, he soon realized he lacked the tools and materials to start a fire. Friction from wood, scraping stones to create sparks, neither seemed reliable. And the trees on the island were not dead, meaning kindling would require dry grass or leaves to ignite. Even if he pulled down some branches, it would take days for them to dry. Am I to eat them raw? As a true citizen of summer country, he was unaccustomed to raw food. Staring at the 2 eagle pomfrets, each weighing around 5 pounds, he could only sigh. He strung them together with a line from the net and hung them beside the empty supply box. Some cultures are accustomed to eating raw food without issue. But for those uninitiated, the risk of illness loomed large. With the fish secured, Xiaoyi returned to the island monument, seeking any useful information. I truly cannot catch any more supply boxes. Would any benevolent soul spare me some food? I am the foremost entrepreneur in Magic City, worth 10 billion. If anyone can provide me with some food, I shall grant them half my fortune. Setting aside whether your wealth is indeed 10 billion, can you even return? Without a means to return, your entire fortune amounts to little more than a loaf of bread. I am the most popular socialite in Upper Capital. If any noble soul is willing to provide me with food and water, I promise to grant them any favor upon our meeting. Are you truly the top socialite of Upper Capital? Of course, dear sir. Do you possess food and water? I am on the brink of starvation, please. Bestow some upon me. Go away. I don't have any myself. Even if I did, I would have to see you first before considering it. He. Xiaoyi observed the chatter on the public channel, pondering, could it be that not everyone was cast here? I wonder if she might also be here? With that thought in mind, Xiaoyi felt compelled to make his first statement in the public channel, setting his ID to Iran Pin, a name he had used throughout his 4 years at university. And ran, if you see this message, please contact me privately. However, the message was quickly buried beneath others. Attempting to post again, he found that the monument reminded him that the interval between messages was too short. Please wait. This must be a measure to prevent spam. And Ran was Xiao Yi's girlfriend throughout university, and after graduation, she had hoped he would join her family business. Yet, upon learning of Ran's affluent background, Xiao Yi had been torn between embarrassment and a sense of pride, ultimately rejecting her and choosing to walk away. There was no parental interference to their relationship, in fact, and Ran's parents had been quite pleased with Xiao Yi. With a sigh, he thought of the gentle Ran, realizing that surviving in this place would be exceedingly difficult. I will survive and find you, wait for me. Chapter 4. The Multifunctional Toolbox and Trading with the Implementation of a Check-in System. Xiao Yi felt a renewed sense of confidence that he could survive, fervently hoping to contact Ran soon. Yet, even if he managed to reach her exact whereabouts remained uncertain. Xiao Yi realized that he must construct a large vessel to navigate the seas in search of her. The journey ahead was still long. He could only pray that Ran would soon see his message and that he would swiftly develop the means to build a boat. As twilight descended, the sea breeze sent a chill through Xiao Yi, prompting an involuntary shiver. The darkness had fallen, and the cold was biting. Indeed, starting a fire proved to be exceedingly difficult. With the meager resources available on the island, he advised against attempting to ignite a flame. Such efforts would be futile. Instead, perhaps digging a pit to lie in would be a more practical solution. Bury myself? He mused. Isn't that foolish? Digging a hole to take shelter would at least shield me from the cold. He wondered if he might inadvertently tunnel through the island and end up submerged. I've tried before, it should be fine. He pondered how others managed to dig. Did they use their hands? If so, I suppose using my feet would suffice. His stomach growled with hunger, leaving him too weak to dig. It seems I must fend for myself. If I catch a cold and fall ill tomorrow, I shall await my fate. Observing the others chat, Xiaoyi sat inside an empty supply crate, surrounded by 3 crates and the island monument. He had created a sheltered space. Though his legs protruded from the crate, it offered some protection from the elements, albeit the hard surface was uncomfortable. Compared to others who could only dig with their hands for refuge, he considered himself fortunate. Noticing the increasing number of people in the public channel pleading for water and food, Xiaoyi recognized the dire situation they faced. If they remained deprived of supplies for much longer, they would surely spiral into a vicious cycle. As hunger deepened, they would lack the strength to gather resources. And without them, their hunger would only worsen. This could truly lead to death, he thought, frowning, yet he felt powerless to assist others. As he was uncertain of his own survival, Xiao Yi dozed off, only to be roused by the sound of crashing waves the next morning. Pushing aside the empty crate, he noticed the once calm sea was now choppy. Could the tide rise and drown my island? He thought, a flicker of panic in his heart. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds from the fully automated fishing net broke his reverie. Setting aside his worries, he approached to discover that the net had caught 3 ordinary fish overnight. The harvest was promising. At least he need not fret over food. If only he had a means to start a fire. Ah, the check-in, he exclaimed. Upon checking in, he received a multifunctional toolbox. Designated as an S-class tool, it could chop, smash, carve, drill, and burn. Capable of almost anything, though it required manual operation, lacking some automation. Immediately, he retrieved it from the system space, and a suitcase materialized before him. Upon opening it, an array of tools appeared: a utility knife, hammer, chainsaw, burning device, electric drill, and various drill bits. With the burning device in hand, he could finally start a fire. Excitedly, he decided to roast a fish. He picked up a normal sea fish and, despite his inexperience, managed to gut it, discarding its innards into the sea. He then took a piece of wood, ignited it with the burning device, and skewered the cleaned fish onto a branch to roast. It was his first attempt at cooking, and he struggled to master the technique. The entire piece of wood burned away before the fish was ready, resulting in one side being charred. Looking at the burnt side, he sighed, opting to eat the unburnt portion first. Though devoid of seasoning, the fish was tender and succulent, satisfying Xiao Yi's hunger with minimal bones. After consuming half of the roasted fish, he felt about 60% full and decided to stop. Although food was now available, he could not indulge recklessly. He needed to preserve the rest. The charred half was also a contributing factor to his cautious approach. After cleaning up the ashes from the roasting, he received 2 pieces of charcoal. Could this be the material needed for a water purifier? He wondered, delighted to collect the charcoal. With 8 pieces required for the purifier, he realized that burning just 3 pieces of wood would suffice. Taking a sip from a bottle of mineral water, he gazed out at the vast ocean. If not for survival pressures, spending time on this island wouldn't be so bad, he murmured. Suddenly, he spotted another supply crate drifting nearby. Without hesitation, he modified the fishing net's program to target the crate. With a swift cast, the net ensnared the crate, bringing it back to him. Upon opening it, he found 2 pieces of glass and 3 metal sheets. No food. He pondered, perplexed. Had he exhausted his luck yesterday? Opening supply crates was akin to unboxing a mystery box. No one could predict the contents. Fortunately, he was not in urgent need of food at the moment. While the net continued to search for targets, Xiaoyi wielded the chainsaw and approached the supply crates. Having tools made the task significantly easier. He mused, swiftly dismantling the crates into planks. I've acquired 18 wooden planks, he thought, envisioning a small shelter for himself. However, the only tree on the island posed a challenge. Gripping the chainsaw, he approached the palm tree. Let us see how you fare. With a roar, the chainsaw sliced through the trunk, causing the tree to topple. Upon its fall, something miraculous occurred. The tree transformed into a neat pile of wood, 20 logs stacked perfectly, alongside a collection of leaves and several strips of bark. Though some branches scattered around were not considered resources, he rejoiced at the haul. 20 pieces of wood, 30 leaves, and 10 strips of bark. He exclaimed, "Is it possible to acquire these resources by felling trees?" Xiao Yi began to understand that certain actions yielded specific results without requiring further processing. It resembled the principle of obtaining a blueprint and materials to craft a finished product. This was likely the function of the island monument. No wonder the system had warned him to protect it. As he approached the monument, ready to construct his humble abode, he encountered a dilemma. He lacked nails. While historical masters in the Summer Kingdom built magnificent structures using only wood and the legendary mortise and tenon joints, Xiao Yi was completely ignorant of such techniques. Chapter 5, The Foundation Under Siege. A fierce battle. Xiao Yi could only search the island monument for methods to forge nails. The materials required for nails, metal sheet x1. After a rough estimation, Xiao Yi realized that constructing a house would necessitate, well, an abundance of nails. Clearly, the mere 5 metal sheets at his disposal would not suffice. With no other option, Xiao Yi dug a trench in the ground to insert wooden planks, forming a rudimentary shelter topped with 2 more planks. It was a simplistic construction, but it would have to do for now. He turned his gaze towards the trading hall of the island monument. At last, the trading hall displayed some information. Metal sheet, X24, any food, note, just give me something to eat. Cloth, X14, 10 milliliters water, note, I'm on the verge of dying of thirst, any kind soul. Please help. Blank 4, food and water, note, I'm fair-skinned and beautiful, measurements 90-58-90. I'll do anything for food and water. As he perused the trades, Xiao Yi noted that the majority were requests for food and water, with an exceptionally high demand for water. He possessed only 2 bottles of mineral water, and it remained uncertain whether opening supply boxes would yield purified water. Thus, the crafting of a water purifier had to be prioritized. To swiftly gather the necessary materials, trading remained his best recourse. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi posted his own trading offers in the hall. 10g burnt grilled fish for metal sheet, x1. 10g burnt grilled fish for cloth, x1. 10g burnt grilled fish for glass, x1. He promptly published 13 trading messages according to his needs. Switching to the public channel, he sent out a message seeking and ran, though it was inevitably swallowed by the flood of other messages. Perhaps one day she would see it. He mused with a sigh. Soon, the trading information Xiao Yi had listed caught the attention of the crowd. The public channel erupted with excitement. Did you see that? Someone is trading grilled fish for supplies. Yes. I wonder who this remarkable individual is. I haven't even managed to secure a single supply box, and here they are. Feasting on grilled fish already. Please, great one, spare me a bit of food, or even water. Everyone instinctively ignored the adjective preceding the grilled fish. After a day without food, even burnt morsels would suffice to fill their bellies. Xiao Yi, however, paid no heed to those attempting to curry favor with him in the public channel. He rose from the island monument and made his way towards the automatic fishing net. Another supply box was reeled in. Upon opening the box, he obtained the following supplies: blueprint for a wooden house, 500 milliliters of cola. The blueprint for the wooden house required stone x4, wooden plank x28, metal sheet x30. Though it was merely a basic structure, at least he wouldn't have to worry about the rain and wind. A house at last, Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully. With this blueprint, he wouldn't need to ponder construction techniques. Coupled with the delightful soda, it was double the joy. It seemed he hadn't yet acquired the foundation stone. Gazing down at the limited 6 square meters of space, Xiao Yi began to pray for the next supply box to yield the coveted stone. A glance at the trading hall revealed that a portion of his food had already been traded. All trades accepted. He acquired metal sheet x3, glass x2, cloth x1. Adding to the materials he had previously obtained, he was only 7 pieces of cloth short. Xiao Yi surveyed his supplies and realized that he still needed metal sheets for the wooden house. Thus he would need to post more food for trade. 10g burnt grilled fish for metal sheet, x1. He listed the same trade, this time setting up 27 groups. It wasn't that he was unwilling to post 30 groups outright, but he had exhausted his supply of grilled fish. This sudden surge of trading activity naturally drew gasps from the crowd, but Xiao Yi was oblivious to their reactions. Suddenly, the island monument emitted a red glow, accompanied by an alarming notification: warning, the foundation stone is under attack. Startled, Xiao Yi realized that the foundation stone could be attacked. He quickly clicked on the alert. Observing the automatically enlarged map on the monument where the foundation stone was flashing incessantly in the southwest corner. After gauging the direction, he hurried southwest with his chainsaw. Below the water's surface, a massive shadow was relentlessly battering the foundation stone. So large. Xiao Yi gasped inwardly. The chainsaw in his hand was far too short. What he needed was a longer weapon. With that thought, he dashed back to the island monument and navigated to the construction page. Long spear requires materials. Wood X1. Metal sheet X1. Without hesitation, he crafted 2 spears and retrieved them from the monument, discovering they were a formidable 2 meters long. This should reach that shadow, he thought, racing towards the southwest corner with the spears in hand. Estimating the angle, Xiao calculated that to strike the fish beneath the surface, he needed to thrust downwards into the visible location. This was it. Gripping the spear tightly, he thrust down with all his might. With a splat, resistance met his thrust, and Xiao felt he had struck something. At that moment, the shadow thrashed violently, and a stream of blood surfaced, gradually increasing. Such power! Xiao lost his grip on the spear momentarily. It was attempting to flee. Without hesitation, he brandished the second spear and hurled it once more. Enhanced by the modifications from the A-grade apple, his throwing strength was formidable this time. With another splat, Xiao struck his target again, but the shadow seemed frightened by the repeated assaults, retreating with 2 spears embedded in its form. Xiao dashed to the automatic fishing net and immediately targeted the 2 spears. Launched the fishing net. With a whoosh, the net shot forth. The automatic fishing net calculated the lead time based on the movement speed of the spear. Fortunately, the shadow was swimming straight towards the ocean in a desperate bid for escape. Had it not moved in a straight line, the net would have had difficulty capturing it. The net ensnared the 2 spears, but the spears pierced through the net's openings, perfectly ensnaring the shadow below. Upon identifying the catch, the net swiftly constricted and reeled back. Though the shadow struggled violently, its efforts paled in comparison to the pulling strength of the automatic fishing net. In about 10 seconds, the shadow was dragged to the water's surface. It turned out to be a shark. Xiao stared in astonishment at the approximately 2-meter-long shark still thrashing within the net. Bring it ashore, he commanded the automatic fishing net as it pulled the shark onto the island. The shark continued to struggle on the ground, its mouth opening and closing, revealing its sharp teeth. So brazen even on land? Xiao wielded the chainsaw, maintaining a safe distance as he prepared to saw through the shark's head with determination. Chapter 6. A reality check. The grill and colleagues. Moments later, Xiao gazed at the shark he had disassembled, setting the chainsaw aside. The pieces of meat lay in 2 neat piles. Resources acquired. Shark meat 100 kilograms, shark fins 400 g. Contemplating the heap of meat, Xiao muttered, I wonder what shark meat tastes like. However, his brow furrowed the next instant. The public chat had merely mentioned the possibility of sharks or sea snakes near the supply boxes. They shouldn't venture close to the island, should they? Why then? Had one attacked the cornerstone today? Could it be that the entrails and the scent of blood he had discarded while processing the fish attracted it? The southwest corner was precisely where he had dealt with that fish. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He thought to himself, it appears I must exercise greater caution. I nearly compromised a cornerstone today. This meant not only could seawater inundate the cornerstone, but marine creatures might also assault it, causing damage. Clearly, expanding the area of his island was imperative. Otherwise, these few blocks would surely not withstand such turmoil. With a grave expression, Xiao resolved to hope for more cornerstones in the next supply box. After threading the shark meat with fishing line and hanging it up, he retrieved a hammer and a drill bit from his toolbox and began to tackle the island's only stone. After all, he had yet to extract the materials needed for the wooden cabin blueprint from any supply box, so he had no choice but to focus on this stone. He drilled several holes into the stone and then smashed it with the hammer. Fortunately, he had a multifunctional toolbox. Otherwise, he would have been utterly helpless with that stone. Once he shattered it, 5 neatly shaped stones appeared beside him. Resources acquired. Stones 5. Phew. Xiao collapsed onto the ground, feeling quite fatigued after all that effort. Despite having tools, it still required his strength. The sun now hung directly overhead, so he consumed the bread he had obtained on the first day along with the freshly acquired cola. It was indeed delicious. But now he felt quite full and a bit drowsy. Glancing around his island, he noticed there was little else to occupy his time. So he lay down in the simple shelter he had constructed. Not bad. At least it provides some protection from the wind and rain, Xiao mused while lying flat, gazing at the roof just above him. As if in response to his thoughts, the wind suddenly picked up at sea. His makeshift house began to sway immediately. Seriously? Xiao voice had barely faded when crash. The entire structure toppled over, the wooden planks landing squarely on his face. A literal slap in the face. Pushing the plank aside, Xiao looked helplessly at the completely collapsed shelter. Yet, this outcome was somewhat expected, with such a flimsy construction. Lacking nails for stability and a reliable foundation, it was only natural for it to be blown down. With rest now impossible, it was wiser to gather resources and utilize the island monument for constructing a proper house. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the monument. After a moment's contemplation, he switched to the trading hall and added notes to all the trades he initiated. Seeking manufacturing blueprints. Private message for costs. Creating items through the island monument using manufacturing blueprints was evidently more reliable than attempting to craft them by hand. The previous spear was a testament to that. Had he merely tied a metal piece onto a stick, it likely would have fallen off before he even managed to stab the shark. After adding this note, Xiao Yi promptly adjusted the permissions for his private channel. Only those who sent manufacturing blueprints would be allowed into the private channel. Otherwise, everything would be filtered out. He knew that without restrictions, his private channel would be inundated with requests for food and water. In the trading hall, someone was indeed collecting manufacturing blueprints. What is a manufacturing blueprint? It must be this item. Fishing rod manufacturing blueprint. Wow, where did you find this? Xiao Yi exclaimed. It came from the supply box. Then why not make it? You could fish and never go hungry again. Think again. Just having the blueprint requires materials to create it. The fishing rod required materials. Wood 2, fishing line 1, metal piece 1. He had wood and metal pieces, but he had yet to find any fishing line. No wonder someone was persistently collecting metal pieces in the trading hall. As the discussions continued, Xiao Yi received a private message. Hello, do you want this? Grill manufacturing blueprint, C grade. Seeing the blueprint, Xiao Yi's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he needed. He still had 4 fish left uneaten, and this would certainly be better than roasting them over a fire by hand. Sure. What do you need? Food or water? Food. I haven't eaten for a day. I managed to retrieve a supply box, but it only contained a manufacturing blueprint, the other party replied. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and responded, give me a moment. He then began to process another fish and set it to cook. Before long, he covered his face, sending a message about the charred fish he had just prepared. How about this? Charred fish meat, 500 G. The other party opened the charred fish meat, which included a note. Though slightly burnt, it is at least edible. Perfect. Shall we trade now? Xiao Yi promptly initiated a trade in his private channel, and the other party agreed instantly. Originally, Xiao Yi had expected some haggling, but it turned out to be remarkably straightforward to obtain the blueprint. Acquired grill manufacturing blueprint, C grade. Can we add each other as friends? If I have other items, can I trade with you as well? Xiao Yi hesitated, but ultimately agreed. At least this transaction indicated that the other person was not overly greedy. Absolutely, Xiao Yi replied. Suwan requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Suwan. Xiao Yi was taken aback by the name, as it was the same as that of his beautiful superior. This young and charming superior was known for her amiable rapport with her subordinates and her kindness, rarely adopting a lofty demeanor. Instead of accepting, Xiao Yi inquired in the private chat, which company did you work for previously? Huh. Suwan paused before responding. At Tianhang City, Xingtian e-commerce company. Why? Is there a problem? Seeing this response, Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement. He could confirm that Suwan was indeed his former leader, and thus he accepted the request. Ah, you were Xiao Yi? Suwan exclaimed, astonished. Yes. What a coincidence to encounter a colleague. Xiao Yi greeted warmly. Once they became friends, his real name would be revealed, while the public channel's ID could be customized. After adding each other, they could also communicate through voice and video calls via the island monument. It had been a long time since Suwan had seen a familiar face, so she promptly initiated a video call. The once fair and elegant white-collar woman now appeared dusty and slightly weakened. It's so good to see you. What on earth is happening? How did we end up in this place? Suwan asked urgently, as if she had found a lifeline. Chapter 7 Communication. A tattered fishing net author. Xiao Yi with a hint of helplessness. Xiao Yi replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is a form of time travel. However, this world closely resembles a gaming realm, with one significant distinction. Death here may be irrevocable. What shall we do? Suwan's voice quivered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She excelled at managing company affairs, yet survival games were an entirely different matter. There's no choice but to adhere to the rules of this world. We must swiftly gather supply crates and expand our island, Xiao Yi suggested. Expand the island? Suwan exclaimed in astonishment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi did not respond directly to her query, but instead inquired, there must be a large stone and a tree on your island, correct? Indeed, Suwan affirmed. Can you discern their purpose? Xiao Yi's question was delicately phrased. He was unsure if everyone possessed the ability to see the descriptions of various resources. I cannot see anything, Suwan replied, her expression one of confusion. From her demeanor, Xiao Yi surmised that it was his sign-in system that allowed him to perceive the descriptions of the resources. Once this was confirmed, he relayed his knowledge about the island and the rules of this world to her. What did you say? The island could be submerged? Suwan's panic was immediate. But I cannot swim. That is precisely why I said you must hasten to expand your island, Xiao Yi reiterated. After 2 days of effort, I have only managed to retrieve one supply crate, and all I found was a blueprint. I have yet to locate the cornerstone you mentioned. Suwon's voice cracked with distress. Do not fret. You still have time, Xiaoyi reassured her. Regaining her composure slightly, Suwon expressed her gratitude. Thank you. If it were not for your reminder, I might still be wasting time here. I must eat something quickly and continue searching for supply crates. Despite knowing the future was fraught with peril, Suwon refrained from making excessive demands, such as asking Xiaoyi for water or food, or even the cornerstone. This was a quality Xiaoyi admired in her understanding of propriety. After navigating through the initial chaos, Suwon, an extraordinarily independent woman, demonstrated remarkable resilience. Xiaoyi noticed the dusty, tattered fishing net lying to the side and spoke again. Trade your fishing net with me. Perhaps both had gone too long without encountering a kindred spirit, as they both chose not to terminate the video chat. Huh. Suwon looked at Xiaoyi in confusion, before suddenly realizing, you intend to combine the two worn fishing nets into one, correct? I saw someone propose this solution in the public channel. Without a moment's hesitation, Suwon traded the fishing net to Xiaoyi. Watching her transaction, Xiaoyi smiled and asked, are you not concerned that I might block you after taking the net? I cannot speak for others, but I know you would not do that. Suwon chuckled. After all, we have worked together for over a year. Xiaoyi gave her a thumbs up and said, great. We will chat later. He then voluntarily ended the conversation and switched to the construction page. Ordinary fishing net, C grade. Requires materials, 200 threads or 2 tattered fishing nets. Now, Xiaoyi possessed 2 tattered fishing nets. Although he had used a few strands from one to string fish, the system still classified it as a tattered fishing net. Upon clicking to construct, the 2 tattered fishing nets instantly vanished, transforming into an ordinary fishing net. Ordinary fishing net, C-grade tool, as long as it can ensnare, one need not worry about losing anything. Maximum capture radius, 20 meters. Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction. It would not let anything slip through, and the capture radius had also increased. He then switched to the private channel and traded the ordinary fishing net to Suwon. Suwon's eyes widened as she gazed at the item description, utterly incredulous that Xiaoyi had returned with an ordinary fishing net. Only by placing items in the trading system or sending them to the chat interface would the corresponding description appear in the island monument. However, for Xiaoyi, merely seeing an item would trigger the relevant description. This is far too precious. Suwon initially contemplated insisting that Xiaoyi keep it, but without a fishing net, her survival would be in jeopardy. She was not the type of woman to readily ask others for help. This left her in a quandary. You should keep it. I have other means to retrieve supply crates. Besides, I will not utilize the fishing net if it remains with me. Xiaoyi replied. If you happen to catch something valuable in the future, you may trade it to me at a discount. Upon hearing that Xiaoyi had alternative methods for gathering supply crates and recalling that he had managed to produce roasted fish, Suwon believed him without a doubt. She promptly accepted the trade and added, for items retrieved from the supply crates, we shall split them 50-50. If anything exceptional arises, you will have the right of first refusal. Excellent. Xiaoyi knew that if he declined, she would insist and waste time, so he readily agreed, believing they could discuss it further should something valuable be caught. By the way, do you know how to cast a net? Xiaoyi suddenly realized the importance of this question. Suwon smiled and replied, of course. My hometown is by the sea, and I often watch the adults cast their nets. Although I am not proficient, I can manage to cast one. Xiaoyi gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Suwon quickly finished her charred fish, bid farewell, and left the island monument, presumably to search for supply crates. Xiaoyi closed the chat interface and approached the edge of the island, where 2 unopened supply crates awaited. During his conversation with Suwon, the automatic fishing net had successfully caught 2 more supply crates. He opened the supply crates. Received items, 3 cornerstones, 2 pieces of cloth, 2 metal sheets for strawberry seeds. Received items, 2 cornerstones, blueprint for a fireplace, B grade. Though he had not procured food, Xiaoyi considered this a bountiful harvest. Blueprint for fireplace, B grade 10 metal sheets. 20 bricks. Looking at the newly appeared item, bricks, which he had never encountered before, Xiaoyi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on the unfamiliar item and took out his chainsaw to dismantle the 2 supply crates, acquiring 12 wooden planks in the process. Reviewing the material requirements for the wooden house blueprint, he found that he had gathered sufficient wooden planks but still needed metal sheets. Observing the trading market, he noted that 4 individuals were exchanging cloth and 7 were trading metal sheets for roasted fish. As it stood, he was just 1 piece of cloth short for the water purifier, and the wooden house required 21 metal sheets. It appeared he was close to completing the water purifier. He hoped to construct the wooden house before nightfall, or he might have to dig a pit to bury himself. Xiaoyi mused. At that moment, the automatic fishing net alerted him to yet another supply crate. The 4th one. Xiao Yi's eyes brightened as he walked toward the supply crate. Chapter 8. Su Wan collects bricks as a reward upon opening the supply box. She acquired the following resources: cornerstone X1, stone X3, metal sheets X5, and a blueprint for a wooden basin X1. Today, it seems she has opened 4 supply boxes, yet not a single morsel of food was found. What a stroke of misfortune. Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim. However, he took solace in the fact that he still had sea fish. Speaking of sea fish, he suddenly remembered that he could first construct the barbecue grill. Barbecue grill blueprint, grade C metal sheets X10. Now, with 22 metal sheets in his possession, crafting the barbecue grill was more than feasible. He had no desire to continue consuming charred sea fish. He navigated to the crafting page of the island monument, clicked on manufacturing, and watched as the resources vanished, replaced by a barbecue grill within the monument. Selecting a vacant spot, he set the barbecue grill down. A prompt appeared. Su Wan requests to communicate with you. Do you agree? The island monument suddenly chimed. Agree. Xiao Yi responded. On the display screen, Su Wan's excited figure materialized. Xiao Yi, I successfully captured a supply box, and it contains a cornerstone. She exclaimed joyfully. Then let us quickly expand the island. Xiao Yi replied, giving a thumbs up. There are 2 pieces, let us each take one. Su Wan responded, adhering to their prior agreement that any resources captured would be divided equally. I currently have enough space on my island. You can keep it for yourself. Xiao Yi declined. No, we agreed. It's half for each. Su Wan insisted. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yi inquired, what else is in the supply box besides the cornerstone? There are 6 metal sheets, Su Wan replied. Then I will take all 6 metal sheets. You can keep the cornerstone. Xiao Yi declared. Su Wan hesitated briefly before saying, thank you. She understood that Xiao Yi was being considerate, opting not to take the cornerstone. With a smile, Xiao Yi remarked, I am in dire need of metal sheets. Please reserve any you find for me. Of course, Su Wan replied, and after trading the metal sheets, she ended the call and began to use the cornerstone to expand her little island. Observing her island's area increase by 2 square meters, Su Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really possible? I must continue to capture supply boxes. I need to find more metal sheets to repay Xiao Yi. She vowed silently. Had it not been for Xiao Yi enlightening her about the rules here, she might have drowned before figuring things out on her own. All things considered, Xiao Yi had saved her life. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi began preparing his sea fish for grilling. At the seaside, he removed the entrails and gills of the fish. And with the toolbox at hand, the task was significantly easier. After a quick rinse with a minimal amount of bottled water, saving as much as possible until the water purifier was constructed, Xiao Yi placed the fish on the barbecue grill. Barbecue grill, grade C. The heat is relatively stable and can be used adequately, but one must remember to turn the fish, otherwise, it will still burn. Wood must be added, with one piece sustaining the fire for 2 hours. So wood is a daily consumable, Xiao Yi muttered, adding a piece of wood to the grill. Using the igniter from the multifunctional toolbox, he carefully began to flip the fish. Before long, the delicious aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Oh, the barbecue grill is indeed more reliable than starting a fire on my own. Grilling fish isn't so difficult after all, Xiao Yi proclaimed with satisfaction. Should he remind Su Wan to be cautious with handling bloody food? Watching the grilled fish brought to mind the shark incident. He promptly left a message for Su Wan on the island monument, explaining the situation. Finally, he found someone to converse with. Both he and Su Wan likely wished to avoid any mishaps. What? Your island's cornerstone was attacked by a shark? Are you alright? Su Wan quickly sent a video. Concern evident in her voice. I'm fine. That was a previous incident that has since been resolved. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, relieved by his assurance. Su Wan's stomach grumbled, and she shyly remarked, since you're alright, that's good. I'll continue capturing supply boxes. You go ahead, later. I'll treat you to grilled fish. Xiao Yi responded, having heard her stomach growl. But I haven't caught anything to trade with you. Su Wan felt embarrassed. No worries. Perhaps the next supply box will contain something I desire. Xiao Yi replied. Alright, I'll head out to capture more. Su Wan confirmed, exiting the island monument. Once away from the monument, Su Wan spotted a supply box approximately 20 meters away and thought, I must catch you. Based on the supply box's drifting direction, it would soon be the closest to her, roughly 20 meters away. This distance was the maximum her fishing net could reach. If she missed this opportunity, she likely wouldn't be able to catch any other supply boxes today. There was indeed another supply box on the surface, but it was a full 50 meters away. And even if it drifted closer, it would still be at least 40 meters away. There was no chance whatsoever. As Su Wan calculated the distance to the nearest supply box, she thought, this is the moment. With determination, she vigorously cast her fishing net. The net soared through the air, unfurling perfectly over the supply box. I did it. Su Wan exclaimed joyfully, beginning to pull the supply box toward her island. It's so heavy, she thought, hoping to yield a bountiful harvest. After considerable effort, she finally dragged the supply box to the shore, nearly exhausting herself. Supporting her weary body, she opened the box to discover cornerstone X2, bricks X5, bottled water 500 milliliters X1, and instant noodles 100 g X1. Her eyes immediately fell upon the bottle of mineral water. Licking her parched lips, she swiftly opened the bottle and drank half of it. She then approached the island monument, requesting to communicate with Xiao Yi. At that moment, he had just finished grilling the fish, which appeared quite appetizing. At least it no longer bore the description of charred fish meat. Grilled fish, 2 kilograms, though lacking in seasoning, it was a satisfying meal. I just caught another supply box, containing 2 pieces of cornerstone, 5 bricks, 500 milliliters of mineral water, and a pack of 100 g instant noodles. Suwon said, a bit sheepishly. However, I was so thirsty that I've already drunk half the mineral water. If you don't mind, I can share the remaining half with you. If he truly didn't mind, would she really trade him that half bottle of mineral water? Was tea that tantamount to an indirect kiss? Suwon shook her head, attempting to dispel such untimely thoughts. Chapter 9. Constructing a wooden cabin and trading shark meat. Give me all the bricks. You can keep the rest. Without paying much mind to the half bottle of mineral water, Xiao Yi promptly traded half of his grilled fish. The newly acquired blueprint for a fireplace required bricks. And with the weather still relatively warm, it was prudent to prepare for the inevitable winter. Grilled fish, 1 kilogram trade initiated. Suwon pondered for a moment and initiated her own trade. Bricks, 5, instant noodles, 100 g, foundation stone, 1 trade initiated. Observing Suwon's trade offer, Xiao Yi sighed. Actually, there's no need for further discussion. I will only accept the trade if you do. Suwon abruptly interrupted him. Okay. Xiao Yi decisively agreed to the trade. After all, Suwon had previously acquired a foundation stone, so she was not overly concerned about this one. With her growing proficiency in using the fishing net, she could at least ensure her island would not be submerged by the sea. Upon Suwon's acceptance of the trade, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Aware that she had indeed gained an advantage, she added, you could use the empty supply box to shield yourself from the wind. It may be uncomfortable, but at least you won't be exposed to the elements. Xiao Yi reminded her. Suwon's eyes lit up, replying yes. I will move the empty supply box right away. Xiao Yi glanced at the trading market and noticed that all the items he had listed were now under transaction. All agreed. Acquired resources, cloth 1, metal sheets 30. Not only was the supply for the water purifier sufficient, but there were also enough materials for the wooden cabin, even yielding extra metal sheets. Xiao Yi switched to the construction page, contemplating, and decided to construct the wooden cabin first. Upon clicking to build, all required materials vanished, and a wooden cabin materialized at the island monument. Please select the placement for the wooden cabin. After some thought, Xiao Yi placed the cabin in the center, enveloping the island monument within, making it convenient for him to access information at any time. With Xiao Yi's confirmation, a wooden cabin appeared in the middle of the island. Since he was standing right next to the island monument, the cabin also encompassed him, muffling the sound of the waves considerably. Xiao Yi tapped the cabin walls, producing a solid thud. Indeed, it was far sturdier than the makeshift shelter he had constructed. He mused to himself. Though only a modest 4 square meters. The cabin was well equipped with windows and a door, albeit just one. Opening the window and gazing at the sunset descending toward the sea, Xiao Yi sighed. So beautiful, yet so perilous. Shaking his head, he resumed his work on the island monument's construction page, crafting the water purifier and positioning it inside the wooden cabin. Water purifier, grade A, capable of transforming seawater into pure water. Under conditions of ample seawater supply, it can produce 80 milliliters of pure water per hour. The machine has a seawater capacity of 2,500 milliliters and a pure water capacity of 2,000 milliliters. Lacking automation, manual addition of seawater is required. Based on the purifier's efficiency, it could generate 19-20 milliliters of pure water in a day. With a pure water capacity of only 2,000 milliliters, it meant I would need to transfer the pure water daily, or else risk overflow or malfunction. Xiao Yi calculated inwardly, realizing he would need some containers. The bottles from the mineral water he previously consumed were too valuable to discard. Having devised a plan, Xiao Yi retrieved a container for seawater, walked to the shore, filled it with seawater, and returned it to the purifier. The machine commenced its operation, and pure water began to accumulate, drop by drop. With this, at least the concern for drinking water was alleviated. Xiao Yi observed the accumulating pure water, feeling relieved. After reflecting on his accomplishments, Xiao Yi stepped outside and hung all the fish he had prepared under the eaves of the wooden cabin. However, the quantity of shark meat was far too abundant to accommodate. Without preservation, left unattended for a few days, it would likely spoil. Frowning at the shark meat, Xiaoyi hesitated to trade it directly for resources. Let us first taste how it fares. He took a piece of shark meat and grilled it on the barbecue by the entrance. With only a small slice cut, it cooked quickly. The aroma was somewhat meaty. And upon taking a bite, he grimaced. What is this foul odor? Unable to hold back, he spat it out, cursing under his breath. He had expected a delicacy, only to discover that shark meat was indeed quite unpalatable. With this realization, Xiaoyi wasted no time and began to list the shark meat for trade. Shark meat, 500G trade for, bricks, 20. Note, can be traded separately. For other crafting blueprints, please contact privately. The option for separate trading meant that even if one had only a single brick, they could trade it for 25 grams of shark meat. Xiaoyi refrained from listing too much at once to avoid devaluation. Additionally, he anticipated that the value of food might rise with time. Did you see that? Someone is trading shark meat in the trading hall. What? Did he actually catch a shark? Impossible. When humans encounter sharks in the water, it's usually to be devoured. How could one possibly hunt a shark? But how do you explain the shark meat in the trading hall? Perhaps he stumbled upon a shark that died for some other reason. I refuse to believe that in our current unarmed state, anyone could kill a shark. Who says we are unarmed? With wood and metal sheets, we can craft spears. Don't speak nonsense. Speak nonsense? Jump into the sea with a spear and bring back a shark for me to see. Why should I perform for you? I'm merely stating the possibility of killing a shark. By saying that, you are misleading everyone into hunting marine creatures. You want to endanger us all. I'm done talking to you. It's pointless. I'm so envious of those who can hunt sharks. One shark could feed us for days. What is there to envy? Shark meat is notoriously unappetizing. At this point, who cares about taste? You're just a bitter person. I'm starving after 2 days. Can a great hunter spare me a bit of shark meat? I won't mind the taste. Xiaoyi shook his head in exasperation at the discussions in the public channel. His previous message seeking and ran was once again drowned in the chatter. At that moment, Suwan sent another call request. Xiaoyi, the shark meat in the trading hall is yours, right? She asked upon connection. Indeed, it's far too unpalatable. It's better to trade it for other resources. Xiaoyi replied with a smile. Suwan couldn't help but chuckle. While others are struggling for food, you are here being picky. It's truly a case of comparison leads to despair. I've merely had a stroke of luck, Xiaoyi remarked, referring to the signing-in system. Luck is indeed a form of strength. Well, I won't say more. I need to rest and gather my strength for tomorrow to acquire more resources. Suwan interpreted this as something else. Xiaoyi, not wishing to elaborate, bid farewell and ended the call. Sighing, he rubbed his stomach. Eating too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Chapter 10. Resolving internal conflicts and crafting a large wooden base in life is a series of basic necessities: eating, drinking, relieving oneself, and resting. Presently, I am free from concerns about food and drink, though I lack a proper bed. I have managed to construct a wooden cabin for temporary shelter. However, the matter of relieving myself must be addressed. If I were to do so directly on my island, which is quite small, the unpleasant odor would be unbearable. And should I dispose of waste directly into the sea, I might inadvertently attract peculiar marine creatures, which could lead to unforeseen complications. While others may have endured hunger for 2 days, I have sustained myself adequately. Yet I have reached my limit and urgently need to resolve my internal conflicts. Just as I was lost in thought, my private channel chimed once more. Do you want this crafting blueprint? Toilet, D-grade. Upon seeing the crafting blueprint, my eyes lit up. Indeed, sometimes a timely gift arrives when one is in need. I responded in the chat, yes. What do you require in exchange? I need food and water. 10 kilograms of shark meat and 5 liters of purified water. Upon reading the message, I replied coldly, your appetite seems rather excessive. You mustn't say that. Currently, I am the only one with this crafting blueprint. I believe this will significantly improve the sanitation conditions on your island. The sender appeared quite confident. Furrowing my brow, I retorted, your price is simply unreasonable. If you lack sincerity, then let it be. I trust you will return to seek my assistance. The other party replied with unwavering confidence. I promptly blocked this individual, feeling irked, and muttered, I can't believe I can't handle such a simple convenience. I set the fully automatic fishing net to cast without a target and prepared to return to the wooden cabin to rest. Although the space was somewhat larger, I still had to sleep on the floor, which was rather uncomfortable. I really need to obtain a crafting blueprint for a bed. I mused before drifting off to sleep. The next day, I awoke naturally, my body sore from the hard floor. After stretching, I consumed the last A-grade apple. As I swallowed it, a warm sensation coursed through my limbs. Ah, delightful, I exclaimed, but then furrowed my brow again, pondering whether I would truly have to relieve myself outdoors. Ah, the system, I suddenly recalled, hoping it might assist in resolving my current predicament. I initiated the daily check-in and successfully obtained a fully automatic toilet. Fully automatic toilet. SS-grade furniture that autonomously handles waste disposal, complete with automatic flushing, cleaning, and deodorizing functions. "Oh, how I adore you, system!" I exclaimed joyfully, preparing to place the toilet beside my wooden cabin. After some thought, I constructed a small shelter adjacent to the sturdy wooden cabin, ensuring privacy while using the toilet. This manual construction consumed all the metal scraps I had on hand, but I still had a few wooden planks left. Once completed, I immediately installed the newly acquired fully automatic toilet in the small shelter. Upon installation, a pristine toilet appeared before me. Eagerly, I began to resolve my internal conflicts. When I finally emerged from the small shelter, I couldn't help but murmur, products from the system are indeed exquisite. Not even a single piece of bark got stuck. Everything flushed away seamlessly. Upon exiting, I discovered 3 ordinary sea fish caught in the fully automatic fishing net. After collecting these fish, I adjusted the target to supply crates, allowing the fishing net to work independently. Returning to my wooden cabin, I glanced at the trading hall on the island monument. To my surprise, 6 individuals had initiated trades overnight, resulting in a total of 10 bricks. I promptly accepted the trade, acquiring bricks x10. With the 5 bricks previously given to me by Su-Wan, I now needed just 5 more to meet the requirements for the fireplace, though I still required metal scraps as well. After some contemplation, I listed 500 grams of shark meat for trade. Shark meat, X500 G4, metal scraps, X25. With a note, trades can be split, and other crafting blueprints are welcome for private discussions. Did you see? Another big player has listed shark meat. Could it be the same individual as before? It seems quite likely. After all, if it were indeed a shark, the yield would surely be more than this. While others feasted on meat, I still struggled to find sustenance and felt as though starvation loomed near. I need water. If I don't find any soon, I might have to resort to drinking seawater. The public channel erupted in fervent discussions about the shark meat. This time, I refrained from immediately posting a search for water, opting to wait until the discussions concluded to retain my message's visibility for a while longer. After posting my information, I glanced at my stock of soil and apple seeds, realizing it was time to plant them. If I were to leave A-grade soil on the island, its fertility would wane rapidly, thus requiring me to find a suitable container for planting. The crafting blueprint for a wooden basin that I had previously obtained from a supply crate came to mind. Wooden basin crafting blueprint, wooden planks X4, metal scraps X6. I had enough wooden planks for now, but I still lacked metal scraps, leaving me to rely on future supply crates and trades. Ding ding ding. The fully automatic fishing net emitted a sound indicating it had captured a target. I hurried over to open the supply crate. I received foundation stones X2, plastic X4, metal scraps X2, bread X100G. What a fruitful start. The first supply crate yielded food. I exclaimed joyfully and decided to use the foundation stones to expand my island, as they had no other immediate purpose. The island's area had now increased to 15 square meters, a significant improvement from the initial 4 square meters. If I had enough foundation stones, could I not recreate the entire map of the Summer Kingdom? I pondered, only to shake my head. The Summer Kingdom spans an area of 960,000 square kilometers, which converts to an astronomical figure in square meters. Too many zeros for me to count. It is best to remain grounded and take things one step at a time, I remarked, dismantling the empty supply crate to obtain 6 wooden planks. Upon checking the trading hall, I noticed 4 individuals had proposed trades for metal scraps, and I immediately agreed. I acquired metal scraps X4. With the materials now complete, I could craft the wooden basin. Switching to the crafting page, I clicked to create it. The materials vanished, and a large wooden basin appeared. As I retrieved the basin from the island monument, I marveled. It's so large. Wooden basin, the most ordinary large wooden basin, suitable for holding water, washing vegetables, or even bathing. It can also serve as a sizable planter. I felt I could easily lie down in it to take a bath, but currently, my supply of purified water was insufficient for bathing. Thus, it seemed more prudent to use it for planting apple trees. After consuming the apple, I split the core, yet no seeds emerged, indicating that obtaining apple seeds depended on luck. Chapter 11. Information disparity and surreal maneuvers upon the creation of the wooden basin. Xiaoyi promptly cast the A-grade soil into it. To his astonishment, what had initially been a small packet of soil nearly filled the entire basin. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, where would I find such an abundance of soil? Xiaoyi murmured. He then proceeded to plant all the A-grade apple seeds and watered them with pure water. Beep. Beep. The island monument emitted a notification sound, indicating an incoming call. The only person capable of contacting him at this moment was Su-Wan. Xiaoyi approached and answered the call directly. Xiaoyi, I have just retrieved a supply box. Su-Wan exclaimed excitedly. There are 2 more. And based on the distance and drift direction, I should be able to retrieve them as well. Congratulations. It seems today will yield great rewards. Xiaoyi replied with a smile. Let us hope so. Suwon responded. The supply box contained 3 foundation stones, a bottle of mineral water, and a manufacturing blueprint. As she spoke, Suwon shared the blueprint in the chat interface. Single wooden bed blueprint, wooden planks 4, metal sheets 6, hemp fabric 4. Upon seeing this blueprint, Xiaoyi immediately declared, please give me that blueprint. I have no interest in the rest. Of course, but I must keep 1 foundation stone for myself. The rest is yours, Suwon replied, initiating the trade. Foundation stone 1, single wooden bed blueprint, trade, accepted. Xiaoyi did not hesitate, confirming the transaction. The foundation stone would naturally aid in expanding his island's area, while the materials for the wooden bed were insufficient for now, so he would have to wait. When he expanded his island to 16 square meters, Xiaoyi was astonished to find a tree and a large rock had appeared behind his wooden house. When did these appear? He pondered, frowning, having completely overlooked it. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that new resources refresh daily? To verify this hypothesis would not be difficult. He could simply chop down the tree and mine the rock to see if they would reappear the next day. With this thought, Xiaoyi took out his multifunctional toolbox and converted the tree and rock into resources. After completing these tasks, he found himself at leisure. Thanks to the fully automated fishing nets assisting him in retrieving supply boxes, there was no need for him to be overly concerned. Thus, Xiaoyi returned to the island monument, glancing at the public channel. I have retrieved a supply box. What is this item used for? Foundation stone 1. How impressive. Does the esteemed one have any drinks to spare? Could you please check the island monument's construction page instead of asking everything? It makes you seem rather foolish. You are the foolish one. I enjoy asking questions. What concern is it of yours? This item can expand the island. It appears this world resembles a nurturing game of territorial expansion. Who claims it resembles a game? Can games cause hunger or thirst? Amidst the cacophony of the public channel, no one mentioned the fact that seawater would inundate 1 square meter each week. It seemed that everyone was oblivious to this matter. Xiaoyi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before promptly switching to the trading hall. Shark meat, 200G trade, foundation stone, 1. Note: if you possess multiple foundation stones, feel free to message me privately for pricing. Xiaoyi aimed to exploit this information gap. While others overlooked the importance of foundation stones, he intended to acquire a batch. Certainly, some individuals would recognize the significance of this item, but in a situation where even food was scarce, the prospect of exchanging 1 foundation stone for 200G of shark meat would undoubtedly entice many hungry individuals to trade. Did you see? The esteemed one has produced shark meat again. This time, he wishes to trade for foundation stones. Sigh, while we all suffer from hunger, the esteemed one expands his territory. Might I inquire if he requires any subordinates? 1 foundation stone for 200G of meat, and judging by the esteemed one's intention, if you possess multiple foundation stones, you may exchange for even more shark meat. How profitable! If I had foundation stones, I would certainly trade first to satisfy my hunger. I must go retrieve more supply boxes. As soon as Xiaoyi set up his trade, someone offered foundation stones in exchange. Without hesitation, he agreed. Acquired resources, foundation stone 1. Xiaoyi then listed several more sets, establishing that any trade involving foundation stones would be automatically accepted. I have retrieved another supply box, but it only contains a B-grade axe. Here, you can use it. Suwon initiated a trade in the private channel. B-axe, trade, rejected. Xiaoyi promptly canceled the transaction and responded, I possess superior tools. You should keep it for chopping trees and self-defense. By the way, make sure to chop down that tree quickly. You can obtain some resources, and based on my observations, trees and rocks on each person's island can refresh. Seeing Xiaoyi's familiarity with the situation, Suwon presumed he must have chopped down trees on his island before, so she replied, thank you. I will go chop the tree now. What does refresh mean? For a girl who had not engaged much with games, this term was indeed somewhat perplexing. Xiaoyi had to explain. If our world is akin to a large game, it operates based on pre-established server settings. For instance, if there is a tree on this island, when the refresh time arrives, the server will determine if there are any trees on your island. If not, a tree will randomly generate. If there are, it remains unchanged. In other words, if I do not chop it down, the tree will not change, but if I chop it down daily, a new one will appear each day. Oh, I see, Suwon remarked. Could it be that we can accumulate resources using this tree? Suwon asked, astonished. Indeed, but accumulating resources this way is rather slow and only pertains to tree-related materials, Xiaoyi replied. Understood. Off to chop trees, Suwon said before departing from the island monument. After concluding his conversation with Suwon, Xiaoyi promptly received a private message from someone he recognized. I have 2 foundation stones. Could we trade for more shark meat? The sender's ID was Li Yu, the very fisherman who initially proposed creating a new fishing net from 2 old ones. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow and replied, 2 foundation stones is not a significant amount. Let us proceed with the trade as I proposed. Li Yu sent another message, 2 foundation stones for 500 G of shark meat. If you are willing, let us trade. If not, no hard feelings. Xiaoyi pondered briefly before responding. All right. Keeping shark meat in hand would soon lead to spoilage. Thus, extracting some value from it before it decayed seemed prudent. Moreover, the value of 2 foundation stones was certainly worth more than a single pound of shark meat. The two quickly completed the trade, but the next moment, Xiaoyi was astonished to find someone listing shark meat in the trading hall. Shark meat, 500 G trade, metal sheets, 20. What is happening? Are they trading the shark meat I just exchanged for metal sheets, unchanged? Xiaoyi stared at this bizarre maneuver, feeling somewhat bewildered. Chapter 12. The island steel can be transferred. Weapons author. Li Yu. The metal pieces listed for trade by Li Yu for shark meat were fewer than those offered by Xiaoyi. 500 G of shark meat. Xiaoyi required 25 metal pieces, while Li Yu only needed 20 for the same quantity. This meant that others could acquire more shark meat with fewer metal pieces, leading them to prefer trading with Li Yu. Could it be that Li Yu was deliberately competing with me? Xiaoyi pondered, yet he dismissed the notion, reasoning that such a strategy indicated a desperate need for metal pieces. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more advantageous to exchange shark meat for a greater number of metal pieces? What exactly was Li Yu crafting that warranted such urgency? Of course, Xiaoyi could only speculate, as the distance between them rendered it impossible to ascertain Li Yu's circumstances. As anticipated, the market behaved as Xiaoyi had surmised. Li Yu's shark meat was swiftly traded away. Witnessing his effortless accumulation of 20 metal pieces, Xiaoyi's mind began to churn with ideas. He decided to keep his previous listing of shark meat unchanged while reintroducing a new batch at the same price as Li Yu's. This would create the illusion of competition between 2 prominent figures in the trading hall. Naturally, those in need of food would gravitate towards the lower price. At this moment, Xiaoyi felt fortunate that the trading hall allowed for anonymous postings. Otherwise, he would have been unable to play dual roles. Did you all see? There are 2 big players listing shark meat in the trading hall. Yes, indeed. Competition breeds discounts. When the titans clash, we are the ones who benefit. You may benefit. But I have no metal pieces. I possess nothing at all. I have yet to retrieve a single supply crate. I am utterly exhausted. Who will come to my aid? While everyone believed in a rivalry between 2 titans, they remained oblivious to Xiaoyi's solitary performance behind the scenes. Consequently, his rate of collecting metal pieces surged significantly. Suwon seemed to have noticed the activity in the trading hall and hastily sent a message to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, someone has listed shark meat at a lower price in the trading hall. You should consider lowering your price. Suwon said anxiously. I can't believe that even in such dire circumstances, someone is still attempting to undercut prices. Xiaoyi replied with a smile. No need to panic. It's all orchestrated by me. Suwon paused for a moment, then quickly grasped Xiaoyi's tactic, laughing as she said, I thought another big player had slain a shark. It turns out it was you orchestrating the whole thing. Haha, someone inspired me just now, Xiaoyi responded, then recounted Li Yu's previous peculiar maneuvers. Suwon furrowed her brow and remarked, what on earth is this person up to? Xiaoyi shook his head and replied, I'm uncertain. Perhaps he is constructing something of great significance. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to sell that shark meat at such a low price. Suwon nodded in agreement and said, all right, the final supply crate is nearing. I'll talk to you later. With that, she departed from the island steel, fully focused on tracking the supply crate's movement. At that moment, on a small island approximately 60 kilometers from Xiaoyi's location, Li Yu exclaimed with excitement, fantastic. I've finally gathered everything. He stood before the island steel, switching to the manufacturing interface. On his island steel's production page, one option was illuminated, indicating it was ready for construction, small wooden boat, based on the manufacturing blueprint for the small wooden boat. In his hands, Li Yu held the blueprint for the small wooden boat. Small wooden boat blueprint, with 60, metal pieces 30. Manufacture. Li Yu trembled as he clicked on the manufacturing option. The corresponding materials vanished, and a wooden boat materialized within the island steel. Please select a placement location. Li Yu promptly positioned the small boat at the edge of the island. Upon successfully placing the boat, the island steel displayed a new prompt. Detected that you have manufactured a small boat. Would you like to transfer the island steel to the boat? Note, once you choose to transfer, you will be unable to transfer again for 1 year. Please choose wisely. Upon reading these prompts, Li Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. Clearly, these messages indicated he could abandon the island and develop on the sea. As a fisherman, the ocean was his true domain. Yes, Transfer the island steel to the boat. Liu made his decision. The island steel vanished from the island and reappeared within the boat's cabin. Without hesitation, he brought along his tattered fishing net and the D-grade axe he had acquired on the first day. From this day forth, I shall become the sovereign of the sea, Liu proclaimed with grandiosity. Although the ocean posed greater dangers, where he could only confront marine creatures rather than retreating to land, the potential rewards far surpassed remaining on the island. With the small boat, Liu could easily row out to retrieve supply crates. To protect against marine threats, he had prepared 5 long guns. Within his line of sight, he spotted 2 supply crates and rowed towards them. Beep, beep, beep. The automatic fishing net had already provided its 3rd notification of capturing a target. Only then did Xiaoyi emerge from his wooden cabin and open the 3 supply crates simultaneously. Acquired items: foundation stones 2, bananas 500g. Acquired items: linen 3. Crossbow manufacturing blueprint A grade. Acquired items: metal pieces 5, wood 10, beast tendon 1. A weapon has emerged, Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully as he gazed at the crossbow manufacturing blueprint. Thinking to himself, crossbow manufacturing blueprint A grade beast tendon 1, wood 3, metal pieces 10. Observing the materials required to manufacture the crossbow, Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim, "My luck is truly remarkable. I'm fortunate to have found a beast tendon directly from the supply crate. Otherwise, where would I have sought out a beast tendon?" Through Xiaoyi's operations in the trading hall, he had amassed nearly 30 metal pieces, allowing him to commence the manufacturing of the crossbow immediately. He navigated to the manufacturing page on the island steel, clicked manufacture, and the requisite materials vanished as a crossbow materialized within the steel's confines. Xiaoyi promptly retrieved it and, aiming at the wooden cabin wall, began to shoot. Thud, thud, thud. The crossbow bolts embedded themselves into the wooden wall, producing a series of muffled thuds. The power is quite impressive, Xiaoyi mused, not to mention the distance. It seems effective within 30 meters. After great effort, he finally managed to dislodge the crossbow bolts from the wall, nearly damaging the tips in the process. Had I retained my physical condition from before my transmigration, I might not have been able to pull them out. Xiaoyi thought to himself. Beep beep. Suddenly, Suwon messaged him. I found something amazing. Chapter 13. Watching the storm from a rocking chair, Xiaoyi connected to the video call and, observing Suwon's beaming face, inquired, "What delightful news has you so exhilarated?" "This supply crate is brimming with valuable resources," Suwon exclaimed, promptly revealing its contents. For cornerstones, 1 solo tint, 2 B-grade oranges, 5 burlaps, and 2 lettuce seeds. Xiaoyi widened his eyes in astonishment. "So many items. Have you been graced by the luck of a royal?" With a smile, Suwon asked, "Does royal luck refer to good fortune?" "Indeed. Please hand me the burlap and the lettuce seeds. You may keep the rest," Xiaoyi replied. Suwon hesitated, then countered. "What does the grade of the oranges signify?" "In simpler terms, it means these oranges are tastier than the average ones and can enhance one's constitution," Xiaoyi elucidated. "In our current predicament, personal health is of paramount importance. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly challenging." Nodding in understanding, Suwon declared, "In that case, I cannot hoard them all for myself. Wait, I have previously acquired higher-grade fruits. I have no interest in your B-grade offerings," Xiaoyi promptly stated. "Let us adhere to my suggested distribution. Then I shall grant you the solo tent," Suwon said after a brief pause. "I have already constructed a wooden cabin. What need have I for a tent?" Xiaoyi retorted, stepping aside to pat the wall of his wooden abode. Upon witnessing Xiaoyi's actual residence within the wooden cabin, Suwon's eyes widened. "You are far ahead of the rest of us. While others struggle for sustenance, you have already settled into a wooden house. It is simply incomparable." "Alas, the cabin is a tad cramped," Xiaoyi replied, exuding a hint of pride. "Very well, I shall not be polite any longer," Suwon responded, then initiated a trade in their private channel. 2 cornerstones, 5 burlaps, and 2 lettuce seeds for trade. Xiaoyi shook his head in resignation as he observed her trade proposal, before confirming the transaction. Once the trade was completed, Xiaoyi stepped out of the wooden cabin. The alert for the automatic fishing net sounded once more, indicating the arrival of a supply crate at the island's edge. Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, "I hope it yields something good." Open. The acquired supplies included 2 cornerstones, 1 B-grade rocking chair blueprint, 1 soil, and 1 wooden basin blueprint. Still no food? Surely. I cannot subsist solely on grilled fish. Most importantly, there isn't even a seasoning in sight. Xiaoyi lamented. He glanced at the blueprint for the rocking chair. Rocking chair, B-grade requires 10 wood and 8 metal sheets. After checking the trading hall and confirming the acquisition of some shark meat, he gathered the necessary metal sheets for the rocking chair and proceeded to craft it. Satisfied, he reclined in the newly fashioned rocking chair. Rocking chair, B-grade lying upon it aids in the recovery of fatigue, though one must gently rock it oneself. As Xiaoyi swayed in the chair, he unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Time slipped by, and he was roused by droplets of water landing upon his face. Confused, he awoke to the sight of a stormy sky and promptly dragged the rocking chair back inside the cabin. It truly is going to rain, Xiaoyi murmured as he gazed at the overcast sky from within the wooden shelter. Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, heralding the onset of a torrential downpour. As the rain cascaded down, Xiaoyi reclined in his rocking chair, observing the public channel erupting with chatter. Is it raining? It is pouring here. My island feels as if it may be submerged. What? It's not raining here. Why is it dry where you are? I can barely see a meter in front of me. Night is approaching. If it continues like this, I will catch a cold. Wonderful. I have not had a drink in nearly 3 days. This is a timely downpour. Yes, if I must perish, let me at least quench my thirst first. Why is it not raining here? As Xiaoyi observed the discussions in the public channel, he quickly deduced that the rain likely affected a localized area, while those experiencing dry conditions were situated farther away. Those directly drinking the rainwater could only hope they would not suffer from stomach ailments or catch a cold after being drenched. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyi sent a message to Su-Wan. Is it raining on your end? Yes, quite heavily. Su-Wan replied instantly. It seems we are indeed within the same area. Xiaoyi speculated. Yes, but I wonder how far apart we are. Su-Wan responded, expressing her desire to reunite with Xiaoyi, for solitude can often feel burdensome. God knows, during clear days with good visibility, I have gazed out but never spotted another island, let alone a person. Xiaoyi shrugged in response. Su-Wan nodded, having made similar observations, finding no islands in sight. You are quite fortunate. It is a good thing you recently acquired the tent. Otherwise, you would have been drenched. Xiaoyi continued. Indeed, I must thank you. If not for your assistance in repairing the fishing net, I would likely be both starving and soaked. Su-Wan expressed her gratitude. Yet, you must also know how to utilize it. By the way, have you had dinner? Xiaoyi inquired. I consumed those 2 oranges. Su-Wan replied. I feel a warm flow coursing through my body. I wonder if it's just my imagination. It likely isn't, for I experienced the same sensation after eating higher-grade apples. Do you feel invigorated? Xiaoyi asked. Su-Wan nodded. Then it is confirmed. It appears we should consume more high-grade food. This way, our constitutions will strengthen, and we will be better equipped to face any future dangers, Xiaoyi declared. Su-Wan nodded again, but then sighed with a wry smile. But acquiring high-grade food is no easy feat. More fishing yields more rewards, Xiaoyi replied, playfully rocking in his chair. You crafted a rocking chair? Su-Wan finally noticed the chair. Only just made it. It's quite comfortable. Would you care to try? Xiaoyi offered. Perhaps not. It won't fit in my tent, Su-Wan replied. It seems others are here to survive, while you appear to be on vacation. That is not entirely accurate. I am surviving too. Xiaoyi chuckled. All right, I shall rest now. Goodbye. Su-Wan yawned, her exhaustion evident. The day's endeavors of fishing for supply crates and chopping wood had thoroughly worn her out, as she was accustomed to an office job and had never engaged in such laborious tasks. Xiaoyi empathized. The chainsaw was indeed heavy, and he replied, Goodbye, rest well. After a restful afternoon, Xiaoyi found himself wide awake, switching the island monument interface to the trading hall. Ah, there are indeed some intriguing items. Chapter 14. Class A Purified Water. Eat or incubate the eggs, chili seeds, to trade purified water, 50 milliliters. As an ardent lover of spicy food, Xiaoyi believed that with a hint of heat, everything could be transformed into a delectable delight. In truth, this trade had long been posted in the trading hall, but Xiaoyi had overlooked it. At the time, it had sparked quite a discussion in the public channel. 2 seeds in exchange for 50 milliliters of purified water? It was simply a fantasy. Indeed, especially for 2 chili seeds, even if they were seeds for other types of food, that would barely justify the price. It all depended on who the unsuspecting fool was. Yes, let us see which Navi's soul would agree to this exchange. However, one shouldn't dismiss the possibility that some affluent players, with an abundance of purified water and lacking other ingredients, might be inclined to make such a purchase. The person upstairs truly had a vivid imagination. An abundance? What were they thinking? Even those who managed to find supply crates didn't always receive purified water. Humph. How ignorant they were, spouting such nonsense. Allow me to show you something. Water purifier. Wow, there's such a thing. Great master, spare me some water. I would do anything for you. Great master, I am fair-skinned and beautiful. Grant me a sip of water, and you can have your way with me. The person upstairs might as well be a dinosaur. I have some resources. Great master, can I exchange for some water? You are all deluded. This water purifier barely provides enough for my own consumption. The purification speed is far too slow. While they were fervently discussing, Xiaoyi was comfortably napping in a rocking chair. However, for Xiaoyi, 50 milliliters of water was hardly significant. An A-class water purifier could produce 80 milliliters in an hour. Speaking of water purifiers, Xiaoyi promptly checked and found that the container for purified water was nearly full. He quickly grabbed an empty mineral water bottle from earlier, filled it up, and took a sip. Xiaoyi's eyes widened. Although it was merely purified water, it tasted 100 times better than the mineral water he had previously obtained from supply crates. The mineral water from the crates bore no grade, being classified as the lowest D grade, whereas the water purified by the A-class purifier was indeed A grade, showcasing a remarkable difference. Xiaoyi downed the entire bottle in one go, feeling utterly refreshed. What a delight. This was far superior to those so-called noble waters from places like Wanshui Mountain. Originally, Xiaoyi intended to trade the 50 milliliters of purified water for chili seeds, but he immediately abandoned that plan, opting instead to use the mineral water obtained from the supply crate for the exchange. However, trading water required an appropriate container. The most basic plastic cup could be crafted from 1 unit of plastic. Utilizing the island monument, he consumed plastic, one to produce a plastic cup, filled it with 50 milliliters of purified water, switched to the trading hall, and requested the trade. The trade was successful, and he acquired chili seeds too. With both lettuce and chili seeds in hand, Xiaoyi was eager to plant them, feeling a sense of impatience. In the trading hall, he accepted several requests to exchange metal scraps for shark meat, garnering metal scraps 23. Switching to the crafting page, he crafted a wooden basin, and soon, another large wooden basin was completed, which he placed on the opposite side of the doorway. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and after some thought, Xiaoyi decided to wait before adding soil. Prior to the downpour, he had already covered the wooden basin used for planting apple trees with wooden planks. Although it wasn't perfectly sealed, it would at least prevent excessive rainwater accumulation, or else the apple seeds might drown before they had a chance to sprout. While the public channel continued buzzing with activity, it was noticeably quieter than during the day. Perhaps the rain had distracted everyone from chatting. At that moment, Xiaoyi sent a message and ran, "If you see this message, please contact me privately." Although it was quickly pushed to the forefront, this time it lingered for several seconds longer. "Hello, I am Enran. Who are you?" A notification suddenly appeared on Xiaoyi's private channel, indicating a call request. Excitedly, he responded, "Are you really Enran?" "I am. I'm nearly dying of thirst. Please give me some water, and I can be your little brother." The other party replied. Hearing this, Xiaoyi's heart sank, and he retorted, "The Enran I'm looking for is a woman. Just give me a sip of water, and I can become a woman for you. Get lost. Transvestite." Xiaoyi decisively ended the call and promptly blocked the user. Sighing, Xiaoyi rose to find the crafting method for a raincoat in the island monument. Raincloak requires materials, leaves 10, bark 5. Wide-brimmed hat requires materials, leaves 5, bark 3. Fortunately, he had all the necessary materials on hand and crafted them immediately. Donning the raincloak and wide-brimmed hat, Xiaoyi stepped out of the wooden house, heading towards the supply crate by the edge of the island. He had nearly slept the entire afternoon, and the automatic fishing net had drawn in 2 more supply crates, bringing his total haul to 6 for the day. Xiaoyi effortlessly dragged the 2 supply crates to the front of the wooden house. It felt as though his strength had increased. Xiaoyi murmured, sensing the remarkable effects of the A-class apples on his physique. Opening the supply crates, he obtained foundation stones 2, hemcloth 1, wood 5. To his delight, he found metal scraps 3 and eggs A-class 2. Eggs. Xiaoyi's excitement surged as he gazed at the 2 eggs. Perhaps a boiled egg would be in order. However, the system prompt quickly dispelled that thought. Egg, A-class. A highly nutritious egg. You can consume it directly, but if you incubate it, you may discover a surprise. With such a clear indication, no one would dare consume those 2 eggs. Incubating eggs requires a stable temperature and humidity, but for now, Xiaoyi could only manage the temperature. He arranged the leaves in a corner of the wooden house and placed the 2 eggs inside. It seemed he would need to construct a fireplace, otherwise the temperature fluctuations would be quite significant. Xiaoyi murmured. He had already placed some shark meat on the trading post to exchange for the bricks needed for the fireplace. Glancing at the trading hall, he found that the last brick had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he clicked to manufacture. The corresponding materials vanished, and the island monument displayed a fireplace. Please select a placement location. Note that the fireplace can only be placed against a wall of the house. Fortunately, he had a wooden house. Otherwise, even if he could craft it, there would be no place to put it. Xiaoyi muttered as he positioned the fireplace against the wall that received the least sunlight. Fireplace, B-class, can maintain a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius in a 40 square meter space, warm as spring. Looking at the fireplace's description, Xiaoyi mused, is this really 26 degrees? Why does it still feel so cold? Chapter 15. After the deluge, the doubling effect as the rain continued to pour. The makeshift rain gear proved inadequate, leaving some of my clothing damp. As evening approached, the temperature dropped significantly, and the sea breeze made the air feel considerably colder than during the day. I realized I needed to add wood to the fireplace for warmth. 1 unit of wood could provide heat for 4 hours, and I could manually extinguish the flame if necessary. The system chimed with a notification, revealing that it was even more efficient than barbecuing. I muttered to myself as I placed 2 units of wood into the fireplace, which immediately ignited. The temperature inside the wooden cabin rose swiftly, and I felt warmth envelop me almost instantly. I carefully positioned the incubating eggs closer to the fireplace, knowing that the optimal temperature for hatching was 38 degrees Celsius, though it was difficult to regulate at the moment. The chicks would require some time to hatch, but my immediate concern was how to nourish them once they arrived. Upon revisiting the public channel, I discovered that the topic of discussion had once again turned to me. Did you see? The chili seeds were traded in the marketplace, someone exclaimed. A big shot actually exchanged 50 milliliters of pure water for chili seeds. I'm parched. Could someone spare me some? Quickly catch rainwater to drink. It's far better than seawater. Another chimed in. I'm not even getting a drop of rain over here. Then trade me for supplies. Trade supplies for rainwater? Why would I do that? If I had supplies, I would trade for pure water instead. But you don't even have any supplies. As I watched the conversation spiral further away from reason, I shook my head, glancing out at the curtain of rain, muttering, I wonder how long this will last. Gradually, I drifted off to sleep, grateful for the warmth of the fireplace. Otherwise, my damp clothes could have led to a cold. Those without tents or wooden shelters would likely fall ill, unless they possessed exceptionally robust health. The next morning, I awoke to find that the rain had ceased. Meanwhile, the public channel was filled with lamentations. I feel awful. I think I'm running a fever. Can anyone help me? Me too. I feel so weak. Am I going to die? I'm so thirsty, so hungry, I feel miserable. I shook my head, choosing not to dwell on their plight. I knew many would succumb to this storm, but I could only hope that my friends remained safe. Stepping outside my wooden cabin, I collected the fish caught by the automated fishing net. 8 fish lay neatly on the shore, a considerable haul for a single night. I immediately gathered them, pondering whether to find a container to keep them alive, as killing them all might lead to spoilage. I realized I needed a recipe to craft a wooden basin. With that thought in mind, I adjusted the target of the automated fishing net to collect supply crates and scanned the horizon for any drifting crates. What was that? I spotted a dark shape on the water, and though its form was vague, it didn't appear to be a supply crate. If only I had a telescope. I remembered that I hadn't checked in yet, so I did so. Check-in successful. Reward, doubling effect. A 10 chance to receive double yields for a day. ISNT, it said that you get what you wish for? I mused, hoping for a telescope, but instead, I received a buff, though I had perhaps wished too much. I was nonetheless satisfied with the reward, albeit the probability was rather low. Every 10 days, I could earn a double bonus. Would I need to wait until I had this doubling effect activated to open supply crates for maximum benefit? I pondered aloud. That is indeed the theory, the system replied. I contemplated for a moment and inquired, has the doubling effect been triggered today? Yes, the first activation has occurred, and all supplies acquired today will yield double rewards. Fantastic. I'll have the automated fishing net bring in crates today. I want double the joy, I declared with excitement, approaching the wooden basin where I had planted apple seeds. I lifted the wooden board that had covered it during the storm. To my astonishment, I discovered 2 tender green saplings had already sprouted. That was remarkably swift, I exclaimed, realizing that the growth of plants in this world could not be measured by the standards of my previous one. If they grew so quickly, I would soon have an abundance of apples. What a wonderful prospect. I quickly fetched some purified water from the purifier to nourish them. While others suffered from a lack of water, I was using grade A purified water to hydrate my young trees. If other survivors learned of this, they would likely be envious enough to turn green with envy, given the rapid growth of vegetation. It stood to reason that I would soon be able to harvest chili peppers as well. I swiftly tossed yesterday's soil into the side basin. Though it was merely the most ordinary D-grade soil, the chili seeds, strawberry seeds, and lettuce seeds were all common seeds, making them a suitable match. After preparing the soil, I planted the strawberry, chili, and lettuce seeds. Feeling a pang of hunger, I decided to cook the grade A eagle pomfret fish today. This was the first fish I had caught, and letting it sit any longer would risk spoilage. Such a premium ingredient could not be wasted. Once I had finished preparing it, I quickly lit a fire on the grill. In no time, the rich aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Grade A ingredients truly differ from ordinary ones, I mused, recalling how the scent of those regular sea fish paled in comparison. After 2 days of grilling, my skills had improved significantly. This time, the fish was nearly perfect, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, though not burnt in the conventional sense. Each fish weighed nearly 4 pounds, far too much for me to consume alone. After some thought, I decided to send some to Suwon. Grilled eagle pomfret, grade A, 500g for trade. I have grilled too much and cannot finish it. Here, take some, and please help me gather more good items. After sending the message, I reflected and shared my remaining haul in the chat. Knowing Suwon was a fiercely competitive girl, I sensed she might not believe that I simply had excess. Grilled eagle pomfret, grade A, 1500g. It tastes quite splendid. Do give it a try. Having just awakened, Suwon felt that the previous night had been her best rest yet. Despite the torrential rain outside, she found comfort in the tent, which felt like home. Beep. The island monument signaled that someone had sent a message in the private channel. Immediately, Suwon switched to the private channel and widened her eyes at the sight of the offerings from Xiaoyi. Chapter 16. The perfect nourishment. No way. This item is far too precious. Suwon immediately retorted. Having consumed 2 B-grade oranges the previous day, she was acutely aware of the immense benefits of graded food, especially considering this was an ingredient of even higher caliber than the oranges. Enough of the chatter. If I offer it to you, you shall eat it, Xiaoyi replied, his tone commanding. His assertiveness momentarily stunned Suwon. After a year of collaboration, she had never witnessed such a forceful side of him. Yet, this display of strength brought an unusual warmth to her heart. Thank you, Suwon responded. After you've eaten, let's get back to work, Xiaoyi instructed, then focused intently on the grilled fish before him. The meat of the eagle pomfret was exquisitely tender and flavorsome, with minimal bones, making it an unparalleled delight. After indulging in it, Xiaoyi felt he could never crave any other sea fish again. Absolutely delectable, he exclaimed, rubbing his round belly before reclining in a rocking chair. What should I do next? After all, A-grade ingredients are not easily come by, and I've spoiled my palate. It's so hot. Xiaoyi felt as if a flame had ignited within him. He decided to shed his shirt, baring his torso, as there were no others around. This A-grade eagle pomfret is far more potent than A-grade apples, he murmured. Previously, an apple weighed about 200 grams, and he could only consume one at a time, however. This time he had devoured 1,500 grams of fish, equivalent to the consumption of 7 apples in one sitting. Certainly a different experience. On the other side, Suwon had just taken a bite of the fish, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Prior to arriving in this realm, she had ascended to the position of department manager, participating in numerous social gatherings and sampling various delicacies. Yet, she vowed that this fish surpassed all the exquisite dishes she had ever tasted. After finishing the grilled fish, Suwon even licked her fingers, savoring the lingering aroma of the eagle pomfret. Delicious. Alas, I owe another favor now. It seems I will never be able to repay this debt. I must strive to gather more resource boxes. Suwon felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through her. Picking up a nearby fishing net and making her way towards the island's edge. It feels as though I've consumed a nourishing elixir. Xiaoyi could no longer remain still. Wandering about the island's periphery, bare-chested. Wait, what is that? A ship? The indistinct black dot he had previously observed now bore discernible outlines. Upon seeing the ship, Xiaoyi first felt a rush of excitement, quickly followed by concern. The joy of spotting a vessel suggested the potential for human contact. Although he occasionally conversed with Suwon, communicating on the island's stone tablet was entirely different from a face-to-face encounter. Alone on this vast island, he often felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. However, his apprehension stemmed from the realization that this world lacked the laws and moral constraints of his former existence, allowing the darker aspects of humanity to flourish unchecked. With this thought, Xiaoyi retrieved the crafted crossbow, placing it at his side. Squinting as he gazed at the distant ship, since Liu had relocated the stone tablet onto the ship, he had thrived, managing to collect 8 resource boxes and finally alleviating his hunger, though he was still short on fresh water. Fortunately, he had gathered some rainwater during yesterday's downpour. If he couldn't procure purified water, he would have to make do with that. Thankfully, the torrential rain had not been accompanied by strong winds. Otherwise, he would have been uncertain whether his small boat could weather the storm. Just as he finished clearing the accumulated water from the boat's cabin, Liu spotted another resource box not far away. He quickly rowed towards it. Standing at the shore, Xiaoyi suddenly noticed the small black dot moving horizontally. It seems they haven't noticed me, he thought to himself. After several enhancements from A-grade food, his vision had improved, while the other party likely had not undergone such fortification, thus failing to spot him. Observing that the ship was moving away from his island, Xiaoyi's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. Nevertheless, as long as they lingered nearby, they would eventually discover his island. Given the prosperity of his dwelling, they would undoubtedly be drawn by greed. It appeared that preparations were in order. Xiaoyi pondered. The greatest concern now is the uncertainty of their arrival. What if they come while I am asleep? That would lead to an untimely demise. If only I had a dog. At least it could serve as a warning. He mused, then sought to fashion a noise-making trap from available materials. Meanwhile, Liu had reached the vicinity of the resource box, cautiously observing beneath it. His experience from retrieving 8 resource boxes told him that each one was typically accompanied by marine creatures, varying in size but all capable of attacking his small boat. Only by driving these creatures away could he hope to access the resource box. What is that large shadow? Liu wondered, scrutinizing it closely. Could it be a shark? Hesitation gripped him. Sharks were notoriously aggressive. However, he soon steeled himself, resolving that fortune favors the bold. Let's do this, he declared, brandishing his harpoon and carefully maneuvering his small boat closer to the resource box. Yet, the shark's awareness was acute, and it swiftly recognized the presence of a human. Promptly swimming toward the small vessel. Just what I was waiting for. Liu gripped the harpoon tightly, calculating the distance, and with a swift motion, plunged it into the water. Got it. Liu's eyes lit up. He knew sharks possessed considerable strength and clung tightly to the harpoon. However, the shark was not one to succumb quietly. The sharp pain in its back incited fury, and it lunged toward the side of the boat. Boom. Crack. The shark's force, combined with its bite, breached the side of the boat. Alarmed, Liu attempted to withdraw the harpoon, only to find it ensnared in the shark's skeleton. He swiftly relinquished it and drew another harpoon, aiming for the shark's eyes once more. In a moment of desperation, Liu struck true again, causing the shark to panic and retreat, thrashing violently as it swam away. In the chaos, he lost grip of the harpoon, which the shark carried with it into the depths. Though Liu longed to keep the shark, the damage to his vessel left him no choice but to abandon the pursuit of the injured creature. The stone tablet in the boat emitted a red light. Warning, hull damaged. Please gather materials for repairs promptly. Failure to do so will result in sinking in approximately 10 minutes. The word sinking sent Liu into a frenzy as he scanned the resources in his cabin, discovering only 5 units of wood, while 3 units were required to craft a single plank. He had merely 2 metal scraps. Wait, the trading hall. Liu immediately switched to the trading interface and posted a trade request, 2 foundation for 2 planks, 3 metal scraps. Note, urgent need. Those with resources, please respond quickly. Will be removed in 10 minutes. Chapter 17, Double Status, Double Joy Author, upon noticing a distant boat changing its course. Xiaoyi immediately returned to the wooden cabin and approached the island monument. He intended to leave a message for Su Wan. Take heed, I have spotted a boat, likely carrying humans. Remember, do not allow anyone to set foot on your island. Stay vigilant. After concluding his message, Xiaoyi switched to the trading hall to check on the status of his previous transactions. To his delight, he found that he had acquired 5 additional cornerstone units. As he withdrew the 5 cornerstones from the trading hall, a notification chimed. Ding. Triggered double harvest. Material acquired. Cornerstone X10. Wow, this too can be doubled? Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, followed by immense joy. Not everyone could relish such double happiness. He also received 20 units of metal sheets and 3 units of fabric, which he promptly collected. Ding. Triggered double harvest. Material acquired. Metal sheets X40. Fabric X6. Exhilarated, Xiaoyi continued browsing the trading hall for items he might need. Suddenly, he spotted a trading notice. Cornerstone, X2 for trade, wood plank, X2, metal sheets, X3. Note, urgent need, those with materials, act quickly, will be taken down in 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi placed 2 units of wood planks and 3 units of metal sheets up for trade, and the transaction was completed instantly. Ding. Triggered double harvest. Material acquired. Cornerstone X4. What a profit. Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Liu, who was at sea, rejoiced upon witnessing the successful transaction. Time to repair. The newly acquired materials vanished in an instant, and the ship's damaged planks, previously attacked by a shark, were restored to their former condition. With the island monument in place and sufficient materials collected, there was no need to return to land for repairs. Haha, with this feature, I need not worry about attacks any longer. Liu laughed heartily. After opening the resource boxes, Liu resumed his journey on the small boat. Without a compass, he merely chose a random direction and continued rowing forward. With the double status activated, Xiaoyi was determined to maximize its potential. However, after scanning the trading hall, he found a scarcity of materials, likely due to many individuals not yet acquiring significant resources. Most trades were merely attempts to barter for water and food. He reluctantly exchanged a bit of purified water for some metal sheets, fabric, and plastic. Basic resources, of course, yielding a double return. Xiaoyi glanced at his inventory. Metal sheets X51, fabric X10, wood planks X7, plastic X20. This must be the peak of my resources, he mused. Observing the pile beside him, he could now craft a single bed, So he promptly switched to the crafting page and clicked to manufacture. Single wooden bed blueprint. Wood planks X4, metal sheets X6, fabric X4. As the required materials vanished, a single wooden bed materialized within the crafting space of the island monument. Xiaoyi tidied up the wooden cabin and placed the bed on one side. Single wooden bed. Resting upon it will alleviate your fatigue more effectively. At this point, the wooden cabin was nearing maximum capacity, furnished with a fireplace, a water purifier, a wooden bed, and a rocking chair. It seems I must construct a larger house. Xiaoyi pondered aloud. Having recently acquired a considerable number of cornerstones, the area of his island had expanded to 37 square meters, with his modest wooden cabin centrally positioned, leaving the surrounding spaces conspicuously vacant. Upon reviewing the construction interface of the island monument, he noted that while there were many types of houses available, all required blueprints for construction. It appears this will take time, Xiaoyi thought resignedly. In his current situation, accumulating resources was paramount. If a superior house blueprint were to emerge, yet insufficient materials were available for construction, it would indeed be awkward. At that moment, a reply came through from Suwan. I was just observing the flow of the resource boxes. She remarked, did someone truly construct a boat? Xiaoyi nodded in affirmation. Although I couldn't see it clearly, it was undoubtedly a boat, and there were people controlling it. If it is indeed possible to row away from the island, this world may become even more perilous. Suwan quickly grasped the dangers involved. So, do ensure no one steps foot on your island. Xiaoyi reiterated. Understood. Suwan replied. By the way, the trees I cut down yesterday have regrown. Just as you mentioned, they were fresh. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. I'll go chop some trees too. Xiaoyi responded before departing from the island monument. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, he discovered a tree had appeared in the northeastern corner near the island's edge, while stones had refreshed in the west. Armed with his toolbox, Xiaoyi effortlessly transformed the tree and stones into resources, triggering the double effect, resulting in all resources being doubled. Materials acquired: wood X40, leaves X60, bark X20, stones X10. The automatic fishing net had already chimed 3 times, indicating 3 new resource boxes had appeared near the island. After relocating the resources from the trees and stones beside his wooden cabin, Xiaoyi began to open the resource boxes. Materials acquired: cornerstone X2, wheat seeds, grade A, X10, soil, grade A, X1. Materials acquired: flowerbed blueprint X1, stones X3, soil X1. Materials acquired: stir-frying pan blueprint X1, metal sheets X2, mineral water 500 milliliters X1. Triggered double effect. Materials acquired doubled. Materials acquired: cornerstone X4, flowerbed blueprint X2, stir-frying pan blueprint X2, mineral water 500 milliliters X2. This double effect is astonishing. Even blueprints can be doubled. Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the 2 blueprints. Flowerbed blueprint, stones X10, stir-frying pan blueprint, metal sheets X6, wood X1. Upon reviewing the materials, he could only construct 1 flowerbed, while he could produce a complete set of stir-frying pans. However, 1 set would suffice for now. With this in mind, Xiaoyi crafted 1 flowerbed and 1 set of pans. As the corresponding materials disappeared, a set of pans appeared in the crafting space of the island monument, accompanied by a prompt. The flowerbed occupies an area of 4 square meters. Please design the flowerbed shape and select a placement location. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow, drawing a simple rectangular shape of 1 by 4 on one side of the wooden cabin. After positioning it, he stepped outside and surveyed the flowerbed made of blue stones. Nodding in satisfaction, flowerbed can protect the soil from desertification. Planting flowers will enhance the beauty of your island. Of course, you may also utilize it as a field. Requires 2 units of soil for filling. Exactly what I needed, Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully upon reading the description of the flowerbed. Chapter 18. The series of humans not as good as chickens. Survivors encounter. For now, the priority remains ensuring basic sustenance. Planting flowers? That can wait. Fortunately, with the double effect activated, otherwise, there would be no soil to fill the flowerbed. In the previous supply crate, there was 1 unit of A-grade soil. Thanks to the double effect, Xiaoyi received 2 units of A-grade soil, just enough to fill the flowerbed. As he deposited the soil into the flowerbed, the previously empty space was instantly filled with earth. It was time to plant the wheat. Xiaoyi sowed all the wheat seeds he had and watered them lightly. Observing the still vast empty flowerbed, he mused, I need to find some A-grade seeds to plant. If I were to sow lower-grade seeds, it would be a waste of all this A-grade soil. While muttering to himself, Xiaoyi entered the wooden cabin, intending to search the trading hall at the island's stone monument. Beep beep. Suwan requested to speak with you. Xiaoyi promptly accepted the call, smiling as he inquired, have you stumbled upon something good again? Suwon nodded excitedly and replied, "Indeed, I have become quite fortunate again." With that, she shared the items she had just acquired in the chat interface. Foundation 4, Stone 6, Metal Sheet 4, Chicken Coop Blueprint, A grade, 1, Bread, 500G. Impressive. Xiaoyi gestured back, saying, "Compared to you, my luck is nothing. My luck is thanks to you." Suwon replied bashfully, "I'll give you the Chicken Coop Blueprint, and we'll split the rest." Just as Xiaoyi was about to respond, he suddenly remembered his double effect status and said, "Suwon, let us trade all the items to me first." Huh? Suwon was momentarily taken aback but quickly initiated the trade in a private channel. Although she was unsure why Xiaoyi made such a request, she complied without hesitation. Xiaoyi confirmed the trade. Acquired items: Foundation 4, Stone 6, Metal Sheet 4, Chicken Coop Blueprint, A grade, 1, Bread 500G. Double effect triggered, items doubled. Acquired items. It worked. Xiaoyi thought excitedly, and then he traded back Foundation 2. Stone 3, Metal Sheet 2, Bread 500G. I'll take the chicken coop, and you can have all the bread. Food ISNT is crucial for me, Xiaoyi stated. Although he was familiar with Suwon, he did not feel close enough to share everything with her. Furthermore, he couldn't explain the double effect. So he opted to remain silent, planning to compensate her in other ways later. Suwon understood that Xiaoyi would not face issues concerning food. So she didn't press further and confirmed the trade without fuss. "I'll continue fishing," Suwon said, as besides supply crates. She wanted to explore the possibility of catching fish that Xiaoyi had mentioned. "All right," Xiaoyi replied, then ended the call, taking out the bread he had just received. While enjoying the bread, he began examining the Chicken Coop Blueprint. Chicken Coop Blueprint, A grade, requires wooden planks 4, metal sheets 6, leaves 10. Materials are complete. Let us manufacture it directly. Xiaoyi promptly clicked to craft. Please select a placement location. Xiaoyi glanced at the overall layout of the island and decided to place the chicken coop behind the cabin. It occupied a space of 2 by 2 meters. After positioning the chicken coop, Xiaoyi stepped outside to admire a charming 2-story small house, complete with a little yard enclosed by wooden planks. "This chicken coop is even better than my wooden cabin. At least it has a yard," Xiaoyi muttered, then turned to examine the information provided by the system. Chicken coop, A grade, an excellent structure for raising chickens, with a 100 hatching rate for fertilized eggs, an 80 increase in egg and meat production, an 80 enhancement in hatching and growth speed, and a maximum capacity of 80 chickens. Just yesterday, he was worried about the eggs not hatching. And now he has not one, but 2 chicken coops. Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully, quickly crafting the other one to place them side by side. He then transferred the 2 eggs from beside the fireplace into the coop, eagerly awaiting their hatching. With production and speed boosts, it won't be long before he has a flock of chicks, Xiaoyi mused. Meanwhile, on the sea, Liu, who had just discovered another supply crate, suddenly spotted a small island in the distance. "Have I finally found other islands?" Liu licked his lips, saying, "I opened 3 supply crates before and didn't find a single bottle of mineral water. Now that I see an island, perhaps there are people on it. If there are people, there might be water." With this thought, Liu decided to attack the octopus near the supply crate. Although he successfully injured it, he regrettably watched it escape. Upon opening the supply crate, he still found no mineral water, only metal sheets and wood, which were still useful to him. After collecting the supplies, Liu placed the crate at the bow of his boat and leisurely paddled toward the small island. It doesn't seem small. It must have captured some supply crates, which increases the chances of finding water. Liu licked his somewhat dry lips again. As he approached within 50 meters of the island, Liu finally discerned the situation on the island. At least 6 empty supply crates were visible. Although he didn't see anyone, he could hear noises from the other side. Wonderful, Liu thought joyfully. Since there are people on the other side, I can avoid a direct landing. He discarded the supply crate he had used for camouflage at the bow and paddled vigorously toward the island. In just 2 minutes, Liu reached the shore, tied his small boat to a rock, and brandishing his axe, stealthily moved toward the other side. "I'm so hungry. Let us try again." A woman's voice floated from the other side. Upon hearing her voice, Liu's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. A disheveled woman was struggling to cast a net, attempting to retrieve the supply crate. Suddenly, the cold blade of the axe pressed against her neck. "Don't move," Liu sneered. "Please don't kill me." The woman trembled in reply, "I can do anything." "Oh, are you sure you can do anything?" Liu raised an eyebrow and asked. Sensing the implication in Liu's tone, the woman responded flirtatiously, "Of course, as long as you want." If she dressed up a bit, she could certainly be considered beautiful. Liu assessed in his mind. "Since you've made such a request, I won't hold back." Liu laughed heartily. Soon, a series of unseemly sounds echoed from the area surrounded by the supply crates. 10 minutes later, the The woman glumly adjusted her clothing, while Liu, satisfied, remarked, "If you follow me from now on, you'll never go hungry." "Thank you, Liu." The woman replied with a forced smile. "By the way, do you have any water?" Liu inquired. "Aren't you the one who said you wouldn't go hungry?" The woman paused, confused. "Yes, there's plenty of food, but whether we can find water is uncertain," Liu responded. Chapter 19. Partnership. The woman, displaying a look of exasperation, retrieved the bottled water she had previously opened. Upon seeing the bottle, Liu snatched it from her grasp, twisted off the cap, and drank it down in one go. "Hey, leave some for me," the woman began, but before she could finish her sentence, Liu had already drained the bottle. With a burp, he exclaimed, "Refreshing. You may feel refreshed, but I certainly do not." The woman muttered to herself. "What is your name?" Liu inquired. "By Lian," she replied. "Well, from now on, you belong to me. Forget about this island. Come with me," Liu declared with an air of authority. Bai Lian paused for a moment and asked, "If we abandon the island, where will we live?" "On the boat," Liu responded. "This will make it much easier to gather supply crates." "You have a boat?" Bai Lian exclaimed in surprise. "That is wonderful. I will be relying on you from now on." "Of course," Liu said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Bai Lian began transferring all her supplies onto the small boat, and at that moment, the island monument emitted a notification. "You have boarded the wooden boat. Do you wish to transfer the island monument to the wooden boat?" Bai Lian pointed at the notification and asked Liu, "What does this mean?" "It means quite literally that we can utilize the island monument for tasks even while on the boat," Liu explained. Bai Lian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "In that case, we must transfer it. Note, once the transfer is completed, it cannot be performed again for 1 year." "I understand. Proceed with the transfer," Bai Lian replied. As the transfer commenced, a failure notification sounded. "Transfer failed. It has been detected that there is already 1 island monument on the wooden boat. 2 island monuments cannot coexist on the same wooden boat." "What now?" Bai Lian was taken aback, and so was Liu. "You can either downgrade the island monument to a subordinate monument and keep it on this island, or dismantle the monument to obtain foundation stones, which can then be used to join other monument factions. Note, once the island monument is dismantled, it will cease to exist." Seeing this notification, Bai Lian looked back at Liu, her desire clearly leaning towards preservation. However, Liu countered, "We will inevitably drift across the seas. Keeping this island monument serves no purpose. Let it go." Bai Lian hesitated, but Liu, taking matters into his own hands, wielded his axe and struck the island monument with the blunt side. With a resounding crash, the seemingly sturdy monument shattered. Simultaneously, Liu received a notification, "You have shattered an island monument. You have gained foundation stones, 12. Being a woman, Bai Lian was powerless to prevent Liu's actions and could only sigh inwardly. Such an abundance of foundation stones? Quite decent. I should be able to exchange them for something valuable, Liu mused. As he contemplated, he noticed the island beneath his feet slowly sinking. He quickly grabbed Bai Lian and leaped onto the small boat, untethering it from the stone. Could shattering the island monument lead to the island's submersion? Liu pondered, recalling that when he had transferred the monument before, his little island had not sunk. Watching her island gradually disappear into the depths of the ocean, Bai Lian felt a pang of sorrow. "Let us go. Things will only get better from here," Liu encouraged, as he randomly chose a direction and began rowing the small boat away. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi, having secured the 2 eggs, checked on his plants. The 2 apple trees had grown to a height of 30 centimeters. After some consideration, he decided to transplant one into the flower bed, as it was still relatively empty. With both apple trees growing larger, a single wooden pot would soon feel cramped. Having recently traded for stones, he could build another flower bed, and he placed it east of the wooden house in a linear fashion. The current layout of Xiaoyi's island consisted of a wooden house in the center, flanked by 2 oversized wooden pots in front, and 2 linear flower beds on either side, with 2 chicken coops behind. Notably, the flower bed on the east side lacked soil, and only 1 chicken coop was hatching chicks while the other remained vacant. After finishing the bread in hand, he took a bottle of A-grade purified water and drank it all in one gulp, then poured some to water the apple trees. "Today, I have a frying pan. I shall prepare fish soup for dinner," Xiaoyi decided, proceeding to process an A-grade eagle pomfret. He discarded the entrails and blood into the flush toilet. Unsure where it was sent, but at least he wouldn't attract sharks or other sea creatures. After rinsing his hands, he retrieved the frying pan from the Monument-S crafting space. So complete? Xiaoyi marveled at the frying pan, spatula, ladle, and skimmer. Initially, he thought the frying set only included the frying pan and spatula. He was pleasantly surprised to find a ladle as well. He dug a shallow pit in the ground and placed 3 stones around it, igniting a piece of wood. He tossed it into the pit and set the frying pan on top, filling it with purified water. Finally, he threw in the cleaned eagle pomfret. Beep, beep, beep. The fully automated fishing net emitted a notification. Xiaoyi approached and opened the retrieved supply crate, revealing the contents. Materials, soil, S-grade, 1. Double harvest triggered, yield doubled. Materials, soil, S-grade, 2. The crate contained only this one material. An S-grade soil? Xiaoyi exclaimed in delight, but soon his joy turned to concern. His best seeds were A-grade. Planting them in S-grade soil felt wasteful. Yet, acquiring S-grade seeds was no simple feat. Xiaoyi had begun to grasp the rules of this world. The higher the material's grade, the more challenging it was to obtain. Despite fishing up numerous supply crates, A-grade materials were scarce, let alone those who had caught even fewer crates. He had yet to find any S-grade materials in the crates. All he possessed were those obtained through sign-in rewards. Today was the first time he had encountered S-grade soil. I'll toss the soil into the flower bed for now and seek S-grade seeds later, Xiaoyi resolved, promptly filling the empty flower bed. He also dismantled the empty supply crate into 6 wooden planks, then sat down in front of the frying pan where the fish soup was simmering. The enticing aroma of the fish wafted through the air. Lifting the lid, Xiaoyi stirred the fish with the ladle, observing the creamy fish soup and thinking, while it smells delightful, it feels like something is missing. Sigh, when will I be able to acquire salt? Although seawater contains salt, he lacked the knowledge to produce sea salt. He wondered if the wilderness survival experts could directly use seawater to create salt. Perhaps he should inquire at the trading hall? Chapter 20. Ice blocks and the manufacturing warehouse. Upon contemplating this, Xiaoyi promptly listed a common sea fish in the trading hall. Sea fish trade salt. Note, for specific trading ratios, please contact privately. The moment this trade was posted, it ignited fervent discussions in the public channel. Yet another expert is exchanging food for some peculiar items. What do they mean by peculiar items? Salt is the most fundamental seasoning, is it not? Indeed. While we are still striving for basic sustenance, have the elites already begun to pursue flavor? In the world of the elite, one can never predict their whims. It feels as though fewer people are chatting today. Naturally, those who were engrossed in conversation at first squandered much time, making it arduous to secure adequate resources to sustain their lives. Moreover, last night's torrential rain is likely to eliminate another batch of those with weaker constitutions. Some began to analyze the situation. The downpour isn't entirely detrimental. It has granted a glimmer of hope to those on the brink of dehydration, provided, of course, that their health is robust. Indeed, having spent so long in an office, there were few opportunities for exercise. Now, in such a desolate place, those opportunities are even scarcer. Xiaoyi observed the chatter in the public channel and noted that no one had mentioned anything about graded food. Could it be that no one has ever acquired graded food, or did those who have simply choose to remain silent? Other tools and structures have levels, which is common knowledge. However, the fact that consuming graded food can enhance one's physical constitution is likely still unknown to the majority. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyi mused, I cannot be the only one to have acquired graded food. At the very least, Suwon has certainly obtained a B-grade orange. Thus, it must be the latter. Quietly amassing wealth is the prevailing strategy for survival. The trade remained listed for quite some time without any response, leaving Xiaoyi somewhat disheartened. Perhaps the salt produced by the wilderness survival experts is merely sufficient for their own consumption. Since no one is interested in trading, it is best to withdraw the offer. After rescinding the trade, Xiaoyi stepped out of the wooden cabin, continuing to monitor the fish soup he was simmering. He gently scooped out a taste with a spoon. It was incredibly delicious, though slightly lacking in saltiness. Having eaten grilled fish for days, a change in preparation was most welcome, despite the absence of other seasonings or accompaniments. The pure fish soup was delightful to him. After satisfying his hunger, he had some left over and crafted a bowl using the island monument. Bowl required materials, metal sheets, too. Such basic crafting does not require a blueprint. He retrieved the bowl from the island monument's manufacturing space, filled it with fish soup and some fish meat, and then traded it to Suwon. Try the freshly made fish soup. There was no immediate response from Suwon, likely because she was busy gathering resource boxes. Xiaoyi rose and exited the wooden cabin, ready to check the 2 resource boxes that the fully automated fishing net had caught. Acquired resources, foundation stones 2, ice blocks 5, metal sheets 3, roasted chicken 500g. Acquired resources, wood 8. Triggering double harvest, acquired resources, foundation stones 4. One resource box contained nothing but wood, which was less than he could obtain from chopping down a single tree, Xiaoyi muttered. However, the thrill of opening resource boxes lies precisely in the unpredictability of what one might uncover next. Among the newly acquired resources was something he had never seen before, ice blocks. Although the days here were quite warm, it had not yet reached the point where ice would be necessary for cooling. Contemplating the ice blocks, he thought they might not be needed now. yet they would soon melt away. The system did not disappoint him, as a prompt appeared. Ice block, an excellent material for cooling and heat prevention. Can be used to create refrigeration and freezing units. Begins to melt slowly after 2 hours. Upon reading this prompt, Xiaoyi mused. It seems I can only watch them melt away. Ding ding. The island monument notified him of an incoming call request. Xiaoyi went over and answered the call. Thank you for the fish soup. It is truly delightful, Suwon remarked. You're welcome. You must have found another resource box with this call, right? Xiaoyi directly got to the point. Suwon nodded and replied, indeed. She then promptly displayed the acquired resources in the chat interface. Foundation stones, 4, warehouse blueprint, A grade, 1, metal sheets, 4. Xiaoyi nodded and said, trade all of those to me first. When in a double harvest state, one must make the most of it. All right. Suwon immediately traded all 3 items to him. Triggering double harvest, acquired resources, foundation stones 8, warehouse blueprint, A grade, 2, metal sheets 8. Xiaoyi then traded back 2 foundation stones and 2 units of metal sheets. The warehouse blueprint was naturally retained, as this had become an unspoken rule between them. After completing the transaction, Xiaoyi examined the warehouse blueprint. Warehouse blueprint, A grade requires wood planks 20, brick blocks 10, metal sheets 20, ice blocks 5. What a coincidence. Xiaoyi was astonished to find that the blueprint required ice blocks, but he was still 1 brick short. With this in mind, he swiftly switched to the trading hall and listed 20 milliliters of mineral water, seeking to purchase 1 brick. Mineral water, 20 milliliters trade, brick block, 1. Note, urgent. Only listed for 1 hour. If not for the urgency, he could have set it at 10 milliliters, but with the ice blocks melting quickly, Xiaoyi could not afford to wait. Thus, he doubled the offer in hopes of a swift transaction. As expected, raising the stakes led to a quick trade. Acquired resources, brick block 1. Triggering double harvest, acquired resources, brick block 2. With the double harvest state activated, even though Xiaoyi increased his costs, the yields remained consistent with previous outcomes. Once he had gathered the necessary brick blocks, Xiaoyi immediately manufactured the warehouse, watching as the materials vanished and a warehouse materialized in the manufacturing space. He chose to place the warehouse directly in front of his house for convenient access to resources. Once positioned, Xiaoyi gazed at the warehouse. Warehouse, A grade capable of better storing food and materials. It maintains quality for an extended period, prolonging the shelf life by 80 under normal conditions. This warehouse features 2 levels. The upper level is a temperature-controlled storage area with a capacity of 8 cubic meters, while the lower level serves as a refrigeration unit, also with a capacity of 8 cubic meters, requiring ice blocks to function effectively. Each ice block retains its efficacy for a month. Current ice block count, 5. Seeing this, Xiaoyi immediately tossed the remaining 5 ice blocks inside, for now. His resources were insufficient to create another warehouse, so he could only sustain this one. 10 ice blocks could last for 10 months, perhaps by then he would no longer require such a warehouse. Xiaoyi placed all the sea fish into the refrigeration unit and lacking a freezing unit. He had to make do with the refrigeration for now, while other food items were stored in the temperature-controlled area. After organizing everything, Xiaoyi noticed that Suwon had left him a message. Xiaoyi, could you lend me some purified water? Chapter 21, The Manufacturing Blueprint for a Medium Sailboat. And the baby, upon seeing this message, Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Suwon should have managed to collect a few bottles of water. So how could they have run out so quickly? Sensing Xiaoyi's confusion, Suwon shyly explained, I have some special circumstances here, which have led to a higher consumption than usual. But rest assured, as soon as I manage to find some mineral water, I will repay you immediately. Upon hearing Suwon's explanation, Xiaoyi quickly understood and replied, it's fine, I have this. With that, he shared the image of his A-grade water purifier in the chat interface, adding, although the purification speed isn't particularly fast, it's more than sufficient for drinking. Suwon gazed at the water purifier that Xiaoyi had posted, her eyes widening in surprise. Such a thing exists? She asked, astonished. Of course. Otherwise, relying solely on fishing for mineral water would lead to severe dehydration. Xiaoyi chuckled, then searched for 2 empty mineral water bottles. After a moment's thought, he said, wait a moment. Xiaoyi collected some water and stepped outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned with 2 bottles filled with pure water and initiated the trade. Drink up, and just keep the good stuff for me in the future, he said, adding, don't push yourself too hard these next few days. Gather what you can, but make sure to rest. Looking at the A-grade purified water in the chat interface, Suwon couldn't help but sigh internally. I truly cannot repay this kindness. Yet, given the unusual circumstances of these few days, her thirst had been particularly severe. Thank you, Suwon replied, consenting to the trade. Upon receiving the 2 bottles of pure water, she discovered they were still warm. Now she understood why Xiaoyi had asked her to wait. He must have boiled the water for himself and allowed it to cool slightly before filling the bottles. Clearly, Xiaoyi had grasped the reason for her predicament over the past few days. Holding the 2 bottles of warm, purified water, Su-wan was overwhelmed with gratitude. Drink the water and rest well. Xiaoyi even imagined why Su-wan had only managed to collect 2 supply boxes today, while she typically found 3 or 4. Of course, this was merely Xiaoyi's speculation. Supply boxes refreshed randomly. If they happened to appear close to the island, she would be able to collect them. However, if they appeared far away, she could only hope for their drifting direction. If they floated closer, there was still a chance. If they drifted away, she could only watch them depart. Not everyone possessed Xiaoyi's fully automated fishing net with a retrieval radius of 320 meters, which ensured that anything spotted could be collected. Su-wan nodded, reluctantly ending the call, and opened a bottle to drink. Moments later, she was taken aback. The stomach pain that had been troubling her had lessened significantly. It must be the effect of this A-grade purified water. Su-wan quickly realized what had alleviated her discomfort. How can I repay such kindness? She wondered, cradling the remaining purified water as she slowly drifted into dreams, a faint smile gracing her lips. After ending the call, Xiaoyi rose to set up some rudimentary traps around the wooden cabin that would make noise if disturbed. The sight of the ship he had seen earlier that morning left him unable to relax and sleep peacefully. Although he had set traps, Xiaoyi was still wary and kept the crossbow close by, with a newly crafted spear within arm's reach. With only a few hours left in the double status, he pondered checking the trading hall for any worthwhile items. Switching his interface to the trading hall, Xiaoyi was immediately greeted by a top transaction. Medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint, C grade. 1 trading for fever reducers, note. Any item that can reduce fever is acceptable, private messages welcome, urgently needed. Bread, 500G, wood 10. Metal sheet, 6. Note. This is all I have, are you trading? Bottled water, 250 milliliters, stone, 10, plastic, 3, hemp cloth, 6. Note. Is this enough for a trade? Coke, 200 milliliters, wood plank, 6, glass, 5. Note. Please trade with me. This delightful beverage is quite rare. Foundation stone, 16. Note. I can exchange foundation stones, and if needed, I can add more items. Beneath this transaction, many individuals offered various items, yet none were the fever-reducing items that the traders sought. Observing the person willing to exchange 16 foundation stones for the blueprint, Xiaoyi silently mused. Doesn't this individual realize the importance of using foundation stones to expand their island? Once the week concludes, everyone will understand the significance of foundation stones. The public chat interface buzzed with discussions on the matter. Well, this person managed to fish out a medium sailboat blueprint. Indeed, but even great players can fall ill from the rain. True, this dreadful place offers no fever reducers. What is the most agonizing experience? To acquire a high-grade manufacturing blueprint, but find oneself incapable of crafting it, left only to barter it for medicine. This medium sailboat must require a substantial amount of materials. I doubt anyone has enough resources to construct such a thing right now. This was Xiaoyi's first encounter with a ship manufacturing blueprint, as it was crucial for his future endeavors to seek safety. He ardently wished to acquire this blueprint. However, he had no fever reducers or items that could alleviate fever symptoms. Would ice cubes count? Xiaoyi pondered, then messaged the individual privately. I have ice cubes. Would that suffice? That won't work. My child is still young. Came the reply. Child. Xiaoyi was completely stunned. Had even young children traversed into this world? Yes. My child is only 1.5 years old. The other person continued. Do you have anything else that could help with my baby's fever? Xiaoyi shook his head and replied. I have nothing else. Meanwhile, on an island, a burly man stared intensely at the island monument. Moments later, he nearly erupted in despair. Why is this happening? The man looked down at the wailing infant in his arms, utterly at a loss for what to do. Before arriving in this world, the man had been a mercenary. Whether it was killing or surviving in harsh conditions, he had faced no challenges. Yet, when confronted with a baby in his arms, he felt completely helpless. Perhaps this was the baby's fate, to arrive in this world without its mother, only to be assigned to a father. In recent days, whether utilizing a fishing net or swimming to collect supply boxes, the man had gathered some food and water. However, he never anticipated that his child would suddenly develop a fever after the torrential rain yesterday. He was certain that despite the heavy downpour, the child had not been exposed to a single drop. He had fully covered the baby with an empty supply box. Xiaoyi contemplated before the island monument for a moment, then replied, However, I do have something that you could try for your child, though I can't guarantee its effectiveness. Chapter 22. The marvelous uses of grade A purified water. Upon seeing Xiaoyi's response, the The man immediately replied, "What is it? Give it to me. As long as it can help my child reduce his fever, I will serve you loyally in the future, and all the resources I acquire will be at your disposal. Calm down. We are still uncertain about its efficacy, and I do not require your servitude. I only want the manufacturing blueprint," Xiaoyi stated. "Absolutely no problem." The man responded eagerly. Xiaoyi contemplated for a moment and initiated a transaction in the chat interface. Purified water, grade A, 20 milliliters for trade. "Let us first see if it works. If it does, we can proceed with further transactions," he added. The man was taken aback upon receiving Xiaoyi's offer and inquired, "Does water really have grades?" "Certainly, but this matter should not be publicized just yet. Grade-specific food and water can enhance a person's constitution. And this applies to infants as well," Xiaoyi replied. "Since we lack antipyretics, we must bolster the child's constitution and see if he can endure this." Having explained his perspective, the man, with no other options left, decided to give it a try. The child had been burning with fever for half the day. It could not continue any longer. He promptly agreed to the transaction and carefully administered the 20 milliliters of grade A purified water to the child. Merely 3 minutes later, the man excitedly messaged Xiaoyi, "It really works." The child, who had been somewhat dazed from the fever, suddenly regained consciousness. Although his forehead remained warm, his condition improved remarkably, and he even began to babble happily at his father. "Since it is effective, let us commence the trade," Xiaoyi declared. The man swiftly removed the previous transaction from the trading hall and sent the manufacturing blueprint in a private message. "Medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint, grade C, 1 for trade." Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the man's trust in him, yet he did not hesitate to confirm the transaction. "Acquired materials, medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint, grade C, 1. Triggered double rewards, acquired materials, medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint, grade C, 2. Success." Xiaoyi murmured with delight. "Hello. I truly appreciate your help. May I add you as a friend? I might need to purchase more grade A purified water from you in the future," the man inquired. Surviving with a child to this point and possessing a medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint indicated that the man was undoubtedly competent. Moreover, his character seemed commendable. Xiaoyi nodded and replied, "Of course. Wonderful, thank you. Zhang Yuntian requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" "Accept." Xiaoyi chose to agree, thus adding another individual to his friends list. "Hello, Xiaoyi. I would like to purchase some grade A purified water from you. I understand this water is quite precious, but I hope you can sell me some," Zhang Yuntian stated. After considering, Xiaoyi sent over 200 milliliters of purified water. The previous amount was merely a trial. This 200 milliliters corresponds to the transaction for your medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint. If you require more in the future, it will need to be exchanged for other resources. Should you acquire any special items, we can negotiate a trade," Xiaoyi replied. "Thank you," Zhang Yuntian responded, after which there was no further communication. At that moment, in the public channel, others began to speculate after noticing the medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint had been removed from the market. What is happening? Has someone discovered antipyretics? That seems unlikely. Judging by the current available resource boxes, the chances of obtaining antipyretics are almost non-existent. Uft, as if you have any idea what can be obtained. What a show-off. I suspect it's not antipyretics, but rather some other item that can reduce fever. Indeed, I concur with the previous statement. I am eager to know what substance possesses such miraculous effects. Xiaoyi, however, had no time to engage in the public channel's discussions. He was focused on the manufacturing blueprint. Medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint. Grade C wooden planks 200, metal sheets 200, wood 10, hemp cloth 50. With such a vast quantity of materials, it was likely that no one could construct it. Xiaoyi couldn't help but complain, considering he was among the more resource-rich individuals. It was astonishing that even with this medium sailing ship manufacturing blueprint, he could not build the ship. Meanwhile, as Xiaoyi expressed his grievances, Liu was furiously cursing on the wooden boat. "Damn it, I offered 16 foundation stones for trade, and he wouldn't accept. What is wrong with him? May he fall ill," Liu exclaimed vehemently. Beside him, Bai Lian remarked, "Calm down. After all, the blueprint is in someone else's possession. If he doesn't want to sell, we are powerless. If we could acquire that manufacturing blueprint, we would have a large ship and wouldn't have to toil so hard rowing," Liu lamented. "Missing this blueprint means we may have to wait an eternity for another. Manufacturing blueprints are exceedingly rare, and after searching for so long, he had only encountered one, this wooden ship manufacturing blueprint. All others were basic resources, food, and water." After a bout of furious frustration, Liu finally regained his composure and said, "You keep rowing. I will take a break and continue searching for resource boxes." "But it's already dark," Bai Lian frowned. "Even in darkness, we must row. If we don't, how will we eat or drink? Liu admonished. Reluctantly, Bai Lian took the oars and randomly began to row in a direction. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi swept through the trading hall, gathering some basic resources. Taking advantage of the double reward state, he purchased even at slightly inflated prices. In no time, the basic resources in the trading hall were nearly depleted. What is happening today? I just listed 5 units of metal sheets, and the price has already increased by 20. They were snatched up instantly. Indeed. Mine too. I was trading shark meat. Probably that big shot from earlier is collecting resources. Are they really buying at such high prices? I need to adjust my own prices quickly. As Xiao Yi continued his acquisition, the prices of basic materials began to surge, yet he decided to halt his purchases. Even with the double reward status, he could not afford to be taken advantage of. What is going on? Is that big shot no longer collecting resources? It seems so. What a blunder. If I had known, I would have listed my items sooner. Pfft, it's not a matter of timing. It's your greed that has caused this. Your prices are too high. Although the big shot may need resources, he isn't foolish. He can collect them slowly. No need to finish it all today. True. It seems one should not be overly greedy in the future. Despite the double rewards from these transactions, Xiaoyi still lacked sufficient materials to manufacture the medium sailing ship. Among his resources, only they would reach 3 digits, totaling 121 units, while everything else remained in the double digits, far from the required amounts. Xiaoyi lay back on his wooden bed, grasping a crossbow, and began to close his eyes in contemplation. Chapter 23. Sign-in rewards, prosperity in S-class coconut seeds. Following several recent indulgences in A-class cuisine, Xiaoyi found his physical constitution significantly enhanced, to the point where he felt comparable to well-trained soldiers. Of course, lacking practical combat experience, he would likely falter against them in a real encounter. As Xiaoyi drifted between slumber and wakefulness, the night passed in tranquil silence. With a grand yawn, he rose to behold the dim light of dawn outside. Sighing softly at the thought that perhaps the ship would never arrive. Though he had not enjoyed a restful night, Xiaoyi felt reasonably well, likely a testament to his improved physique. After stretching languidly, he called out, "System, sign in. Sign in successful. You have received a Chinese rural dog." Woof. A yellow dog appeared at Xiaoyi's side, wagging its tail exuberantly. Chinese rural dog, S-class. Do not underestimate this humble canine. Even special forces may not rival its prowess. It comprehends basic commands. With this companion, you can rest easy, for it shall be your most loyal guardian. Astonished at the system's ability to provide living creatures, Xiao Yi marveled at the common dog from his hometown. Truly, the system was formidable. From now on, your name shall be Wangkai, he declared, patting the dog on the head. Woof. Wangkai wagged its tail even more enthusiastically. It seems you quite like this name, Xiao Yi remarked. Wangkai, let us see if we caught any fish last night. Leading Wangkai outside the wooden cabin, the dog dashed straight to the shoreline, retrieving the fish caught by the automatic fishing net. Hey, you've bitten these. How am I supposed to eat them? Xiaoyi exclaimed. Have you had your rabies vaccination? Woof. Wangkai joyfully wagged its tail. Everything provided by the system is entirely beneficial to the host, the system asserted suddenly. Xiaoyi paused, then chuckled. I was merely jesting. Our family dog often helps us catch rabbits, and we eat without hesitation. In mere seconds, Wangkai had laid all 12 fish at Xiaoyi's feet. Well done. Later, I shall grill you a fish. This sea fish is succulent and low in bones, Xiaoyi praised, patting Wangkai. Woof. After inspecting the fish, which were all ordinary varieties, Xiaoyi concluded that higher-grade sea fish were indeed elusive to catch. He reminisced about the stroke of luck that led him to catch an A-class eagle pomfret at the outset. With that thought, he turned to Wangkai, stating, from now on, no more indiscriminate relieving. You must use the toilet. Understand? He even took Wangkai to inspect the toilet area. Woof. Whether it understood or not, Xiaoyi shook his head, amused, and proceeded to prepare 2 of the sea fish for grilling. Why not make fish soup? Too troublesome. It's easier to throw them on the grill, he reasoned. Adjusting the automatic fishing net's target to supply crates, he returned to the grill, content to cook. Not having triggered the double reward state today, Xiaoyi pondered whether it would be wiser to save the supply crates for later. After grilling the fish, he tossed one to Wangkai and kept the other for himself. As he dined, he inspected his crops. In the wooden basin filled with ordinary soil, the lettuce had sprouted, likely ready for harvest in 2 or 3 days, while green shoots of strawberries and peppers were faintly visible. The A-class apple tree was thriving, nearing a meter in height with numerous branches. Similarly, the wheat in the A-class soil had fully grown, a vibrant green that was quite pleasing to the eye. Clearly, the higher-grade soil accelerated plant growth. Moving to the rear of the cabin, the chicken coop remained quiet, with 2 eggs appearing unchanged from the previous day. Yet, Xiaoyi was confident that soon those eggs would hatch into chicks. After fetching some water to nourish the plants, he dragged a rocking chair from the cabin to the doorway and reclined. Wang Kai lay beside him. Beep beep. The automatic fishing net signaled the capture of a supply crate, prompting Wang Kai to leap to its feet, ready to sprint. Not so fast. Just leave it there, Xiao Yi instructed, patting the dog back down. Woof. Wang Kai complied, settling back down. Beep. A notification from the island monument indicated a message from a friend. Entering the cabin, Xiao Yi was surprised to find it was Jiang Yuntian. Thank you immensely for your pure water. My child's fever has subsided, and he is in excellent spirits. Jiang Yuntian expressed joyfully, followed by a trade request. Coconut seeds, S-Class, 2 trade, none. I just acquired these and have no intention of planting them, so I will give them to you as thanks for your assistance yesterday. Jiang Yuntian continued. Staring wide-eyed at the S-Class seeds, Xiao Yi replied, I gladly accept this gift, as compensation. I shall offer you a coconut free of charge once they are grown. Thank you very much. Jiang Yuntian responded. Fortunately, Jiang Yuntian did not attempt to plant the 2 S-Class seeds directly on the island, for without S-Class soil, they could not thrive, and burying them would surely lead to their demise. Confirming the trade, Xiao Yi received the supplies, coconut seeds, S-Class, too. Without the double reward state, Xiao Yi felt something was amiss. Shaking his head, he retrieved the coconut seeds, discovering they were already sprouting tender shoots. In this state, if deprived of soil for too long, they would likely wither away. Thus, he promptly planted the 2 coconut seeds into another flower bed filled with S-Class soil. It seemed that fortune favored many. It was not that no one found high-grade items, but rather that those who did clutched them tightly. By noon, the automatic fishing net had retrieved 5 supply crates, all neatly arranged along the island's edge. Xiao Yi consumed half of the roasted chicken he had opened yesterday, tossing the remainder and the bones to Wang Kai. I shall rest a while, stay here and do not cause mischief. Xiao Yi admonished Wang Kai, then rocked gently in the chair. Drifting into slumber. Having had a restless night, today with Wang Kai by his side was the perfect opportunity to make up for lost sleep. In the distance, a small boat reappeared on the horizon. It was Li Yu and his companion. Brotherly, it seems there is an island ahead. Bai Lian pointed into the distance. Chapter 24. Midnight Return. Grand Sail unexpectedly. After a winding journey, Li Yu and his companion found themselves once again approaching Xiao Yi's island. Upon hearing about the island, Li Yu was instantly filled with excitement, for an island signified the presence of resources, and, importantly, women. As a maritime sovereign, one woman could hardly suffice. He called for a halt. Li Yu stopped Bai Lian from continuing to paddle toward the island, leaning over the side of the boat to observe intently. Such a size? Li Yu was utterly astonished. When he first encountered Bai Lian, her modest 12-square-meter island felt ample. Yet, the island before him appeared to be at least 40 square meters, if not more. How many resource boxes must have been salvaged to expand to this scale? Brotherly, it seems there are even houses up there. Bai Lian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After days of roughing it outdoors, she, not being a fisherman by trade, found it quite uncomfortable to remain on the boat. If they could find an island with a house, she would undoubtedly choose to stay there. Li Yu too caught a glimpse of some low buildings on the island, his heart racing with anticipation. Although he was a fisherman, being confined to a small wooden boat could grow tiresome. A well-developed island was something he wouldn't mind claiming. Bai Lian, let us go. Li Yu pointed in the direction opposite to the island. Huh? Bai Lian was taken aback. Brotherly, isn't the direction wrong? Li Yu shot her a glare and replied, a person capable of such rapid development cannot be ordinary. Can't you think a little? So, we're just going to give up? Bai Lian gazed longingly at the island. Give up? Impossible. What I have set my sights on, I will surely acquire. Li Yu stated coldly. We leave now to avoid drawing attention. We will come back under the cover of night. Li Yu succinctly explained his plan, and Bai Lian, realizing the logic, nodded in understanding and assisted him in rowing the small boat away. At that moment, Xiao Yi was taking a midday nap, with Wang Kai lounging beside the rocking chair, completely unaware of the small boat's passage. Xiao Yi awoke in the evening, stirred by the alert sound of the island monument. Although he had silenced the automatic fishing net notifications, he could not disable the island monument's alerts. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped into the wooden house. Suwon requests to communicate with you. Connect. Upon seeing Xiao Yi appear on the video call, Suwon seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. I couldn't reach you all day. I thought something had happened. I just took a short nap, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. How has your day been? Very well. I've salvaged 2 resource boxes, opened them, and, just like yesterday, shall send everything to you. Suwon inquired. Xiao Yi shook his head. No need. If there is nothing particularly special, keep it all for now. Await my message. Huh? Suwon appeared puzzled, but wisely refrained from pressing further. All right. It's mostly basic supplies, and there is also a 500g loaf of bread. Good, keep it all. Xiaoyi responded. Okay. Suwan, not holding back, added. I saw someone discussing medium-sized sailboats on the public channel. I went to bed early yesterday. Is anyone selling the crafting blueprint? Indeed. It's to help a child with a fever, Xiaoyi replied. What? A child? A child has been sent into this world. Suwan was equally astonished. Xiaoyi nodded. Based on my conjecture, it likely follows an adult randomly. If a child is involved, wouldn't that make things even more difficult? Suwan exclaimed. Her eyes wide. Xiaoyi shrugged. Survival of the fittest, I suppose. How cruel. Suwan remarked with a sigh. Thankfully, I encountered you at the start. Suddenly. As if struck by a thought, Suwan asked, Wait, how come you're so familiar with the situation? Because I purchased a sailboat blueprint. Xiaoyi replied. No wonder. Suwan realized. Since you're fine, I'll see if I can salvage another resource box. Bye. Xiaoyi nodded and ended the call. He glanced at the shore, where 6 resource boxes had already been placed. Then, taking advantage of the setting sun's glow, scanned the sea for additional boxes, but found none. He then adjusted the automatic fishing net program to continue casting without a specific target. As the area of his island expanded, the number of fish he caught also increased. A longer coastline indeed correlated with a richer marine resource. He pushed the unopened resource boxes closer to his wooden house and returned to the island monument to check for valuable items in the trading hall. Having been on the island for 5 days, those who still lived would surely possess some resources. The trading volume in the hall had reached 100,000. Xiaoyi filtered through the trades, discarding those that were empty-handed, and sought after necessary materials, such as wooden planks, metal sheets, and cloth, essential components for crafting a medium-sized sailboat. Upon discovering some reasonably priced items, he decided to exchange them directly for shark meat. Although he now had a warehouse, the shark meat had been stored at room temperature for quite some time, and according to the system's alerts, it would spoil entirely within a day. He needed to make use of it while it was still viable. It must be said, food was undoubtedly a hard currency here. Even the unappetizing shark meat was easily traded for numerous resources. Reviewing the materials required for crafting the sailboat: 200 wooden planks, 200 metal sheets, 10 pieces of wood, and 50 cloth. Currently, he had only 41 wooden planks, far from sufficient, while he was short by 80 metal sheets, though he had enough cloth and wood. Might as well acquire everything at once. Xiaoyi resolved and promptly listed his shark meat in the trading hall. Shark meat, 250G for trade, wood 20. Note, shark meat can only be preserved for 1 day post-purchase, otherwise, it will spoil. If you lack wood, you can chop down trees on the island to obtain 20 units. Shark meat, 250G for trade, metal sheet 4. Note, shark meat can only be preserved for 1 day post-purchase, otherwise, it will spoil. Shark meat, 250G for trade, cloth 2. Note, shark meat can only be preserved for 1 day post-purchase, otherwise, it will spoil. Based on the procurement difficulty of these resources, Xiaoyi listed all of his shark meat. Wooden planks could be synthesized from wood, so acquiring enough wood would resolve the plank shortage effortlessly. As soon as these trades were posted, the public channel erupted in lively discussion. What is happening? Can 20 units of wood be exchanged for half a pound of shark meat? Is this a bloodbath sale? What bloodbath sale? Did you not see the notes attached to the trades? Chapter 25, Leasehold Rights and the Construction of Medium-Sized Sailing Vessels in the Midst of Solitude on an Isolated Island. I have just completed the construction of a luxurious villa. It appears that shark meat is nearing its expiration, which explains the remarkably low price. Is this not a stark reflection of the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished? The high-class households have nearly spoiled their meat, while the starving souls out there are likely to perish in silence. We must collectively oppose such reckless selling practices by the wealthy. Let us unite and refrain from purchasing, allowing their shark meat to rot in their possession. Yes, unless the price drops further, I shall not partake. To my astonishment, a wave of collective resistance against Xiaoyi's shark meat sale surged through the public channel. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyi merely smiled, as the incessant notifications from the system reminded him of the absurdity of this alliance. Transaction successful, acquired resources, wood 20. Transaction successful, acquired resources, metal sheets 4. Transaction successful, acquired resources, linen 2. In a mere 5 minutes, half of Xiaoyi's shark meat was consumed, as he had placed the entire stock in the trading hall for all to see. What nonsense! Such an alliance is foolish. The shark meat is almost sold out. Someone exclaimed in the public channel. What? We must band together. Band together, you say? I opened with a 200G loaf of bread on the first day, and now I am starving. Such cheap meat is a fool's decision not to buy. Is there a benefactor who could lend me an axe? I have no resources and wish to follow your method to chop down trees. Indeed, there is still a tree on the island that has another 20 units of wood. Hurry and chop it down. To those without axes, I have listed my axe in the trading hall for rent. What? The trading hall allows rentals? Xiao Yi was astonished at this revelation and promptly switched to the trading hall, where he indeed found the listing. Axe, half an hour usage rights for trade, metal sheets, 1, or linen, 1, or wood, 3, or purified water, 10 milliliters. Is this even possible? Xiao Yi immediately sought to converse with Su Wan. Upon connection, he inquired, have you checked the trading hall? No, what is the matter? Su Wan replied. Her curiosity piqued as she had already settled down. Clearly, she had yet to see the rental-related trades, and Xiao Yi explained. It turns out that time usage rights for items can also be traded. If you're not using the axe or fishing net, you should list them in the trading hall. Su Wan was momentarily taken aback before promptly accessing the trading hall. Upon seeing the transaction, she thought to herself that the person who first conceived this idea was truly a genius. She had already felled the trees on her island earlier in the day and was now preparing to rest, so she decided to list her axe at the same price. The fishing net was priced slightly higher, as it could be used to catch resource crates, yielding potentially greater rewards. Thus, Su Wan set the rental price for the fishing net as follows. Fishing net, C grade, half an hour usage rights for trade. Foundation stone 1. Or any 2 units of the following basic resources, metal sheets, linen, plastic, glass, bricks. Tools could be lent out for a limited time, disappearing back to the trading hall once the time elapsed. As a result, the trading hall became increasingly vibrant, with numerous tools listed, including axes, fishing nets, hammers, and more. With tools at their disposal, they could gather resources at an accelerated pace. In just 3 minutes, all of Xiao Yi's shark meat was sold out. Who was it that called for a united resistance? I couldn't even get my hands on that shark meat. Yes, perhaps those people had already acted. It was deliberate. Such malevolence. One must be kind. My shark meat. Alas, I am to face hunger once more. Curse this alliance. Xiao Yi paid no heed to the public channel's uproar, for his resources were now ample enough to construct 2 medium-sized sailing vessels. Planks 41, metal sheets 404, wood 2521, linen 132. Gazing at the stockpile of wood, Xiao Yi calculated. 3 units of wood yield 1 unit of plank, thus requiring 1,200 units of wood for 400 planks. There was more than enough. With resources in hand, Xiao Yi wasted no time and immediately began synthesizing planks on the island monument's crafting interface, as wood served as a fundamental resource. He decided to retain some for potential future use, synthesizing only the necessary amount of planks before halting. Planks 400, metal sheets 404, wood 1444, linen 132. That suffices. I may commence manufacturing. Xiao Yi clicked with excitement as the corresponding quantity of materials vanished, and 2 medium-sized sailing vessels materialized within the crafting space of the island monument. Please select a placement location. Note, placing the medium-sized sailing vessels on land may result in damage. No rush, it's pitch black and visibility is poor. I shall place them tomorrow. It is time to rest. Satisfied, Xiao Yi reclined on his wooden bed, while Wang Kai nestled beneath. With Wang Kai present, Xiao Yi was no longer concerned about sneak attacks, for a dog's vigilance surpasses that of humans, especially an S-grade canine. Soon, he drifted into slumber. As the moon hung high, a small boat approached Xiao Yi's island at a leisurely pace, despite Liu and the others exercising utmost caution. The sound of the oars slicing through the water was unmistakably loud. Wang Kai suddenly lifted its head, gazing outside the wooden house, but instead of barking a warning, it leapt onto the bed and began to lick Xiao Yi's face. In his dream, Xiao Yi envisioned Su Wan constructing a ship, navigating through trials to reach his island. Transforming into an Ran, he could not determine whether it was Su Wan or an Ran, but a woman, brimming with excitement, leapt into his arms, bestowing upon him a breath-stealing kiss. Ugh! Xiao Yi felt a dampness on his face. Groggy and hazy, he opened his eyes to find a dog's face before him. What on earth, you wretched dog? Xiao Yi shoved Wang Kai off the bed, scrubbing his face with disdain. Wang Kai wagged its tail excitedly, barking softly towards the outside. Someone is out there. Xiao Yi also heard the unusual noise outside, grabbing his crossbow and gently patting Wang Kai, who immediately fell silent. I thought I heard a dog barking? Bai Lian said uncertainly. Liu perked up his ears, listening intently before whispering, you must be imagining things. There's no dog barking. If there were truly a dog that discovered us, it would be barking up a storm. Bai Lian herself was not entirely convinced, and upon hearing Liu's words, she nodded and continued to paddle the boat slowly. Chapter 26. The night raid fails. Interrogation for information. This is a predicament. Liu gazed at the expansive island, where several unopened supply crates remained, alongside more than one structure. Though diminutive, they were at least houses. Adjacent to the buildings was a small garden, which, despite its size, had already yielded some growth. Liu could not discern what it was, yet he was certain it was edible. It had been so long since he had savored fresh vegetables. The mere thought of greens made his mouth water, swallowing hard. He whispered, "Be quiet. In a moment, you will draw their attention while I launch a surprise attack." "Understood? Rest assured, I excel at acting," Lian replied, confidently patting her ample bosom. Liu felt a surge of heat. "Once we're on the island, I'll take my time with you in the wooden cabin." At that moment, Xiao Yi emerged from the cabin, cautiously peering out at the sea, hidden behind a few supply crates. A small boat approached the island at a sluggish pace, and in the moonlight, Xiao Yi discerned two figures standing at the bow. Could there be accomplices already? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Fortunately, during the sign-in earlier, he had acquired Wang Kai. He gestured for Wang Kai to move to the other side. To his surprise, Wang Kai crouched low and stealthily crawled away, utilizing the crates and flower bed for cover. "Wang Kai, you truly are a clever dog." Xiao Yi sighed inwardly at Wang Kai's actions. The small boat was nearing the shore, but Liu had scoured the area for stones to no avail. He reluctantly tied the boat to the nearest supply crate. How peculiar that there were no stones on this island, he mused. After securing the boat, Liu pulled Bai Lian close and whispered, "Once I reach the house, you must shout out, using any means necessary to attract their attention." Bai Lian gave an okay gesture, and with an axe in one hand and a spear in the other, Liu stealthily made his way to the other side. Soon, Liu's figure vanished behind the house. Bai Lian tugged at her clothing, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she called out, "Is anyone here?" Nearby, Xiao Yi, watching her clumsy performance, felt a pang of embarrassment. "HM? Who's there?" Xiao Yi pretended to awaken, slinging his crossbow over his shoulder as he stepped outside. It was night, so his peculiar movements went unnoticed by Bai Lian, who assumed he was merely stretching after an uncomfortable sleep. As she approached, Bai Lian finally saw Xiao Yi's face. What a handsome young man. Her heart fluttered, but thinking of the lurking Liu and the weapons he bore, she continued her act. "Young man, I accidentally got lost while rowing my boat. May I stay here for the night?" Bai Lian said, adjusting her clothing once more. Xiao Yi scoffed. "Stop tugging at your clothes. You might as well take them off. If you wish, I can arrange that." Bai Lian took 2 steps closer. Liu, hearing Bai Lian's voice, cursed inwardly. "Little hussy, it seems you haven't been satisfied yet." If Bai Lian could hear his thoughts, she would surely retort, "Who can be satisfied in just 10 minutes? Stop right there." Xiao Yi immediately halted Bai Lian's advance. "What is wrong, young man? Am I not beautiful?" Bai Lian posed provocatively. Xiao Yi felt nauseated. At that moment, Liu burst forth from behind Xiao Yi. He noticed the weapon concealed behind him, but could not identify it. Since it was hidden, it was clearly aimed at Bai Lian and not him. As long as he could deal with this individual, it would be a significant gain. It would be even better if Bai Lian survived, but if not, that was also acceptable. Seeing Liu charge forward, Bai Lian further exaggerated her charms. Xiao Yi shook his head. He heard the commotion behind him but chose to ignore it. Liu's axe had already begun its arc, yet Xiao Yi remained oblivious. "It's done." Both Liu and Bai Lian thought in unison. Just then, a shadow sprang from the side. "Ah!" A sharp pain coursed through Liu's wrist. "Crack! My hand!" Liu struggled fiercely, but the shadow clamped down on his hand and refused to relent. "Damn it!" Liu gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he thrust his spear at the shadow. But the shadow was swift, dodging effortlessly, and the spear plunged into the ground of the island. Before Liu could retrieve it, the shadow lunged again, sinking its teeth into his other wrist. "Ah!" Liu's scream grew louder. Bai Lian stood frozen in shock. What was happening? As Wang Kai had already severed the other wrist of the foe, Xiao Yi called out, "Wang Kai, come back." The shadow instantly released Liu and dashed toward Xiao Yi. Is this really a dog? Bai Lian trembled in fear. She had always been terrified of dogs after being bitten in her childhood. Moreover, a dog that could bite through a grown man's wrist, who wouldn't be terrified? Xiao Yi regarded Bai Lian and said, "Now, tell me how you two came together and how you ended up here." Liu continued to wail, and Xiao Yi raised his crossbow, declaring, "If you scream again, you will meet your end." Liu immediately silenced himself, gritting his teeth against the pain, pondering how to escape this predicament. Bai Lian, lacking any principles or moral boundaries, quickly recounted how they had encountered each other and inadvertently arrived at this location. "Young man, please don't kill me. I can do anything for you," Bai Lian pleaded at last. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Your fate was sealed the moment you plotted to ambush me," Xiao Yi replied coldly. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt flew swiftly, striking Bai Lian in the forehead. Before she could utter another word, Xiao Yi had slain her on the spot. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I can become your subordinate and help you gather supplies," Liu hastily implored, knowing that begging for mercy would be futile. but believing that demonstrating his worth might persuade the other party not to refuse him in this survival world. Subordinate? What do you mean? Xiaoyi inquired. If you defeat me, you can turn my island monument into your subordinate monument, and all the supplies I gather will belong to you, Liu quickly explained, omitting the fact that the island monument could also be shattered, thus allowing the owner to claim all its resources. Oh, Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow, asking, can you still locate your own island? Chapter 27. Resolving Liu, the monolith on the island according to the previous account of Liu and his companion. They had randomly chosen a direction to row their boat, completely disoriented without a compass, making it impossible to navigate back. Although the monolith contained a map, it was situated on the island, and Liu could not see it now. Brother, once I construct the boat, I can transfer the monolith onto it. But this can only be done once a year. To demonstrate his loyalty, Liu immediately divulged this information. Xiaoyi was taken aback by such a provision. Noticing Xiaoyi seemed somewhat intrigued, Liu continued, you see, two individuals gathering resources is undoubtedly swifter than one. Your island will develop more rapidly, and it could very well become the foremost in the world. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Liu's heart soared with joy as he began to devise plans for how to eventually sever his ties with Xiaoyi. He estimated that only by shattering the monolith could he truly break free. Thus, he resolved to leverage Xiaoyi's strength to develop his own capabilities. And once he no longer required the monolith's power, he would destroy it, liberating himself from Xiaoyi's control. A subtle smile crept upon Liu's lips. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt expanded before his eyes. In an instant, Liu's consciousness was engulfed in darkness, and he never comprehended why Xiaoyi had executed him without a word. Xiaoyi lowered the crossbow, sneering, even if I were to recruit subordinates, I have no need for someone like you. With that, he seized both individuals and hurled them into the sea. To his surprise, his strength proved sufficient to cast them quite far. Observing the nearly 10-meter distance they flew, Xiaoyi muttered to himself. As for whether this would attract marine creatures, he was not overly concerned. With his crossbow and spear, he could handle most ordinary sea life and perhaps even procure some food. After dealing with the two, Xiaoyi stepped aboard Liu's small wooden boat. At the center of the boat lay a monolith. Upon approaching it, Xiaoyi discovered a message. Unclaimed monolith. The former owner, Liu, has lost all vital signs. You may choose to shatter it or claim it as an affiliate. In either case, you will acquire all resources belonging to the former owner. The system's prompt did not disappoint Xiaoyi, providing an exceptionally detailed explanation. So this was Liu. Xiaoyi was somewhat astonished. He recalled having seen him speak in the public channel and retained a vague impression of him. He had not anticipated that Liu would construct a small boat so swiftly and make his way to him. He was undoubtedly a fisherman. Few would dare to navigate such a small vessel on the open sea. However, it seemed there was little benefit in shattering the monolith. So he decided to keep it and claim it as an affiliate. Ultimately, Xiaoyi resolved to claim the monolith. Upon contact, a prompt appeared. You have discovered an unclaimed monolith. Do you wish to claim it as an affiliate monolith? Without hesitation, he selected yes. And the monolith shrank slightly in size, though its form remained largely unchanged. I expected a grand spectacle, Xiaoyi mused, observing the only minor alteration in the monolith. He then transferred all the resources from the wooden boat to his own island. As he and his companion rowed to retrieve the resource boxes, he remarked, with so little material, I'm glad I didn't keep you. That would have been a waste. What astonished Xiaoyi the most was that they possessed 16 foundation stones. 16 foundation stones? Could it be that Liu was the individual who sought to purchase the medium-sized sailboat from Jiang Yutian yesterday? He suddenly recalled a previous transaction in which someone wished to exchange 16 foundation stones for the manufacturing blueprint of that sailboat. Liu had moved the monolith onto the boat, demonstrating his firm intent to thrive at sea. Seeking that medium-sized sailboat made perfect sense, Xiaoyi thought, casually utilizing those foundation stones to expand his island. Observing the slightly enlarged island, he mused, if only more delivery vessels would arrive. This is far quicker than scavenging for resources. Of course, this was merely a thought. After waiting 5 days, only one boat had appeared. The manufacturing blueprint was inherently difficult to obtain, and even if it were acquired, most individuals would struggle to gather the necessary materials for shipbuilding. Even if they managed to collect the materials and construct a vessel, the absence of precise maps would render random navigation highly improbable. Thus, encountering Liu and his companion could only be deemed serendipitous. Once he secured the small boat again, Xiaoyi returned to his wooden cabin. Glanced at the system's clock, it was 1:30 in the morning, and decided to sleep once more. Lying on his wooden bed, he patted the edge, reminding the dog beneath, Wang Kai. In the future, if you need to call me, do not lick my face. Tug at my clothes or hands instead. No pushing your nose in my face, understood? Wang Wu. Wang Kai responded. Sleep now. Xiao shook his head, recalling the dream he had just experienced. He rose once more to stand before the monolith. To his astonishment, a new interface had appeared, Affiliate. Upon entering, he discovered information regarding the Affiliate monolith. Affiliate monolith, placed on a small wooden boat, resources, 0, after a brief review. He switched the interface to the public channel and sent a message. Anrin, if you see this message, please private message me. Though it was the dead of night, some individuals were still engaging in conversation within the public channel, as loneliness seemed to pervade. Recently, there has been a noticeable increase in people searching for others. Indeed, it feels as though everyone from our world has been cast into this place. Yes, I long to find someone, my ex-girlfriend. Yi Qian, where are you? Uft. Even if you reconnect, what good will it do? You'll just become burdens to one another. And even if you don't burden each other, do you have any idea how far apart you are? There is no chance to meet. That may be true, but if you truly encounter family or friends, collaboration could be beneficial, far better than partnering with a stranger. That is also a valid point. Whatever. I was duped by my cousin. We had agreed to share a fishing net, and after I handed it over, you blocked me. What kind of relative is that? As Xiaoyi watched as the other's messages faded into obscurity, he resignedly lay back down on his bed, drifting into a hazy sleep. The next day, Xiaoyi awoke to the sensation of something wet on his face, immediately jolting awake. Wang Kai? What on earth are you doing? His furious shout echoed above the island. Wang Kai sat before him, head tilted, tongue lolling, tail sweeping across the wooden floor. Enough. Xiaoyi glared at Wang Kai, saying, you are not to lick my face again. Understood? Wang. Chapter 28. Building upgrade card. After reprimanding Wang Kai, Xiaoyi approached the island monument, gazing at the two medium-sized sailboats within the manufacturing space. Let me see your elegance, he exclaimed. He selected the area beside the small wooden boat, positioning the two medium-sized sailboats side by side. Once arranged, Xiaoyi stepped out of the wooden house, astonished by the sight of the sailboats beside the smaller vessel. How grand, he mused. Based on his estimations, the medium-sized sailboats were likely tenfold the size of the small ones, if not more. Ascending the medium-sized sailboat via the nearby suspension ladder, Xiaoyi experienced a sense of wonder. It was his first time aboard such a rustic vessel. In his previous world, he had traveled on large ferries, constructed of steel. But this wooden creation offered an entirely different sensation. As he attempted to navigate the medium-sized sailboat, he was pleasantly surprised to find it responsive and manageable. However, he understood that this must be a result of the world's governing rules. While anyone could sail, true mariners would possess a distinct advantage in unforeseen circumstances. After a brief exploration, he returned to shore and began preparing his breakfast. At that moment, Wang Kai had gathered all 10 fish caught the previous day. Sigh. When will I ever get to eat something vegetarian? Xiaoyi lamented, glancing at his crops. He could only hope the lettuce would mature soon, as its growth cycle was the shortest. But even once the lettuce was ready, lacking oil and salt meant he would likely have to eat it raw. Wrapped around grilled fish. There was still much to be desired, he mused, and while flipping the grilled fish, he called out, System, check-in. Check-in successful. You have received a building upgrade card. Building upgrade card can upgrade any building to the next level with an element of randomness. Randomness? Xiaoyi pondered. For instance, if you upgrade your ship, the next tier could include a frigate, a destroyer, or various functional vessels. Using the upgrade card would randomly transform it into one of those options, without the ability to choose. This prospect intrigued him. He glanced at his constructions, noting that the most pressing need for an upgrade was his cramped wooden house. The warehouse did not require expansion, as his food stores were not yet overwhelming. The flower bed had ample space, currently nurturing only 2 coconut saplings in S-grade soil, with another bed containing merely 10 wheat sprouts and an apple tree. The chicken coop, already housing 2 A-grade birds, did not necessitate an upgrade. The medium-sized sailboat was sufficient for his initial endeavors, and without a map or objective, sailing was of little consequence. Whether a ship counted as a building remained debatable. Ultimately, he decided to upgrade the wooden house. I've been cramped for so long. It's finally time for a larger abode. Please proceed to the island monument to perform the operation, the system prompted. Xiaoyi paused, musing. The system is quite powerful, capable of interfacing with the island monument. With that thought, he approached the island monument and selected his wooden house for an upgrade on the manufacturing page. Congratulations. You have upgraded your wooden house to a studio apartment. The system announced. Warning, the current island area is insufficient to accommodate the studio apartment. Please expand your island area promptly. If the area does not meet the requirements within 24 hours, the upgrade will fail. What? Xiaoyi exclaimed, eyes widening. His island already spanned 63 square meters, yet it was inadequate for the studio apartment? Upon reviewing the specifications, he noted the apartment occupied 36 square meters, a 6 by 6 configuration. Currently, he had 2 chicken coops, each measuring 2 by 2, a warehouse of the same dimensions, 2 flower beds each 1 by 4, and 2 large wooden basins at 1 by 2. After a rough calculation, the area seemed barely sufficient, but he had set the automatic fishing net to circulate around the island's perimeter, thus occupying the outermost ring. Coupled with the space taken by the resource boxes he had caught yesterday, it ultimately resulted in insufficient area. If I halt the automatic fishing net and clear those resource boxes, I could indeed fit all the buildings, he mused. However, he recognized that while he had the check-in system, survival still hinged upon gathering resources and fishing. It seemed he would have to wait for the double bonuses. Perhaps once the island expanded, he could consolidate the resource boxes. Shaking his head, he resolved to finish the grilled fish and then open the 8 resource boxes he had caught yesterday. Open all. Acquired resources: foundation stones X4, plastic X4, stones X2, red X200G. Acquired resources: foundation stones X1, wood X4, metal sheets X3. Acquired resources. After opening all 8 boxes, he obtained a total of 11 foundation stones, which he would immediately use to expand his island area. Additionally, he found 2 bottles of mineral water and several other basic supplies. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly listed the mineral water in the Island Monuments Trading Hall. Mineral water, 20 milliliters, traded for foundation stone, 1. He posted 50 sets, precisely matching the 2 bottles of water. With only 2 or 3 days left, I should gather more foundation stones, he thought. Today marked the 5th day. In 2 days, the sea would consume a square meter of foundation stone, at which point, no one would likely be selling them. Those who had foundation stones would regret their decisions, as having a surplus could yield a high price. However, Xiaoyi was resolute. He would not sell his foundation stones. He had numerous other resources for trade, and expanding his island seemed a more prudent choice. With that in mind, he cut some fish from the refrigerated storage and also listed them in the trading hall. Sea fish, 50G, traded for foundation stone, 1. He left only the freshly caught fish for himself, listing the rest, totaling 240 sets. Due to the abundance of water and food he had posted, it sparked considerable interest. Those with foundation stones hurried to the trading hall, eager for the good deals. I see it. People are trading water and food for foundation stones, exclaimed one. So many sets. This is a big shot. When will I ever have surplus water and food like that? Foundation stones seem only useful for expanding area. How much space does one person need? Better to trade for food. Another chimed in. Absolutely, I want to trade too. I have 2 foundation stones. Someone else added. But I suggest everyone keep a few. I sense they will prove valuable. You old rascal, I don't believe you. Everyone, trade quickly. Just because there are many sets doesn't mean they LL last. Yes, I agree with the previous speaker. Everyone, hurry and trade. Observing the lively discussions, Xiaoyi shook his head, thinking, trade away, soon enough. You'll be the ones lamenting. Ding ding, Suwon requests to speak with you. Chapter 29. Adjusting the new layout. Xiaoyi promptly answered the call. Xiaoyi, have you noticed someone in the trading hall purchasing a large quantity of cornerstone? Suwon inquired. Of course, that person is me. Xiaoyi replied with a smile. Oh, I thought someone had recognized the significance of the cornerstone. Suwon remarked. Do you urgently need some? I do need a few, but it's not particularly pressing. I just want to take advantage of the information gap to gather a bit more. In a couple of days, it might be hard to acquire them, Xiaoyi responded. All right, if I manage to procure some cornerstones today, I will give them all to you, Suwon said, adding, by the way. Yesterday, I managed to acquire 2 cornerstones through leasing. As she spoke, Suwon initiated a transaction in the chat interface. Cornerstone, 2 transaction initiated. Xiaoyi, not one to be polite, immediately agreed to the transaction. I'll prepare a grilled fish for you to replenish your energy. Make sure to gather those supply boxes well. He said. Great. I'll go check the supply box flow for today. Suwon concluded and hung up. After ending the call, Xiaoyi glanced back at the trading hall and noted that his posted trades had already completed 98 transactions. Among them, the 50 sets of spring water had been fully sold, while only 48 out of 240 sets of sea fish had been traded. It seems water is still more popular, Xiaoyi murmured, then used all the completed cornerstones to expand his island. Xiaoyi had always expanded his island slowly in a square shape centered around the island monument. Following this expansion, the island's area reached 174 square meters, forming a square with a side length of 13. With 5 blocks placed randomly on the southern side of the island. This should be sufficient. Xiaoyi switched to the construction interface and prepared to place a studio apartment. Since you are directly using the upgrade card, you can make quick adjustments to the construction this time. The island monument reminded him. Nodding, Xiaoyi placed the studio apartment in the center of the island, with 2 flower beds still positioned on either side of the house. 2 large wooden pots served as flower planters at the front. The warehouse was located on the eastern side of the entrance for convenient access. The chicken coop was adjusted and placed outside the western flower bed. If it remained behind the house, it would be adjacent to the bedroom of the studio apartment. Imagining waking up and opening the bedroom window, only to be greeted by a wave of chicken droppings aroma, Xiaoyi felt a bit nauseated. Although the rules of this world might minimize such odors, one could never be too cautious. To be safe, Xiaoyi decided to relocate the chicken coop. As for the fireplace, he placed it in the bedroom. Since there were currently no other occupants, he would only be in the living room during the day. If it got cold, opening the bedroom door would allow the warmth to permeate the living room. The fireplace had an effective range of 40 square meters. And the studio apartment was only 36 square meters. With the adjustments made, he confirmed the layout on the island monument simulation. As he confirmed, the layout of the island transformed dramatically. The wooden house vanished, replaced by a brand new structure. Inside, the wooden planks morphed into freshly painted cement walls, appearing significantly sturdier than the previous wooden house. In the upgraded studio apartment, the island monument was placed in the bedroom, alongside Xiaoyi and the wooden bed. Stepping outside, he discovered that adjacent to the bedroom was the bathroom, which at this moment only contained a toilet. This was merely the rudimentary bathroom that had been set up beside the wooden house, now relocated here. It was just an empty shell. There was still much to furnish. Xiaoyi muttered. Exiting the bathroom, he found himself in a living room, which was adjacent to an empty kitchen. Xiaoyi brought in the rocking chair that had previously been outside, finally adding some furniture to the living room. This is a bit too desolate. He shook his head and stepped outside, setting the automatic fishing net to gather supply boxes, then checking on his flower pots and flower beds. The lettuce appeared ready for harvest, but Xiaoyi refrained from picking it, hoping to allow it to produce seeds for sustainable growth. The strawberries were flourishing as well, seemingly on the verge of blooming and bearing fruit. Other plants were thriving, yet still some distance from maturity. He collected some purified water to water them. The purified water is running low. Xiaoyi sighed, gazing at the dwindling supply. If only I could acquire another water purifier. However, the manufacturing blueprint for the purifier was unlike that of the cornerstone. Even without information prompts, it was evident how valuable this item was. And no one would part with it lightly. It seemed he would have to craft it himself, which was quite a daunting prospect. Xiaoyi scratched his head. Ding ding. Jiang Yuntian requests a call. Xiaoyi quickly answered, saying, Brother Jiang, do you have anything good? Given that Jiang Yuntian was evidently older than Xiaoyi, he opted to address him as Brother Jiang. Indeed, I do. Jiang Yuntian replied straightforwardly, then shared a manufacturing blueprint in the chat interface. Water purifier manufacturing blueprint, sea level. This is excellent. Hurry and create it, and you won't need to worry about purified water anymore. Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise, convinced that Jiang Yuntian understood the value of this blueprint. Jiang Yuntian replied, precisely because I recognize the value of this blueprint. I dare to offer it in exchange for some A-level purified water, primarily for my child. There is no formula for baby formula here. If a child just over a year old were to eat with the adults, they might quickly fall ill. Yet, they cannot go without food. They can't survive solely on bread, which must be continuously produced. Jiang Yuntian realized that since his child began drinking the A-level purified water provided by Xiaoyi, not only had they recovered from illness, but their overall condition had improved significantly. In the past few days, they had also consumed some fish, showing great appetite without any adverse reactions, such as vomiting or eating very little. He knew this was undoubtedly due to the A-level purified water, so he planned to trade for more. However, he couldn't approach that topic with just any item. Their value simply did not match that of the A-level purified water. Until today, when he obtained this manufacturing blueprint, he knew it could be exchanged for some A-level purified water. Xiaoyi assessed him and said, All right, I understand. I will take this blueprint. I will provide you with 50 milliliters of A-level purified water and 100 milliliters of sea-level purified water daily. If you agree, then please proceed with the transaction. The sea-level water purifier can produce 20 milliliters of purified water per hour, totaling 480 milliliters a day. Sharing 100 milliliters with Jiang Yuntian would certainly not leave Xiaoyi at a loss. As for the A-level purified water, Xiaoyi was willing to provide 50 milliliters daily out of respect for Jiang Yuntian as a devoted parent. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Jiang Yuntian exclaimed excitedly, knowing he was gaining an advantage. All right, let us proceed with the transaction. Xiaoyi said. He first provided Jiang Yuntian with 50 milliliters of A-level purified water, as the sea-level purified water could only be supplied once the water purifier was created. Just as he concluded the transaction with Jiang Yuntian, Suwon sent a message. Look at what I just acquired. Seeing the item Suwon had sent, Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 30, Sea Salt Extractor. Water supply system. Regarding the issue of salt, Xiaoyi had been preoccupied for quite some time, and to his surprise, Suwon managed to create it before him. It seems luck is on your side, Xiaoyi remarked. Why hesitate? Hurry up and produce it, just don't forget to share a bit with me. In the short term, abstaining from salt would not pose significant problems. However, prolonged absence could lead to sodium deficiency, resulting in a lack of energy. After all, sodium ions are essential for transmitting information within the nervous system, and they are also linked to muscle contractions and heartbeats. Fortunately, they were at sea, and even without salt, consuming some seafood like fish could indirectly replenish sodium levels. Yet, Xiaoyi had grown weary of fish and yearned for some vegetables instead. Suwon shook her head, replying, "No, I shall create it for you. I lack both the space and materials here. Once you produce it, just share some with me." Hearing her words, Xiaoyi did not refuse but nodded, saying, "Very well, let us proceed with the trade." Suwon traded the sea salt extractor through a private channel. Sea salt extractor, grade B, requires 5 wood, 10 glass, 20 hemp cloth, 10 metal sheets, and 5 plastic. Upon inspecting his resources, Xiaoyi realized he was missing 2 units of glass and felt quite helpless. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Yutian and Suwon. "Do you have any glass? I need 2 units. If neither of you has it, I will seek it in the trading hall." Both responded almost instantly. As life on the island was not particularly hectic, they merely needed to monitor the flow of resources and act accordingly. "I have 1. Suwon replied, "Trading glass, 1. "I have some too," Jiang Yutian responded, and without hesitation, he traded 2 units of glass. Trading glass, 2. Xiaoyi promptly accepted all trades, and his resources were sufficient. He clicked to manufacture the extractor. A sea salt extractor appeared in the manufacturing space, and Xiaoyi placed it in the kitchen of his apartment. Entering the vacant kitchen, he noticed the machine positioned in the corner. Sea salt extractor, grade B, efficiently filters impurities from sea salt to obtain refined salt. A slight intake of salt can benefit your health. Extraction efficiency can produce 40 g of refined salt daily. Utilize the residual seawater from the purifier to enhance extraction efficiency. Xiaoyi was astonished by the system's notification. Who would have thought we could utilize the purified residue? It made sense, as the seawater purifier retains all other materials, allowing only pure water to pass through. Thus, the residue must have a higher salt concentration than the seawater itself. Consequently, the sea salt extractor could extract salt from this higher concentration, improving efficiency. Glancing at his seawater purifier, he noted it was nearly finished purifying a bucket. He poured the residual liquid into the sea salt extractor. The extractor immediately sprang to life. Now, all he had to do was wait. Switching back to the manufacturing interface, he also created the grade C water purifier that Jiang Yuntian had provided, positioning it alongside the grade A purifier in the living room. Water purifier, grade C, capable of transforming seawater into pure water. With an ample supply of seawater, it can produce 20 milliliters of pure water every hour. The machine has a seawater capacity of 500 milliliters and a pure water capacity of 500 milliliters. Lacks automation, manual seawater addition is required. The efficiency of this purifier was 4 times less than that of the grade A model. Nevertheless, having an additional water purifier was beneficial, as it would provide more pure water daily, eliminating the need to use the grade A purifier for ordinary crops. This would alleviate some pressure on Xiaoyi's pure water supply. After setting everything in place, Xiaoyi ventured around his island. The larger the area, the more he felt the pangs of solitude. "How lonely it feels," he mused, patting his companion Wang Kai as he headed towards the chicken coop. The eggs still showed no signs of hatching. He wondered when they would finally produce chicks. By the shore, 3 resource boxes awaited him, while the automated fishing net diligently patrolled its designated route. Observing the boxes, Xiaoyi pondered, "Is this really how I must wait? What if I still don't trigger that 10% chance after 10 days? Will I be stuck waiting indefinitely?" No, he could not afford to wait idly. Those 10 days might set him back. Should he encounter formidable survivors in the future, he would find himself powerless to resist, rendering all his efforts futile. Xiaoyi did not consider himself the sole fortunate individual in this world. Furthermore, even a single day of doubled probabilities could create a significant gap. He need not be overly perfectionistic, insisting on doubling all his resources. Open the resource boxes. Xiaoyi decisively approached the 3 boxes. Resources obtained: 2 cornerstone, for bricks. 3 plastics, 100 g of spicy strips. Spicy strips? Xiaoyi's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the contents of the resource box, wondering if this was a sign to change things up. Continue opening. Resources obtained: 1 stove manufacturing blueprint, 5 wood, 3 metal sheets. Resources obtained: 1 water supply system manufacturing blueprint. Though the final box yielded only a blueprint, Xiao felt elated, nearly leaping with joy. With this, he could finally have running water for bathing. Previously, he had bathed almost daily, but now, after 5 days of exposure to wind and sun, he felt as if he were on the verge of becoming odorous. Water supply system manufacturing blueprint requires 200 plastics, 100 metal sheets, 80 hemp cloth. Yet another blueprint necessitating a 3-digit quantity of resources. Xiao frowned at the materials required for the water supply system. He understood that such a system was a colossal undertaking, demanding these quantities of resources, likely due to his modest apartment. In a villa, the requirements would indeed be astronomical. It was clear he would need to trade. Shaking his head, he sent messages to Jiang Yutian and Su Wan. I need a substantial amount of plastic, metal sheets, and hemp cloth. If you have any, please lend them to me. Plastic, 20 traded. Metal sheet, 15 traded. Hemp cloth, 7 traded. This was the trading information from Jiang Yutian. Plastic, 7 traded. Metal sheet, 6 traded. Hemp cloth, 2 traded. This was the trading information from Su Wan. Xiao, of course, did not hesitate to accept their offers, agreeing to all trades. Resources obtained: 27 plastics, 21 metal sheets, 9 hemp cloth. Upon reviewing his total inventory, he realized he still had much to acquire. Off to the trading hall he went. Chapter 31. Cool boiled water. A path to wealth. The current inventory consists of the following materials: 65 units of plastic, 25 metal sheets, and 21 pieces of burlap. There remains a significant deficit of materials required to manufacture the water supply system. Xiao shook his head, resolving to repurpose the fish meat previously designated for trade into a means of acquiring resources instead. The fish meat that had been listed in the trading market had exchanged for 12 units of foundational stones, a pace considerably slower than the initial transactions. Observing Xiao Yi's fervent accumulation of foundational stones, those with ulterior motives seemed to sense a shift. Only those in dire need of food were willing to engage in trade. After successfully completing the transaction for the 12 foundational stones, Xiao Yi promptly delisted the remaining 180 units. What? The fish meat has been delisted. I just managed to acquire a foundational stone. I have been starving for 2 days. I knew the expert would only provide us with a limited time and wouldn't keep it available indefinitely. Indeed. That's why I said those who advised us against trading foundational stones for food were quite cunning. Fear not. The expert has released more provisions. This time we can exchange other basic materials for fish meat. The crowd immediately shifted to the trading hall, discovering that someone was indeed exchanging fish meat for materials. Sea fish, 50g4, metal sheets, 3, or plastic, 2, or burlap, 1. Wonderful. I happen to have a piece of burlap. Thank you, expert. I've made the trade. I have 4 units of plastic. I possess 10 metal sheets. Those who could endure until the 5th day were undoubtedly resourceful survivors capable of retrieving those material boxes. Thus they would surely possess some supplies. However, whether they could acquire food and water was truly a matter of luck. This situation inevitably led to some individuals possessing various materials yet still facing hunger and thirst, compelling them to trade their resources for food and water. Consequently, the trading market flourished. The island monument's enhancement notifications rang almost incessantly. Within merely 5 minutes, all the sea fish Xiao Yi had listed were consumed. Acquired resources: 210 metal sheets, 90 units of plastic, and 65 pieces of burlap. Combined with the existing inventory, it was now sufficient. Manufacture. As the corresponding materials vanished, 2 enormous water tanks materialized in the manufacturing space of the island monument, along with 2 extending pipes. Please select the placement location for the water supply system. Xiao Yi gazed at the 2 colossal water tanks and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to position them near the restroom at the back of the apartment. After setting them in place, he exited the apartment and beheld the 2 tanks, each boasting a capacity of 3 tons, with one near the seaside extending a pipe that was not yet connected to the ocean. Surely, it cannot be that I am required to pour water into the tank. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Water supply system. This system can simply filter seawater into potable water. However, to make it drinkable, it must be boiled completely. This system lacks an automatic water intake mechanism. Thus you must seal the outlet near the sea and fill the first tank with water from above to activate it. Xiao Yi stared at the system prompt, nearly choking on his frustration. How long will it take to pour 3 tons of water? He exclaimed, unable to restrain his expletives. Cursing aside, the work was unavoidable. After all, he desired a shower. Utilizing 2 units of wood, Xiao Yi fashioned a wooden barrel with an approximate capacity of 10 kilograms. Thus, he transformed into a laborer, ferrying seawater. This tank, a cubic structure with sides measuring 1.5 meters, allowed him to slightly prop up a few wooden blocks, enabling him to open the top and pour the water from the barrel inside. To his astonishment, he found his stamina quite remarkable. After pouring 20 barrels, he felt hardly fatigued. Perhaps it wasn't so difficult after all. With this thought, he hastened his efforts. However, after pouring over 200 barrels, he finally felt the ache in his arms. I can't go on like this. Let us get this system operational, Shelly remarked, shaking out his limbs. With a low hum, the water supply system finally commenced its function, following the previously chosen placement. The pipes extending from the tank near the restroom automatically connected to both the restroom and kitchen. Upon entering the apartment, Xiao noticed a faucet protruding from the kitchen wall. Thank goodness. The Haven Tea made me search for a faucet manufacturing blueprint, he muttered, quickly retrieving a plastic bottle to fill with water from the faucet. Raising his head to drink, he gulped and then promptly spat it out, exclaiming, "It indeed has a distinct tap water taste. It should suffice for washing. But isn't it a bit wasteful to use it for that when everyone seems to be so short on water? Never mind." Xiao Yi immediately splashed some tap water on his face. Ah, refreshing. He felt a wave of coolness wash over him. Right. This water is not entirely undrinkable. It can be boiled. He suddenly recalled the system's prompt. In his previous life, there seemed to be a brand that sold boiled water. Given the current water scarcity, he could easily create this product. Simply boiling water. How straightforward. Xiao Yi appeared to have stumbled upon a lucrative venture. With that thought, he promptly retrieved his frying pan, preparing to dig a pit in the ground as he had done before, propping the pan up with stones. Wait, didn't I just acquire a blueprint for a stove from the material box? Finding that stove manufacturing blueprint. Stove blueprint. 10 bricks, 2 stones. I only have 5 units of bricks, but I have plenty of stones. Xiao Yi murmured. Jiangge, do you have any bricks? Suwan, do you have any bricks? Xiao Yi messaged both of them. I do. Bricks, 2 for trade. Jiang Yintian promptly sent over the bricks. I didn't manage to find any, Suwan replied. A hint of embarrassment in her voice, to which Xiao Yi reassured her that it was all right. 3 more units of bricks were needed. After some thought, Xiao Yi inquired Jiang Yintian once more. Do you still have any bottled water? Yes, why? Don't you have any water? Jiang Yintian asked, puzzled. Even suspecting that Xiao Yi's account had been hacked, Xiao Yi explained, I'll trade you 500 milliliters of sea-grade purified water for 500 milliliters of mineral water. Huh. Jiang Yutian was taken aback. I intend to use the water to trade for some bricks in the trading hall, but I only possess A-grade and C-grade purified water. Let us keep those higher-grade items for ourselves. Xiao Yi clarified. Jiang Yuntian finally grasped Xiao Yi's reasoning. All right, mineral water, 500 milliliters for trade. Xiao Yi immediately accepted the transaction, simultaneously sending over the 60 milliliters he had just purified from the C-grade water purifier. The C-grade purifier is too slow. I'll replenish you once I manage to purify enough, Xiao Yi stated. No rush, Jiang Yutian replied. With the mineral water in hand, Xiao Yi quickly listed it in the trading hall. Mineral water, 25 milliliters for trade, bricks, 1. A total of 20 sets. Chapter 32. I am so useless, showering recently. It seems that the number of prominent figures has noticeably increased. Just now, someone was collecting metal scraps and plastics, and now another person is here to gather bricks. Indeed, they are even using precious mineral water for bartering. One can only say that these affluent individuals are extravagantly generous. Oh, wealthy tycoon. Do you still need a trinket to hang on your arm? Just give me a little water, and I can do anything for you. Humph. Since he is a big shot, he certainly doesn't need someone as worthless as me who can't even gather water. What did you say? Who is worthless? I'm talking about you, so what are you going to do about it? Just wait, once I build my boat. I'll be the first to sail to your island and take you down. Fine, I'll be waiting for you on my island. If you don't come, you're a coward. Just wait until I lose my temper. At present, there are hardly any transactions involving water in the trading hall. Water is even more precious than food. Although bricks are somewhat rare, the number of survivors possessing them is not insignificant, given the large base. In just 30 seconds, the mineral water that Xiao Yi posted has already been snatched up. Obtain materials, bricks 20. Perhaps the price was set too low. Next time, I could try trading with 20 milliliters of mineral water to see if anyone is interested. Xiao Yi pondered as he observed how quickly the market consumed his mineral water. With sufficient materials, let us construct immediately. As the corresponding materials vanished, a stove materialized within the island monument's crafting space. Please select a placement location. Xiao Yi promptly positioned the stove near the kitchen window. Given the island monument's usual quirks, the stove certainly lacked a fume extraction feature. Placing it by the window at least allows the smoke to waft outside rather than into the living room or bedroom. After securing it, Xiao Yi approached the kitchen and beheld the stove. Stove provides a stable heat source for your use. Beware of the smoke produced from burning fuel. Indeed. Just as I expected. Xiaoyi had anticipated this. He tossed a piece of wood inside, set a frying pan on top, filled it with tap water. And soon the water boiled. After cooling to room temperature, he poured it into a plastic cup. Taking a sip, he found it virtually indistinguishable from mineral water. This will certainly make it much easier to gather supplies in the future, as water is far more sought after than food. Xiaoyi retrieved a pack of spicy strips, checked the production date, and discovered there was none, nor was there a brand or any information on the packaging. Truly a product without any specifications. Aren't they afraid of the 315 evening gala? Xiaoyi muttered, then continued to munch on them. At least his system did not indicate that this item was toxic. Enjoying spicy strips while sipping on A-grade purified water, he felt an unparalleled sense of delight. At that moment, a message on the public channel caught Xiaoyi's attention. Those who have survived until now cannot be considered useless. I have a proposal. Let us unite and share resources, as this will enhance our chances of survival here. Anyone can say that. What if everyone has differing opinions? Whose voice will we heed? Simple. The stronger one's voice prevails. So, if I claim I am stronger than you, will you listen to me? Currently, there is no way to judge strength, rendering this debate meaningless. The trading hall is a place where resources can be freely exchanged. Different paths do not conspire together. I am the emperor of the world. With my island expanding to 30 square meters, equipped with tents, weapons, bows, and a water purifier. If anyone wishes to join my leading alliance, the empire of the world, feel free to message me privately. Upon seeing this ID, Xiaoyi immediately recalled that this was the person who guided others on the first day in the chat group on how to utilize the island's resources for gathering supplies. It seems he has developed quite well, Xiaoyi murmured as he noted the message from the empire of the world. However, upon reading the data shared by the empire of the world, the people in the public channel became agitated. What? He has expanded his island to 30 square meters? That's enormous, nearly the size of a studio apartment. Enormous, you say? Have you all forgotten that a big shot directly acquired over 90 cornerstone blocks, with an area much larger than his? Are you sure that Big Shot is just one person? What if they're an organization? Indeed. If the Emperor of the World is just one person and has developed to this extent, he is undoubtedly more formidable than that Big Shot. A group of sycophants. Damn it, who are you insulting? Even if the island is large, does that Big Shot possess a water purifier? A bow? A tent? Can you really criticize someone for that? Xiaoyi felt somewhat speechless at these keyboard warriors. You were correct. I lack all of those things, an ordinary water purifier, a bow, and a tent. Sigh, I am so useless. Xiaoyi gazed at his A-grade and C-grade water purifiers, the crossbow, and the studio apartment, pondering. With nothing better to do, Xiaoyi sat on his wooden bed, watching them bicker in the group. Yet, he knew that the empire of the world would quickly gather a throng of followers, after all. Aligning oneself with a powerful figure is a means of survival in this world. As he watched, Xiaoyi unexpectedly reclined and fell asleep. When he awoke again, it was already dark. He stepped out to adjust the target of the fully automatic fishing net, leaving the 2 resource boxes on the shore unopened. Before returning to the apartment's bathroom, preparing to take a shower using the newly constructed tap water system, the water flowed from the faucet, and Xiaoyi removed the clothes he had worn for several days, washing them while enjoying his shower. After a full day of sun exposure, the tap water was surprisingly warm. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyi emerged, completely naked. Fortunately, there was a fireplace. Otherwise, even warm water could lead to a cold. As the seaside nights were still a bit chilly, he wrung out his clothes and placed them on the fireplace mantel, then fell asleep. Throughout the day, Suwan had not sent him any resource updates, likely due to a lack of special materials, as ordinary resources were not needed for the time being. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Xiaoyi awoke to the slight movement of the wooden bed, only to see Wang Kai jumping onto the bed. Get down. Xiaoyi pointed to the ground and commanded. Wang Kai barked a couple of times, wagged his tail, and then jumped down. Upon reaching the fireplace, Xiaoyi discovered that his clothes had all dried. This fireplace dryer is quite effective, he remarked, then dressed and extracted the fine salt from the seawater extractor. Placing it in a plastic container, he removed the purified water from the water purifier, poured the remaining liquid back into the seawater extractor, and then went to the beach to fill it with seawater, returning to the water purifier to let it continue working. After completing these tasks, he sent the purified water to Jiang Yutian and stepped outside, stretching lazily. He processed the 3 fish that Wang Kai had gathered and placed them on the grill. The lettuce in the wooden basin had already sprouted, and it seemed that seeds would soon emerge. The strawberries had also begun to bear small fruits, looking as if they would be ready to eat in a couple of days. Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction, then watered them with tap water. These are ordinary plants, so they don't require exceptionally high-quality purified water. While watering, Xiaoyi suddenly heard the sound of chicks nearby. Cheep, cheep. Chapter 33. The hungry yet feeding chicken's agricultural and breeding expert Xiao Yi hurried to the chicken coop, discovering two golden-hued chicks scurrying about inside, occasionally pecking at the ground as if searching for food. Upon noticing Xiao Yi's presence, the chicks eagerly approached him, displaying no signs of fear. They chirped more urgently, seemingly famished. Through the system prompt, Xiao Yi realized that one was male and the other female, perfectly suited for breeding and expanding his flock. However, the pressing question remained, what could he feed them? Although the wheat was nearing maturity, it could not be spared for the chicks. He was reluctant to consume it himself, as he still intended to expand his cultivation. What to do? Xiao Yi pondered, then remembered the system. Time to check in. Heavenly spirits, I hope to receive some chick feed. He prayed. Check-in successful. He obtained 10 S-grade corn seeds. More seeds. Xiao Yi sighed. While he indeed needed seeds, the immediate plight of the chicks was far more critical. The system seemed incapable of discerning priorities. S-grade corn seeds were certainly not suitable for feeding chicks directly. That would be a tremendous waste. And to Xiao Yi, those seeds represented countless cobs of corn. Is there any food for the chicks? Xiao Yi promptly messaged Su Wan and Jiang Yuntian. You have chicks? Su Wan asked, immediately aware of the ambiguity in her own words, her face flushing slightly. She quickly replied, No, I have no food at hand. I survived yesterday on the grilled fish you provided. After saying this, she ended the call, leaving Xiao Yi too preoccupied with the chicks' feeding dilemma to notice her ambiguous phrasing. I only have bread, Jiang Yuntian replied. Can newly hatched chicks eat bread? Xiao Yi inquired. Jiang Yuntian was taken aback, responding, You can let me eat chicken, but I truly know nothing about raising them. Xiao Yi contemplated and replied, Hold on. I'll send you some grilled fish. Keep the bread for now. All right. Jiang Yuntian agreed, switching the island monument to the public channel. He posted a message, Who has food or feed for chicks? Please message me privately. The public channel buzzed with activity once more. What? People can't even feed themselves and yet are feeding chickens? Is this the world of the elite? I've been without water and food for a day and a half. If someone could spare me something to eat or drink, I'll help you dig up worms. Are you kidding? In this sandy land, there isn't even a plant, let alone worms. Besides, if you could find worms, wouldn't you already have food? Hey, can you even eat worms? That sounds disgusting. Of course, worms are rich in protein, fats, carbohydrates, various amino acids, vitamins, and trace elements. Most importantly, when eaten raw, they still contain the Earth's essence, a mouthful of earthy fragrance. Ugh. Stop talking. I just finished my last bit of bread and don't want to throw it up. Don't worry. If you throw it up, you can eat again. Ugh. Xiao Yi's inquiry was quickly drowned out. Simultaneously, his private channel began to flood with messages, mostly pleas for water and food, none offering what Xiao Yi truly sought. He shook his head, preparing to close the private chat requests. If it comes to it, I'll just feed them bread. After all, it's still made from wheat. Just as he was about to close the chat, a private message caught his attention. Newly hatched chicks are quite delicate. They require warmth, and it's best to feed them specially formulated feed. I know the proportions, but lacking the conditions. You can use the bread from the supply box, tearing it into crumbs. If possible, you could also completely dry and crush some sea fish into crumbs. Just a little will suffice. Remember, the water for the chicks must be boiled, as it prevents illness. Seeing the person articulate this so well, Xiao ignored other messages and privately messaged back. So, chicks can eat breadcrumbs, correct? Indeed, the other replied. All right, you've answered my question. What do you need, food or water? Xiao asked. I need nothing. At my age, surviving until now is already a feat. You should keep it for yourself and live on. The tone of the other person suggested a desire to give up. Xiao furrowed his brow and asked, Do you understand chick breeding? I've been a farmer my entire life. How could I not know? The other responded. Then consider yourself my breeding consultant. I will provide you with a fish and 500 milliliters of boiled water daily, Xiao declared. The rationale behind this was simple. He might encounter more breeding-related issues in the future, and having a technical expert to assist would be far better than muddling through alone. Moreover, as his island expanded, he would certainly be able to procure plenty of sea fish, providing 1 or 2 fish daily was no issue. And boiled water would be even easier to manage. Naturally, Xiao was also touched by the other's initial refusal of food and water, urging him to survive instead. At that moment, on an island merely 4 square meters in size, an elderly man leaned against the island monument, appearing weak and frail. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's response, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Everyone desires to live. Wouldn't this burden you? The old man hesitated, asking, Rest assured, if I dare propose such terms, I can certainly bear it. Xiao Yi replied, Very well, then I shall sell my life to you, the old man said. Xiao Yi took the initiative to add him as a friend. The other accepted, and you have added Yuan Nong as a friend. Yuan Nong? Xiaoyi paused. It seemed to be the same name as a previous academician from the Summer National Academy. Thus, Xiaoyi requested a video call with Yuan Nong. After Yuan Nong agreed, Xiaoyi's eyes widened upon seeing the elderly man on screen, followed by overwhelming joy. It truly was academician Yuan Nong, an expert in agriculture and breeding. What a stroke of luck. He would no longer have to worry about agricultural and breeding issues. Academician Yuan, I never expected it to be you. Xiaoyi greeted hastily. What academician? I am merely a decrepit old man now. Yuan Nong shook his head in response. No, your rice cultivation techniques have sustained countless lives. Xiaoyi insisted. Then proceeded to conduct a trade. Pure water, A grade, 50 milliliters, boiled water, 500 milliliters, grilled fish, 500 g, trade successful. So much. Yuan Nong felt as though he were dreaming. Please accept it, as I will likely trouble you further in the future. Xiaoyi said that A-grade pure water can help restore one's health. It's not much, so take it slowly. Pure water can restore health? Yuan Nong felt his knowledge challenged. Xiaoyi replied with a smile, I know this contradicts science. But what in this island can be explained by science? Chapter 34. Overindulgence and continued acquisition of foundation stones. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, Yuan Nong nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall not be overly particular. Yuan Nong consented to the transaction and subsequently received the provisions of water and food. Yuan Lao, how did you manage the past few days? Xiaoyi inquired with curiosity. Yuan Nong replied, I managed to retrieve a supply box using that fishing net. But it only contained a little bread and water. I have not encountered any other supplies. Xiaoyi nodded and proceeded to trade the fishing net and axe he had obtained from defeating Liu. This is surplus to my needs. Please take it. He offered. This is far too valuable. Are you certain you do not require it? Yuan Nong asked, astonished at the sight of the intact fishing net. I do not. I possess superior tools. Xiaoyi assured him. Once you regain your strength, swiftly capture more supply boxes. Do not sell the foundation stones. Use them entirely to expand your island. Understood. I too feel that the foundation stones are of utmost importance. After finishing his water and roasted fish, Yuan Nong appeared considerably revitalized. Very well, let us proceed as such. Should anything arise, send me a message. Xiaoyi concluded, ending the call. As Yuan Nong stood and stretched, he murmured in astonishment, I truly feel much better. Could there be some special substance in that purified water? He wished to apply his knowledge to elucidate this matter, yet it was evident that the current circumstances did not permit such inquiries. After concluding his conversation with Yuan Nong, Xiaoyi immediately sent another roasted fish to Jiang Yutian, exchanging it for the bread in his possession. Are you sure the chick can consume bread now? Jiang Yutian asked after the transaction. Indeed. I even managed to recruit Yuan Nong. Xiaoyi replied, his delight evident. Academician Yuan Nong from Xia country? Jiang Yutian asked incredulously. Yes, Xiaoyi affirmed. Jiang Yutian gave Xiaoyi a thumbs up and remarked, your fish roasting skills are quite commendable. That is due to having a grill. When I previously roasted over an open flame, everything turned to charcoal, Xiaoyi explained, while he crumbled the acquired bread. All right, I must attend to feeding the chickens. Xiaoyi announced, ending the conversation. Upon returning to the chicken coop, the two chicks chirped even more joyfully. Xiaoyi fashioned a shallow feeding trough from a wooden plank and sprinkled in the breadcrumbs, being careful not to overdo it. The chicks, drawn by the aroma of the food, rushed to the trough and began pecking at it. The sound was akin to a woodpecker tapping on a tree trunk. Seeing the chicks indulge heartily, Xiaoyi prepared a shallow bowl, filled it with some A-grade purified water, and placed it inside the coop. A-grade purified water is certainly preferable to plain boiled water. Hopefully, it will enhance the chick's survival rate. These two chicks are crucial to the prosperity of his coop. He could not afford to be negligent. After completing these tasks, Xiaoyi processed another fish, taking advantage of the favorable sunlight to dry it outside. He also planted the recently acquired S-grade corn seeds in the flower bed to the east and watered them. Suddenly, he recalled that there were still 2 supply boxes he had not opened from the previous day. He had fallen asleep and awakened to find it was already evening. Missing the opportunity to open the boxes he had caught later. Let us open the supply boxes. Xiaoyi approached the 2 boxes and tore open the waterproof seals. Supplies obtained. Weaving machine blueprint X1, metal sheets X3, plastic X1, mineral water X 500 ml. Supplies obtained. Foundation stones X2, potatoes X2, wood X5. A weaving machine? Xiaoyi gazed at the blueprint, somewhat perplexed. How many will actually know how to use this? With a resigned shake of his head, Xiaoyi collected the supplies and took the water bucket to fill the water tank. He had filled 2 tons yesterday, using only a small portion. There is a pipe near the bottom connecting the 2 water tanks, effectively serving as a siphon, utilizing pressure differences to transfer water from the tank closer to the sea to the one inside. Therefore, each tank now holds nearly a ton of water. Today, Xiao Yi filled the tank nearest to the sea to the brim. Ah, it seems my physical condition has improved considerably, Xiao Yi murmured. After completing these tasks, Xiao Yi noticed it was already noon. He decided to finish off the remaining roasted chicken, the double effect one obtained earlier. He took care of the meat while Wang Kai handled the bones. After devouring the roasted chicken, Xiao Yi reclined in the rocking chair, having been busy all morning. Finally, he could take a moment to rest. When he awoke, 2 hours had passed. Observing the system time, Xiao Yi lamented, I truly overindulged. After this reflection, he listed his boiled tap water in the trading hall. Boiled water, x 50 ml 4, foundation stone, x1. He immediately listed 20 sets, intentionally raising the price significantly, as it was the last day. He aimed to gather as much as he could. Hey, everyone, look at the trading hall. Someone is trading 50 milliliters of boiled water for foundation stones. Is that true? I'm nearly dying of thirst, and I happen to have 2 foundation stones. How did this big shot acquire purified water and boil it? Seeking strategies and insights. This is probably not boiled from purified water, as I have tried. When I boil purified water and place it in the island monument for trading, it still registers as purified water. The person above must be a big shot too. Why have purified water yet boil it, losing quite a bit in the process? At least the water supply is still relatively abundant. Can you trade it to me at a lower price? Get lost. Yuan Nong also noticed this transaction during his fishing intervals, thinking, this must be Xiao Yi's doing. Not only did he urge me not to sell foundation stones, but he is also acquiring water, a scarce resource. Clearly, these stones are of great significance. Yuan Nong had successfully fished out a supply box, yielding 2 foundation stones along with some basic supplies. Following Xiao Yi's advice, he promptly expanded his island by 2 square meters. When he saw the sudden increase in space on his island, Yuan Nong was left utterly astounded. This was beyond the realm of explanation based on his knowledge. After about 10 minutes, the boiled water sold out. The speed is still rather slow, Xiao Yi muttered. He then listed another 20 sets at the same price. Are there 2 big shots or just one? Another 20 sets of boiled water have appeared. Please take me along, big shot. It can't be the same person, right? Otherwise, how much water would they need to acquire? If it is the same person, that would be quite impressive. Observing the public channel's discussions, Xiao Yi continued his previous tactic, competing against himself. Boiled water, x 55 ml 4, foundation stone, x1. This time he listed 40 sets. Indeed, more than one big shot has obtained this boiled water. Someone immediately exclaimed on the public channel. Chapter 35, Internal Digestion, Handling Techniques. Indeed, the esteemed individuals must have discovered a freshwater source. As fellow citizens of Xia country, let us share our strategies. I strongly urge the esteemed ones to share. I would gladly join your ranks. Xiao Yi paid no heed to their discussions, instead focusing on the message sent by Su Wan, momentarily lost in thought. What extraordinary luck you possess. You have managed to procure yet another tent, Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Su Wan replied with a smile, perhaps the heavens wish to spare me from the rain. What shall we do with this tent? Is it for trading purposes? Su Wan was aware that Xiao Yi was continuously exchanging trading stones in the market. 1 tent sufficed, while any surplus could be traded for stones, surely a coveted item. After pondering briefly, Xiao Yi sent messages to Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong. I have an extra tent. Does anyone need it? Let us first manage our internal affairs, Xiao Yi conveyed to Su Wan. Indeed, Su Wan replied, transferring the tent to Xiao Yi. Upon seeing the tent, Jiang Yuntian immediately wished to claim it. But recognizing Xiao Yi's inquiry was directed at them both, he understood it included Yuan Nong as well. Considering his makeshift wooden shelter, Jiang Yuntian responded, let it go to Yuan Lao. Despite having his child with him, the child was thriving, and he had adequate shelter. It was more fitting to relinquish it to Yuan Nong. On the battlefield, Jiang Yuntian was ruthless, yet when it came to family and friends, he displayed remarkable forbearance. Seeing Jiang Yuntian's reply, Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Let us see if anyone else requires it. The weather here is still quite pleasant. I likely won't need it. Yuan Nong replied. Everyone else has opted out. This is yours, Xiao Yi stated. Single tent, 1 transaction complete. Thank you, thank you. Yuan Nong expressed his gratitude repeatedly, agreeing to the trade. After the transaction concluded, Xiao Yi once again glanced at the trading hall, noting that all 40 units of plain water had been sold. Furthermore, out of the previous 20 units, 3 had also been sold. Acquired materials, trading stones 43. It seems that allowing customers to feel they are gaining an advantage is indeed essential, Xiao Yi murmured, subsequently listing another 40 units. Still at the rate of 1 trading stone for 55 milliliters of plain water. Once listed, Xiao Yi exited the apartment. Observing that the lettuce at the entrance appeared to have produced seeds, carefully, he plucked the protruding stem from the lettuce, extracting numerous oval-shaped seeds. Acquired materials, lettuce seeds 23. How can there be both whole and partial? Xiaoyi questioned upon seeing the system notification. Due to individual processing techniques, the materials obtained may vary slightly. The system responded. You could simply state that my technique is lacking. Xiaoyi retorted, then harvested all the lettuce before sowing the seeds. Acquired materials, lettuce 500g. Xiaoyi broke off a leaf of lettuce and popped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Delicious. Having consumed only fish, he had grown weary of a lack of vegetables. His mouth feeling quite parched. Although it was merely the most basic variety of lettuce, it tasted extraordinarily delightful. Opening a private channel. He sent 100g to Su-Wan and 50g each to Jiang Yutian and Yuan No. After all, this was the seed obtained from Su-Wan's resource box. So it was only right to share generously. Everyone should have a taste. I just harvested it, and though it may be slightly aged, it is still quite palatable. Xiaoyi messaged the three of them. This is rather inconvenient. How wonderful it would be to establish a group chat. Xiaoyi mused. Su-Wan was simply thrilled to have harvested the lettuce. She understood Xiaoyi had planted it, but was astonished by the rapidity of the harvest. This is fantastic. Finally. A change in flavor. Su-Wan replied. Jiang Yutian, however, was taken aback. When did you plant this? Do you have soil? How did you harvest it so quickly? The seeds were procured from another friend. Naturally, I have soil, or I wouldn't have sought your coconut tree seeds. The harvest takes about 2 to 3 days. Xiaoyi explained. Thank you. Jiang Yuntian accepted the trade. Yuan Nong then promptly sent a message, his tone somewhat anxious. You Haven Tea consumed it all, have you? Leave one to grow seeds. Xiaoyi replied. Of course, I let them mature into seeds before harvesting. That is good, that is good. Yuan Nong sighed in relief. As long as you have soil, you can continually cultivate lettuce. Moreover, lettuce has a short growth cycle, making it ideal for large-scale planting. By the way, I wish to inquire, how many seeds does one lettuce typically produce? Xiaoyi asked. Generally, just 1 lettuce per plot is sufficient, as it will yield enough seeds to plant an entire field. Yuan Nong responded. Xiaoyi felt somewhat speechless. He had harvested 2 lettuces and obtained 23 seeds. Had he not wasted much? What's wrong? Yuan Nong noted Xiaoyi's peculiar expression and inquired. Nothing. I'll hang up for now. Xiaoyi replied, ending the conversation. It seems I must consult the experts more frequently in the future. Xiaoyi muttered, then walked to the edge of the island, where 5 resource boxes awaited him. Opening them all. Acquired materials, trading stones 3, bricks 2, bread 500g. Acquired materials, bow and arrow blueprint 1. Acquired materials, metal sheets 2, wood 5, leather machine blueprint 1. Acquired materials, soybeans grade A5, glass 3, hemp fabric 2. Acquired materials, rubber 2, metal sheets 5, plastic 6. Xiaoyi gazed at the materials, muttering, a leather machine blueprint? Do I intend to establish a leather factory in Jiangnan? Moreover, to create leather, one must first have hides. On this island, there are none. What use is that? By the way, didn't I previously deal with a shark? Why did I not receive a notification for shark skin or fish oil? Xiaoyi suddenly felt something was amiss. Due to processing techniques, the system reiterated. All right, you've already disparaged my technique. No need to reiterate. Xiaoyi replied. Indeed. He had used a chainsaw to dismantle the shark. Perhaps that was why he did not obtain shark skin. Xiaoyi planted the recently acquired soybeans in the grade A flower bed and returned to the island monument. In the trading hall, the 40 units he had listed earlier had sold 38, leaving only 2. Acquired materials, trading stones 38. It appears we have reached the limit. Everyone is clutching tightly to their trading stones. Xiaoyi contemplated. As night fell, Xiaoyi began moving the materials toward the island monument. Still uncertain of the mechanism by which seawater might submerge the island, if it were to inundate the very trading stone upon which his materials lay, he would suffer a significant loss. Glancing at the sea, he noticed no additional resource boxes, adjusting the automatic fishing net to a no-target mode. Xiaoyi returned to the apartment. Everyone, please keep an eye on your materials and try to stack them near the island monument. Xiaoyi advised. Even without his reminder, everyone would store their materials close to the monument, yet it was wise to be cautious. Chapter 36. The inundation begins. Fully furnished, although the significance of Xiaoyi's reminder eluded Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong, they nonetheless proceeded to inspect all their supplies to ensure none were situated far from the island monument. After alerting his friends, Xiaoyi continued to list 40 sets of 55 milliliters boiled water as tradable building blocks. Why was the esteemed figure so intent on acquiring building blocks? Perhaps he was preparing to forge his own continent. The thought of crafting a realm for himself and reigning as a sovereign was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, what joy could be found in ruling over a desolate land all alone? Indeed, with an expansive area came the necessity of traversing its borders to salvage supply boxes, rendering it hardly worthwhile. It was far more advantageous to maintain a smaller territory, allowing for swift movement from east to west, and Amir turned to journey north and south. Did anyone know how this prominent figure managed to amass such a wealth of boiled water? I felt as if I were on the brink of dehydration. The public channel buzzed with discussions. Though it was already the 6th day, the majority of individuals still lacked food and water. Any supply boxes near Xiaoyi's island had likely been harvested, and a glance at the contents revealed that food and water were exceedingly scarce. In the past 6 days, the only sustenance obtained had been bread, mineral water, roasted chicken, spicy strips, and 2 instances of fruit, an apple and a banana. It should be noted that Xiaoyi possessed an automated fishing net, retrieving more than 5 supply boxes daily, while most others managed to secure only 1, if at all. This scarcity of food and water was palpable. Throughout these 6 days, countless individuals had been eliminated, and the consequence of elimination here was death. With a sigh, Xiaoyi turned over and drifted into slumber. The following day, he was roused by the sound of Wang Kai scratching at the door. To avoid another unwelcome encounter with Wang Kai's tongue, Xiaoyi decisively locked it outside. Rising, he glanced at the island monument, only to find the public channel in an uproar. What was happening? Upon awakening, why had the seawater begun to encroach? Indeed, according to my calculations, my island appeared to have diminished by approximately 0.3 square meters. At this point, there was no need to flaunt your mathematical prowess. Does anyone here comprehend the situation? My island seems unchanged. Have you all done something foolish? I did nothing. I simply awoke to this. No, the seawater continues to spread inland. Could it truly be fully submerged? I can't swim. I figured it out. I must quickly use the building blocks to expand my island. This revelation jolted many from their stupor. At last, they understood the purpose of those small building blocks. Damn it, so this is how it works. Who was the esteemed figure yesterday? I wish to trade 100 milliliters of water for my building blocks back. I am in the same boat. I beg you. I would even trade other supplies. Please agree to the transaction. Xiaoyi promptly removed all listings related to building block trades, as 5 individuals had chosen to engage in transactions the previous night. Acquired supplies, building blocks X5. This scoundrel actually took our building blocks and vanished. I curse him to eat instant noodles without seasoning. Those who traded water for building blocks yesterday, step forward. I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Yet, some recognized the futility of their situation and immediately sought to purchase building blocks in the transaction hall. Bread, X500, mineral water, X500 ml, wood X20. Stone, X54, building block, X1. Double bed blueprint, X1. Metal sheet, X5, wood, X24, building block, X1. Manual juicer blueprint, X14, building block, X1. In an instant, the transaction hall was filled with requests for building blocks. Holding his 5 building blocks, Xiaoyi mused, let us see if there is something worthwhile to trade. His island was already sufficiently large. He didn't need these 5 building blocks. In the public channel, the individual who had previously advised others against selling their building blocks reemerged. Humph, was I just saying how dastardly this old man was? Sir, I was mistaken. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you. If you still have any building blocks, please sell me one. You truly are a seasoned player. Get lost. I'm only 18, and I don't have a nephew like you. Allow me to offer you some guidance. Esteemed figure, please enlighten us. Yes, we are all ears. For a moment, silence enveloped the chat as everyone awaited the man's words. Based on the current rate of inundation, it seemed that the island area would likely be submerged by approximately 1 square meter today. Thus, everyone still had a chance. Go salvage supply boxes, after all. You cannot engage in any other activities. The chat interface fell silent. However, whether they would successfully retrieve supply boxes remained uncertain, though this predicament would undoubtedly spur them to greater diligence. Su-Wan observed the situation with relative calm, as it aligned with her expectations. Meanwhile, Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong exchanged astonished glances at the chat content. Did Xiaoyi foresee this situation in advance? This was a shared thought between them. At that moment, Xiaoyi was perusing the transaction platform for trade information. A larger bed would be advantageous. I shall acquire this double bed blueprint. I also desire the juicer, as I have already planted corn and soybeans, which I can process into soybean oil and corn oil upon harvest. Additionally, I must have this blanket manufacturing blueprint. After trading for all 3 blueprints with building blocks, he stepped outside. There was little else of value left to trade. After utilizing the remaining 2 building blocks to expand his island, he began preparing breakfast. As expected, it was once again grilled fish. Yesterday, he had caught 25 ordinary sea fish. This time, he placed 4 on the grill. After setting the fish to cook, Xiaoyi ventured outside to survey his island. His island now spanned an astonishing 296 square meters, primarily due to the substantial number of building blocks acquired through water and food trades over the past 2 days. With such a vast area, it was difficult to discern if it had been reduced by a square meter. Xiao Yi murmured. Currently, the seawater was eroding the island's area, with a progress rate of 33, and the island was undergoing unknown changes. As Xiao Yi gazed at the island's surface, the sign and system chimed in. Unknown changes? Xiao Yi inquired, astounded. What unknown changes? The current changes are ongoing and will only be definitively determined once the seawater has completely eroded the area. If that is the case, I suppose we must wait. Xiao Yi shook his head and declared, System, let us sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. On completing 1 week of sign-ins and receiving a fully furnished gift package. Chapter 37, Luxurious Upgrade, Powerless and Gasless. High drop rates after the protagonist upgraded his wooden cabin to a studio apartment. It merely became an empty space with whitewashed walls. The furnishings he had placed appeared rather crude, resembling a storage room. Upon hearing about the sign-in reward, Xiao Yi was immediately filled with excitement. Could it be that he would finally reside in a beautifully decorated home? He opened the package. The opening was successful, and he received a house decoration card. He was instructed to use it at the island monument. A card depicting an exquisite little house appeared in his hand, and he hurried to the monument, switching to the construction page. A prompt appeared on the monument. You possess 1 house decoration card. Would you like to use it? Yes, Xiao Yi affirmed. Please select a decoration style. Instantly, over 10 styles appeared on the monument. Modern minimalist, serene countryside, European classical, Mediterranean. Xiao Yi was dazzled. But when he saw the Mediterranean style, he decisively chose it, as it resonated with his current situation, an island in the sea. Selection of the Mediterranean style confirmed. The renovation was complete, and any furniture and decorations that were incongruous with the style had been removed from the apartment. Xiao Yi's bedroom transformed entirely. The wall color became softer and more natural, and where there had once been a window, a grand floor-to-ceiling window now existed. The vast sea was fully visible. Opening the window allowed him to step closer to the water. The island monument, which had previously occupied space in the room, was now embedded in the wall, saving space. His humble wooden bed had vanished, replaced by a luxurious double bed, complete with a comfortable mattress, quilt, and pillows. Unable to resist, he sat on it. So soft, so comfortable. After a week of sleeping on a wooden board, he had recently transitioned to a single bed, which was merely a wooden plank. On either side of the bed stood 2 nightstands, one of which boasted a lamp. Looking up, he noticed a large ceiling light. How splendid. Xiao Yi couldn't help but sigh in delight, then opened a wooden wardrobe embedded in the wall. Inside, there were hangers and pant racks, but alas, it was all empty. Stepping out of the bedroom, he found the entire floor was now tiled. In the corner of the living room, 2 water purifiers stood beside a 3-seater sofa. Opposite the sofa was a television, also embedded in the wall. On the other side of the living room was a long white table with black edges, comfortably seating 6, accompanied by white chairs. Entering the kitchen, he found brand new cookware, a marble countertop, and even a range hood. Wait, where's my stove? Xiao Yi realized that the stove he had placed there was missing. It had been moved outside, along with his single bed. The system promptly replied. Oh, so can this new stove be used? Xiao Yi inquired. The system remained silent, leading him to experiment. Striking the flint produced sparks but failed to ignite. No gas. Realization dawned on him. Would he have to find gas himself? With this thought, Xiao Yi dashed to the living room, intending to turn on the television. Yet, the television showed no response. As expected, he would have to generate his own power. Xiao Yi lamented, noting that the fireplace had been relocated to the living room during the upgrade. Earlier, he had noticed an air conditioner and thought little of it, but now, without power, it was futile. He had anticipated a modern lifestyle, only to find that while the house had become contemporary, the essential utilities lagged far behind. Xiao Yi mused helplessly. The bathroom, too, was fully tiled, featuring a wash basin, shower, and heating system. Of course, the heating system was useless without electricity. Fortunately, he had previously constructed a water supply system. Otherwise, these amenities would have rendered him unable to access water after the upgrade. Despite the absence of power and gas, Xiao Yi found satisfaction in the luxurious upgrade. His living standards had elevated significantly. But wait, hadn't he just acquired a double bed that was now rendered useless? Realization struck him. Had he known, he would have signed in first and then traded. However, it mattered little. He had no use for it, but others might. He decided to store it away for now. After all the commotion, Xiao Yi promptly stepped outside, adjusting the automatic fishing net's target to collect resource boxes, allowing it to roam freely. He then checked on his crops, all of which thrived splendidly, and watered them. He tore the freshly baked bread into crumbs and took the dried sea fish he had sun-dried the day before, roasting it until it was crispy. then crushing it into fish powder to mix with the breadcrumbs for feeding the chicks. The two chicks chirped joyfully and observing their daily growth. Xiaoyi felt that it wouldn't be long before he could enjoy fresh eggs. Last night, he had harvested 32 sea fish, now gathered together by Wang Kai. Xiaoyi processed 4 of them, placing them on the grill, then filled his water bucket. As the area of his island expanded, the water tank, originally on the shore, now seemed increasingly distant, running back and forth wasted precious time. So he needed to devise a water collection device. Since the consumption was minimal, Xiaoyi quickly filled the water tank and returned to the grill. After grilling the fish, he sent some to Yuan Nong, 1 to Su Wan, tossed 1 to Wang Kai, and kept 1 for himself. Accompanied by clean lettuce sprinkled with a bit of salt, it was utterly delightful. While eating, he sent purified water to Jiang Yuntian and cool white water to Yuan Nong. After addressing the water purifier and sea salt extractor, Xiaoyi had entirely dealt with the fish he had on hand. Wang Kai, you're responsible for transporting all the resource boxes to the front of the apartment. Xiaoyi patted Wang Kai, pointing towards the boxes. Wang Kai barked twice and scampered towards the resource boxes by the sea. Xiaoyi then returned to the island monument to check the public channel. I salvaged a resource box, and it contained 2 cornerstone pieces. Excellent. Hey, can you spare me one? I'm so scared. Scram. I'm scared too. There's a cornerstone in my box as well. Hurry and salvage resource boxes. Today seems to have a higher probability of yielding cornerstones. Many people are finding them. Yes, at such a time, relying on oneself is better than relying on others. However, the resource boxes appearing on my end are too far from the island. I can't reach them. Then you'll have to wait. At this point, even if you offer a lot of supplies, people might not sell cornerstones. Chapter 38. The reasons behind enthusiastic explanations. It cannot be stated outright that conditions for joining have been established. This morning, it appears that someone has exchanged cornerstone materials, successfully completing 3 transactions, and I have been observing. Why are you so idle? Because my island has already expanded to 10 square meters. If it were to be submerged now, I would accept my fate. Oh, esteemed one, could you lend me 2 pieces of cornerstone? Scram. If you want cornerstones, go retrieve them yourself. Has anyone pondered why there was no flooding for the past 6 days, yet today it suddenly occurred? This question was posed, momentarily halting discussions in the public channel. However, it was but a brief pause before a torrent of conversation surged forth. Indeed. Why? Can someone enlighten us? I have a hypothesis, and you all have likely noticed that this world resembles a game. The past 6 days were akin to a beginner's phase, granting everyone a 6-day buffer. However, once this phase concludes, the difficulty escalates. Xiaoyi caught sight of the individual SID, Emperor of the World. It was he who had posed the question. What? The initial 6 days were merely a beginner's phase? This is a hellishly difficult beginner's phase. Indeed. How many were eliminated during this phase? Henceforth, it may become even more challenging. At the current rate of 1 square meter submerged per day, each individual must retrieve a piece of cornerstone daily to prevent their island from being completely submerged. Emperor of the World continued. Oh no, if that's the case, we are doomed. I only acquired 3 pieces of cornerstone in the first 6 days, and now the demand is 1 per day. What a death sentence. Brother, is what you say true? I'm terrified. Is there anyone willing to take me in? I can manage both the dining hall and the kitchen, and I excel at climbing double beds. The old adage rings true. It is better to rely on oneself than others. Let us focus on gathering supply crates. Emperor of the World imparted his wisdom like a seasoned veteran. But it's impossible to catch anything. Esteemed one, could you share some techniques? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously share my knowledge, responded Emperor of the World. To prevent the world from being destroyed? Do not interrupt. Let the esteemed one speak. To maintain peace in the world. Be gone. Do you want to lose your life? Silence. Emperor of the World seemed genuinely kind-hearted, unaffected by the interruptions of the 2 individuals, and he earnestly continued speaking in the public chat channel. In truth, the ability to retrieve supply crates hinges on 3 key points. First, the direction in which the supply crates drift. This is determined by the world's settings, and theoretically, at least 1 supply crate should be within the catchable range. Second, it depends on the quality of the tools you possess. For instance, the initial worn fishing net may still allow crates to slip through even if caught. Lastly, it matters whether you know how to use your tools. If you can use them, there is hope. If not, it's left to fate. As for these 3 points, the first is beyond our control, so we must strive to improve upon the second and third. Therefore, endeavor to acquire or rent better fishing nets, diligently practice your net throwing skills, and closely observe the drifting directions of the supply crates to seize the perfect moment for a decisive catch. The esteemed one speaks most eloquently. I must hasten to rent a superior fishing net. Thanks to Emperor of the World's explanation, the fishing net rental market in the trading hall began to flourish. If you join the Emperor's family, our internal rental prices are half of the market rate, Emperor of the World added as a final remark. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned. No wonder he was so eager to explain. He was trying to recruit others. It seems many will soon join the ranks of Emperor of the World. Is that so? Splendid. I wish to join. Me too. And I. Emperor of the World observed the bustling sign-up seen in the chat interface and continued. Those wishing to sign up should add the 4 Hall Masters as friends. Their IDs are Emperor of the Azure Dragon, Emperor of the White Tiger, Emperor of the Vermilion Bird, and Emperor of the Black Tortoise. They will inform you of the conditions for joining. What? There are conditions? Naturally, the Emperor shall become the most powerful force in this world. Not just anyone can join. Emperor of the World replied. As Xiao Yi watched Emperor of the World recruit followers, his private channel suddenly chimed. Ding ding, Suwon requests to speak with you. Connect. Did you see the chat in the public channel? Suwon appeared on the screen of the private chat. I did. What about it? Xiao Yi replied. That Emperor of the World mentioned that there might be a square meter submerged each day from now on. Suwon expressed her concerns. That is merely a speculation. It likely won't happen. Let us wait and see how today unfolds. Do not fret. The most important thing right now is to gather supplies. Xiao Yi responded nonchalantly. Others may rely on speculation, but he has system notifications, far more reliable than mere conjecture. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Suwon felt somewhat reassured, for some reason. Xiao Yi always managed to provide her with a sense of security. Very well, I shall go gather supplies. Suwon concluded the call and walked towards the seaside. After ending the conversation with Suwon, Xiao Yi switched back to the public channel. What a scam, Emperor of the World. The membership fee is a piece of cornerstone. And thereafter, another piece every 10 days. Not only cornerstones but also wood, stone, glass, plastic, metal sheets, and other basic materials. All must be submitted every 10 days. This is outright exploitation. Yes, let us resist Emperor of the World. Reject joining. We are not forcing anyone to join. Emperor of the World retorted. If you cannot even gather a piece of cornerstone in 10 days, what are you renting high-level fishing nets for? Are you just here to watch? Such useless individuals. We certainly do not want them. Good riddance. With Emperor of the World's statement, many began to reconsider. Providing good fishing nets certainly incurs costs. One cannot expect to receive everything for free. However, some individuals remained obstinate and continued to complain. Damn it. Who wants to be exploited by him? Only a fool would agree to such blatant exploitation. Yes, Emperor of the World is a fool. Displaying the repugnant visage of a capitalist. Observing those keyboard warriors who only knew how to hurl insults, Xiao Yi could only shake his head in resignation. What Emperor of the World was doing was entirely reasonable. He saw no issue with it. It was not as if everyone was being compelled to join. It was simply a matter of mutual consent. What was there to complain about? Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to spend time gathering supplies? Xiao Yi stepped out of his apartment, where 5 supply crates had already been placed, dragged over by Wang Kai. Truly, an S-grade pet possesses such strength. Xiao Yi murmured. Open them all. Acquired supplies. Chapter 39. Wind-powered water wheel. How to cultivate potatoes. Acquired resources. Foundation stones X2, metal sheets X3. Acquired resources. Foundation stones X1, stones X4. Acquired resources. Foundation stones X1, wood X10. Acquired resources. Foundation stones X4, plastic X2. Acquired resources. Wind-powered water wheel blueprint X1. Remarkably, this time, from 5 resource boxes, 8 foundation stones emerged. Indeed, the probability of obtaining foundation stones seems to be higher than before. It appears that this world still offers them a glimmer of hope. However, water and food were not among the gains. For Xiao Yi, this was of little consequence. His primary concern lay with the wind-powered water wheel blueprint. Wind-powered water wheel blueprint, wood X90, metal sheets X30. With sufficient resources at hand, he hurried to construct it. Xiao Yi dashed to the island monument and selected to manufacture the wind-powered water wheel. The corresponding resources vanished, and a windmill with 18 blades materialized in the manufacturing space. Please select a placement location, noting that it must be situated in an area with adequate wind. If the water wheel is to function for water extraction, it must be placed by the water's edge. Is the wind-powered water wheel merely for decoration if it doesn't draw water? Xiao Yi quipped, placing it at the nearest seaside location to the water tank. Through nearly a week of observation, he noted that there was a daily period of stronger winds. Currently, his water usage was not excessive. If the wind-powered water wheel could operate for even a short time each day, the tank should fill adequately. Arriving beside the newly placed water wheel, he marveled at its impressive size. Towering at 8 meters, each blade's edge bore a small bucket for scooping water. As the wind blew upon the blades, the windmill began to spin, and the buckets filled with seawater as they swept across the ocean. When tilted, The buckets poured their contents into a wooden trough positioned just right for the task, channeling the water toward the island. However, Xiaoyi realized the monument had not extended the trough sufficiently. He would need to lengthen it himself to connect it to the water tank. "Damn it," he exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he retrieved his toolbox to extend the trough. Approximately an hour later, he surveyed his handiwork with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. The trough was rudimentary at best, and it leaked seawater. "Let it leak for now. I'll make do," Xiaoyi sighed, attaching the trough to the tank. With a splashing sound, the wind-powered water wheel began to draw seawater into the tank. Although the process was slow, it spared him the repetitive trips to fetch water. He gazed contentedly at the still leaking trough, muttering to himself. As he stowed away his toolbox and returned to the apartment, he noticed the strawberries had ripened. They should be ready to eat. Observing the vibrant red fruit in the wooden pot, he decided to consult Yuan Nong first. "Old Yuan, can strawberries be harvested for seeds?" Xiaoyi inquired. Yuan Nong promptly responded, "Indeed. The tiny specks on the ripe strawberries are seeds. Carefully peel away the outer skin with a small knife. Taking care not to damage the seeds, then dry the skin, and the seeds will naturally fall out." "Great," Xiaoyi replied, retrieving a knife from his toolbox to harvest the ripe strawberries, totaling 27 in number. He meticulously peeled the skin away, ensuring not to harm the seeds. After finishing one, he popped the succulent flesh into his mouth. Sweet and delicious. He continued this careful process with the remaining strawberries. Peeling the skins proved to be quite a delicate task. Stretching his stiff neck, he glanced at the pile of skins before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Looking at the whole strawberries, he distributed 4 to each of Su Wan and the others. Strawberry flesh, X80G, trade unavailable. Though the strawberries, devoid of their skins, might appear less appealing, their flavor remained delightful. After completing the trade, he noticed the potatoes he had set aside for 2 days and murmured, "Aren't potatoes supposed to sprout easily? Why haven't they yet?" Thus, he messaged Yuan Nong once more. "Old Yuan, do potatoes need to sprout before they can be planted?" At this moment, Yuan Nong had just accepted the strawberry trade and felt deeply moved by Xiaoyi's generosity in sharing fruit. Though still somewhat astonished, he was no longer shocked, as Xiaoyi often brought forth various fruits and vegetables and provided grilled fish and purified water, making their abundance quite astonishing. To cultivate potatoes, you need to cut them in half, mix them with some charcoal ash, and bury a piece every 15 centimeters into the soil, Yuan Nong explained. "Oh, I see," Xiaoyi thought, realizing he had truly rescued Yuan Nong. "Of course, you can also plant them once they sprout," Yuan Nong added. "Great," Xiaoyi replied, promptly cutting the potatoes in half, mixing them with charcoal ash, and planting them in ordinary soil. "It seems a bit cramped," he mused, glancing at the wooden pot filled with soil. Ding ding, the island monument chimed, and Xiaoyi stepped inside. "Soil, X2, trade unavailable. I don't have any seeds, and it's inconvenient to plant things with the kids, so here you go," came a message from Jiang Yuntian. Xiaoyi's eyes brightened. He had just been pondering the soil situation when Jiang Yuntian sent this. He accepted the trade and gained 2 units of soil. However, he found himself short on containers to hold the soil. Typically, small wooden pots do not require manufacturing blueprints, but they only accommodate a limited amount. Large wooden pots and flower beds, however, necessitate blueprints. "I hope to find containers soon. Once the potatoes sprout, I can transplant them," Xiaoyi thought. After planting the potatoes, Xiaoyi returned to the apartment and settled comfortably onto the sofa. However, gazing at the unresponsive television, he pondered how to acquire a generator. Fuel seemed a distant prospect. He should first focus on the electricity issue. At this point, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and the system indicated that the seawater erosion had reached 66. The waiting was becoming increasingly nerve-wracking. "This is frustrating," Xiaoyi lamented. Meanwhile, the public channel continued to host numerous individuals. "It feels like we're all going to be submerged. Calm down. According to my calculations, the rate at which the seawater is rising remains consistent. By this morning, it was at most 1 square meter. Even if you have not salvaged a single foundation stone, total submersion is unlikely, so do not panic. I feel like if I don't hold on to the island monument, I'll just fall into the sea. There is no way to collect resources. Then wait until you adapt before attempting to salvage. There is nothing anyone can do to assist you." Chapter 40. Impersonating Anren's Friend. Soil improvement card. Looking at the multitude of people seeking foundational stones, Xiaoyi felt a pang of concern for Anren, who he had been unable to contact. With this thought lingering in his mind, he couldn't help but post a message once more on the public channel. "Anren, if you see this message, please reach out to me." After sending this message, Xiaoyi, adhering to his previous routine, waited by the island monument for a while. Until now, he had received no response, and even when he did, It was from individuals entirely unrelated to his inquiry. Just as Xiao Yi was beginning to think this instance would be no different, his private channel suddenly lit up, indicating he had received a message. "Who are you? And why are you looking for Anren?" the sender inquired. Frowning at the words, Xiao Yi contemplated blocking the person outright, but hesitated and replied instead. "She is someone of great importance to me. Are you Uncle Anua? I'm Xiaoyang. I'm a good friend of Ranen." The sender seemed somewhat excited. Xiao Yi pondered. Did Anren truly possess such a close friend? It seemed unlikely, yet this individual accurately mentioned Anren's father's name. Perhaps they were indeed acquainted. After all, it had been some time since he last saw Anren, and it was possible she had made new friends after his departure. "I'm not Uncle Anua. My name is Xiao Yi," he replied. "Xiao Yi?" Xiaoyang paused for a moment before responding. "You aren't her ex-boyfriend, are you?" With a sigh, Xiao Yi admitted. "I suppose you could say that. So you're that poor boy," Xiaoyang muttered. "But in this world, perhaps a poor boy can thrive even better. After all, in this realm, lineage mattered little. What counted were one's physical prowess and abilities, where everyone stood equal." With this in mind, Xiaoyang continued, "I'm also searching for Anren. But I haven't received any news. I've been hungry all day. Could you spare me some food?" Upon hearing this request, Xiao Yi frowned slightly and replied, "My food supply is limited. I'm afraid I can't help. Since you're looking for Anren, you surely wish to rekindle your relationship. I can assist you. Just provide me with a bottle of mineral water and some essential food daily. And, oh, a foundational stone as well, and I guarantee you will reconcile." Xiaoyang insisted. "Help me?" "No, thank you," Xiao Yi replied coolly before promptly blocking the individual. "Such an outrageous demand. Does he truly think I'm a fool?" Xiao Yi grumbled. "Even if you are indeed Ranen's good friend, it only suggests that Ranen has poor judgment." Meanwhile, Xiaoyang, blocked by Xiao Yi, seethed as he read the message on the island monument. Message sending failed. "You have been blocked by the recipient. How dare a pauper block me?" Xiaoyang hissed between clenched teeth. "I thought I had found an easy opportunity to secure a better meal." Xiaoyang only vaguely knew Anren, not intimately. And the reason he knew her father's name was that he worked at her father's enterprise. Anren was considered an ice queen at the company, where many suitors were ruthlessly rejected, supposedly because she could never forget her college boyfriend. Yet Xiaoyang had heard that this college boyfriend was a poor fellow, and he could not fathom why Anren would reject so many wealthy and accomplished young men for someone of such modest means. Today, upon seeing someone searching for Anren, Xiaoyang felt compelled to intervene. Although his island was already 6 square meters large, alleviating his fears of flooding, the discussions in the public channel left him apprehensive for the future. Those who are consumed with their own struggles are unlikely to seek out others. If someone is reaching out, it indicates they are faring quite well. Thus, upon discovering someone was looking for Anren, Xiaoyang eagerly reached out. However, it was evident that Xiao Yi was not the type to pursue blindly. After concluding his conversation with Xiaoyang, the sky outside had gradually darkened. Stepping outside, Xiao Yi opened all 6 supply boxes caught by his automatic fishing net, acquiring 9 foundational stones along with various other ordinary supplies. But alas, no food or water. Today, he had netted a total of 9 supply boxes, exceeding his previous hauls. Although the seawater would erode 1 foundational stone, the supply boxes had been generous. Xiao Yi mused. Of the 5 supply boxes opened this morning, 2 were unopened from yesterday. This meant he had caught 3 in the morning and 6 in the afternoon. Observing that there were no more supply boxes to be seen on the sea, he adjusted the automatic fishing net to a non-target mode before returning to his apartment. At the entrance to his apartment, the peppers had indeed ripened, but to preserve the seeds, Xiao Yi resisted the urge to pick them and allowed them to grow for another day. After hastily finishing his dinner, he returned to the island monument and switched to the crafting interface. First, let us create a manual juicer. Xiao Yi glanced at the required materials. Manual juicer blueprint, metal sheets 50, wood 20, plastic 5. He had just enough metal sheets, while the other materials were plentiful. Manufacture. Upon command, the corresponding materials vanished, and a small juicer materialized in the crafting space. Please select a placement location. After a moment of thought, Xiao Yi decided to place it in the kitchen. It was compact and would be easy to move later if needed. The juicer appeared in the kitchen, and Xiao Yi approached to inspect it. Manual juicer. With this, you can extract liquid substances from plants, though it requires considerable strength, rendering it inefficient. The juicer featured a handle on top that could be turned, utilizing a screw rod to apply pressure to the iron disc below, thoroughly compressing the substances between the discs, allowing oils and other liquids to flow into the plastic container beneath. Inefficient or not, at last, he had a means to produce cooking oil. Xiao Yi murmured. He returned once more to the island monument and observed the public chat channel, where many continued to propagate panic. Shaking his head in resignation, he lay down on his large bed. Although comfortable, He found himself unable to sleep, anxious to see the outcome of the island's transformations. Ding ding. Yuan Nong requests a call. Connecting. Xiaoyi, I caught this today. Yuan Nong sent a message. Soil improvement card, capable of transforming 50 square meters of desertified land into arable land for crop cultivation. Seeing this item, Xiaoyi was astonished. He had always believed that only through check-ins could one obtain upgrade cards or renovation cards. He never imagined such cards could also emerge from supply boxes. Despite having fished out numerous supply boxes, he had never encountered such a card. Yet Yuan Nong, having fished only for 2 days and retrieved just a few boxes, had procured this miraculous card? Now, that was true fortune, even more than Su Wan, while he had opened so many supply boxes in vain indeed. He was a true unfortunate soul. Chapter 41. The erosion concludes. New hints appear on the island tablet. Such a marvelous discovery. This means you can cultivate crops on the island, exclaimed Xiao Yi, confident that with your skills, a bountiful harvest is assured. Yuan Nong shook his head in response, saying, My island is merely 8 square meters at present, far from the 50 square meters I aspire to. Utilizing this card would be a tremendous waste. Moreover, I lack seeds for planting. I can provide you with seeds. Xiao Yi replied eagerly. Having matured or almost matured crops, he surely had some seeds to spare. Yuan Nong again shook his head. While I appreciate your offer for seeds, how long I can sustain myself here remains uncertain. It's best to keep them on your island. If you do manage to reap a harvest, a small share would suffice. Clearly, Yuan Nong was aware of the ominous prediction circulating, fearing that if the daily erosion were to persist, many would face elimination, himself possibly among them. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyi said, Very well, I will take this card. My island has ample space. From now on, I shall cover your daily meals. Thank you. In truth, this card was originally yours. Without the fishing net you provided, I would not have caught anything, Yuan Nong replied with a smile. Soil improvement card, transaction, none. Xiao Yi accepted the trade and remarked, But let us not forget, over the past week, I averaged 6 supply crates daily, yet found not a single card. What one obtains from opening crates is entirely a matter of luck. Yuan Lao, you are far luckier than I. What? You managed to fish out over 40 supply crates in the past week? Yuan Nong's eyes widened in disbelief. According to the fishing net's radius, one could catch at most 2 crates per person daily, with rare exceptions yielding 3. Could it be that he caught every crate he laid eyes upon? Doubt filled Yuan Nong's mind. Xiaoyi waved dismissively. That is inconsequential. The real issue is that what I obtained was of no use. Yuan Nong chuckled ruefully. With such poor luck, one would still eventually uncover some treasures given the vast number of crates. Truly, one cannot compare luck between individuals. Indeed, Xiaoyi agreed. I shall now utilize this card and see what transpires. Good. The two concluded their conversation, and Xiao Yi switched to the construction interface, standing before his apartment. He selected a 510 shape to improve the land. Do you confirm the use of the soil improvement card to enhance the land within the selected area? Yes. The soil improvement card vanished. Enhancement successful. Xiao Yi immediately stepped out of his apartment, observing that the sandy ground nearby had transformed into fertile soil. Normal soil, suitable for crop cultivation. Improved by the soil improvement card, it will not revert to sand. Wonderful. Now I need not worry about insufficient land. Xiao Yi exclaimed joyously. Returning to the island tablet, Xiao Yi left a message for Yuan Nong. Success. At least for the time being. I need not fret about inadequate soil or planting space. That is splendid. If you encounter any issues regarding planting, do let me know promptly. Yuan Nong replied. Of course. I shall reach out without delay. Xiao Yi responded. It had been quite some time since Su Wan had sent anything to Xiao Yi, indicating there was nothing particularly valuable or special, merely ordinary supplies. Xiao Yi had previously advised her to keep those for herself. My island seems to have dwindled to merely 3 square meters. Indeed, mine too. Today, I only managed to retrieve 2 supply crates, neither of which contained cornerstone. Your luck must be particularly poor. I at least managed to obtain one. Let us hope the encroaching seawater advances slowly. I am terrified. It feels as though beyond this island lies the abyss, with the submerged portions appearing utterly dissolved. Are we not standing on 4 columns, each with a cross-section of 1 square meter? Initially, I felt little apprehension, but now your words have instilled some fear within me. These columns won't break, will they? Shut it, you harbinger of doom. Panic spread through the chat group, while Xiao Yi reclined on his bed, awaiting the passage of this day. Soon, midnight struck, and each island's tablet displayed a notification. Congratulations! You have passed the first week's trial. The next trial will escalate. 1 week from now, the seawater will continue to erode 1 square meter. Strive to expand your island. Additional rewards await. A simple 2-sentence notification, and then the tablet returned to its normal state. The public channel buzzed with activity once more. What does this notification mean? Is someone toying with us? Indeed, someone must be playing us, but what can you do? IXX. Beyond impotent rage, what can one achieve? Instead of wasting time, focus on resting or gathering supplies. That is far more beneficial. The first week has nearly exhausted us, and now we must face an upgraded trial? Yes. But did it not say that only 1 square meter would be eroded each week? It seems there is no upgrade. You know nothing. The cornerstone is merely the foundation of our survival trial. Countless other trials await us, from fierce storms to the harshest of weathers, even earthquakes and tsunamis. Which of these is not a trial? Exactly. Furthermore, who can predict what bizarre occurrences may arise in this world? What if a host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals emerge from the sea to attack us? Good grief, your words send chills down my spine. And that phrase, strive to expand your island. You will receive additional rewards. What could it possibly mean? What could it mean other than its literal interpretation? Expanding the island will yield rewards beyond mere supply crates. What might those rewards be? Only those with larger islands could provide insight into that. Could any esteemed individuals come forth and share their experiences? At this moment, Desalinator emerged, stating, "Thus far, my island has not revealed any additional rewards." It appears he considers himself an esteemed figure. We may need to continue our exploration, esteemed one. If you discover anything, please inform us promptly. Humph. Such news I shall only disclose within Desalinator. If you wish to obtain first-hand information, join us, replied Desalinator. Xiaoyi smirked, thinking, even now, he seeks to recruit others. Yet, upon reflection, each additional member would grant Desalinator an extra cornerstone weekly, even if he does not distribute them all. With a multitude of subordinates, it would amount to a considerable sum. Such a pyramid-like organization is unlikely to endure, though if they voluntarily adapt and alter their recruitment conditions. That is another matter entirely. Xiaoyi scoffed, merely observing the bustling public channel. He placed far greater trust in the notifications from the sign-in system. Opening the floor-to-ceiling window and stepping outside his apartment, as he gazed upon his island below, the system's prompt finally resonated. Chapter 42, Resource Classification, Evolution. An acquisition of metal sheets author. Small islands. The area measures 303 square meters, with 9 unused foundation stones remaining, and resources refresh randomly on the island's unmodified land daily. Unmodified land refers to areas untouched by human intervention. The larger the island, the more resources will appear. It is important to note that resource classification is currently being refined. If the refreshing resources are not processed in a timely manner, they will gradually evolve and spawn new resources reliant on the original. Upon seeing the system's notification, Xiaoyi felt perplexed and inquired, what does resource classification refinement mean? To illustrate, previously you may have gathered a type of resource known as metal sheets. But in the future, this resource will not appear. Instead, it will be refined into specific metals, such as iron, copper, or tin. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and asked, so, when crafting items in the future, if iron is needed, other metals will not suffice? Indeed. And what about the metal sheets previously collected? Those are universal. Xiaoyi nodded, then rushed to the island monument, listing 50 units of boiled water. Boiled water, 30 milliliters for metal sheet, 1. The universally applicable metal sheets will undoubtedly become the most scarce resource if a specific metal becomes unobtainable. This can serve as a substitute. However, Xiaoyi worried that acquiring too many might draw attention, so he only listed 50 units, although he had considered listing 500. Regarding the amount of boiled water, he initially intended to use 50 milliliters, but was similarly concerned about attracting unwanted notice. Trading 30 milliliters of boiled water for 1 unit of metal sheet is already quite a high price, and any higher would surely raise eyebrows. Yet to Xiaoyi, 30 milliliters of boiled water was hardly significant. If anyone were willing to sell metal sheets to him, he would gladly exchange 100 milliliters of boiled water for a single unit. As he set up the boiled water for trade, Xiaoyi continued to inquire, what does evolution mean? For example, if 10 trees refresh on the island and you do not chop them down, more trees will subsequently refresh in the same location, gradually transforming into a grove, which will further evolve into a forest. With the presence of a forest, animals that inhabit it will also begin to appear. Xiaoyi suddenly understood. Indeed, a larger area yields greater rewards. However, he wondered, could this not also allow for the evolution of cultivable land on the island? He was puzzled about the purpose of the previously encountered soil improvement cards. Soil improvement cards act quickly and do not lead to sandification. While natural evolution is extremely slow and may risk sandification if not properly protected. Xiaoyi nodded, finally grasping the nature of the changes occurring on the island. Or, in gaming terms, what precisely had been updated in this system update? The larger the island, the greater the advantages. Xiaoyi mused. It is noteworthy that the island may also spawn various animals that pose threats to humans. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, then immediately comprehended, with a forest. It is logical to expect the emergence of ferocious tigers and venomous snakes. It appears that a larger island is indeed a double-edged sword. If one's strength is insufficient and the island becomes excessively large, one might fall prey to the beasts that inhabit it, which would be quite awkward. Xiao Yi reflected. At that moment, he received inquiries from Su Wan and the others. Clearly, they had not rested and were awaiting the conclusion of the flooding of the foundation stone incident. Their questions revolved around what was meant by the island's increased size leading to greater rewards. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and succinctly explained, the larger the island, the more resources will be refreshed. Additionally, there is an opportunity to collect more metal sheets. Do not sell or use them. After explaining, he added, all right. Can I exchange the resources I have for metal sheets? This was Su Wan's response. Yes. Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong were somewhat astonished. Why was it that such a well-known figure like Dilin Tianxia was unaware of this? Yet it seemed like a simple matter to Xiao Yi. Could it be that Xiao Yi was a prophet? Although puzzled, they understood that some matters were personal and not to be pried into. They could only respond, okay. We will pay more attention to collecting metal sheets. Indeed, even exchanging with other basic resources is acceptable, Xiao Yi reiterated. The four of them began acquiring metal sheets in the trading hall, but the sheer number of survivors made it difficult for them to make a significant impact. Except for Xiao Yi's transaction volume, which was slightly larger and sparked some discussion in the public channel. Someone was trading boiled water for metal sheets at a slightly elevated price compared to before. Shouldn't they be focusing on acquiring foundation stones, food, and water at this time? Yes, why are they still collecting metal sheets? As long as it is not essential for survival, they can pause on that and focus on securing foundation stones instead. Indeed. Even though there is still a week left, who knows if the difficulty of catching resource boxes will increase or if the probability of foundation stones will decrease. Then there is the matter of food and water. What was said above is very true. If I had to prioritize, it would be foundation stones, water, food, and then other resources. If that is the case, can we take advantage of the fact that the big shots need metal sheets to exchange for more water? If you have metal sheets and no particular needs, I believe it is worth trading. After this discussion, Xiao Yi's listed boiled water quickly sold out. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yi immediately listed another 50 units. It appears tonight will be a long one. Xiao Yi yawned. He must acquire a sufficient amount of metal sheets before anyone realizes what is happening. Those who failed to trade for water earlier should hurry to the trading hall. The big shot has listed another 50 units. Someone shouted in the public channel, and everyone immediately rushed to the trading hall, where those holding metal sheets fervently traded for the water Xiao Yi had listed. President, someone is collecting metal sheets. Should we take action? Dilin Qinglong privately messaged Dilin Tianxia. Dilin Tianxia, frowning, contemplated the situation. Since trading in the hall is anonymous, he could not ascertain whether the individual collecting metal sheets was the same as the one previously collecting foundation stones. If they were not the same, that would be fine. However, if they were indeed the same person, it would warrant careful consideration of their motives. The earlier acquisition of foundation stones indicated they had likely anticipated something, or received other information. Did this latest collection of metal sheets also stem from some other insight? Chapter 43. Numerous metal pieces. Spicy fish soup. Emperor Qi Long seemed to understand the concerns of Emperor Tianxia and spoke. Although the probability of obtaining metal pieces from the supply boxes is not particularly high, it is certainly better than that of mineral water. Exchanging metal pieces for water would at least yield a profit. If there are lingering worries about other circumstances, we can initially trade a portion and reserve the remainder. Upon hearing Emperor Qinglong's analysis, Emperor Tianxia nodded and replied, let us convert 50% of the internal stockpile of metal pieces into water resources. The rest shall remain untouched. Understood. Emperor Qilong responded, then delegated tasks, assigning 3 individuals to monitor the trading hall continuously, ready to seize any offers of boiled water. We have 475 units of metal pieces available for trade. Yes, the 2 sets previously listed by Xiao Yi had already been consumed by the market, as he placed another 50 sets for sale. Before even switching the interface to observe the public channel's reactions, the trading hall had already indicated a sellout. So fast, Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment at the rapid depletion of the boiled water, feeling quite incredulous. However, in the next moment, a thought crossed his mind. There must be a powerful faction hoarding water. It seemed to be Emperor Tian. With a smile, Xiao Yi remarked, in that case, let us see how much boiled water you can consume. This time, Xiao Yi deliberately listed 100 sets, having previously sold them in groups of 50 as a test to ascertain whether a large force was indeed stockpiling boiled water. Once listed, it too sold out in an instant. Indeed, Xiaoyi was now certain that a significant power was hoarding water. If that's the case, I shall not hold back. I will take all the metal pieces you have. Xiaoyi felt a thrill of excitement. He listed another 100 sets, which sold out in an instant. Another 100 sets, gone in a flash. And yet another 100. Once again, it vanished in seconds. Xiaoyi was genuinely shocked. He had not anticipated that Emperor Tian would so swiftly amass such a quantity of metal pieces. Of course, this must be related to the large membership within their faction. The greater the base, the more each individual could contribute, resulting in a staggering total. Let us go again. After all, the boiled water was practically free for Xiaoyi. He had only expended a few pieces of wood for boiling. He listed 100 sets once more. But this time, only 25 sets sold immediately, followed by a brief pause. Well, I expected more. Xiaoyi mused, smacking his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied compared to the previous rapid sellouts. Nevertheless, after a brief pause, transactions resumed at a brisk pace. The public channel buzzed with excitement once again. What just happened? How did 100 sets vanish so quickly? I wanted to buy 2 sets. I have insider information. Emperor Tian is stockpiling boiled water. Really? I was wondering who possessed such a vast number of metal pieces to buy out 100 sets at once. It appears that water is indeed of utmost importance, prompting even Emperor Tian to hoard some. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and purchase. I want to buy, but I lack metal pieces. Can the big shots trade with other resources? You've really got it tough. After all this time, you Haven team managed to acquire a single metal piece? I did. But I used them all earlier, sob. Thanks to Emperor Tianxia's previous momentum, Xiaoyi's boiled water was now even easier to sell. Meanwhile, Su Wan and her companions, after careful consideration, decided to list their basic supplies in the trading hall, hoping to exchange them for metal pieces. However, their offerings lacked allure, and few were willing to trade. Xiaoyi continued to boil boiled water, having sold out all his stock. After more than an hour of such hustle, the transactions began to slow down. Phew, it's almost 3 in the morning. I'll list one last batch of 100 sets before heading to bed. Xiaoyi sighed contentedly. After placing the final 100 sets in the trading hall, he collapsed onto his bed, slipping instantly into slumber. The next day, Xiaoyi awoke groggily as the sun hung high in the sky. He glanced at the system clock, 9:30 a.m., rubbing his temples. He got up to check the status of the trading hall. The boiled water he had listed before sleep had once again sold out. As of now, his inventory boasted a staggering 9,785 units of metal pieces, nearing the monumental figure of 10,000. Surely, no one possesses more metal pieces than I do. Xiaoyi thought with a sense of self-satisfaction as he stepped out of his apartment. What a bright day, he remarked, squinting at the sun. However, upon observing the island, he was taken aback. The once barren landscape now teemed with trees and stones. The transformation was striking, adding a touch of vitality to the previously desolate scenery. Quite impressive, Xiaoyi remarked, surveying the trees and stones. Despite their appearance, he had no intention of harvesting them. As long as they did not obstruct the patrol paths of his automated fishing nets and did not hinder his own activities, he would leave them be. This would allow them ample time to evolve and yield even more abundant resources. Wang Kai, his loyal companion, was curiously darting between the trees and stones, sniffing around as if perplexed by the sudden emergence of such greenery. Wang Kai, have you caught any fish? Xiaoyi called out. What woof? Wang Kai responded, bounding over and wagging his tail around Xiaoyi. And the fish? Xiaoyi inquired once more. Wang Kai promptly dashed aside, arriving at a small patch of ground in front of the apartment, where a lively pile of sea fish lay wriggling. So many. Xiaoyi estimated that there were at least 50 sea fish. Though the quantity was considerable, they were all of ordinary grade. After processing a few, he took them to the makeshift stove he had created outside the apartment. The stove had been relocated due to its mismatch with the apartment's decor, and Xiaoyi had constructed a simple shelter to cook there. It was that he didn't want to cook in the kitchen, but it lacked electricity and gas, rendering the propane stove unusable. Glancing at the large wooden basin by the apartment door, he noticed that the peppers had ripened sufficiently. He plucked one, saving the seeds and taking a bite. Wow, that is spicy, Xiaoyi exclaimed, unexpectedly impressed by the pepper's heat. After some thought, he prepared a bowl of mild fish soup, fashioning a plastic container to hold it, and made a smaller bowl containing half a fish. The larger bowl of fish soup was traded to Su Wan, while the smaller bowl was traded to Jiang Yutian, considering she likely could not handle spicy food yet. When Su Wan received the bowl of fish soup, her heart swelled with happiness. Xiaoyi is truly kind to me. Although it lacked oil, it now contained salt and 2 fresh lettuce leaves. This was undoubtedly the best meal Su Wan had experienced since arriving in this world. Chapter 44. SSS Level Paper Machine. SSS Level Paper. Elder Yuan, can you tolerate spicy food? Brother Jiang, that small bowl of fish is for the child. Also, can you handle spicy food? Xiaoyi inquired of the two. Yes, I relish it. Elder Yuan replied with a cheerful smile. Do you have any chili peppers? Remember to save the seeds. Indeed. I have saved some. Once we've finished, please teach me how to cultivate chili peppers. Xiaoyi responded. Great. Elder Yuan agreed. Jiang Yutian then chimed in. I can eat spicier than the average person. Thank you. Brother Jiang, there's no need for courtesy. Recently, we've been catching plenty of sea fish. As long as everyone enjoys it, we could have it every meal without running out. Xiaoyi replied, decisively chopping the chili peppers into small segments and tossing them into the fish soup. After it was ready, he served a bowl to Jiang Yutian and Elder Yuan. Fish soup, 2 kilograms, boiled water, 500 milliliters, transaction initiated. Jiang Yutian accepted the transaction without further ado. Elder Yuan, however, gazed at the items received, tears streaming down his face. Just 2 days ago, he thought he was on the brink of death. Yet, by inadvertently answering Xiaoyi's question, the trajectory of his fate had undergone a radical transformation. With Xiaoyi around, there was no concern for food or safety. Here, with ample provisions and a sense of security, there was nothing more to desire. I am truly grateful to you. Elder Yuan expressed sincerely. You are too modest, Elder Yuan. I will need your assistance with the cultivation of chili peppers shortly. Xiaoyi replied, urging them to eat before the fish soup turned fishy. At that moment, Jiang Yuntian initiated a transaction. Bread, 500 G, transaction initiated. There shouldn't be any other food to feed the chickens. This was just caught. Indeed, the previous bread was nearly finished. Xiaoyi accepted the transaction. Having spent some time together, everyone understood each other as temperaments, so there was no need for excessive politeness. After breakfast, Xiaoyi sat upright. His expression serious as he announced, System, check-in. Check-in successful. Obtained equipment. Paper machine, SSS level. Paper machine, SSS level provides basic materials and can automatically produce various types of paper for different purposes. What a splendid item. Xiaoyi instinctively patted his backside. He had recently used a significant amount of bark. This was the first appearance of a 3S level device. He quickly retrieved it from the system space and placed it in the living room. Gazing at the machine, Xiaoyi muttered, I hope it doesn't require electricity. SSS level devices are equipped with ultra-capacity power storage systems. With the current energy levels, they can function for a century without any replenishment. And the device has a photovoltaic conversion system, allowing it to recharge in the presence of light. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyi could only give a thumbs up, internally exclaiming his admiration. Truly worthy of its 3S classification, it was incredibly powerful. If only everything I owned were of SSS quality. Of course. Xiaoyi knew that such equipment was not easily acquired. Approaching the paper machine, he began to examine it closely. The entire apparatus was not large. One end featured a large opening, which, according to the system prompt, was where the raw materials were to be placed. One simply needed to insert materials such as wood, bark, or leaves into that opening, and the rest would be managed by the machine. The specific type of paper required could be selected on the control panel. Xiaoyi glanced at the control panel, which displayed a plethora of paper types: Shein paper, toilet paper, white cardboard, craft paper. Without hesitation, he promptly selected toilet paper. Please insert wood or bark as raw materials. Xiaoyi immediately tossed in a unit of wood, and the machine whirred to life. Almost instantaneously, bundles of neatly packaged toilet paper appeared on the conveyor belt at the other end of the machine. So fast, Xiaoyi exclaimed, swiftly collecting the 10 bundles of toilet paper and stacking them aside. Opening one bundle, he was astonished by the system's prompt. Toilet paper, SSS level perfect toilet paper that increases cleanliness by 640 regardless of the area cleaned, offering unparalleled antibacterial effects. Incredible! Based on this description, it could even serve as a sterile bandage, though its flexibility might be lacking. Xiaoyi was astounded. Moreover, a single unit of wood produced 10 bundles, each containing 1,000 sheets. The raw material utilization rate was astonishingly high, and the production efficiency was remarkable, yielding results almost instantaneously. Is this the capability of an SSS-level device? Xiaoyi remained in a state of shock. Although the manufactured toilet paper was quite precious, he could produce large quantities at will, so he directly sent a bundle to Su Wan and the others. Toilet paper, SSS level, 1,000, transaction initiated. Upon seeing the transaction, Su Wan immediately sent a video. Xiaoyi, where did you acquire this? Su Wan asked in delight. That's a secret, Xiaoyi replied, assuring her that there was plenty. So she need not worry. That's wonderful. This is incredibly important to me. Thank you, Su Wan expressed. No need for such formality, Xiaoyi replied with a smile. With such a high-level toilet paper, I wonder what special effects it possesses? Su Wan mused. It cleans more thoroughly and has antibacterial properties, Xiaoyi explained. What? This has antibacterial properties. Suwon exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoyi shrugged and replied, I know this is hard to believe, but it is indeed the truth. This is far too valuable. Suwon gasped. Without anti-inflammatory medication here, any injury could lead to fatal infections. If we have this toilet paper, we can entirely prevent such occurrences. While it may be a bit soft, as long as the wound is cleaned properly and covered for a while, the blood will clot and scab, significantly reducing the chances of infection. No worries, we all must survive. Xiaoyi reassured. Yes, Suwon replied, then added, last night, I only received 3 units of metal sheets. Should I give them to you? No need. Keep them for now. Xiaoyi responded. Today, while I was fishing for resource boxes, I found these materials, iron too. Does this mean there won't be any more metal sheets in the future? Suwon inquired curiously. Xiaoyi nodded and explained, the prior week was merely an introduction. Following that, resources will be specified. So what you catch will be specific types of metal rather than being collectively referred to as metal sheets as before. Upon hearing this, Suwon immediately understood why Xiaoyi had reminded them to gather metal sheets the day prior. Chapter 45. The metal sheets are about to become obsolete. No wonder you urged me to collect metal sheets. Suwon gazed at Xiaoyi in astonishment. He seemed to possess a prophetic aura, always privy to information before anyone else. All right, while everyone is still oblivious, let's swiftly gather more. Xiaoyi replied with a smile, a hint of mystery dancing in his expression. Suwon nodded and ended the call. Yuan Nong, upon seeing a bundle of SSS-grade toilet paper, was utterly bewildered. This was the highest grade of item he had ever encountered, yet it was merely toilet paper, an expendable resource. Could it be that consumables also held special effects? Despite his shock, he responded to Xiaoyi, this is far too much. I can't possibly use it all. Not to worry, there's plenty to go around. Use it freely. It has antibacterial properties. Xiaoyi assured him. Yuan Nong, still incredulous, ultimately replied, thank you. Meanwhile, Jiang Yutian responded, thank you. I've been using mineral water to clean my child's bottom these past few days. I'm nearly out. A child's delicate skin cannot be wiped with tree bark. A father like Jiang Yutian could only resort to precious water for cleansing. No need for formality. Also, I must remind you, this item has powerful antibacterial effects. If there are any wounds, use it to prevent infection. All right, thank you. As the afternoon wore on, the purified water Xiaoyi had listed in the trading hall continued to sell slowly. Suddenly, someone spoke up on the public channel. It seems I haven't found a single metal sheet from the 3 supply boxes I looted today. Indeed, I opened 2 boxes and found none either, just this, iron. I, too, did not find any metal sheets, only this, copper. What is happening? Are you suggesting that metal sheets will no longer exist? That is highly probable. No wonder some big shots are frantically collecting them. Upon seeing the discussions unfold, Deling Tian's heart raced. He immediately sent messages to the 4 hall masters, inquiring whether any of their members had uncovered metal sheets from the supply boxes today. Yes, the 4 hall masters promptly took action. Shortly, their replies darkened Deling Tian's countenance. None had found metal sheets from the supply boxes, only specific metals. Clenching his fists, he cursed, damn it. There truly is a conspiracy. Could the individual exchanging metal sheets for purified water in the trading hall please reveal themselves? You have deceived us for so many metal sheets. Shouldn't you divulge some useful information? Deling Tian declared on the public channel. He attempted to align himself with the masses, applying pressure on Xiaoyi to disclose at least some information. Having observed their conversation, Xiaoyi sighed, realizing that metal sheets were no longer available, and thus removed all purified water listings from the trading hall. At this, all the survivors finally grasped the situation. However, during the course of the day, Xiaoyi had successfully acquired 193 units of metal sheets. Coupled with the previous 785 units, he now possessed a total of 978 units of metal sheets. Xiaoyi felt thoroughly satisfied with his current haul. As for Deling Tian, he was of no concern to Xiaoyi. The exchange of purified water for metal sheets was a mutual agreement, and now that the tides had turned, it merely indicated their delayed realization. Xiaoyi also messaged Suwon and the others. It seems no one is willing to exchange metal sheets anymore. Let's take down the listings. Humph. After deceiving us out of so many metal sheets, they dare not show their face. Truly, they are cowardly rats. Deling Tian continued to provoke. Others joined in, exclaiming, indeed, I was wondering why the price had increased. It turns out they knew the insider information. We are all citizens of Xia. Quickly return the metal sheets you deceived us of, or there will be no place for you here. Damn it, how can such people exist? Come out and face me. I won't hesitate to end you. Pathetic, a bunch of shameless individuals. Did they force you to trade? You failed to recognize the value of resources while others did. Why should they inform you? I suspect the individual above is the scammer collecting metal sheets. Indeed, they dare to show their face. Let us drown them in our scorn. You're all so tiresome. If you believe I am that person, so be it. Instead of wasting time here, I might as well go loot some supply boxes and gather some foundational resources. Dealing Tian furrowed his brow. Although he yearned to locate the individual, the circumstances did not permit it. He contacted Deling Qinglong, sending a message, consolidate all members' metal sheets for safekeeping. While the intent was to centralize the resources, it was clear they would eventually be traded back to Deling Tian. Deling Qinglong hesitated before cautiously replying, President, if we proceed this way, it may provoke dissatisfaction among the members. If they are dissatisfied, they can leave. Deling Tian retorted. Understood. Deling Qinglong had no choice but to comply, subsequently issuing the order. However, the outcome left Deling Qinglong feeling helpless. Not a single shadow of metal sheets was received. Every member claimed to have already surrendered theirs, stating they possessed none. Or rather, they had traded all their metal sheets for purified water. It was impossible to discern the truth at this moment. When Deling Qinglong reported this situation back to Deling Tian, the latter slammed his axe into a nearby tree in frustration. A pack of ingrates, he bellowed, though he could do nothing more than curse. On Xiaoyi's end, he stored the metal sheets in his warehouse, knowing these resources would undoubtedly yield unforeseen advantages in future developments. Having organized everything, Xiaoyi took the bread Jiang Yutian had given him that morning and crumbled it, mixing it with some dried fish powder to feed the chicks. Cheap, cheap. The little chicks clamored excitedly upon seeing Xiaoyi approach. It seemed food was still insufficient. Xiaoyi murmured. Though there were breadcrumbs and fish powder, it was evident they could only sustain the chicks' basic needs. Despite merely maintaining their sustenance, the chicks grew rapidly, appearing as if they had been nurtured for half a month. Now that he had gathered some lettuce, he wondered if the chicks could eat it. Old Yuan. Can chicks eat lettuce? Xiao Yi inquired before the island monument. After a moment, Old Yuan replied, yes, but the newly hatched chicks have underdeveloped digestive systems. You need to chop the lettuce finely for them. Got it. Xiao Yi responded, promptly taking a knife to finely chop a head of lettuce. Though the harvest had not been abundant, he had yet to consume it all, so he prioritized feeding the chicks. Chapter 46. Breeding. Jiang Yuntian's injury. Xiao Yi tossed some lettuce scraps into the chicken coop, and the two little chicks devoured them with great enthusiasm, seemingly tired of their usual breadcrumbs. After addressing this matter, Xiao Yi glanced at the strawberry peels he had separated yesterday. They had dried thoroughly. He carefully shook off the seeds from the surface. Acquired resources, strawberry seeds 5,000. Such a large quantity? Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise. I suppose I can just plant them in the soil like before. However, to be prudent, he still inquired of Yuan Nong, Old Yuan, can I just throw the strawberry seeds into the ground? No. Yuan Nong responded promptly, followed by a video demonstration. Xiao Yi looked at Yuan Nong and asked, so I can't just throw them directly into the soil? How was I able to do that previously? Yuan Nong pondered for a moment and replied, I cannot comprehend this either. It might be a quirk of this world's rules. However, you could experiment by planting 100 or so seeds in the soil and see if they sprout. All right. Xiao Yi took out 200 strawberry seeds and scattered them directly into the earth, then returned to the island monument. Yuan Nong continued, based on previous experience, strawberry seeds need to be soaked in water for a day, then placed in a low-temperature environment for about 15 days. After that, soak the seeds in warm water until most of them show signs of germination before proceeding with seedling cultivation. So complicated? Xiao Yi felt a little bewildered, realizing that this was something most people would not understand. Yuan Nong chuckled. It's not as complex as it seems. After planting, you should maintain the temperature. And when they develop 3 to 5 true leaves, you can transplant them. Ah, there is more? Xiao Yi sighed in exasperation. That's about it. When you begin the specific procedures, contact me, and I will guide you through the necessary precautions. Yuan Nong replied. Xiao Yi sighed. I wish you could come directly to my island. All expenses covered. I would love to, but right now, no one knows their exact location. Yuan Nong said helplessly. If he could reach Xiao Yi's island, Yuan Nong would undoubtedly choose to go immediately. Alas, it seems I must manage this myself. Xiao Yi lamented, then began preparing to cultivate the strawberries. Old Yuan, you mentioned that A-grade purified water has significant effects. Could I use it for the strawberry seeds? Perhaps it will yield extraordinary results, Xiao Yi suddenly proposed. Yuan Nong paused momentarily, then replied, indeed, it would be worth conducting an experiment. All right, I will give it a try, Xiao Yi said, dividing the remaining seeds into 2 portions, soaking one in regular purified water and the other in A-grade purified water. Do you have a low-temperature device? Yuan Nong inquired. Yes, I have a low-temperature storage facility, Xiao Yi responded. That makes things much easier. Yuan Nong remarked, somewhat astonished by Xiao Yi's extensive resources. After guiding Xiao Yi on how to process the strawberry seeds, he reminded him to place the soaked seeds in the low-temperature storage after 24 hours. By the way, how should I handle the chili seeds? Xiao Yi set aside the bowl of soaking strawberry seeds and asked. Yuan Nong explained, the cultivation of chili seeds involves 4 steps: soaking, scalding, germination, and sowing. Xiao Yi grimaced, exhaling a deep breath, and patiently listened. After an extensive explanation, he finally grasped the method for cultivating chili seeds. Potatoes are much easier to grow, Xiao Yi remarked, then, under Yuan Nong's guidance, began cultivating the chili seeds, also tossing a portion directly into the soil. Yuan Nong chuckled, if you understand them. It is not difficult at all. Xiao Yi gave Yuan Nong a thumbs up, saying, you truly are an expert. I will go prepare some food now. After ending the call, Xiao Yi harvested all the mature chilies, planning to dry some completely to make chili powder, while keeping the rest for cooking. He also grilled a few fish and sent them over, ensuring they were mild this time, without any chili. As he enjoyed the grilled fish, he approached the flower bed with A-grade soil and received a system notification: wheat will mature in 1 more day. In the S-grade soil flower bed, the coconut tree had already reached 3 meters in height, and even the corn planted later had grown to half a meter. After a leisurely stroll, he headed towards the beach, gazing at the vast ocean and muttering, I wonder where the upgraded survival test will take place. At that moment, Jiang Yintian had just emerged from the water, soaked to the skin, with blood streaming from his left shoulder, marked by a row of bite marks. Just moments ago, Jiang Yutian had jumped into the sea to retrieve some resource boxes located a bit farther away, as fishing nets have a limited catch radius. For the past week, he had successfully gathered numerous resource boxes using this method. As for the marine creatures near the resource boxes, Jiang Yutian fought them off with the dagger in his hand. As long as he could injure them, they would flee. This dagger, a B-grade weapon, had been acquired from a resource box on the 2nd day of his arrival on the island and was exceptionally sharp. Before arriving here, Jiang Yuntian had been a skilled dagger user, so with this weapon, he felt quite at ease. However, today, 2 sharks lurked near the resource box that was slightly farther away. Such a situation had not occurred in the previous week. Previously, there had only been 1 marine creature near the resource boxes. Jiang Yutian exerted all his strength to injure 1 shark and quickly swam back towards the island. But the other shark suddenly launched an attack, biting into his left shoulder. Yet, his right hand's dagger found its mark in the shark's eye, causing the creature to release its grip on Jiang Yutian. Seizing the opportunity, he made his escape. Once on the shore, Jiang Yutian tore open the fabric of his left shoulder to reveal his muscular arm, though the 2 deep bite marks were distressingly vivid. He quickly tore off 2 sheets of the sanitary paper he had traded with Xiao Yi and pressed them forcefully against his left shoulder. Hiss! Jiang Yuntian inhaled sharply, feeling a burning sensation at the wound, and inwardly noted that the sanitary paper indeed had anti-inflammatory and antibacterial effects. Phew! Thank goodness for this sanitary paper, otherwise I would have had to use fire to cauterize the wound. Jiang Yutian pressed down on his left shoulder as he walked towards the island monument. Beware. The number of marine creatures near the resource boxes has increased. Jiang Yutian sent a message to Xiao Yi. Upon receiving this message, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback before promptly requesting a video call with Jiang Yutian. Jiang Yutian had not yet left the island monument when the video call connected instantly. Seeing Jiang Yutian clutching his left shoulder, with bloodstains on the sanitary paper, Xiao Yi frowned in concern and asked, You're injured? What happened? Chapter 47, The Trial Intensifies. A great vessel author. I was bitten by a shark, but that shark did not fare well either. I blinded it. Jiang Yutian replied with a smile. Why did you go into the water? Xiao Yi inquired. That is far too perilous. Jiang Yutian responded with a wry smile. I have always gone into the water to retrieve resource boxes. The radius of the fishing net is too small, and there are some resource boxes that I simply cannot reach. Impressive, Xiao Yi praised, giving him a thumbs up, and then initiated a trade in the chat interface. Purified water, grade A, 100 milliliters. Boiled water, 500 milliliters. Trade, none. After cleaning the wound with boiled water, wrap it with sanitary tissue and consume the grade A purified water yourself, Xiao Yi commanded. Understood. Jiang Yutian knew that only by surviving could he ensure the child's survival, thus repaying Xiao Yi for saving both him and the child. Seeing Jiang Yutian follow his instructions, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, This may very well be the part of the island monument's hint regarding the upgrade of the trial. Jiang Yutian nodded in agreement. That seems plausible. Previously, there was only 1 marine creature near the resource boxes, which was manageable, but now there are 2, and they are exceptionally fierce. It will likely be challenging to dive for resource boxes in the future. At this point, Jiang Yuntian could not help but feel a twinge of regret. However, Xiaoyi appeared somewhat incredulous. One marine creature was manageable? Really? Many have contemplated diving for resource boxes, as was mentioned in the chat group from the start. Yet, I doubt many would dare to battle marine creatures in the water. Thus, this method is only feasible for a select few. Xiaoyi, deep in thought, suddenly asked, "How proficient are you at rowing?" Jiang Yutian was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Fairly skilled. It is a necessary skill for us mercenaries." "Very well. I will lend you a small boat. Since it also possesses one of my subordinate island monuments, I cannot trade it, but I can allow you to use it," Xiaoyi declared. "Small wooden boat, 7 days usage rights, trade, none." Jiang Yuntian was utterly astonished by this transaction. You have a boat? It's merely a small boat. I also have a grade C sailboat, which you should know isn't convenient for solo handling. It's best to use this small wooden boat for now," Xiaoyi replied. Jiang Yutian was left speechless. "Has the grade C sailboat I traded you already been constructed?" "Indeed," Xiaoyi affirmed. "Having a small boat is one thing, but a large vessel too? Are we here to survive, or are you on vacation?" Jiang Yutian shook his head in disbelief before consenting to the trade, and instantly a small wooden boat appeared on the sea beside his island. A child emerged from the wooden shed on the island, pointing at the boat and exclaiming in curiosity. Upon seeing the child awake, Jiang Yutian approached and picked him up, saying, Jun, this is a boat. Uncle Xiaoyi lent it to us. With this, Daddy can retrieve more things." Jun pointed at the small boat and exclaimed, "Boat? Daddy, take me rowing." Seeing Jun's enthusiasm for the boat, Jiang Yutian replied, "However, before boarding, I need to craft 3 iron spears at the island monument. I managed to retrieve 2 resource boxes with the fishing net, yielding 3 units of iron. We will undoubtedly encounter marine creatures on the water, so basic weapons must be prepared. Remember, once on the boat, do not lean over the edge. Falling overboard could be dangerous," Jiang Yutian cautioned. Jun nodded earnestly. Jiang Yutian felt that Jun had undergone significant changes recently, comprehending his words accurately, and his physical and mental states appeared quite robust. This must be due to the grade A purified water provided by Xiaoyi. After trading the wooden boat to Jiang Yutian, Xiaoyi exited the apartment and arrived at the edge of the island, where 7 resource boxes were neatly arranged. It seemed today's haul was quite fruitful. Time to open them all. Acquired resources, foundation stones 2, iron 3, wood. Acquired resources, copper 2, stone 1. Acquired resources, foundation stone 1. Plastic 4. Acquired resources, magnet 1, wood 10. From the 7 resource boxes, obtaining 5 foundation stones was a considerable bounty, although food and water remained elusive. However, a new resource had emerged, a magnet. This must be something needed for constructing a generator, Xiaoyi mused. While his grasp of physics was not remarkable, he was aware of the fundamental principle of magnetism generating electricity. After collecting the resources, he decided to retain 5 foundation stones for emergencies and use the rest to expand his island. Previously, Xiaoyi had saved 9 stones, and now he would utilize them all. After completing all these tasks, he set the automatic fishing net to deploy without a target, allowing it to continue its operation autonomously. Xiaoyi returned to his bedroom, switched to the public channel, and sought to glean any new developments from the ongoing discussions. Why does it feel like food and water cannot be obtained anymore? Indeed, I feel the same. I have significantly exceeded my task today, having retrieved 3 resource boxes. Yet none yielded food or water. Wow, you managed to retrieve 3 resource boxes? I only managed 1. What a feat. Just luck today. Those 3 resource boxes were quite close to the island. That is certainly fortunate. However, I did find a loaf of bread. You found a loaf from just 1 resource box? It's infuriating to see such disparity. The trial upgrade likely means the probability of obtaining food and water has decreased. I advise everyone to study how to utilize the fishing nets more effectively. You could try deploying nets around the island. Huh? What does that imply? Can we catch fish? Why not? I'll give it a try. With the rental market now available, everyone had access to at least a complete fishing net. Before long, someone began to vent their frustrations in the public chat. What do you mean to deploy nets around the island? It's a sheer waste of our energy. I'm already starving, and this is just making it worse. If you're incapable, don't embarrass yourself. How dare you? I've followed his advice and deployed nets over a dozen times without catching any fish. I caught one. Sea fish, 1 kilogram. Wow, you truly can catch fish? I told you, didn't I? Now do you believe me? Get lost. Ask around how many have caught sea fish. The probability is indeed low. I've deployed nets 20 times and have yet to yield anything. Even if the odds are slim, there is still hope for food at this time. It's not worth complaining about probabilities. True, let us rest a moment and continue. Huh? Am I hallucinating? I see a large ship. Chapter 48, Illusions, Developmental Momentum. In fierce combat with two sharks, what? Has someone spotted a large ship? Could it be that rescue has finally arrived? Whoever saw the ship, please share the details. Indeed, it is a vessel. I will seek help and see if they come over, and I'll inform you shortly. The public channel fell into a hushed anticipation as everyone awaited the news from the one who claimed to have seen the ship. Damn, my voice is hoarse from shouting. And yet there has been no response. I bent down to gather some wood to ignite a fire and create smoke signals, but when I looked up again, the ship had vanished. No way. This must be a figment of hunger-induced hallucination. Surely, there cannot be a grand ship. Only the endless expanse of the ocean lies before us. I just finished a loaf of bread. Do you think I'm hallucinating from hunger? Believe it or not. It matters not to me. No one is forcing you to accept my words. Despite the disbelief that permeated the public channel regarding the sighting of a large ship, Shawi held faith, for someone had indeed rowed a small boat to his island before. Has someone truly constructed a large vessel and set sail? Shawi pondered. This pace surpasses mine. It appears I must intensify my development efforts. Otherwise, should we encounter a large ship, even with an S-class dog by my side, facing a multitude would certainly lead to our downfall. A grand ship cannot be navigated by a single individual alone. With this thought, Shawi promptly set aside the fish he had caught, retaining only 20 for himself while allocating the rest to procure essential supplies. The pricing would remain consistent with the current market rate, as he intended for a long-term acquisition strategy, indifferent to daily transaction volumes. Just moments ago, he lamented the difficulty of fishing. Now he witnessed a prominent figure in the trading hall exchanging fish for resources. Is that so? I must investigate. Indeed, it is true. This individual is impressive, listing an abundance of fish, sufficient to exchange for nearly all resources. Everyone, do not trade. Remember the metal sheet incident? Yes, indeed. If someone is aggressively collecting resources, there must be underlying issues. Come on, use your brains. Previously, they only acquired specific resources, which I could believe. But now look at how this individual has nearly covered all basic materials. Are you suggesting that there will be no resources left in the future? Furthermore, this person's acquisitions also include wood and stones, which refresh daily on my island, and there is more than just one. Are your eyes deceiving you? You might want to consult an ophthalmologist. More than one. The person upstairs clearly isn't thinking. I've only seen a single tree and a stone refresh on my end, whereas the excess. That only indicates your incompetence. Does your island measure 4 square meters, or has it somehow shrunk to 3? With just a slight increase in size, there would be more than one. My 9 square meter island refreshed 2 trees and 1 stone today. Ah, is this what the island monument meant by the larger the island, the greater the bounty? Most likely. What are we hesitating for? Quickly gather resource boxes and expand the island. It is already evening. The resource boxes have drifted far away. So catching some fish is the more reliable option. Yet, the probability of catching fish is exceedingly low. My arms are aching. Then let us take a break and continue later, lest we starve or resort to seizing the fish released by the prominent figures daily. Everyone is casting nets manually, and after a few throws, they are utterly exhausted. Over time, the motions become distorted, further diminishing the chances of catching fish. Unlike Shaoye's fully automated fishing net, which operates seamlessly without any concern, each cast is perfectly executed. Observing the conversations in the public channel, Su Wan and her companions thought, Xiao Yi must cast his net daily. Otherwise, from where would he procure those fish? Xiao Yi is working far too hard. Su Wan remarked with a hint of sympathy. I too must strive harder. Previously, she had attempted to catch fish but had netted none. Yuan Nong also began to try his hand at fishing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuntian was rowing towards the resource box that had caused him injury. As he approached the box, he was taken aback to find the 2 injured sharks still lingering nearby. This was unexpected. Typically, the marine creatures he had injured would vacate the area. Jiang Yuntian furrowed his brow, gripping his spear tightly, and declared, If you refuse to leave, then do not. Sensing the humans' approach, the 2 sharks surged towards the small boat. Now that's fortuitous, Jiang Yuntian exclaimed, then plunged his spear into the water, firmly grasping the handle. Plunge. Jiang Yuntian knew he had struck true. The shark thrashed violently, and as Jiang Yuntian held on tightly, the little boat began to rock fiercely. Inside, Junjun could barely maintain his balance. This will not do, Jiang Yuntian thought, forcefully withdrawing the spear from the shark's body. Plunge. Blood gushed forth. The shark, having been repeatedly injured by the same human, was now gripped by fear and dared not approach the small boat, swimming frantically away until it gradually disappeared from sight. Bang! The small boat jolted violently, and Jiang Yutian quickly grasped the edge to steady himself. Another shark charged from the opposite side. Crack! The boat's defenses proved insufficient. and a wooden plank splintered upon impact. Jiang Yutian dashed to the other side, thrusting his spear into the water. However, this time the shark seemed to have learned. Swiftly diving below to the bottom of the boat, Jiang Yutian attentively monitored the movements around the boat. The breach caused by the shark had begun to leak water. Island monument prompt. The small boat will capsize in 1 hour. Thud. Jiang Yutian stumbled upon the boat, as the shark did not attack from the sides, but from beneath. The small boat began to rock precariously. Jiang Yutian glanced around. The injured shark had not reappeared. Gritting his teeth, he urged, Junjun. Sit tight in the boat, and do not move. Drawing his dagger, he leapt into the sea. Upon sensing a human in the water, the shark beneath surged forth. Jiang Yutian, having battled marine creatures numerous times, remained calm and poised to confront the shark. Previously, he had wounded this very shark. And now it was a matter of vengeance. As the shark lunged at Jiang Yutian, he evaded with the agility of a fish, and with his dagger. He left another wound upon the creature. The shark thrashed its tail violently, retreating and no longer entangling itself with Jiang Yutian. Jiang Yutian swiftly surfaced, grasping the resource box, and paddled back towards the island. Upon returning, he immediately utilized the island monument, expending 2 wooden planks and 1 unit of copper to repair the damaged sections of the small boat. Drying the seawater from his wounds with tissue, Jiang Yutian fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 49, The Small Stone Mill, Double Happiness and Worries. Earlier, during the battle with the shark in the ocean, although he managed to inflict a slight injury with his dagger, the shark decisively retreated. Was this a rule? In the first week, any injury would cause marine creatures to flee, but in this week, perhaps it required 2 injuries to trigger the same response. Jiang Yutian furrowed his brow in contemplation, realizing that only through continued observation could he arrive at a definitive conclusion. Shaking his head, Jiang Yutian opened the supply box and was astonished to find 3 cornerstone stones. A bottle of water, a bag of bread, and a blueprint. Blueprint for manual small stone mill. Upon seeing this blueprint, he immediately traded it to Xiaoyi, even offering up the soil he had, deeming it unnecessary to keep. Blueprint for manual small stone mill. 1. Bread. 500G traded successfully. Xiaoyi was preparing to rest when he suddenly received Jiang Yutian's trade notification and inquired, Did you manage to retrieve that supply box? Of course. The injury cannot be in vain. Jiang Yutian replied, However, I believe I may have discovered a pattern, though I am not entirely certain. Oh? Do tell. Xiaoyi prompted. Jiang Yutian recounted the battle and elaborated on his hypothesis. That seems highly plausible. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. But why did you venture back into the water while still injured? I did not anticipate that the 2 injured sharks would remain. Jiang Yutian responded. I even brought Junjun along. Fortunately, you managed to drive them away. Otherwise, it would have been quite the ordeal with a child in tow, Xiaoyi remarked. In the future, it's best to avoid such risky endeavors. At most, row out a bit and cast a fishing net from a distance. Even if the sharks react, you can swiftly return to shore. Understood. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Jiang Yutian replied with a shake of his head. Well then, let us leave it at that for now. You need to rest and recover. Xiaoyi agreed to the trade. Acquired supplies, manual small stone mill blueprint 1, bread 500G. The wheat on Xiaoyi's island was nearing maturity. Although it wouldn't be ground into flour this time, it would eventually be utilized as the cultivation expanded. Manual small stone mill blueprint, stone 3, wood 1. This is straightforward. I can manufacture it right away. Let us place it outside for now. Xiaoyi promptly clicked to manufacture the manual small stone mill and set it beside the outdoor stove. After glancing outside, he observed, manual small stone mill, capable of grinding certain grains into flour, requires manual operation, not highly efficient, but sufficient for household use. Excellent. This will serve us well. Xiaoyi murmured, not only wheat, but dried chili can also be ground with this. Feeling a surge of excitement, he returned to his room to prepare for sleep. However, a casual glance at the soaking strawberry and chili seeds caught his attention. To his astonishment, he discovered that 2 pots had already sprouted white spots and shoots. Without delay, Xiaoyi sent a video call request to Yuan Nong. What's the matter? Yuan Nong, drenched in sweat, was laboriously casting a net in an attempt to catch some sea fish, but to no avail. Seeing Yuan Nong's weary expression, Xiaoyi paused before asking, Are you exercising? What exercise? Yuan Nong chuckled ruefully. I lack the leisure for that. I saw someone in the public chat channel mention the possibility of catching sea fish, so I thought I'd give it a try. Well, that's fine. Consider it a workout, but don't overexert yourself. Xiaoyi replied, Yuan Lao, do you think these 2 pots are ready for seedlings? Xiaoyi brought the pot of strawberries and the pot of chilies to the island monument for Yuan Nong to examine. Yuan Nong gazed in astonishment at the seeds, stating, Indeed, They are ready. Is this pot soaked with that A-grade purified water? Exactly. Xiaoyi nodded. Yuan Nong pondered for a moment before responding, based on the current information. A-grade purified water is certainly not ordinary. Apart from enhancing physical health, it can also increase seed vitality and promote germination. If given the chance, I would like to thoroughly investigate what substances make this purified water so potent. Xiaoyi agreed, saying, I observed that the seeds sown directly into the ground outside did not sprout. Based on our previous experience with strawberries and chilies, the growth rate here is exceedingly rapid. They should have germinated by now. Ah, that makes sense. So, seeds soaked in ordinary water can be placed in refrigeration without needing to wait 24 hours. Let us check them after just one night. Yuan Nong suggested. All right. Xiaoyi replied, Yuan Lao, get some rest. After ending the call, Xiaoyi scattered the seeds in one corner of the flower bed, covering them with a thin layer of soil and some leaves for insulation. Suddenly, it occurred to him that if he were to water those ungerminated seeds with A-grade purified water, could it revive them? Let us give it a try. After all, there is still enough A-grade purified water to spare, while the ordinary plants can simply be watered with tap water. Xiaoyi poured some A-grade purified water over the seeds, then walked to the field and watered the area where he had sown the seeds. Tomorrow, he would know if they would survive. Clapping his hands, he returned to the apartment. After routinely posting a missing person message in the public channel, Xiaoyi lay down on his bed, contemplating the large ship seen by survivors, the development of his island, and how to locate Anren, before gradually drifting into dreams. The following day, Xiaoyi awoke early, splashed his face with water, and said, System. Check-in. Ding. Double harvest effect activated, lasting for 1 day. Acquired livestock. Dairy cattle, S-grade 2. Double harvest triggered. Acquired livestock. Dairy cattle, S-grade 4. Hearing the series of notifications from the system, Xiaoyi exclaimed with delight. Double happiness has returned. Yet, gazing at the 4 dairy cattle in the system space, he began to feel troubled. Firstly, food. Dairy cattle require significantly more feed than chickens, and he currently had insufficient grass and vegetables to nourish them. Secondly, there was no dedicated space to house them. Should he build a shelter himself? The last time he attempted such a project, it had backfired spectacularly, as if it were just yesterday. Thirdly, he had never cared for large animals before. Was this setting him up for a challenge? How he wished he could summon Yuan Lao to his island. With a sigh, Xiaoyi decided to keep the dairy cattle in the system space for now, temporarily withholding their release. Perhaps today's double bonus would yield a solution. With a sigh, Xiaoyi stepped out of the apartment and was pleasantly surprised to find tender shoots emerging from the land in front of the building. It seemed that in the future, there would be no need for such complicated seedling cultivation. A-grade purified water would suffice. Xiaoyi exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 50. The delight of doubling continues, however. Obtaining A-grade purified water is far from easy. To date, the best water purifier caught has been C-grade, which was fished out by Jiang Yutian. Of course, Xiaoyi was unaware of this situation, and C-grade purified water is merely slightly better than ordinary water, with virtually no special properties. Xiaoyi promptly returned to the island monument and sent a message to Elder Yuan. The seeds I directly sowed into the soil have sprouted. What? Didn't you say they hadn't sprouted yesterday? Yuan Nong inquired, astonished. I scattered some A-grade purified water last night. Xiaoyi replied, speculating that this was likely the reason for the initial failure in germinating seedlings, and the reason he could successfully cultivate them now. Ah, no wonder. From now on, there's really no need for me to guide the seedling process. Yuan Nong remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice, as he did not wish to be perceived as a useless burden. Not at all, Xiaoyi retorted. Aside from seedling care, the matters of the field and seed preservation are all technical tasks. These cannot be accomplished simply by sprinkling a bit of A-grade water. Additionally, the breeding of various livestock still requires your guidance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Nong nodded vigorously, responding, Yes, just ask me if you have any questions. Of course. I won't hesitate to seek your expertise, Xiaoyi declared. Now, I shall prepare breakfast. As he stepped out of the apartment, he noticed a heap of sea fish piled to the west by the entrance. Triggering a double harvest, he obtained resources, sea fish 140. With such an abundance of sea fish, it was certain that they could not be consumed all at once. Moreover, based on the recent day's harvest, the daily catch of sea fish had been steadily increasing. Xiaoyi decisively placed the 20 sea fish he had saved from yesterday, along with the 100 freshly caught today, on the trading platform to procure various basic resources. He also listed some boiled water, similarly intended for the acquisition of essential supplies. The sudden appearance of 120 fish and boiled water in the trading hall sparked a lively discussion in the public channel. Is this what it means to be a big shot? I spent half the night casting nets and didn't see a single fish. Yet today this big shot has listed 120 at once. I bow before you. Please impart your fishing wisdom. I'm so hungry. I didn't catch any food yesterday. Could you spare a fish for me? Want fish? It's simple. Hurry up and gather the trees and stones on the island, and snatch up the big shot's fish and water. But you must act quickly. The big shot has limited daily acquisitions of wood and stones. Really? Then I need to get started right away. Indeed, Showy was purchasing a portion of wood and stone daily for his routine consumption. He chose to leave the resources on his island untouched for now, curious to see how they would evolve. This also served as a benefit for the other survivors, granting them a chance to thrive. After grilling some fish, he sent them to Suwan and the others, leaving a message. Later, please trade all your resources to me, including those harvested from today's supply box. I will return them to you afterward. Suwan, accustomed to such messages, accepted Xiaoyi's grilled fish and traded all the recently gathered resources. Base stones, 9, metal pieces, 5, plastic, 6, hemp cloth. Trade completed. Seeing that Suwan still had 9 base stones left, Xiaoyi realized that she had not utilized the resources she had obtained from the supply box recently. Trade approved. Triggering a double harvest, he received base stones 18, metal pieces 10, plastic 12. Then, Xiaoyi returned everything Suwan had sent him. But she did not agree to the trade. Xiaoyi, just give me 4 base stones. You can keep the rest. They won't be of much use to me over here, Suwan stated. After a moment's consideration, Xiaoyi replied, all right. Just let me know when you need them. With that, he canceled the previous trade and only exchanged back 4 base stones. Suwan immediately agreed to the trade. Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong were momentarily taken aback, but quickly proceeded to trade all their resources to Xiaoyi. Metal pieces, 4, wood, 21, glass, 5. Trade completed. This was what Yuan Nong sent. Base stones, 2, metal pieces, 12, copper, 1. Trade completed. This was what Jiang Yutian sent. Trade approved. Triggering a double harvest, he received metal pieces 8. Triggering a double harvest, he received base stones 4. After completing the trades, Xiao Yi promptly sent everything back to them. Jiang Yuntian readily agreed to the trade, but Yuan Nong hesitated, echoing Su Wan's reasoning. Xiao Yi did not press the matter and accepted all the resources. Currently, Yuan Nong was effectively living at Xiao Yi's place, with meals and lodging covered. And aside from the necessary base stones, he had no need for other resources. Xiao Yi was eager to see if he could execute reciprocal trades to trigger the double effect again. Thus, he asked Suwan to trade the 4 base stones back to him. This resource has already triggered a double harvest and cannot do so again. Indeed, it was not possible. Xiao Yi had to return the base stones, having initially hoped to exploit a bug, but the system was tightly controlled. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Yi hoped for a bountiful day of resource gathering and successful trades. As he spoke, he stepped outside and, noticing the absence of Wang Kai, called out, Wang Kai. Woof woof, came the response from behind the apartment. Turning, he walked towards the back, and upon witnessing the scene, he was utterly astonished. A small grove had sprouted in the vast open space behind the apartment. Moreover, several clusters of low shrubs had already emerged beneath the trees. Has the evolution progressed this rapidly? Xiao Yi muttered. The longer the retention time, the faster the evolution. This was the system's prompt. Wonderful. It would be delightful if small animals could evolve within this week, Xiao Yi exclaimed as he had grown weary of seafood. Navigating through the grove, he arrived at the fully automated fishing net, adjusting the capture target to the supply box, then allowing it to operate freely. Wang Kai continued to frolic through the shrubs, thoroughly enjoying himself. Do you still want to eat? Xiao Yi inquired. Upon hearing the mention of food, Wang Kai immediately barked twice at Xiao Yi and dashed over. He tossed the previously grilled fish to it. Thank goodness you encountered me. Otherwise, I doubt anyone else would have been able to keep you alive, Xiao Yi remarked, watching Wang Kai devour the fish voraciously. After preparing the bread by mixing in some fish powder and chopping a few lettuce leaves, he carried the concoction to the chicken coop. The 2 little chicks had grown considerably, and Xiao Yi mused, if it weren't for this place, I would think I had fed you hormones. Watching them eat with such enthusiasm, he encouraged, eat up and grow quickly. I'm looking forward to some chicken meat. The 2 chicks paused, tilting their heads to glance at Xiao Yi before continuing to peck at their food. Are they really that perceptive? Xiao Yi wondered, taken aback. Beep beep beep. The fully automated fishing net signaled that it had captured a supply box. Previously, Xiao Yi had kept the notification sound off, but today he had turned it on. He quickly rushed over to open the supply box. Upon seeing the contents within, a look of sheer delight spread across his face. Chapter 51. Pasture, barn, and scorching weather acquired resources. 2 foundation stones, 10, S-grade, pasture seeds, 1, a grade, barn blueprint, 500 G of bread. Triggered double harvest. Acquired resources: 4 foundation stones, 20 S-grade, pasture seeds, 2 A-grade, barn blueprints, 1,000 G of bread. This single resource chest alleviated much of Xiao Yi's concerns. The cows now had food and shelter. Even long-missed food emerged from the resource chest. After years of misfortune, was he finally reveling in a stroke of luck? Xiao Yi exclaimed with excitement, then turned his gaze to the blueprint. Barn blueprint, a grade 28 wooden planks, 6 iron. Xiao Yi glanced at the resources, finding them entirely sufficient, and promptly commenced manufacturing. As the resources vanished, a barn materialized in the construction space near the island monument. Please select a placement location. Xiao Yi positioned the barn beside the 50 square meters of arable land. Naturally, trees and stones had already respawned there, so he made a special trip to clear the area for the barn. He received double the resources of wood, leaves, bark, and stones. After tidying up, he selected the placement, and a finely crafted wooden barn appeared in its designated spot. Barn, a grade accommodates 3 bovine creatures, clean and easy to maintain. Increases the growth and production efficiency of bovine creatures by 80. Requires regular cleaning. Only 3? Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, I have the double harvest. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to accommodate the 4 cows I earned from my sign-in. He manufactured another barn and placed it alongside the first. Once positioned, Xiao Yi immediately began examining the pasture seeds. Pasture seeds, S-grade grass with rapid growth and reproduction rates, maturing within 8 hours, can be sown in ordinary soil. But the tier will be correspondingly reduced. Note: this grass grows uncontrollably and may affect other planted crops. Upon reading this system prompt, Xiao Yi felt elated. Thankfully, this pasture can be planted in ordinary soil. Otherwise, where would I find so much S-grade soil? Although it must be planted in ordinary soil, I still need to retain some S-grade seeds. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi decided to keep 5 S-grade pasture seeds in storage, sowing the other 5 in the S-grade soil flower bed while scattering the remaining 10 seeds across the ordinary land. I'll release the cows once the first wave of pasture matures. Xiao Yi thought. The system space was completely stagnant, so at least they wouldn't go hungry while inside. After sorting everything out, he crumbled the freshly baked bread and mixed it with fish meal to deliver it to the chicken coop, reasoning that with ample food, he could afford to give them more. Eat up and hurry to breed. I can hardly wait, Xiao Yi murmured while watching the 2 chickens. After placing the food in the coop, he checked on the fruits and crops he had initially planted. The apple tree was laden with fruit, the wheat had matured, and the soybeans had begun to pod, though the coconut tree stood tall without any signs of fruit. I should ask old Yuan if there's anything I need to pay special attention to, Xiao Yi mused as he walked towards the apartment. Old Yuan. Do I need to be particularly cautious with the apple, barley, and soybean seeds? Xiao Yi messaged Yuan no. All is well, the seeds are found within the apple core, and the other 2 plants' fruits serve as their seeds. Plus, with your A-grade pure water to activate germination, there shouldn't be any issues. Yuan Nong replied. Great, Xiao Yi responded. Yuan Nong added, by the way, the stems and leaves of those plants can be fed to livestock, so don't let them go to waste. Xiao Yi paused for a moment before replying. You almost made me forget. Got it. Armed with his toolbox, Xiao Yi approached the ripe wheat, took out his cutting tool, and carefully cut along the ground. He harvested the wheat heads, taking only 10 stalks of straw to the barn. He laid the wheat heads on a nearby open space to dry, glancing at the sun as he muttered, it seems to be getting hotter. Within just half a day's time, Xiao Yi noticed the wheat heads had completely dried. A gentle rub caused all the grains to fall away. Perhaps the hot weather isn't so bad after all. At least I won't have to wait endlessly, Xiao Yi mused, tossing the wheat seeds back into the A-grade soil flower bed and watering them with some A-grade water. Having worked for a while, Xiao Yi was drenched in sweat and returned to the apartment for a large glass of A-grade pure water. In this sweltering heat, I can hardly manage any labor during the midday. He hurried into the bathroom for a hot shower. It wasn't that he didn't want a cold shower. It was simply that the water tank had been heated by the sun. After his shower, Xiao Yi walked to his bedroom and glanced at the public channel of the island monument. It's so hot today, I feel like I'm about to sunburn. Indeed. I can't even cast a net. I can only watch the resource chest drift away. You're wasting opportunities. If it were me, I'd brave the sun to retrieve that resource chest. Stop talking nonsense upstairs. If you worked outside for half an hour in this heat, you'd definitely dehydrate. I used to move bricks under the scorching sun and never dehydrated. Can this place be compared to a construction site? I'd rather move bricks at a construction site. At least there, I could have some water and food. I advise everyone not to overexert themselves. If you suffer from heat stroke here, it's life-threatening. Seeing the discussions unfold, Xiao Yi realized that this high-temperature weather was not localized. It was a widespread phenomenon. Perhaps this was also a part of the upgrade challenge. Xiaoyi mused. With this thought, he sent a message to Su Wan and the others. Be cautious of heat stroke. Drink plenty of water. I've added some salt to the water. Light salt water, 2L, trade unavailable. The three immediately agreed to the trade. Thank goodness you have salt. Otherwise, with all this sweating, it would indeed be quite dangerous. Jiang Yutian remarked. Xiaoyi replied. I suspect this is part of the upgrade challenge. Everyone should avoid moving around during the midday. Just rest in your tents or wooden shelters. Understood. The three responded in unison. Xiaoyi reclined on his bed, peering through the floor-to-ceiling window at the lush greenery outside. Feeling as though the temperature on his island was not quite as sweltering. As he dozed off, he found himself waking again at 4 in the afternoon. At this moment, all the survivors could finally start to move. Xiaoyi glanced at the public channel, which was filled with cries of despair. I'm dying. Can anyone lend me some water? I'll trade metal pieces for it. I can't go on. I'm completely exhausted and feeling nauseous. Can someone help me? I have foundation stones. I need water, lots of water. If anyone has light salt water, even better. I'm waiting urgently. Chapter 52, The Rapid Expansion of Area in the Evolution of Artificial Intervention. Author. Xiaoyi observing the demands of the crowd, Xiaoyi thought to himself. What a splendid opportunity. He promptly began to list items in the trading hall. Saline water, 50 milliliters for trade, foundation stones, 2, or metal sheets, 5. Given that saline water was now a life-saving commodity, Xiaoyi set a significantly higher price than before. As soon as this trade was posted, the public channel erupted with excitement. There truly were individuals possessing saline water. Where did they acquire their salt? At that moment, nobody cared about its origin. They were eager to trade before it was too late. But I lack foundation stones. If I offer foundation stones now, I could immediately expand my island. Then I shall use metal sheets. Alas, I have none of those either. Then you shall just watch. No, please, Great One, grant me some saline water. And I shall offer you 100 units of wood and an additional 100 units of stone. Do you think a Great One would be swayed by such a paltry offer? Fortunately, I saved some foundation stones for emergencies. I also have 2 units of metal sheets. Great One, could we perhaps trade? The term scatter trade implies that, according to Xiaoyi's listed ratio, 2 units of metal sheets could be exchanged for 20 milliliters of saline water. Upon seeing this individual's request, Xiaoyi swiftly adjusted the trade settings to allow for scatter exchanges. Thank you, Great One. I have finally acquired some saline water, the individual exclaimed as he promptly selected the trade. Xiaoyi watched as saline water transactions continued to flourish in the trading hall, quietly acknowledging that many individuals still retained reserve foundation stones. A prior wave of metal sheet acquisitions had nearly depleted everyone's supplies. Consequently, this time most trades were conducted with foundation stones, although some metal sheets remained. They were scarce. The island monument clearly indicated that only 1 foundation stone would be submerged each week. As for the unknown benefits of a larger island, while individuals would still expand their domains appropriately, they would also retain some resources. Those who had survived until now were exceedingly cautious, always keeping a reserve. The 50 sets of saline water Xiaoyi listed were snatched up within a minute. It appeared the market was not yet saturated. He murmured, onward, and listed another 50 sets. The user Emperor's Reign had noticed Xiaoyi's listings and pondered, who is this individual, and how does he consistently produce the sought-after items? Even Emperor's Reign exchanged for a set, for the weather was unbearably hot, and timely replenishment of saline water was indeed necessary. Xiaoyi spent the ensuing time boiling water, adding a pinch of sea salt to create saline water, and subsequently listing it for sale. Eventually, after 10 minutes with the last 50 sets unsold, Xiaoyi understood that market demand had largely waned. He glanced at the resources acquired from the trades. Foundation stones 1,000, metal sheets 250, triggering a double yield. He received foundation stones 2,000, metal sheets 500. Delight surged through him as the fatigue from boiling water vanished in an instant. This was the correct method to unlock the double yield. All resources would be utilized to expand the island. Please select the expansion area. Following his usual method, he chose to expand outward in a square pattern, ensuring the island monument remained centrally located for safety. Confidently, he clicked confirm. With a resounding crack, a loud noise erupted from behind the apartment, startling Xiaoyi. What is happening? Upon expansion, the wind-powered water wheel was damaged by the foundation stones, originally positioned at the shoreline. The water wheel's blades needed to be submerged to draw water. Now, having expanded by 2,000 square meters, its location was firmly on solid ground. Curse the island monument! Xiaoyi could not help but exclaim. Could it not have provided a warning for such a scenario? After venting his frustrations, he sought to discover how to repair the damaged water wheel on the island monument. Repair the damaged wind-powered water wheel. Required materials: wooden plank 6, iron 2. He had sufficient resources, but where to place it once repaired was a dilemma. Should I manually dig a river? Xiaoyi pondered, not wishing to create an increasingly lengthy water intake channel. If I dig a river, could it eventually evolve into a freshwater stream? His brows furrowed in contemplation. If successful, would it imply the possibility of human intervention in evolution? He resolved to give it a try. Should a freshwater stream emerge, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. The origins of freshwater streams typically lie in high mountains and plateaus, continuously forming through rainwater and melting snow, flowing toward the sea. The seawater evaporates into vapor, forming clouds, which then precipitate as rain or snow, completing the atmospheric cycle. Following the simplified cycle, Xiaoyi needed to dig a trench and pile the excavated sandy soil behind the apartment, hoping it would evolve into a small hill. His apartment faced the sun. Aligning with his previous life's orientation, the entrance faced south, while the back faced north, where cold currents could arrive. If a hill were to rise behind, it would shield against the cold, ensuring warmth during winter. Additionally, having a hill behind signified strong backing, a stroke of good fortune. Although the island's area measured 2,332 square meters, a seemingly vast expanse, consider that a square with a side length of 50 meters encompasses 2,500 square meters. Thus, digging a trench to the island's center would entail a distance of less than 25 meters. Resolving to act, Xiaoyi retrieved a shovel from his toolbox and began digging from behind the apartment outward. To his surprise, the island's sandy soil was quite easy to excavate. He muttered to himself. Under the nourishing influence of A-grade pure water, Xiaoyi's physical prowess had long surpassed that of the average soldier, and he was even stronger than some special forces. Coupled with effective tools, the shovel danced in his hands, swiftly creating a trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep. All the excavated sand was piled behind the apartment, and to enhance the semblance of a hill, Xiaoyi also transported several stones to stack beneath. Layer upon layer of stones and sand were built up. Once the trench was cleared, and the sand was piled on either side behind the apartment, Xiaoyi made the final shovel stroke, breaking through the last layer of earth separating him from the sea. With a rush, seawater surged into the trench, quickly filling it to the brim. However, it merely filled the trench without any flow. Now, it was time to test the island's capacity for evolution. Xiaoyi mused, then began to fill a water tank using a wooden bucket. Without flow, the wind-powered water wheel could not be utilized, leaving him to rely on manual water retrieval for the time being. Chapter 53. 2 wooden factories. Fortunately, the newly excavated ditch is in close proximity to my water tank. After filling the tank, Xiaoyi gazed contentedly at his island, pleased with the outcome of this transaction. The island's area has expanded from over 300 square meters to an impressive 3-fold increase. It seems that monopolization indeed brings great satisfaction, he murmured to himself. While there may be other survival experts capable of obtaining salt, it certainly cannot be as effortlessly as I have done. They likely only have enough for their own needs. Observing the newly expanded area around him, which stood vacant, Xiaoyi spread his arms and declared, "Let the resources refresh and evolve." Yet, in the next moment, a wave of concern washed over him. With the island's larger expanse, it would be impossible for him to monitor every corner. What if one day someone were to set foot on his island without his knowledge? Moreover, those 2 C-class sailboats were now positioned further away as the island grew, making it increasingly difficult to keep an eye on them. Could they be stolen? Pondering this, Xiaoyi scratched his head in frustration. While others worried about their islands being too small and prone to flooding, he found himself troubled by the challenges of managing a larger territory. "Wang Kai," he called out. "What woof?" Wang Kai immediately bounded in. "From now on, you are responsible for patrolling the entire island. Do you understand?" Xiaoyi gestured to the surrounding area. "What woof?" Wang Kai responded eagerly and dashed out. Whether it comprehended his command was uncertain, but he hoped that the S-class Wang Kai would prove reliable. Once again, Xiaoyi turned his attention to the public channel, where a manufacturing blueprint caught his eye. Is anyone collecting this? Wooden factory blueprint. 1. Such a thing exists? The required quantity of wood must be considerable. Indeed, it demands 2,000 units of wood and 500 iron nails. So much? Although wood is readily available, daily consumption makes it challenging to amass 2,000 units. Furthermore, there are the 500 iron nails. It is unlikely anyone possesses that many unless they are like the big shots who are willing to buy. Precisely, and this factory occupies an area of 50 square meters. Surely, even the big shots islands have yet to reach that size. Desalinator must have achieved it by now, having gathered so many members. Each likely owns a piece. Indeed, what a leech. There is another individual who might have reached such a milestone, the one who sold the bride. Exactly. I wonder if he is operating alone or as part of an organization. If it's a single individual, that would be quite formidable. After observing their conversation, Xiaoyi promptly messaged that person. "I am interested in your wooden factory blueprint. What would you like to exchange for it?" "Stone, food, and water," came the reply. Xiaoyi frowned and responded, "I don't have any stones, but I can consider food and water. You decide whether to trade. Trade. 50 L of water, 50 kilograms of food. The other party proposed. Although this amount was not significant for Xiaoyi, he shook his head, stating 20 L of water and 10 kilograms of food. If you agree, we can proceed. If not, it's no matter. My current area is insufficient to construct this factory anyway. He intentionally phrased it this way as a smokescreen. Whether it would be effective was of little concern to him. The other party fell silent upon hearing Xiaoyi's response. Just as Xiaoyi thought the trade had fallen through, a message arrived. Deal. Great. Xiaoyi replied, boiled water, 20 L, sea fish, 10 kilograms 4, wooden factory blueprint, 1. Fortunately, he had preserved 40 fish from the morning, averaging about 2 pounds each, more than enough for this exchange. The other party confirmed the trade. Acquiring the resources, wooden factory blueprint, 1. Triggering double harvest, he obtained, wooden factory blueprint, 2. Wooden factory blueprint, wood 2,000, iron nails 500. Xiaoyi glanced at his resources, only to find his wood supply inadequate. He promptly set up a trade in the trading hall to acquire wood. Boiled water, 50 milliliters 4, wood 20. A total of 100 sets. No sooner had Xiaoyi listed the trade than the public channel erupted with excitement. Hurry to the trading hall. A big shot is exchanging boiled water for wood. Only 100 sets. Wood is a resource everyone possesses, and in an instant, all 100 trades were completed. With the double effect, it transformed into 4,000 units of wood in Xiaoyi's possession. Wow, whose hands are so swift? I'm about to die of thirst. Can someone leave a set for me? I still haven't figured out what is happening, and the trade is over. Haha, I snagged a set. On a scorching day. A sip of cold boiled water is incredibly refreshing. Xiaoyi had no time to engage in their discussions. He switched to the construction page. Let us build immediately. On the vacant land beside the apartments, he erected one factory on each side. The corresponding resources vanished, and 2 structures even taller than the apartments appeared beside them. Wooden factory. Occupying an area of 50 square meters, it can serve as both a processing facility and a large warehouse, ensuring that resources are protected from the elements. Excellent. Xiaoyi remarked with satisfaction at the notification. The previous warehouse was too small, only accommodating some food supplies, while items like stones, wooden planks, and plastics were left stacked haphazardly, merely covered with wooden boards. Now, they could finally be stored in a proper warehouse. One factory was designated as a storage facility, while the other served as a processing plant, housing machines such as paper making, leather processing, and pressing machines. After completing these arrangements, Xiaoyi listed a large quantity of boiled water to exchange for other basic resources, excluding wood and stone. The double effect must not go to waste. Once the listing was complete, Suwon sent him a message. Today, I only salvaged 2 resource boxes, both filled with ordinary supplies. You don't need to give me the stones this time. I won't need them for a while. Use them to expand your island instead. Stone 2, plastic 1. Glass 3. Trade not conducted. Xiaoyi replied, all right. I agree to the trade. Triggering double harvest, he received. Stone 4, plastic 2. Jiang Yutian also messaged him. With the small boat, collecting resources has become much easier. I salvaged 4 resource boxes today. Stone 3, tomato seeds 2, wood 3. Trade not conducted. I agree to the trade, triggering double harvest. Just as Xiaoyi was preparing to trade the items back, Jiang Yutian messaged again. Give me 1 stone. I don't want the seeds. Half of the remaining supplies are yours. All right. Xiaoyi complied with Jiang Yutian's request and traded back some of the resources. He obtained 4 tomato seeds and promptly ventured outside to sow them in the ground, watering them with some A-grade purified water. The previously sown pasture had fully matured. The pasture is ready. It's time to let the dairy cows out, Xiaoyi muttered, recalling that he had 4 dairy cows stored in the system space. Chapter 54, The Art of Milking. S-class milk. In his fervent pursuit of maximizing the utilization of his resources, Xiaoyi nearly forgot about the cows. Swiftly, he ventured outside to the fields, where the grass had reached full maturity and was ready for harvest. Although the yield was modest, combined with the previous wheat and bean straw, it was sufficient to satiate the cow's hunger. He stored the harvested grass in the barn before leading the 4 cows inside. Upon seeing the feed in the trough, the cows eagerly approached to feast. A reminder surfaced. The feed for the cows was not entirely S-class. The quality of the milk produced would correspond to the grade of their nourishment. Prolonged consumption of subpar feed would inevitably lead to a decline in the cow's quality. Hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyi inquired, if I provide only a portion of S-class feed daily, supplemented with lower-grade feed, will the cow's quality diminish? The response was reassuring. No. But the quality of the milk will decrease. This was good news. Xiaoyi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Currently, he was merely in a transitional phase. Once he acquired more S-class soil, he could cultivate grass on a larger scale. For now, he only needed to ensure the cows received a daily portion of S-class feed to maintain their quality. As for the milk's quality, having any was a blessing. The system had provided him with fully matured cows, one male and one female. Given their readiness, he needed to consult an expert on the proper technique for milking. Upon returning to the stone monument, Xiaoyi prepared to message Yuan Nong, only to find that Yuan had already sent a trade request. Foundation stones 2, magnets 2. Iron 3. Trade confirmed, triggering double harvest. Receiving resources. Foundation stones 4. No need to trade back. I don't require these items. Xiaoyi replied. Okay. Yuan Nong responded. By the way, when do cows start producing milk, and what should I be cautious about while milking? Yuan Nong was taken aback by the question, incredulous that Xiaoyi had acquired cows, considering he had never opened live animals from the resource box. Curiosity aside, he proceeded to share his knowledge. Generally, the milking period for cows spans 10 months. If a cow is not bred again after its first calf, it can continue to produce milk, but the peak production lasts only 3 months, after which the yield gradually declines. Yuan Nong elucidated the intricacies of cow care. Xiao listened intently, knowing he had no one else to rely on for the task. Before milking, one must ensure their hands are thoroughly washed, avoiding long fingernails. The cow should be gently cleaned with warm water and massaged, checking for any signs of inflammation or lumps before beginning the milking process. The most common technique is the fist grip method. As Yuan Nong demonstrated, Xiaoyi absorbed every detail, recognizing the importance of the technique. Finally, a medicated wash for the cow's udder was recommended. Although given current limitations, Yuan Nong suggested that A-class purified water could suffice. Understood. I will give it a try? Xiaoyi replied, crafting a small wooden bucket and heading to the barn to follow Yuan's instructions. To his delight, he successfully extracted milk. The cows were remarkably docile, and their yield was substantial. In no time, he had filled half a bucket. Resources acquired. Milk, S-class, 5 kilograms, triggering double harvest, resulting in milk, S-class, 10 kilograms. Realizing he was still under the double harvest effect, Xiaoyi decided to stop at half a bucket, marveling that the milk was indeed S-class. This must be a reward from the system, as the cows had not been fed S-class feed, making such a yield improbable. Feeling there was still plenty of milk left but lacking a proper storage method, he ceased milking. After washing the cows with A-class purified water, he excitedly carried the milk to the stove. Though inexperienced in milking, Xiaoyi knew freshly extracted milk should not be consumed directly. It required boiling first. After boiling a large pot of milk for 5 minutes and allowing it to cool to a palatable temperature, he eagerly took a sip. A rich, creamy flavor enveloped his palate before smoothly sliding down his throat. As the milk warmed his insides, a wave of warmth coursed through his body, surpassing even his initial experience with A-class purified water. Feeling invigorated, he drank a pound in one go, lying back on his bed with a contented sigh while glancing at the public channel on the stone monument. Why is it so hot even at night? Someone lamented in the public channel. Indeed, it's much hotter than last week. Another echoed, having shed his shirt and seated himself before the stone monument. Xiaoyi watched as others complained about the heat. The combination of the warm weather and the S-class milk he consumed made his body gradually heat up. Why am I so warm? Unable to bear it any longer, he dashed into the bathroom to cool off under the shower, rinsing his overheated body. Given that S-class milk is inherently nourishing, coupled with his indulgence, the effects were understandable. Standing under the spray, Xiaoyi deduced the cause of his warmth. After half an hour of cooling down, his tan skin from earlier days in the sun regained its softness and fairness, and his physique appeared more balanced. Though his muscles were not prominently defined, he sensed a surge of strength within him, at least 5 times that of his previous condition. Reflecting on this newfound power, Xiaoyi realized that prior to consuming the milk, he had already attained a physicality akin to that of a typical Special Forces soldier. Now, he had undoubtedly surpassed that benchmark, though without a point of reference for comparison, he could only speculate on the extent of his transformation. After some contemplation, he prepared 4 portions of 50g milk to trade with Su Wan and the others. Enhancing their physical capabilities would aid in their survival, and should any future challenges arise, he would rely on their camaraderie. Milk, S-class, 50g trade confirmed. Freshly prepared warm milk, high in grade and potency, everyone should take it slowly, lest they become overwhelmed. Jiang Yutian sent 2 portions, cautioning, I'm not sure if children should drink this directly, perhaps start with a small amount to gauge their reaction. Thank you. Jiang Yutian replied. Holding the warm milk, Su Wan appeared lost in thought, while Yuan Nong mumbled, this kid's learning ability is impressive. He has produced results so quickly. The milking technique is quite simple. Chapter 55, the countdown is doubled, the rooster crows, and the fish about having just finished his milk. Xiaoyi felt invigorated. collecting all the resources traded in the marketplace before continuing to exchange basic commodities such as boiled water. That night, many chose to lay directly on wooden boards, eschewing tents or shelters, as the heat made the sea breeze outside a preferable alternative. Determined to make the most of the doubled rewards, Xiaoyi persisted without sleep, feeling no fatigue. As the final wave approached, he noted the time was already 23:45, murmuring to himself, 15 minutes left of double time. He listed more boiled water for trade, even slightly increasing the price. For him, the minor cost increase was negligible due to the doubled rewards. Any successful trade would yield a guaranteed profit. Everyone rushed to the trading hall. That big shot has raised prices. Same goods can now fetch an extra 5 milliliters of boiled water. Is that so? I must hurry and exchange some. I'm going too. Has this big shot gone mad? They've been collecting resources all day. What's new? There are always big shots collecting resources. It's just that today, there are particularly many, for the sake of that extra 5 milliliters of boiled water. Xiaoyi's trading activity surged once more. He resumed his relentless posting of boiled water. Ding! A message arrived in his private channel. Switching over, he found a user named Salty Fish messaging him. Boss, would you be interested in this? Soil improvement card, 1. Xiaoyi's eyes brightened as he replied. I'm interested. What do you need? 5 stone blocks, 100 L of water, and 50 kilograms of food. Furrowing his brow at the exorbitant request, he nevertheless coveted the card, realizing that acquiring it during this double reward period could be immensely profitable. After assessing his resources, he confirmed he had enough food and water, though the stone blocks were a tall order. He considered briefly, unwilling to linger too long lest the other party sense his hesitation, which might lead to price inflation. I can offer 1 stone block, 30 L of water, and 20 kilograms of food. The card's true potential is uncertain, and it requires seeds and agricultural maintenance. Ultimately, the yield remains unknown. This is my final offer. If it suits you, let us trade. If not, then so be it. He sent the message, nervously watching the island monument interface. With only 3 minutes remaining, if the other party did not accept the trade, he would miss out on the doubled rewards. A minute passed without response, and anxiety creased Xiaoyi's brow. Could it be that the other party genuinely understood the card's value and was unwilling to trade? Regret washed over him. He wished he had offered more. Just as he was lamenting his predicament, the other party replied, I'll accept 1 stone block and raise water and food by 10 each. If that is acceptable, let us proceed. Seeing the response, Xiaoyi exhaled in relief, feigning reluctance as he replied, all right. I suppose I'll take a small loss. Let us trade. Stone block, 1, boiled water, 40 L, sea fish, 30 kilograms for soil improvement card, 1. The other party quickly agreed, seemingly eager to finalize the transaction before Xiaoyi could reconsider, having not anticipated that the card could be exchanged for such a bounty. Uncertain of its actual application value, they had initially set an exorbitant price. Acquiring the resources, soil improvement card 1. Double rewards activated, yielding soil improvement card 2. The double effect faded. Xiaoyi clenched his fists, having successfully completed the trade just before the bonus expired. Finally, I can enjoy a good night's sleep, he thought contentedly, reclining on his cool mat. His elegantly furnished apartment had been prepared with seasonal bedding. In a drowsy haze, he heard the rooster crow and rubbed his eyes, muttering, whose rooster is that? Can't a person get any sleep? But in the next moment, he jolted awake and dashed outside to the chicken coop. Inside, a brilliantly colored rooster crowed proudly, while a hen clucked excitedly upon seeing him. You're growing so fast. Let me prepare some food for you, Xiaoyi exclaimed. Yuan Lao said that hens in their egg-laying period need ample calcium. So I'll give you some extra fish bone meal today. Reaching the front of the apartment, he saw Wang Kai busily transporting sea fish, a sizable pile already accumulating as the dog continued to fetch more. The fully automatic fishing nets had caught the fish, which were now piled on the shore. Previously, Xiaoyi had done this work himself, but now it was all Wang Kai's responsibility. Is this all for me? Xiaoyi stared at the mound of fish in astonishment. Yesterday, the area of his island had tripled, and where he once harvested 70 or 80 fish each night, that would now yield at least 560. Yet, it appeared there was much more. I need to dig a fish pond, Xiaoyi thought. With so many fish, he certainly couldn't consume them all, and neither could Su Wan and the others. The market would likely struggle to absorb such a bounty. In this sweltering heat, the fish would spoil easily. It was better to keep them in water. Resolutely, he dashed into the factory on the west side, retrieved a shovel from his toolbox, and began digging not far from the shoreline. Today's excavation felt easier than yesterday's. Within 3 minutes, he unearthed a pit measuring 2 meters in length, width, and depth. He filled it with seawater using a wooden bucket and tossed all the fish Wang Kai had brought into the pit, where they immediately began to swim joyfully. Wang, At that moment, Wang Kai arrived with another fish, looking puzzled as to why the master was throwing the fish back into the water. From now on, place all the fish you bring here, Xiao Yi instructed, pointing at the water pit. Wang Kai barked twice, then dutifully dropped the fish it carried into the water. Good boy, Xiao Yi praised, giving a thumbs up before preparing to pile the excavated soil behind the apartment. As he passed the previously tilled land, Xiao Yi was taken aback. The entire area was devoid of other plants, thickly covered in grass. In that moment, Xiao Yi finally grasped the system's warning. Warning, this grass will grow uncontrollably and may affect other crops. With this grass-infested land, other plants would struggle to thrive. Xiao Yi murmured, then continued towards the back of the apartment. Arriving behind the apartment, Xiao Yi was once again left in a state of stupor. Chapter 56. Evolution unfolds unexpectedly fast. Before him stood a mound approximately 30 meters high. A structure that he was certain he had not constructed to such a height just the previous day. To his astonishment, this mound had even sprouted a variety of green plants. It was evident that human intervention could indeed influence evolution. Elated, he began to pile more sand atop the mound. Standing at its summit, he gazed at the dense grove behind him. Despite his elevated position, he could not discern the specific details within the thicket. The area that had been newly expanded the previous day was now dotted with sparse trees and stones. After a brief survey, he descended. There was much work to be done today, starting with the rampant growth of the pasture grass. He first inspected the S-grade soil flower bed, where the pasture grass had similarly claimed dominion over the ground. However, the root systems of the coconut trees and corn were more robust than that of the grass, rendering it incapable of affecting them. In fact, the pasture grass near the coconut trees and corn appeared to be struggling. Since it posed no threat, he decided to let it be. He harvested all the S-grade grass, disposing of it in the barn, where the 4 cows were exceptionally pleased. Having gone hungry throughout the night, after completing these tasks, he glanced at the time, surprised to find it was only 8 o'clock. The roosters had crowed far too early. Shaking his head, he proceeded to prepare breakfast. While examining the grass, he noticed that the corn in the flower bed had matured. He plucked 2 ears of corn and placed them in a pot to boil. He then visited the fish pit he had dug, catching 10 fish, which he cleaned and set to grill. Observing that he only had sea salt and chili powder for seasoning, he mused that it would be delightful to have some other spices, such as cumin. If other survivors heard him, they might think he was being extravagant, as they would be grateful for any food at all, while he complained about wanting more seasoning. Once the corn was ready, he split each ear in half and, along with the freshly grilled fish, distributed them to Su Wan and the others. Grilled fish 1. 5 kilograms, boiled corn, S-grade, 200 g, plain water, 500 milliliters, transaction no. Recently, the sea fish had been abundant. He encouraged anyone who was hungry to speak up, for there was more than enough to go around. He also requested that they leave the corn cobs for him to feed the cows. Upon seeing the proposed trade and message from Xiao Yi, the 3 of them were no longer astonished and promptly agreed to the transaction. This was merely a routine exchange, nothing to be surprised about. After completing the trade, Su Wan took a bite of the boiled corn. Its sweetness and tenderness were delightful. It reminded her of her previous breakfasts when she would buy a boiled ear of corn each day, though none had tasted as good as this one. As she savored the flavor, tears streamed down her face, tears of happiness. Yuan Nong gazed at the bountiful breakfast before him and remarked, "It has been ages since I've had corn." Then, recalling the potatoes, he decided to remind Xiao Yi. Given the growth cycle in this environment, the potatoes would soon enter their flowering phase, a critical period that required special attention. Xiao Yi, you must be vigilant with the potatoes you planted. If you see flower buds, it indicates they are entering the flowering stage, during which they will consume a significant amount of nutrients. Be sure to pinch off the buds early. When doing so, take care not to damage the main stem and leaves to prevent excessive growth. The flowering stage is also when the potatoes swell, so ensure adequate watering. When buds appear, water them for the first time, then again after a week. No. Here it should be every 7 to 8 hours, for a total of 3 waterings. Potatoes prefer cooler climates, and it has been quite warm lately, so provide some shade. After giving his instructions, Yuan Nong finally began his breakfast. Xiao Yi, reading Yuan Nong's message, felt a pang of longing. How he wished Yuan could visit his island. All right, I've noted that, Xiao Yi replied, then stepped outside to check if the potatoes had begun to flower. Upon reaching the entrance of the apartment, he noticed that Wang Kai was absent. Where's Wang Kai? It usually appears at mealtimes. He called out. Woof, came the response from the nearby woods. Intrigued, he walked toward the sound, and soon, Wang Kai emerged, proudly carrying a struggling wild rabbit in its mouth. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Have the small creatures of the forest begun to respawn? After Wang Kai dispatched the rabbit, it placed it at Xiao Yi's feet, wagging its tail as if seeking praise. Well done. For lunch, we shall have roasted rabbit. He commended, ruffling Wang Kai's fur. Your breakfast is at the door. Go enjoy it. With a joyful bark, Wang Kai dashed back to the apartment. Returning with the hefty 4-pound rabbit, Xiao Yi discovered that the potatoes had indeed begun to flower. He promptly tended to them, ensuring they received adequate water, and constructed a makeshift shelter to protect his crops from the sun's harsh rays. It seems evolution on this island is unfolding more rapidly than I anticipated, he mused. He resolved to erect a fence around his apartment to prevent wild animals from ruining his fields. After properly preparing the rabbit, Xiao Yi gathered materials, retrieving wooden boards from the warehouse to erect a fence around his apartment. He enclosed the fields, chicken coop, barn, flower beds, and even the water tank. After this endeavor, he found his stock of wood somewhat lacking and thus headed to the trading hall to exchange some sea fish for timber. Sea fish, 100G traded for, wood 200. Note: scatter trades permitted. Although Xiao Yi had an abundance of food, the majority of survivors were still relying on the provisions found in resource boxes. As such, food remained a scarce commodity. The price he set was reasonable. He merely wished to gather enough materials quickly, without inflating the prices excessively. How wonderful it would be if there were still double rewards. He lamented as he watched the transactions unfold. Oh, I haven't signed in today. He suddenly remembered. System. Sign in. Chapter 57. Miniature Radar Detector. Still hot, the author was abruptly awakened by the crowing of a rooster at dawn. Following the morning's routine, he busied himself with processing sea fish, handling fodder, transplanting strawberry peppers, and watering potatoes. In the midst of these tasks, he completely forgot about the crucial matter of signing in. Upon successfully signing in, he received a miniature radar detector, SS grade. This device boasts the ability to detect detailed conditions within a radius of 32 kilometers, promptly alerting the user to any moving targets and transmitting feedback to the monitor. It is recommended to place the detector at a higher elevation for greater accuracy, with the receiving unit needing to be within 5 kilometers of the detector. Delighted by this sign and reward, Xiao Yi exclaimed, "The system truly understands me." With this device, he no longer needed to worry about outsiders landing on his island unnoticed. The extensive detection range of 32 kilometers allowed him to prepare in advance, significantly enhancing the security of his island. Fortunately, he had constructed a small hill. Otherwise, he would have had to place the device on his rooftop. As he spoke, Xiao Yi retrieved the radar detector from the system space and made his way to the small hill behind his house. Upon reaching the summit, he found a relatively flat area and set the radar detector down. The receiving unit resembled a tablet computer, easily portable for him. Once set up and powered on, the tablet emitted a series of beeping alerts. The radar had detected several supply crates drifting nearby. Xiao Yi promptly configured the crates to be displayed as targets without triggering an alarm, as they would be automatically captured by his fishing nets. He deemed it pointless to venture out to retrieve crates that were too distant, even if alerted. After completing the setup, Xiao Yi gazed at the radar scan of the surrounding 32 kilometers and sighed. There isn't a single island within this radius. Where could everyone else be? How did you manage to drift to my location? A more pressing question loomed. If so many people had truly crossed over to this place, each occupying an island, and there were no other islands within 32 kilometers, just how vast was this world? These questions lingered unanswered for the time being, compelling Xiao Yi to focus on developing his island further. Perhaps in the future, with the acquisition of satellite technology, he could uncover the true nature of this planet. Shaking his head, he walked back to the apartment to continue constructing the fence. The sun blazed overhead, causing sweat to stream down his face. Observing the half-finished fence, he remarked, "I should seek refuge from this scorching sun." Returning to his apartment, he poured himself a large glass of A-grade purified water with a pinch of sea salt, followed by a glass of milk, which he took to the island monument. The temperature was rising, and he estimated it had reached about 35 degrees Celsius. At the very least, it feels like 40 degrees. This weather makes it impossible to work, he lamented. Yesterday, I couldn't even retrieve any supply crates. And it seems today will be no different. I'll continue to go hungry. His words implied that merely finding supply crates did not guarantee food, as the chances of obtaining edible items were exceedingly low. Brother, it's tough out here. Fortunately, I managed to secure some boiled water yesterday, but with all this sweating, I need salt. I feel like I might dehydrate, he exclaimed, hoping for some assistance. The public channel buzzed with activity as the oppressive heat kept many indoors, sheltering in their makeshift structures with the fortunate ones in tents. Xiao Yi sent 5 liters of diluted salt water to Su Wan and the others. This heat is unbearable, Jiang Yuntian remarked. Xiao Yi replied, "This world has set its rules, and we can only abide by them. There is no other choice. I'm glad to have met you. Otherwise, I'd be in dire straits right now," Jiang Yuntian admitted. He personally fared well, even in the heat. But children were more vulnerable. The milk you provided yesterday was incredible. I feel my physique has improved a notch. My previous training had already pushed my body to its limits, but that 50 milliliters of milk helped me break through, with little else to occupy him. Jiang Yutian engaged in further conversation with Xiaoyi. That's great. This way, we can all survive better. Xiaoyi responded with a smile. Enough talk. A supply crate has just come into close proximity. I'm off to retrieve it, Jiang Yutian declared as he departed from the island monument. Others were forced to cast their nets in the glaring sun, but Jiang Yutian, equipped with Xiaoyi's small boat, could row to a closer spot, conserving his energy. Moreover, with the diluted salt water provided by Xiaoyi, he need not worry about excessive sweating. Thus, spotting a supply crate prompted him to take action. In contrast, Suwan and Yuan Nong had to wait for the sun to shift or for a crate to drift particularly close before they would venture out to fish. After concluding his chat with Jiang Yutian, Xiaoyi returned to the trading hall to list some diluted salt water. Diluted salt water, 50 milliliters for trade. Stone, 2, or metal sheet, 5, or other rare materials. Note, for rare materials, please message privately to negotiate trade ratios. The big shot has listed diluted salt water again. This time, in addition to stone and metal sheets, other rare materials can be exchanged. Rare materials? What are those? Simply put, they are items that are currently uncommon, like magnet, 1. Right, in simpler terms. They are materials with a very low probability of being found in supply crates. I only have common materials. What should I do? I feel like I need diluted salt water. Then go fish for supply crates and pray for some rare materials. Brother, in this heat, I'll probably dehydrate before I even find a crate. This one tea do. That one tea do either. I suggest you lie down and sleep. Are you suggesting that sleeping reduces energy expenditure and thus lessens thirst and heat? No. I mean just sleep. Dreams have everything. Xiaoyi glanced at the public channel, finding no useful information, and sent a message seeking and ran before donning a hat crafted from twigs and leaves and stepping outside. The heat was unbearable, and he needed to check on the crops he had planted. Although a rudimentary wooden shelter provided some shade, the temperature remained high, causing the plants to appear somewhat wilted. To ensure they did not perish from the heat, he watered the ground and provided each seedling with a touch of A-grade purified water. After spending about 20 minutes tending to his plants, Xiaoyi felt as though he had just emerged from the water. Chapter 58. The hen lays eggs and pollination knowledge. Xiaoyi hurried back to the apartment, dashed into the bathroom, took a shower, and simultaneously washed his clothes. Just imagine. In the sweltering summer, clothes left unwashed for 3 days would likely emanate a foul stench for miles. Once refreshed, Xiaoyi emerged, his clothes slightly wrung out and draped outside. He mused to himself about needing a couple of spare outfits. Though he possessed a loom, he lacked the skill to operate it. And even if he could, where would he procure the silk threads necessary for weaving? Even with threads, he wouldn't know how to fashion garments. Alas, there remained an array of essential equipment yet to be acquired, not to mention the shortage of hands. He sighed in resignation, contemplating the limitations of his solitary existence. Thankfully, he was alone in this vast space, devoid of other islands or inhabitants. 5 minutes later, after checking his clothing, he discovered it had completely dried. Despite the absence of others and the pleasant coolness, being unclothed instilled a sense of embarrassment. Perhaps the heat had its advantages after all. He donned his garments. At that moment, Wang Kai was not frolicking outside but sprawled on the cool tiled floor of the apartment, its tongue nearly hanging out in the heat. With the aid of a small radar detector, Xiaoyi no longer needed to send Wang Kai on patrol around the island. He could simply keep it by his side for companionship. He retrieved the detector and perused its readings. The automatic fishing net had successfully captured 4 supply crates, now resting on the shore. The radar indicated that 4 more crates were still available for retrieval. With the fishing net tirelessly at work, Xiaoyi felt no concern over these matters. Yet, in this vast expanse, with no other islands or souls, he felt as if he were the sole inhabitant of the universe. When Liu had first arrived on his island, Xiaoyi had contemplated whether the other islands were relatively close. Now, he was certain that they were, in fact, quite distant. Suddenly, the unmistakable clucking of a hen rang out. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up as he donned a leafy hat and ventured outside. Upon reaching the chicken coop, he discovered the hen clucking due to having laid 2 eggs. Excellent, Xiaoyi exclaimed, confident that he would soon enjoy fresh eggs. He refrained from touching the eggs and returned to the island monument to consult Yuan Nong. Old Yuan, can all hen-laid eggs hatch into chicks? Not all can. Yuan Nong replied promptly, as he was currently unable to work and was instead observing the communal channel. He proceeded to enlighten Xiaoyi on the conditions under which eggs could hatch. The ability of an egg to produce a chick hinges on whether it is fertilized By placing the egg in a paper tube and viewing it under bright light, one could discern a small dark spot within, indicating a fertilized egg. Otherwise, it was not. Understood, Xiao Yi replied, then approached the paper-making machine to create some sturdy paper. Returning to the coop, he examined the 2 eggs and found both contained the coveted dark spots. He glanced at the rooster nearby and gave it a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, a perfect score." The rooster, flattered by the praise, strutted about even more proudly. Due to the oppressive heat, Xiao Yi added more water to their feeding trough. "May they hatch well?" he remarked before retreating to the apartment. Yuan Nong had mentioned that a hen could lay only 1 egg per day. But given the differing timescale here, approximately a 1:30 ratio, these hens could be expected to lay around 30 eggs each day. At this pace, it would not be long before both coops were filled to capacity. For the next stretch of time, the persistent clucking of the hens filled the air. The apartment was well insulated, yet the heat was unbearable, and without electricity, he had no choice but to open all the windows, sacrificing soundproofing and rendering his afternoon nap impossible. "I was careless. I should have placed the coop further away. Next time I can adjust the layout, I will certainly relocate it," Xiao Yi muttered. Glancing at the trading hall, he noted that his brine solution was still being purchased, prompting him to replenish his supply. Over the past 2 days, he had acquired a plethora of basic materials, filling one warehouse to the brim and occupying half of another with additional supplies. Amidst the clucking of hens, Xiao Yi succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and the sun outside had softened its intensity. He splashed his face with water and stepped outside to continue the unfinished fencing from the morning. After an hour of diligent work, he successfully enclosed the residential area, the cultivation zone, and the 2 warehouses with a fence. While the fence was not particularly ornate, it would at least deter smaller creatures from wandering in. Satisfied with his handiwork, Xiao Yi watched as Wang Kai barked a couple of times before effortlessly leaping over the fence. Panting and looking at Xiao Yi as if to say, "See, this fence is utterly ineffective," Xiao Yi rolled his eyes and retorted, "It's not designed to keep you in. From now on, you are responsible for the safety of all items within the enclosure. If anything goes awry, I'll hold you accountable," Wang Kai barked in response. After sorting out these matters, Xiao Yi found himself under the apple tree. The apples had ripened, but seeing only a few hanging from the branches, he felt a pang of doubt. Could a single apple tree truly yield only 4 or 5 apples? There have been so many blossoms. With this question in mind, he consulted old Yuan once more. Yuan Nong chuckled and explained, "It's quite simple. This is due to the lack of pollinators. Relying solely on the wind, producing 4 or 5 apples is already a commendable feat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that his corn had likely also gone unpollinated. How could it possibly grow into ears? Corn is unique in that its male and female flowers exist on the same plant, allowing for self-pollination, as well as pollination through wind and insects. Expertise truly shines through. "I understand now," Xiao Yi replied. "This means I will have to undertake pollination myself in the future. Alas, what a troublesome task." He pondered whether the forest might also yield bees and butterflies, which would be much more convenient for pollination. Just as he entertained this thought, a message appeared on the public channel, igniting excitement among all. Chapter 59, The Island Tablets Notification, Roasted Wild Rabbit, I have crafted a small boat. What? Impressive. How did you acquire the blueprint for such a vessel? Is it not obvious? Naturally, I obtained it from a supply crate. It's all about luck. How enviable. What is there to envy? Didn't someone previously sell a C-class sailboat blueprint? That level is far too high. Even if acquired, one might not be able to construct it. What I wish to convey is that upon crafting the small boat, I discovered the island tablet provided a notification. What notification? Curiosity began to swell among everyone, as the island tablet's hints represent a chance for all to understand this world. Yet, the individual who crafted the small wooden boat chose to tease everyone with suspense. If you wish to know what the island tablet indicated, you must exchange resources, the individual proclaimed in the public channel. In disbelief, others reacted, "Are you serious? You expect us to trade resources for information that may or may not be useful? That is absurd." Indeed, we can simply wait until we construct a wooden boat and discover it naturally. Yes, if you choose to remain silent, then let the information rot in your hands. Consequently, many began to criticize the individual known as Qin Yunxing. Upon seeing this message, Suwan immediately messaged Xiao Yi privately. "Look at the public channel. Someone claims to have built a small boat, and the island tablet has a hint that he is selling." Xiao Yi paused momentarily, then switched to the public channel. Scrolling up for the chat records, swiftly comprehending the situation, he promptly replied to Suwan, stating, "The information reveals that the island tablet can be transferred to the boat. But this can only occur once a year. It is not of great significance, merely take note." He also relayed this information to Jiang Yutian and Yuan No. Jiang Yutian had been utilizing the small boat Xiaoyi provided to retrieve supply crates. He had also seen the island tablet on the small boat. Thus, he was not surprised that Xiaoyi was privy to this information. Yuan No, however, was taken aback and inquired, "Does this mean that in the future, some may choose to develop on the boat?" Indeed, and it eliminates the need for foundational stones, mitigating concerns about weekly flooding. However, the risks remain considerable, including threats from marine creatures and natural disasters such as storms and turbulent waves. Xiaoyi replied. Yuan No nodded, confident that most individuals would still opt to reside on land. Even in the previous world, those who ventured out to fish would eventually need to return to shore for rest. While many in the public channel voiced their opposition, there were still those eager to uncover the hint. What resources do you desire? Delin Tian directly messaged Qin Yunxing. Upon receiving Delin Tian's message, Qin Yunxing promptly replied, "Esteemed Delin, I only require some water and food, and I hope to join your group for free. 500 milliliters of purified water, 200 g of bread, and a free membership. After joining, the weekly resource contribution will be halved." Delin Tian stated. "Thank you, esteemed one." Qin Yunxing responded. "The hint is that the island tablet can be transferred once a year." Delin Tian furrowed his brow. "It can be transferred? This means that if one chooses to transfer it, the foundational stone becomes entirely unnecessary." "Yes, I have decided to develop on the boat by transferring the island tablet. My small island will submerge, and I will receive some foundational stones back," Qin Yunxing elucidated. "Understood." Delin Tian completed the transaction and then cautioned Delin Qilong regarding the uniqueness of Qin Yunxing's membership. "Did you manage to sell the information?" Someone queried in the public channel. "How could it possibly sell? Trading for resources for information that may be useless? That's merely foolishness." Upon reading this, Qin Yunxing immediately retorted, "Just now, esteemed Delin exchanged resources for this information. Are you suggesting that esteemed Delin is a fool?" "What? Delin Tian exchanged? It seems this information holds some value. I too wish to trade." The individual who had previously claimed that fools have money dared not continue to speak, continuing would likely incite a backlash from the multitude of members under Delin's influence. People began to speculate, if we had boats, could we not find other islands and develop together? Indeed, being solitary on an island is rather dull. With two, we could converse and engage in shared interests. Are you certain that the island you find will be inhabited by someone of the opposite gender? Who says it must be the opposite gender? Same-sex companionship is true love. The online community's ability to divert discussions remained remarkably strong. Xiaoyi observed their exchanges and shook his head, thinking, develop together? The most likely scenario in this world is that one might kill you to seize your resources. After all, an additional person equates to more consumption. Yet the yield does not necessarily increase. With that thought, Xiaoyi rose from his apartment and continued to water the potatoes, the next watering scheduled for midnight. After completing the watering, he harvested another batch of forage to deliver to the barn. Given the sweltering heat, he hadn't prepared lunch earlier, so he began to prepare it now, placing the previously processed wild rabbit on the grill. Alas, there was no oil. Xiaoyi lamented, having replanted all the soybeans he had harvested as seeds. After days of practice, Xiaoyi had become quite adept at roasting. Soon, the wild rabbit was grilled to a golden hue, crispy on the outside and tender within. A sprinkle of salt was added before it was sliced. He picked 2 apples, washed them, sliced them, and sent them to Su Wan and the others. Roasted wild rabbit meat, 300 g, apple, A-class, 100 g, purified water, 500 milliliters. Trade request sent. Today, let's change it up. We won't have fish. Save the apple seeds, primarily to see if we can obtain apple seeds. Xiaoyi instructed. Wild rabbit? Where did you procure a wild rabbit? Su Wan inquired with curiosity. This is what the island tablet hinted at earlier. The larger the area, the more abundant the resources that refresh. My island has already sprouted forests, and small animals have begun to appear within. Xiaoyi explained. That's impressive. Su Wan exclaimed in surprise. But how could you possibly catch a wild rabbit, given their speed? It wasn't me, it was Wang Kai. Xiaoyi replied. Wang Kai? You have others on your island? Su Wan was astonished. Wang Kai is a dog, Xiaoyi said with exasperation. You have a pet? Su Wan felt that Xiaoyi continually surprised her. Indeed, a purebred Chinese rural dog. Xiaoyi responded. That sounds lovely. At least it won't feel too lonely. Su Wan replied enviously. Hurry indeed. After this, we should check for any opportunities to retrieve supply crates, Xiaoyi suggested. Xiaoyi grabbed a rabbit leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Wang Kai was drooling beside him. Oh, right. The rest yours too, Xiaoyi remarked, tearing off a large chunk of meat from the grill and tossing it over. Wang Kai leaped up, catching it perfectly, and began to gnaw excitedly. Ever since following Xiaoyi to consume roasted and cooked meat, Wang Kai had abandoned raw food. As he munched on the rabbit leg, Xiaoyi kept an eye on the public channel. Suddenly, a message popped up. Desalinator's faction will commence maritime endeavors. Chapter 60. The long robe in a surge of excitement. The news spread that the Imperial Authority was about to embark on a maritime venture, inviting everyone to submit blueprints for ship construction, promising prices that would surely delight. This announcement, made by the Imperial Authority, was echoed by its 4 leaders, who, fearing the ban on spamming, each sent out identical messages. The community buzzed with speculation. The prospect of crafting wooden ships had ignited new ambitions within the Imperial Authority. Indeed, the creation of ship blueprints seemed to be a daunting task, with only 2 emerging over the past 10 days. That's merely what you know. Who knows how many others are hidden away? Someone remarked. True, if I were to discover a ship blueprint, I certainly wouldn't sell it. Of course, everyone understands that selling is off the table. If one can successfully create a ship, it provides another avenue for survival. At least we wouldn't have to worry about the sea engulfing our island. Indeed, I wonder if any prominent figures have successfully built ships. I feel certain they have. The public channel was abuzz, but Xiaoyi chose to step outside, where he found 8 supply crates that Wang Kai had dragged back. Open them all, he commanded. Resources acquired. Foundation stones X2, iron X4. Resources acquired. Plastic X6, bricks X4. Resources acquired. Linen clothing blueprint X1. To Xiaoyi's disappointment, the 8 supply crates yielded no food or water. Instead, 6 foundation stones and a collection of basic materials emerged, with the linen clothing blueprint piquing his interest. After all, he had been wearing the same outfit for over 10 days. Linen clothing blueprint requires 4 linen. With sufficient resources at hand, Xiaoyi promptly utilized the island tablet to craft the garment. The linen robe, though somewhat coarse, offered a soft texture against the skin, albeit with poor thermal insulation. He tried it on and found it quite fitting, resembling the long garments of ancient summer dynasties, albeit worn and tattered. More like a Republic-era intellectual, he mused. Approaching the automatic fishing net, he modified it for indiscriminate casting, then returned to the island tablet. I have exchanged resources for that information. I shall share it freely with everyone, declared an individual with the ID "The world belongs to the public." Upon seeing this message, Qin Yunxing quickly retorted, "You lack integrity." Integrity? In the name of preserving more lives, I must act. "The world belongs to the public," replied. Who is this fool? Qin Yunxing exclaimed in frustration, as he had hoped to leverage this information for additional resources, only to have it exposed by "the world belongs to the public." Regardless of his complaints, they announced the information publicly. Qin Yunxing seethed as he observed the public channel erupt with discussions surrounding the implications of relocating the island tablet to a ship, and the challenges they might face thereafter. What if the ship encounters problems at sea? Wouldn't it need to be repaired on land? But what if we can't find land? Wouldn't that spell doom? That seems likely. Then it's best to develop on the island. The sea is far too perilous. I wouldn't be able to endure drifting without a companion, unless there's a lady alongside. As the conversation veered off track, Xiaoyi interjected, "Everyone need not worry. If the ship experiences issues at sea, you can utilize the island tablet on board for repairs, provided you gather enough resources." The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Who is this? How do they know such things? Could it be a seasoned survivor who has already built a ship? Qin Yunxiang, noting Xiaoyi's ID Yirenpin, murmured in confusion. This person has traded information with me. How do they possess this knowledge? "The world belongs to the public." Upon seeing Xiaoyi's statement, exclaimed, "You deceitful Qin Yunxing. How dare you conceal information from me?" Before Qin Yunxiang could respond, the Imperial Authority approached, inquiring, "Are you aware of this information?" "I truly don't know. I just boarded the ship today and have yet to encounter any issues with the hull. How could I possibly know?" Qin Yunxing felt as if he had stepped into a quagmire, unable to articulate his innocence. "Ah, I understand." The Imperial Authority was confident Qin Yunxing would not dare deceive them. After replying to the Imperial Authority, Qin Yunxing promptly announced in the public channel, "I have no knowledge of this information. So stop spewing nonsense. I just set foot on the small boat today. How could I know these things?" His declaration clarified matters, leading the crowd to realize that the individual who had just spoken, Yirenpin, was undoubtedly a high-caliber survivor. "Esteemed one, have you chosen to develop aboard your ship?" "Indeed." "Esteemed one, what class of ship do you possess? Do you have food and water? Please share, for I am both hungry and thirsty." "You lot." The esteemed one's resources are not a gift from the heavens. If you desire them, trade resources for them. Stop expecting handouts. Yes, I would prefer the esteemed one to share more information or survival techniques. I hope you can impart your wisdom. Exactly, that is of utmost importance. As Xiaoyi noticed numerous individuals seeking his guidance on survival techniques, he pondered before responding, "Regarding survival, I have no remarkable techniques, merely scavenging for resources. However, I can share another piece of information for free. An island tablet can serve as a subordinate tablet to another." Following this revelation, Xiaoyi cautioned, "Here. Unless you are thoroughly familiar with and trust someone, do not believe others. Rely on yourself. This is a world devoid of competitive rules. Strive onward." In truth, the earlier information would become evident once they encountered others, rendering it not particularly significant. What? It can become a subordinate island tablet? Does this imply the esteemed one possesses their own subordinate tablet? What are the conditions? Did another submit to them? I doubt it. The esteemed one just advised caution against trusting easily. Most likely, they resolved matters with that individual. Such brutality? Can't we coexist peacefully? Humph. This world is unbound by law. While you may uphold your virtue, can you guarantee others will do the same? Indeed, we must heed the esteemed one's warnings. Xiaoyi refrained from further discussion in the public channel, recognizing that he had reached his limit. The rest would depend on them. Chapter 61. Blacklisting Bees and Eggs. This Iran product must possess a wealth of information. Delin Tianxia observed Xiaoyi's comments and pondered. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly sent a private message to Xiaoyi. "Brother, may we have a discussion?" Xiaoyi, taken aback by the private message from Delin Tianxia, quickly replied, "Thank you, but I am not interested. This world is fraught with peril. We survivors ought to unite for warmth. It is challenging to thrive alone," Delin Tianxia urged. Xiaoyi scoffed, swiftly blacklisting him to prevent further harassment. It was evident what Delin Tianxia sought, either to extract his information or to recruit him into his fold. They were not on the same wavelength. Having previously swindled the Delin faction of numerous metal fragments, there was no need for further entanglements. Seeing that he had been promptly blacklisted, Delin Tianxia's expression darkened as he instructed Delin Qinglong, "Arrange for someone to approach that Iran product." "Understood," Delin Qinglong responded. After blacklisting Delin Qinglong, a trade offer from Jiang Yuntian appeared. Foundation 4, copper, 5 for trade. Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback by the trade offer. And soon after, Jiang Yuntian sent another message. "Currently, the area of my island is sufficient for our activities. It would be beneficial for your island to be as expansive as possible to refresh additional resources." Earlier in the afternoon, Xiaoyi had sent them some rabbit meat and roughly explained its origins. Upon learning that Xiaoyi's island had begun to regenerate forests and small animals, Jiang Yuntian resolved to assist Xiaoyi in expanding his island to the fullest extent. The larger Xiaoyi's island became, the more resources would be refreshed, thus ensuring better conditions for survival, at least allowing for a diversified diet. Children cannot subsist solely on ocean fish. Suwan and Yuan Nong shared this sentiment. Yet they had only managed to procure a single resource chest today, yielding only basic supplies, no foundations or food. Xiaoyi, not one for pleasantries, immediately accepted the trade, allocating all acquired foundations towards the expansion of his island. That evening, Xiaoyi processed over 10 ocean fish, grilling 2 for each person, 1 spicy, 1 mild. With an abundance of fish, only a few had been utilized in the trade. Once cooked, Xiaoyi distributed the fish along with 500 g of lettuce, 50 milliliters of high-grade milk, and 500 milliliters of cool boiled water. "I suspect you may have taken a shortcut to get here." Yuan Nong chuckled. "Indeed, I have connections," Xiaoyi replied with a grin. After indulging in a hearty meal, Suwan and the others reclined on the wooden planks outside, as both the shed and tent were unbearably hot. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Suwan mused, "If it weren't for the pressure of survival, this place is quite beautiful." The waters here were far clearer than those of their previous world. No trash marred the surface, with the only sighting over these many days being the resource chest. Why have we come here? What force has brought so many of us together to face these trials? Suwan pondered, finding no answers. Perhaps none could. Suddenly, a name surfaced in her mind, Xiaoyi. Perhaps he alone had the chance to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the public channel buzzed with lively discussion, igniting further heat in the sweltering weather. When will this heat pass? Indeed, winter would be preferable. At least in the cold, one can run and jump. This heat leaves us utterly helpless. Please, do not say such things. Given our current attire, we would likely freeze to death in winter. Yes, spare us the ominous predictions. Observing the public channel chatter, Xiaoyi glanced at the cool boiled water and fish he had listed, noting several transactions. He restocked his offerings, mindful that he could not consume it all. Accompanied by the clucking of hens, Xiaoyi gradually drifted into slumber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiaoyi waved his hand, mumbling. When did mosquitoes arrive? Yet, no matter how he waved, the incessant buzzing remained. Resigned, he sat up, listening to the rooster crow for the 3rd time, exclaiming, Heavens! Can one not enjoy a leisurely morning? In a daze, he stumbled to the bathroom, washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and stepped out of the apartment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound intensified, and as Xiaoyi focused, his earlier annoyance vanished. Many of the crops he had planted had begun to bloom, with bees flitting among the flowers. Just yesterday, he had worried about pollination, and now the forest had blessed him with bees. Xiaoyi exclaimed in delight. Watching the bees from a distance he mused. Will they sting? With that thought, he returned to consult Yuan Nong about it. As long as you do not provoke them, they generally won't sting. However, to be safe, plant those flowering plants at a distance. Yuan Nong replied with a smile. That's reassuring. Xiaoyi felt a sense of relief and headed towards the chicken coop. Having faintly heard the hens clucking numerous times the previous night, he was eager to see how many eggs they had laid. Upon reaching the coop, he was astonished to find 23 eggs nestled in the nesting box. He promptly identified them using Yuan Nong's method, discovering that 4 of the eggs were not fertilized and would not hatch into chicks. Without hesitation, he removed the 4 eggs. I'll take these for non-fertilized eggs. The rest are yours, Xiaoyi said to the hen. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen tilted her head, regarding Xiaoyi. He placed the 4 eggs into a pot to boil, and suddenly remembered that he should have watered the potatoes around midnight, but had fallen asleep. He hurried to the field to water the potatoes, hoping it wouldn't adversely affect the yield. The rest just too much to manage, Xiaoyi lamented, shaking his head. He harvested the hay from the field, then moved to the flower bed with S-grade soil, collecting all the S-grade hay to bring to the barn. Returning to the S-grade flower bed, he harvested all the corn cobs, saving one for seed and planning to use the rest for food. Currently, he only had one flower bed with S-grade soil, and with too many seeds, there was no place to plant them. The corn stalks were all cut down, the leaves collected to feed the cows, and the remainder buried in the soil. Back at the stove, Xiaoyi added 3 corn cobs to the pot. Let us change it up for breakfast today. No fish, he mused. Corn, milk, eggs, and perhaps an apple should suffice. Chapter 62. An abundance of sea fish and a lavish breakfast author. Given that the demands of daytime labor are minimal, the provisions should suffice. Woof. Outside. The familiar sound of Wang Cai's barking indicated he was in some distress. Lowering the flame on the stove, Xiaoyi stepped outside. Upon reaching Wang Cai's location, he was met with a rather exasperating sight. The deep pit previously dug to store sea fish was now brimming with them, and 2 fish were pinned beneath Wang Cai's paws. The fish within the pit continued to leap energetically outward. Wang Cai had no choice but to push the fish back into the pit, then scamper to the other side to restrain the newly leaping fish and shove them back in. Upon seeing Xiaoyi approach, Wang Cai barked at him. Woof. Xiaoyi felt a mix of frustration and amusement. While others struggled to catch fish, he faced an overabundance with no place to store them. The scarcity faced by others stemmed from the island's limited size and marine resources, compounded by issues of fishing technique and human fatigue, resulting in meager hauls. In contrast, Xiaoyi, equipped with an automatic fishing net, had no such concerns, as the island was vast and the sea fish were in surplus. Given the circumstances, he decided to sell some at a slightly reduced price to exchange for supplies. It would be a waste to let so many fish go to waste. This was also a boon for other survivors, ensuring they need not worry about hunger as long as they could acquire resources. I am truly benevolent, Xiaoyi proclaimed. Returning to the apartment, he stood before the island monument and switched to the trading hall. Sea fish, 1 kilogram for foundation 1. Sea fish, 500 G for metal sheet 1. Sea fish, 200 G for magnet 1 or plastic 2 or glass 2 or hemp cloth 2 or brick 2 or. Note, for other rare materials, please confirm trade ratios via private message. After listing these trades, Xiaoyi hurried to check on the eggs and corn boiling in his pot. Meanwhile, the public channel erupted in excitement. The big shot is at it again. What's on sale this time? Still sea fish, but now at a significantly lower price. Previously, one could trade 100 G of sea fish, but now it's 200 G. That's a direct doubling. Why hesitate? Let us trade. Indeed, this big shot is incredibly impressive. Thank goodness for such a remarkable figure. Otherwise, I would surely starve. I've only managed to find a single supply crate in the past 2 days, and have yet to uncover any food, relying solely on the big shot's sea fish for sustenance. Yes, and there's another big shot consistently providing fresh water. Without them, I would have surely perished of thirst. If only there were more such generous benefactors. Lin Tian observed the trading market for sea fish, furrowing his brow as he pondered how this individual had amassed such a large quantity. Having cast his own net for half a day, he had only managed to catch 3 fish, leaving him weary and perplexed at how the other could possess so many. Could it be that they ventured out to sea? A sudden thought struck Desalinator. If a boat could be constructed, it would allow for net casting on the open ocean. This could explain the abundance of fish. It seemed imperative to expedite the oceanic venture plans, he mused. Once breakfast was prepared, Shawi sent it over to Su-1 and the others. Corn, S-level 200 G, eggs A-level 50 G. Milk, S-level 100 milliliters, apples, A-level 200 G offered for trade. This is today's breakfast, no fish included. If anyone feels unsatisfied, let me know, and we can grill some fish. Shawi messaged. This is more than sufficient. I still haven't digested the 2 fish from last night, and I feel I've gained weight. Su-1 replied with a smile. Your breakfast is excessively luxurious, entirely composed of A-level or higher food. This is quite rare. Yuan Nong remarked. There's too much food. We can't finish it all. Shawi responded. If other survivors heard you say that, they'd be tempted to take action against you. Yuan Nong chuckled. I speak the truth. Shawi asserted. Everyone, eat quickly. While the morning is still cool, let us see if we can gather some more resources. Indeed. Naturally. Shawi sent a double portion of breakfast to Jiang Yuntian, reminding him, you must eat. Don't leave everything for the child. We have enough supplies to ensure he won't go hungry. Thank you. Jiang Yuntian replied. Since Jiang Yuntian had tasted the S-level milk, he understood that such graded food was a treasure, thus he reserved most of it for his child. Watching his son grow stronger each day, he was profoundly grateful to Shawi. Without him, Junjun might not have survived, nor would he himself likely be alive. Jiang Yuntian thought to himself. He then placed the eggs and milk beside Junjun and consumed the corn and apples. Daddy, drink milk. Junjun exclaimed. Reaching for the milk Jiang Yuntian had just placed at his side. Daddy isn't thirsty. Junjun can have it. Jiang Yuntian replied with a smile. No, Daddy, drink milk. Otherwise, I'll tell Uncle. Junjun insisted, sounding remarkably mature for his age. Jiang Yuntian felt touched by his child's concern for him. All right, I'll drink. He acquiesced. Junjun supervised him, insisting he finish every last drop of the 100 milliliters of milk before he would relent. After consuming the milk, Jiang Yuntian felt a warm surge of energy coursing through him, compelling him to practice martial arts on the island. Junjun watched closely, mimicking his father's movements. And with his innocent sounds of effort, a future star of the martial arts world began to emerge. After finishing breakfast, Shawi tended to the S-level soil flower bed, clearing the pasture once more, and re-sowed the corn, watering it with A-level pure water. Until the corn sprouted, Shawi would remain vigilant regarding the pasture. The moment it broke ground, he would promptly cut it down. Once the corn matured, he would no longer need to worry about the pasture's interference. Having sown the corn, Shawi returned to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, donned a clean long robe, and solemnly stated, System, sign in. Sign in successful. You have received the equipment. Fully automatic intelligent irrigation system, SSS level. Splendid. Shawi exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, bathing and changing clothes are effective. I've acquired yet another SSS level device. Fully automatic intelligent irrigation system. SSS level fully automatic and intelligent, capable of recognizing the specific state of plants, providing timely and appropriate irrigation to crops based on their growth stages and conditions. At last, you have arrived. Shawi observed the system notification, realizing he had liberated himself from yet another task. No longer would he need to worry about watering. He eagerly retrieved the device to examine its features. Chapter 63. The gardener, forest hunting, morel mushrooms from the system space emerged an irrigation device, a vehicle resembling a water truck, which appeared at the entrance of the apartment. Before Shawi could examine it, a robot unexpectedly disembarked from the vehicle. Greetings, Master. I am the irrigation robot. Are there any particular considerations I should be aware of? The robot introduced itself. Does this water truck come equipped with a robot as well? Shawi pondered aloud, perplexed by the irrigation device before him. Despite his confusion, he responded, the main concern is the plants rated A and above. Please use A-grade purified water for irrigation. Of course. Do reserve a sufficient amount for my consumption each day. The rest, you can manage as you see fit. After a moment's contemplation, Shawi posed another query. By the way, can you identify the levels of the plants? Indeed, Master. Identifying plant levels is one of my fundamental skills. I will coordinate how and what grade of water to use for each plant based on the water resources available on your island, the robot replied. Impressive. But can you handle household chores? Shawi inquired cautiously. Master, my sole function is irrigation, the robot responded. With a sigh of resignation, Shawi remarked, very well. From now on, please address me as Ego. Calling me Master feels rather strange. Understood, Ego. The robot replied. Let us give you a name. Since you are in charge of crop irrigation, I shall call you Gardener, Shawi suggested after some thought. The robot tilted its head as if contemplating, then responded, Yes. Gardener is on duty. Wait. Xiao Yi suddenly recalled something and asked, can you draw seawater into the water tank located at the back of the house? The gardener replied, of course, Seagull. Excellent. From now on, if that water tank is not full, draw water from the sea and fill it. Yes, Seagull. The gardener responded. Then set to work. The gardener drove to the seaside, submerged the hose into the ocean, activated the machine, and quickly filled a tank. It then proceeded to the water tank and transferred the water. In a single trip, the tank was filled. How convenient mechanization is. I no longer need to worry about tap water and irrigation, Xiao Yi murmured. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to take a stroll through the forest. Perhaps he could procure some game. The aroma of roasted wild rabbit from yesterday still lingered in his nostrils, and he had grown weary of fish. He retrieved a crossbow, slung a long gun over his shoulder, called for Wang Kai, and ventured through the fence towards the woods. Noticing that the small hill behind the apartment had grown another 5 or 6 meters, he mused that the formation of a significant atmospheric cycle was imminent. Once the atmospheric cycle was established, freshwater rivers would gradually take shape. All Xiao Yi needed to do was wait. The forest was thick with underbrush, making it difficult to traverse. Xiao Yi, armed with his long gun, cautiously prodded the way forward. Dangerous species, such as venomous snakes, could potentially emerge from the thickets. Although he had Wang Kai with him, Xiao Yi preferred not to meet an untimely demise due to negligence. Suddenly, a long, slithering creature darted away. Indeed, there is a snake. Xiao Yi quickly stepped back, realizing he needed to carve a path through the woods. Otherwise, navigating would be perilous. Wang Kai, however, seemed indifferent to the snake, frolicking around Xiao Yi. With heightened caution, Xiao Yi continued to beat back the underbrush. Suddenly, a gray shadow darted out, prompting Wang Kai to bolt after it. The gray shadow offered no resistance as Wang Kai, classified as S-grade, easily captured it. Ordinary creatures were no match for him. Goodness! Another rabbit! Xiao Yi exclaimed. It must have fled from this spot. He prodded the area where the rabbit had emerged, discovering some nibbled vegetable leaves. Is that a mushroom? He wondered, spotting an umbrella-shaped plant beside the gnawed leaves, resembling a mushroom but with a net-like structure that reminded him of animal stomachs, such as those of sheep or cows. To his surprise, a vast patch was present. After contemplating, Xiao Yi decided to gather some to take back and consult with Yuan Nong. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Morel mushroom, a rare edible and medicinal fungus, named for its uneven surface resembling that of a sheep's stomach, rich in nutritional value. Indeed, the system is knowledgeable. I shall gather more. Xiao Yi collected all the ripe morel mushrooms, filling his clothing pocket. Glancing deeper into the woods, he refrained from venturing further, resolving to return equipped with tools to carve a small path next time. After all, every step taken amidst the foliage was fraught with trepidation. Regardless, he had already achieved his goal of obtaining a wild rabbit and morel mushrooms during this excursion. Chirping. On his way back, Xiao Yi heard birds singing in the forest and wondered if he might be able to find a bird's nest someday. Upon exiting the woods, he was immediately enveloped by the warmth of the sun, which generously radiated its heat. Hurriedly, he dashed into his apartment and gulped down a large glass of A-grade purified water. After preparing the wild rabbit, he cleaned the morel mushrooms and placed them all on the grill to cook. The heat was intense, and standing by the grill made it even more unbearable. Sweat poured from him like a waterfall, and he constantly sipped the lightly salted water nearby. Once the wild rabbit was finished cooking, he felt as though he had bathed in sweat. He rushed to the bathroom, rinsed off, and casually washed his clothes before changing back into his original attire. At the island monument, Xiao Yi distributed the wild rabbit meat, morel mushrooms, and lightly salted water among Su Wan and the others. Did you hunt another wild rabbit today? Jiang Yuntian inquired in surprise. Yes, I encountered a snake shortly after entering the woods. I didn't dare venture too far, so I only caught one wild rabbit and found some morel mushrooms before returning. Xiao Yi replied. When will you come to my island? I would gladly leave the hunting to you. From their previous conversations, Xiao Yi knew that Jiang Yutian had been a mercenary and was quite skilled. Navigating the jungle would be as familiar to him as returning home. Certainly, I'll visit your island when the opportunity arises. Just be sure to take me in. Jiang Yutian chuckled. Absolutely. With such a skilled individual, I won't have to search for a bodyguard anymore. Xiao Yi laughed in response. Did you really find those morel mushrooms in the woods? Yuan Nong asked, equally astonished by the mushrooms. Indeed, there was quite a patch. I only picked the ones that were ripe, Xiao Yi confirmed. Truly, expanding one's island is essential for greater yields. Yuan Nong remarked with a sense of awe. Haha. Why not let me support you with some foundational stones to help expand your island? Xiao Yi suggested with a grin. Chapter 64. Bathing with friends. There's no need for that. It should be reserved for critical moments. Yuan Nong replied instantly. once you've developed. I shall no longer fret over food. Besides, I will still seek refuge with you in the future. Just don't forget this old man. How could I? An elder in the household is like a treasure, rest assured. As long as I can ascertain your location, I will make every effort to bring you over. Xiaoyi responded. Very well, but the morels are best suited for soup. Yuan Lao advised. Oh, I thought they could simply be roasted like mushrooms, Xiaoyi said, astonished. In these circumstances, as long as they are cooked, anything will suffice. Yuan Lao chuckled in reply. Indeed, we shall prepare soup tonight, and for now, we shall make do, Xiaoyi declared. Upon seeing the roasted wild rabbit sent over, Su Wan lamented, in such sweltering weather, barbecuing must be even hotter. Indeed. That is why I just took a bath, Xiaoyi replied. What? You just bathed? Did you go to the sea? That is too dangerous, Su Wan said, her voice tinged with concern. No, I have a bathroom, Xiaoyi clarified. A bathroom? In the video, Su Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Xiaoyi. We all arrived simultaneously on this desolate island, struggling for food and water, and you already have a house. And a bathroom? Indeed, Xiaoyi replied. I will show you my bathroom when the opportunity arises. Though it's a bit small, the washing facilities are quite complete. Su Wan was somewhat speechless. Having a bathroom was already a blessing, yet he complained about its size. All right, I will certainly visit your island one day, Su Wan replied, secretly wishing. When could she also enjoy a bath? She felt as though she had become quite unkempt. Talking about the bathroom, Xiaoyi suddenly realized that Su Wan and her companions likely had no means to bathe. In this scorching weather that had persisted for 3 days, they must all be a bit odorous. With this thought, Xiaoyi promptly switched to the trading hall and listed 3 sets of trades. Sea fish, 10 kilograms, boiled water, 5L. Wooden basin blueprint, 1, or wooden basin, 1, with a note. Only 3 sets are needed, first come, first served. This wooden basin was the one Xiaoyi had repurposed as a flower pot. Its size was quite substantial, easily accommodating an adult. Someone asked trading for the wooden basin. Those who possess one are fortunate. Such an abundance of food and water is enviable. Indeed, I happen to have a wooden basin. When I received the blueprint, I crafted it right away, thinking it would be of little use. I never imagined it could now save my life. I Haven Tea found food or water in 2 days. I envy the luck of those upstairs. I want one too. Brother, give me a sip of water. Tonight I am yours. Just a cup of water, and treat me as less than human tonight. 2 cups, and regardless of how many come, I will not mind. 3 cups, and it matters not if they are human. The upstairs is filled with oddities, confirmed. Sigh, why is there such disparity among people? Others can trade food and water for necessities, while I am still struggling to meet basic needs. Enough of this. I shall sleep, for in dreams, all is possible. Though the blueprint was somewhat challenging to acquire, the wooden basin blueprint had a reasonable chance of being obtained. The food and water Xiaoyi offered were abundant. So the 3 sets of trades were swiftly completed, yielding wooden basin 3. To Xiaoyi's delight, they were all finished products, saving him the resources required for manufacturing. He glanced outside, the sun blazing overhead. I shall deliver them in the afternoon, Xiaoyi contemplated. If I trade them now, they shall merely sweat again after bathing. That would be pointless. He posted a message in the public channel seeking and ran, then reclined, feeling too hot to have much appetite. The roasted rabbit lay nearby, while Wang Kai was happily devouring it. If only the woods lacked those dangerous creatures, hiding there would surely be cooler, Xiaoyi murmured, in a drowsy haze. He soon drifted off, awakening to find it was already 3 in the afternoon. Stepping out of his apartment, the robotic gardener diligently tended to the fields, occasionally watering the crops. How fortunate to have a gardener. Otherwise, in this heat, I could hardly tend to all the crops, Xiaoyi mused. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach began to protest. Having skipped lunch, it was time to eat. Reheating the now cold roasted rabbit, Xiaoyi devoured it ravenously. As for the morels, their texture was delicate, seemingly imbued with the earthy fragrance of the forest. It appeared the resources in the woods warranted further exploration, however. His knowledge of local plants was limited. If only Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong could join him in the woods, they would likely discover an abundance of edible treasures. Xiaoyi sighed, wishing he could ascertain their locations. With that thought, he began to boil water, filling 3 large wooden basins with nearly boiling water. Then trading them to the 3 individuals. Wooden basin, 1, hot water, 700L. At first, he and T considered that they might not have bathed in quite some time. Today, he would send over some hot water for them to wash away the sweat. He sent them a message. Now, with the robotic gardener assisting in filling the water tank with seawater, he no longer needed to lift a finger. Tap water could flow uninterrupted, enjoying his own comfort. He also wished to share it with his friends. Upon receiving Xiaoyi's message and trade, Su-Wan was so moved she felt tears welling. Just that morning, she had pondered when she might bathe. and by evening, Xiaoyi had sent over a bathing basin and warm water. It was as though Xiaoyi could read her thoughts, fulfilling her wishes. After more than 10 days without a bath, she was almost overwhelmed by her own odor. Initially, Suwon had paid much attention to personal hygiene, as her focus had been solely on survival. However, now that she was free from such pressures, she sought a better quality of life. Others were occupied with mere survival and naturally would not concern themselves with their own scent. They could also wash their clothes while bathing, as the weather would dry them quickly. Xiaoyi added, "All right." Yuan Nong and Jiang Yutian replied in unison. Xiaoyi then reminded Jiang Yutian, "Child, do not use water that is too hot. It could scald you." "Understood," Jiang Yutian responded. While others lacked sufficient drinking water, Xiaoyi not only had enough for his own bathing, but was also providing large basins for several friends to bathe. Suwon placed the wooden basin in her tent, immersing herself in the warm water, allowing every pore of her body to open up. Chapter 65, The Wind Turbine. Qin Yunxing is dead. It was merely a warm bath. Yet Suwon felt enveloped in a cocoon of blissful warmth. However, she dared not linger too long. The peril of an unexpected visitor approaching her island loomed large. Previously, Xiaoyi had warned them about strangers trespassing on his island, urging them to remain vigilant. Once she had finished bathing, Suwon meticulously washed her clothes in a wooden basin before cautiously hanging them outside the tent. Though the sun had already dipped below the horizon, its residual warmth persisted. In just 10 minutes, her garments were completely dry. Donning her clothes once more, she felt a newfound sense of security. Although she had only managed a hasty wash without any shampoo or body wash, she felt utterly refreshed. Stepping out of the tent, the sea breeze caressed her face, bringing with it a faint chill. To her delight, she spotted a supply box drifting near her island. Seizing a nearby fishing net, she hurried to the edge of the island, waiting for the opportune moment to cast her net. It landed squarely over her target. Pulling the supply box back, she eagerly opened it to discover 4 cornerstone stones, some bread, and a blueprint. The appearance of food was an unexpected surprise. After all, she had not encountered any food in the past few days, not even a cornerstone. Surely, her refreshing bath had washed away her misfortune, she mused joyfully. She promptly exchanged these items with Xiaoyi through the island monument. Cornerstone 4, Wind Turbine Blueprint. 1. Bread, 1 kilogram. Knowing that Xiaoyi needed bread to feed his chickens, as he had inquired about it before, she felt pleased to help. Upon receiving her trade, Xiaoyi was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Suwon, you are truly my lucky star. I have been eagerly awaiting this blueprint." He scarcely glanced at the other items before approving the exchange. After receiving the supplies, Xiaoyi remarked, "You can keep the cornerstones and the bread. I am hoping for some other delicacies. Expanding your island is essential to achieve that goal." Suwon replied with a smile. "All right, the chicken coop will soon hatch new chicks, and this bread arrives at the perfect time." Xiaoyi readily accepted, saying, "If you find yourself hungry, do not hesitate to let me know. I can always prepare fish for you." He then examined the wind turbine blueprint. Wind turbine blueprint. Wood 90, iron 50, copper 30, magnet 30. Suddenly, the island monument presented a notification. Detected that you possess a wind water wheel device. You can modify it to manufacture a wind turbine. A new crafting method appeared on the monument's interface. Wind turbine blueprint. Wind water wheel 1, iron 20, copper 30, magnet 30. Xiaoyi could choose between these 2 crafting methods. Since the wind water wheel was no longer needed to fill the water tank, as a robotic gardener had taken over that task, he was relieved that he had been gathering resources all along. Glancing at his supplies, he confirmed he had enough and promptly opted for the second construction method. As the previous wind water wheel and its corresponding resources vanished, a wind turbine materialized within the island monument's crafting space. He was then prompted to select a placement location. The windmill and generator could be positioned separately, but the maximum distance could not exceed 50 meters. After some consideration, Xiaoyi decided to place the windmill by the riverbank he had excavated, while situating the generator to the east of his house. Given the unpredictable wind conditions, he wondered if the electricity generated would indeed power the devices within his abode. If only the power generated could be stored, he mused. However, he knew that even with batteries, compatibility with the generator's voltage was essential. He first connected the generator directly to the apartment's main circuit using copper wire. At that moment, a gusty wind filled the air, so Xiaoyi decided to test the lights in his apartment. With a flick of the switch, the room was flooded with light. "At last, I have returned to a life of electricity," he exclaimed, reveling in the brightness. Yet, in an instant, the lights began to emit a hissing sound, flickering ominously an unstable voltage. It felt akin to a horror film. Xiaoyi quickly turned off the lights, his heart racing with unease. Although an atheist, he found himself alone in an apartment on a deserted island, surrounded by dense, shadowy woods. Swallowing hard, he called out, Wang Kai. Wang Wang. His loyal dog rushed in, panting happily, tail wagging. The sight of Wang Kai alleviated much of his fear. They say that a black dog wards off evil spirits. However, Wang Kai abruptly stopped wagging his tail, tilting his head as if sensing something amiss in Xiao Yi's demeanor. One mustn't dwell on such thoughts. Xiao shook his head, ruffling Wang Kai's fur before stepping outside to prepare dinner. He planned to make fish soup, incorporating the morel mushrooms as advised by Yuan No. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot, and he couldn't resist tasting a spoonful. Delicious, he marveled, noting how the morels enhanced the flavor of the fish soup. As he sent some to Su Wan, he perused the public channel, only to be stunned by the news. Qin Yunsheng is dead. He paused, momentarily forgetting the soup in his hands. Who said that? It can't be true. Didn't he set sail on a small boat? I heard it from inside the Delin forces. No way. Could it be that Delin Tianxia coveted his boat and sent someone to eliminate him when he refused to surrender it? Could you stretch your imagination any further? How would Delin Tianxia even locate Qin Yunsheng? They are separated by vast distances. How could they dispatch someone to take him out? True. So what exactly happened to him? As the discussion unfolded, Delin Tianxia quickly issued a statement. Qin Yunsheng was indeed a member of our Delin. His sacrifice saddens us deeply, but please refrain from spreading rumors. He fell victim to an attack from marine creatures, which capsized his boat, leading to his untimely demise. This bears no relation to us or to me personally. What? Marine creatures can attack human vessels? Are they that ferocious? What kind of marine creature could do such a thing? Chapter 66. Marine Life, Baked Potatoes, Food ranks upon hearing inquiries about the nature of the marine creatures. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they awaited revelations from the representatives of the empire. However, after an extended period of anticipation, none from the empire broke the silence. What could this mean? Have they all become mute? Indeed, someone should speak up. I have received insider information that it is a colossal octopus that overturned that small vessel in one swift motion. Is it truly that terrifying? The empire's lack of denial seems to imply acceptance of this grim reality. Recently, the seas have grown perilous. I wonder if others have noticed that there are multiple marine creatures lurking near the supply crates. Yes, I too have observed more than one marine life form. Indeed. While it may be inconvenient to gather supplies on the island, at least we need not fear attacks from these creatures. Alas, it seems Qin Yunsheng has completely lost his chance to repair his boat. He has perished. One must tread carefully when choosing to develop on the sea. Upon seeing their discussions, Xiaoyi instantly grasped the situation. In the first week, the trials were manageable, allowing Liu to leisurely row his boat to the island. However, this week, the challenges have escalated, and the sea has become far less tranquil. Jianggu, have you seen their conversation? Xiaoyi sent a message to Jiang Yuntian, but received no response. After a wait of over 20 minutes, Jiang Yuntian finally replied, I just went out to gather supplies. What is going on? Qin Yunsheng has died. Xiaoyi responded. What? Jiang Yuntian inquired, perplexed. Xiaoyi provided a brief explanation, to which Jiang Yuntian nodded and remarked, that does seem plausible. Therefore, you must exercise caution and prioritize your safety. Xiaoyi advised earnestly. Rest assured. Jiang Yuntian replied with a smile, I now maintain a safe distance from the supply crates. Using a fishing net, once I ensnare something, I draw it back to the island, ensuring high safety. However, even if I encounter those marine creatures, they would find it difficult to detain me. For a bold individual willing to battle marine life in the water, Xiaoyi believed that no creature could capture someone determined to escape like Jiang Yuntian. Indeed, it is always wise to remain vigilant. Xiaoyi remarked. Understood. I just uncovered some excellent items. I shall send them to you. Jiang Yuntian replied. Foundation stones, 2. Watermelon seeds, 4. Bread, 500 G. Transaction null. Xiaoyi agreed to the trade, responding. Excellent. This weather is indeed perfect for enjoying watermelon. After utilizing the foundation stones to expand the island, Xiaoyi stepped out of his apartment and sowed the 4 watermelon seeds in the fields, signaling to the gardener. The gardener promptly arrived, wielding a hose to irrigate the seeds with pure A-grade water. Xiaoyi glanced at the potatoes and noticed they had matured. He immediately unearthed them. Each plant yielded 5 potatoes the size of fists. Acquired supplies, potatoes 2 kilograms, 20 items. Xiaoyi sliced 5 of them according to the method previously taught by Yuan Nong and replanted them. It was not that he wished to plant more, but the fields were already full, leaving no space. After planting, he entrusted all watering duties to the robotic gardener, carrying 15 potatoes in a small bucket. Xiaoyi returned to his apartment, took out 5, peeled them, and sliced them thinly, skewering them with wooden sticks before placing them on the grill. It had been ages since he had savored potatoes. Watching the fragrant aroma waft from the grilled potato slices made Xiao Yi salivate uncontrollably. Once cooked, he sprinkled them with sea salt. Regrettably, he lacked any additional seasonings. With a sigh, he added chili powder to 2 portions. The chili powder was naturally ground from sun-dried peppers using a manual stone mill. Xiao Yi took a hearty bite, his face lighting up with delight. Approaching the island monument, he shared the grilled potato slices with Su Wan and the others. Grilled potato slices, 100g, transaction null. Consider this a late-night snack. Everyone should try it. Freshly dug potatoes taste delightful, Xiao Yi declared, just after finishing the sheep tripe fish soup. Su Wan and her companions felt as though they were almost back in their previous world with the addition of grilled potato slices. I wasn't able to gather any supply crates today, Yuan Nong said apologetically, not wishing to indulge without contributing. It's all right, your expertise lies in planting and breeding. You guided us in cultivating these potatoes, Xiao Yi replied. Otherwise, we wouldn't be enjoying potatoes at all. Yuan Nong nodded, refraining from further comments, but resolved to ensure he would retrieve a supply crate the next day. With Xiao Yi providing endless support in food and water, not to mention precious brine, it was simply unacceptable for him to fail in securing a single supply crate. Gazing at the public chat group, it appeared many were still discussing Qin Yunxing's demise. Initially, they thought constructing a boat would free them from the threat of flooding islands, yet the seas proved to be even more treacherous. How are we to survive? Should we gather supply crates, expand the island, or hone our skills to confront those marine creatures? You speak without understanding the hardships. How can one gather supplies in such sweltering heat? Humph, then don't gather them. Let us see who ends up parched and hungry. I haven't gathered any. Yet my food and water are plentiful. Are you envious? Stubbornness suits everyone. I am merely stating that my supplies accumulated from the previous week are sufficient for my needs. Is that so unreasonable? There is still a big shot upstairs. A little water and food would be appreciated. Go away. Who knows when this heat will subside? I must conserve my supplies. Xiao Yi, seeing no useful information, sent a message seeking safety and then lay down. Even with a generator, I can't use electricity. It's truly frustrating. Xiao Yi lamented, eyeing the air conditioner in his bedroom. Before sleeping, Xiao Yi once again cut the hay and delivered it to the barn. The milk he had previously extracted was completely consumed as water, so he fetched a wooden bucket and practiced his milking technique anew. However, this time the milk produced was no longer S-grade. Milk, A-grade, originally S-grade milk, downgraded due to the mixture of lower-grade milk. Is this truly possible? Had I known, I would have extracted more, Xiao Yi muttered, though he understood that over-extraction would lead to spoilage in storage. Nevertheless, A-grade milk is still considered high quality among other survivors. No one has yet reported consuming food of any grade in the public channel. After boiling the milk, Xiao Yi prepared to rest. Taking one last glance at the island monument. Look what I've gathered from my haul. Banana, C-grade, 500g. Chapter 67. Chick Hatching. Super Battery author. Public channel. Amidst the chatter, someone unexpectedly shared information about a food item with a classification level, inciting envy among others. You actually discovered food. And it's fruit. You must have stepped in dog poop, exclaimed one. I'm so envious. I really want to eat a banana. Young man, give me a banana. And when we meet in the future, I can have yours. Did no one notice that the banana had a classification? This remark brought the conversation back on track, averting a potential derailment. Isn't it perfectly normal for food to have levels? The higher the level, the more delectable it is. Superficial. Are you certain that the classification is solely based on taste? Then what else could it be? Is it because it's a celestial fruit that it has a high level? Bingo. You guessed it, but there is no reward. Food with classifications is indeed celestial. That joke isn't amusing at all. A joke? I once ate a C-class apple, and my physical condition improved tremendously. Even my myopia vanished. Otherwise, with my previous health, I wouldn't have survived until now. Indeed, I consumed a C-class tangerine and truly felt my strength increase. I couldn't even cast a net before. But now it's so easy. As the confessions continued, Xiao Yi realized that many had indeed tasted classified food, yet they all seemed to be C-class. I once had a B-class watermelon, suddenly proclaimed D. Lin Tian. Wow, look at what a big shot looks like. While others are only discovering C-class food, the big shot has already eaten B-class. Perhaps that's why he is a big shot. If C-class food has such evident effects on the human body, one can only imagine the benefits of B-class. Big shot. Can I still join D. Lin now? Following such a powerful person should significantly increase my survival chances. Instantly, many began to express their admiration fervently. What is a B-class food? My dear uncle, possess S-class food. At that moment, a comment interrupted the admiration. Whose child is this? Quickly take him away. Don't let him speak nonsense in the public channel. The public channel allowed for both text and voice messages. The previous comment was clearly from a child's voice. Recognizing the voice, Xiaoyi realized it was Junjun's. I didn't expect him to speak so clearly. Xiaoyi chuckled, unconcerned that Junjun's words revealed his resources. No one would believe a child's words. Due to speech restrictions, Junjun could not speak continuously, leaving him to fume silently as others criticized him. At that moment, Jiang Yuntian entered, noticing Junjun's sulkiness. What's wrong? Who upset Junjun? I didn't say anything wrong or lie. They're all bad people. Junjun pouted fiercely. Jiang Yuntian glanced at the chat history, then seriously told Junjun, you must not share Uncle S matters with others, understand? Seeing his father's grave demeanor, Junjun burst into tears. Jiang Yuntian picked him up and said, we don't know if these people are good or bad. If you tell them Uncle has such good things, they might come to steal from him. What should I do? Junjun cried even harder. Don't worry. You haven't revealed too much. Just be cautious in the future. Jiang Yuntian reassured him. Okay. Tears still streaked Junjun's face. After calming him, Jiang Yuntian promptly messaged Xiaoyi. I sincerely apologize. Junjun didn't know he should speak about such things. I should have watched him better. Please forgive me. Xiaoyi smiled in response. It's all right. Children don't understand and haven't divulged any critical information. Besides, who would believe a child? It's not a big deal. Yes, I've educated him, and such a situation will not arise again, Jiang Yuntian replied. Don't be so serious. Just make sure he understands. It's nothing to worry about, Xiaoyi remarked. After ending the call, Xiaoyi prepared to rest. The effects of classified food had finally been revealed, and he believed everyone would strive to seek such nourishment, for enhancing one's physical condition was essential for survival. The next morning, Xiaoyi was awakened by the cacophony of the chicken coop. Resigned, he rose and walked to the coop, where he saw a flock of chicks scurrying about with their mother in search of food. Upon noticing Xiaoyi's arrival, the hen promptly led her chicks over. 19 in total. Xiaoyi quickly tore some bread into crumbs, mixing it with fish powder, and placed it into the feeding trough. The mother hen guided her chicks to the trough to peck at the food. Seeing the food, the rooster approached, but the hen immediately blocked him, wings outstretched, seemingly saying, "This is for the chicks." Unable to resist the temptation, the rooster took a step forward, only to be pecked by the hen without mercy. Cluck, cluck. The rooster squawked in pain and fled. Xiaoyi laughed heartily and scattered some vegetable leaves and rough fish powder for the rooster. Then, he thought to dry some corn in the sun to grind into powder for the chicks. After finishing these tasks, Xiaoyi returned to his apartment, bathed, changed clothes, and murmured, "System, check-in. Check-in successful, reward acquired, super battery, SSS level. System, I adore you," Xiaoyi exclaimed upon seeing this check-in reward. Wishing he could embrace the system in joy. Super battery, SSS level automatically adapts to all power-generating devices, storing the electricity produced, and can output power as needed. Fully charged, it can supply power to a medium-sized city for a year. Equipped with intelligent power-off settings, it is safe and reliable. Current stored power, 1, powerful. After reading the system's description of the super battery, the only word that remained in Xiaoyi's mind was powerful. How immense is the power consumption of a medium-sized city for a year? He only had a small apartment, even without a generator to charge it. The one power would suffice for a lifetime. Even if he lived a full century, he might not exhaust it. Of course, his island would need to develop, and power consumption would surely increase in the future. Moreover, the automatic compatibility with various power generation devices alleviated any concerns about mismatches with the battery. The ability to output power as needed was almost a bug-like feature. In the future, different situations would require different voltage levels. Some would need direct current, while others would require alternating current. With this battery, he would no longer have to worry about incompatible power output. Chapter 68, A-Class Ribbonfish, Rising Heat. Crisis: from this day forth, there shall be no more worries about the bitter cold or the sweltering heat, Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully, as he retrieved the super battery from the system space. He connected the input interface to the wind turbine and linked the output interface to the main power switch of his apartment. Although the wind turbine had a remarkably low efficiency in generating electricity, every little bit counted. Returning to his apartment, Xiaoyi eagerly switched on the air conditioning, and a refreshing breeze enveloped him. How delightful! Despite it still being morning, the temperature was already more oppressive than last week's midday heat. However, with the air conditioning at his disposal, he no longer had to endure the stifling warmth. Woof! The familiar barks of Wang Kai echoed outside, likely due to an overabundance of fish. Reluctantly, Xiaoyi left the comfort of his cool apartment and ventured into the glaring sun. I know there are plenty of fish, but surely I have consumed some each day, so it should be manageable, he murmured to himself, making his way to the fishing pit he had dug. At that moment, Wang Kai was joyfully pawing at two ribbonfish, wagging its tail at Xiaoyi. Capturing ribbonfish, what a delightful surprise. There seems to be room for more in the fishing pit. Xiaoyi remarked. Woof. Wang Kai continued to bark while pressing down on the two struggling ribbonfish. Xiaoyi took a closer look at the writhing fish. Obtained materials. Ribbonfish A-Class 2. After such a successful haul, he was elated to discover A-Class ingredients. Could he potentially cultivate them? He consulted Yuan Nong regarding the breeding conditions for ribbonfish. Yuan Nong briefly outlined the requirements, which Xiaoyi was currently unable to meet. What a pity. Yuan Nong couldn't help but express. Having observed the discussions on the public channel yesterday, he was even more convinced of the immense benefits that graded food could provide to the human body, while others were still deliberating the merits of C-Class food. Xiaoyi was already able to continuously supply A-Class ingredients. This catch of ribbonfish presented yet another opportunity for a steady supply of A-Class provisions. However, this was not the world of old. The breeding conditions for these marine creatures were quite stringent. Despite Xiaoyi's progress, he had yet to reach the standards of the past. With no other option, he resigned himself to consuming the fish. Xiaoyi sighed and proceeded to prepare the two ribbonfish. To him, A-Class ingredients were hardly rare. After processing the ribbonfish and cutting them into segments, he placed them on the grill. In a couple of days, the soybeans should be ready for harvest. He resolved to extract some oil by then. After grilling the ribbonfish to perfection, he wrapped them in clean vegetable leaves and sent them to Su Wan and the others, along with some freshly pressed A-Class milk from the previous night. Su Wan and the others had grown accustomed to Xiaoyi's offerings of various high-grade food, eagerly accepting the trade while enjoying breakfast and watching the public channel. Why does it feel even hotter today? Be confident. Eliminate the word feeling. If this continues, people might truly perish. Before 9 in the morning, everyone found it impossible to toil under the blazing sun. The sunlight was exceptionally fierce. How long would this oppressive heat persist? I'm so thirsty. I think I see cola and Sprite and a large ship approaching. Hey, brother upstairs. Did you really see a large ship? Is it here to rescue us? Surely no one is hallucinating again. Last time someone claimed to see a large ship, it was all nonsense. I only see endless seawater. The large ship is coming. The large ship is coming. Ha ha. I'm leaving. Really? Brother. Could you ask the ship to circle a few more times? I can't be far from you. However, the person who made that statement never appeared again. Xiaoyi shook his head and sighed. That individual was likely driven mad by the pressures of survival, and his fate was probably grim. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before sending some ice cubes he had previously produced to Su Wan and the others 2 cubes each. Now that he owned a refrigerator, he could create ice cubes at will. Giving them a few would slightly lower the temperature in his living quarters. It's too hot today. I simply can't go out to catch resource boxes, Su Wan complained. Well, there's no need to force it. We aren't short of 1 resource box. Xiaoyi replied, curious to see how long this heat would last. With everyone idling, the public channel buzzed with activity. Today, hiding beneath his shelter, sweat had not ceased to pour. Indeed, my clothes have not dried. They are drenched in sweat. Damn, my pants are completely soaked, as if I've wet myself. Could some generous soul provide some boiled water, preferably at a reasonable price? We haven't caught any resource boxes these past few days, and our supplies are dwindling. Yes, I can trade with base stones. I still have some extras. We at Delin have affordable purified water. Just join us, and you can purchase it. Delin Tianxia proclaimed in the public channel. Noticing the demand for water in exchange for base stones, Xiaoyi immediately adjusted his trade in the trading hall, effectively having the previously set prices. The same items could now be exchanged for double the boiled water. Xiaoyi's actions were quickly noted by the others. Thank you. Big guy, trade completed. You are indeed kind-hearted, showing compassion for our hardships. We are truly grateful. Delin Tianxia, can you learn from the big guy's example? Seeing Xiaoyi's revised trade and the reactions of the crowd, Delin Tianxia fumed with rage. How dare you oppose us? I hope I never discover your identity. Otherwise, your demise will be swift and brutal. Delin Tianxia swung his axe viciously against the nearby trees. Currently, Delin Tianxia's island spanned 235 square meters, with a tent for himself and the rest as open space. Whenever trees or stones appeared on the vacant land, he would swiftly cut them down. The island monument's messages were vague, so he remained unaware that preserving these resources would yield greater rewards. Thanks to the system's notifications, Xiaoyi was acutely aware that a larger island meant more bountiful returns. He closed all doors and windows, effectively muffling the sounds of the outside world. Activating the cool air conditioning, he snuggled beneath a blanket, munching on an apple while leisurely observing the discussions on the island monument. With little to do outside, he occasionally dashed out for brief tasks before returning to enjoy the coolness. Xiaoyi had already instructed Su Wan and the others to avoid fishing operations today, and provided them with ample boiled water, saline solution, and freshly harvested strawberries. With limited land, there was no need to preserve many strawberry seeds. While Xiao Yi and the others sipped their chilled water and savored strawberries, a sudden and urgent barking from Wang Kai broke the tranquility. Sensing danger in the urgency of its barks, Xiao Yi grabbed a crossbow nearby and hurriedly dashed outside. Chapter 69. The boar encounter. The air was thick with heat, and the sound of Wang Kai's barking resonated in the distance. Xiao Yi swiftly made his way towards the source of the commotion. Bark, grunt. The unmistakable sound of a pig's snort reached his ears. Xiao Yi realized that this was no ordinary domesticated pig. It was undoubtedly a wild boar that had emerged from the depths of the forest. While the thought of wild boar typically conjured images of a hearty meal, Xiao Yi's mind was immediately plagued by the potential danger they posed. It was said that even lions and tigers would think twice before confronting an enraged adult boar. Upon reaching the fence, he spotted Wang Kai in a standoff with a wild boar, which, despite seeing Xiao Yi, showed no inclination to flee, continuing to grunt at Wang Kai defiantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi drew his bow and aimed an arrow directly at the beast's eye. To his surprise, the boar exhibited remarkable agility, twisting its body just in time to evade a direct hit. The arrow merely grazed its tough hide, leaving a shallow scratch before disappearing into the underbrush. This initial strike enraged the boar, which lowered its head and charged at Xiao Yi. However, Wang Kai was not about to allow it to harm his master. He collided forcefully with the boar, sending it tumbling across the ground. What a powerful creature Wang Kai is, Xiao Yi mused, even had Wang Kai not intervened. Xiao Yi was confident in his ability to evade the boar's charge. He noted that the boar's speed was remarkably slow, and had he possessed a dagger at that moment, he could have accurately thrust it into the boar's eye. Initially, Xiao Yi had harbored doubts about whether he and Wang Kai could contend with such a formidable adversary. But now it was evident that both he, with his enhanced physique from consuming high-grade food, and Wang Kai, classified as S-rank, could easily handle the wild boar. With his fears alleviated, Xiao Yi resolved to pursue the beast. The boar, realizing it had met its match, attempted to flee back into the woods. Since it has come, it shall remain, Xiao Yi declared as he charged forward, with Wang Kai following suit. To Xiao Yi's astonishment, he found himself outpacing Wang Kai as he sprinted after the boar. Just as the boar was about to disappear into the trees, Xiao Yi caught up and delivered a swift kick to its rear. The boar let out a pained grunt as it collided violently with a nearby tree, dazed and disoriented. Before it could recover, Wang Kai lunged at it, sinking his teeth into its throat. Blood gushed forth from the wound, a stark contrast to the earlier failed arrow strike. The boar thrashed violently, its hooves leaving deep gashes on Wang Kai's side. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi stepped forward and aimed another arrow, this time striking true as it pierced the boar's eye, halting its struggles. When Wang Kai sensed the beast had ceased to breathe, he released his grip. Barking triumphantly, Wang Kai seemed to seek acknowledgement for his bravery. All right, I know you're impressive, but let us avoid such reckless behavior in the future. Look at your injuries. Xiao Yi chuckled, recognizing the wild boar's weight to be around 150 kilograms as he effortlessly hoisted it and made his way back to the apartment. The sun blazed overhead, and Xiao Yi was drenched in sweat upon reaching the apartment. After discarding the boar near the stove, he dashed into the bathroom for a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes, finally feeling a sense of relief from the oppressive heat. I felt as if I were nearly roasted alive, he grumbled, lamenting the unreasonable weather. Regardless of the heat, Xiao Yi knew he had to process the boar meat promptly. If left unattended in such sweltering conditions, it would spoil in no time. Ah, such a burdensome existence, he sighed, gathering his butchering tools from the kitchen. Taking advantage of the boar's recent demise, he collected its blood in a small basin, adding a sprinkle of sea salt and stirring until it coagulated, setting it aside. He then began the laborious task of skinning and butchering the animal. While he was adept at handling the blood, he struggled to distinguish between the various cuts of meat, hastily packing them into the freezer. As lunchtime approached, the heat rendered cooking nearly impossible, so he sent a message to his companions, offering them some fruit to tide them over. He distributed strawberries and slices of apple, now checking for seeds by cutting the apples open, as he had previously received apple cores devoid of seeds from Su Wan and her group. This led him to suspect that the rules of this world had diminished the likelihood of acquiring A-grade apple seeds. We're not hungry at all. We had a hearty breakfast. And with the heat, we can do without a meal, Su Wan replied, echoing the sentiments of the others. No worries, consider it a snack. I'll treat you all to a sumptuous dinner tonight, Xiao Yi assured them. Sounds great, he continued, stepping outside to replenish the feed for the chicken coop and cattle shed before retreating to his room for a much-needed nap. Having secured a fresh catch from the forest, he relished the idea of avoiding another trip into the woods. With the windows and doors shut, The incessant clamor of the chickens was finally silenced, allowing Xiaoyi to drift off into a peaceful slumber. Awakening at 3:30, he noted that he seemed to have developed a fixed biological clock, waking at this hour each day after his midday rest. Rising to venture outside, he hesitated upon feeling the oppressive heat still lingering in the air. What is going on with this weather? It's still sweltering at this hour, he remarked in disbelief. Upon returning to the island monument, he found the public channel abuzz with activity. What is happening today? Why is it still so hot at this time? Indeed. Is there no respite for us to gather supplies? I've realized this world seems intent on our demise. We shouldn't even bother resisting. Fortunately, there are generous individuals who have lowered the requirements for exchanging food and water. Otherwise, I would surely be dehydrated by now. Whoever that benefactor is, I must express my gratitude when we meet. Gratitude? They're not giving it away for free. We're merely trading for it. There is no need for sycophancy. How rude. What do you mean by sycophancy? Just because you think you deserve something doesn't mean we can't show gratitude. People like you, who exhibit such ingratitude, should be blocked by the benefactor. Only then will you understand that having supplies doesn't guarantee access to water and food. In the trading hall, Xiaoyi was the sole individual offering food and water to the public, with no one else in sight. Chapter 70. Cooking with Lard, a Feast, and Seed Collection this week. The number of supply boxes captured by everyone has drastically declined, with the majority of individuals yet to make any noteworthy catches. Furthermore, the probability of finding food and water within these boxes has diminished significantly. If Xiaoyi truly removes all water and food from circulation, many will face elimination this week. Here, elimination equates to death. This explains why the populace expresses profound gratitude towards Xiaoyi for reducing the prices of water and food. Xiaoyi, however, pays little heed to their words. He is indifferent to the ingrates. At this moment, he is in the kitchen, meticulously slicing the blubbery fat from the wild boar into fine strips. Once completed, he steps outside to ignite the stove, heating the pot and tossing in the fat, stirring it continuously. It is not that he wishes to refine oil in the kitchen, but rather that only electricity is available, and the gas stove cannot be ignited. Sizzle. Soon, the grease begins to separate from the fat, transforming it into crispy remnants. Xiaoyi successfully renders a substantial amount of oil, pouring it into a small iron basin. The remnants from the oil rendering process can serve as a delightful snack, exceedingly fragrant. Finally, oil at last. Xiaoyi mused. He had originally planned to extract a portion of the upcoming harvest of soybeans for oil pressing, but it seems that urgency has waned. There is still room for expansion and cultivation, though his arable land is somewhat limited. After rendering the lard, Xiaoyi sets about preparing the grand feast he promised to his companions that morning. He gathers 4 eggs from the hen house and picks 3 or 4 ripe tomatoes from the garden. Returning to the apartment, he retrieves several potatoes, peeling and shredding them. He then uses the lard to stir-fry a tomato and egg dish, alongside the shredded potatoes. Finally, he sears a small piece of pork chop for each person. These culinary delights are divided into 4 portions, neatly packaged in plastic containers crafted from island materials, and delivered to Su Wan and her companions. Looking at the transaction, Xiaoyi felt something was amiss. Rice. These are merely side dishes, lacking a staple. It dawned on him that he had yet to discover rice seeds. Perhaps he should inquire at the trading market. After sending the food to Su Wan and her group, he heads to the trading hall. Contemplating, he lists a transaction. Sea fish, boiled water, trading various seeds. Note, private message for specific trading ratios. The esteemed individual is publicly collecting seeds in the trading hall. It seems there are always watchful eyes on the trading hall, for whenever a special transaction arises, someone invariably announces it in the public channel. What? The esteemed individual already possesses a computer? I have 2 terabytes of seeds in my old computer, all classic varieties from both eastern and western regions. As long as the esteemed individual offers some water, I will gladly present them. What does the esteemed individual want with seeds? Wouldn't it be better to have me as a warm bed servant? I can perform live. And count me in. I don't mind sharing. Have you all gone mad? Stop right there and show me your licenses. Let us not stray off topic. The esteemed individual is indeed collecting seeds. Anyone with crop seeds can proceed to trade. The esteemed individual is impressive. His island must possess arable land already. Otherwise, why collect seeds? That is nonsense. Without land, what is the point of collecting seeds? But planting now means waiting months for maturity. Will that be timely? Clearly, the others remain unaware that in this world, the growth cycle of crops can be significantly shortened. Regardless of timing, possessing seeds means one should hasten to exchange them for water and food. Miss this opportunity, and it may not come again. Indeed, someone approached Xiaoyi privately with seeds. Esteemed individual, do you want these seeds? Human seeds too. Originally seeking rice seeds, Xiaoyi unexpectedly received spice cumin seeds instead. Although he already has sea salt, grilled meat always seems to lack something. Cumin is undoubtedly a seasoning that can vastly enhance flavor. Yes, what do you require? Food. Water? Xiaoyi inquired. Just a bit of water and food will suffice. These seeds are of no use to me here. Even if I can grow them, I have nothing to eat. The other party responded. All right, Xiaoyi replied. Sea fish, 10 kilograms, boiled water, 5L exchanged for cumin seeds 2. Upon seeing Xiaoyi's generous offer, the other party was astonished. They had not anticipated such a bounty for merely 2 tiny seeds. They immediately agreed to the trade and sent a message to Xiaoyi. Thank you, esteemed individual. No problem. If you find more seeds in the future, feel free to message me. Xiaoyi replied. Could you possibly add me as a friend? The other party inquired. Let us skip the friend request. Just bring seeds to message me, and I'll see. Xiaoyi declined. All right, I won't disturb you further. The other party accepted the terms. After the transaction, Xiaoyi promptly sought out a corner of the S-grade flower bed, cleared the grass there, and planted the 2 cumin seeds, personally watering them with A-grade purified water. He then erected a wooden barrier around the small area to prevent grass encroachment that might hinder the cumin's growth. After exchanging a wealth of food and water with Xiaoyi, the individual immediately began promoting him for free in the public channel. Anyone with seeds should hurry to trade. The esteemed individual is very sincere. I exchanged 2 cumin seeds for 10 kilograms of fish and 5L of water. What? So much? Hey, brother upstairs, share some with me. I'm both hungry and thirsty. Scram, go get your own seeds. Is the esteemed individual truly this generous? I wonder if the billions of seeds I possess could be traded for something to eat. You might need to cozy up to a wealthy lady for that. Though the conversation quickly veered off course, those holding crop seeds began to stir with anticipation. After all, nearly everyone's island lacks arable land. Keeping seeds is of little use, and whether they can survive long enough to bear fruit remains uncertain. Better to trade for water and food, ensuring a longer survival. In no time, Xiaoyi received 3 more private messages, continuing to trade at the previously established rates. Acquired items, cucumber seeds 3, bok choy seeds 2, eggplant seeds 5. It appears that the hope for rice will have to wait. Xiaoyi sighed. While he has obtained seeds for other vegetables, his land is no longer available for planting them. Should he venture into the forest for cultivation? He wondered. According to system prompts, clearing land in the forest should also allow for planting. However, without proper care, it is prone to desertification. Xiaoyi is reluctant to disrupt the flourishing woods he has painstakingly nurtured, hoping instead for them to evolve and yield even more resources. Ding, ding. A stranger has requested a private message. Glancing at the contents of the message, Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 71. The cultivation of rice with the advent of winter. I possess this item, but I am uncertain if it qualifies as a seed. Rice grain 6. Xiaoyi promptly replied, It counts, let us proceed with the trade. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's affirmative, the other party became instantly elated and initiated the transaction in the private chat interface. Xiaoyi reciprocated with an equal quantity of water and food, concluding the conversation amidst the other party's profuse gratitude. Gazing at the newly acquired rice grains, Xiaoyi immediately sought counsel from Yuan Nong. Old Yuan, must the husk be removed before planting this rice? Absolutely not. Yuan Nong replied vehemently, do not touch the outer husk. Noticing Yuan Nong's strong reaction, Xiaoyi quickly reassured him. I haven't touched it. I simply inquired because I have never witnessed rice cultivation before. Yuan Nong then began to impart knowledge about rice cultivation. The rice we consume is derived from brown rice, processed to remove the outer layers and germ, leaving only the endosperm. He elaborated. A complete rice seed comprises the fruit husk, seed coat, outer endosperm, and embryo. Only a complete seed can yield rice. Without the endosperm, germination is impossible. Although Xiaoyi found the specialized terminology, embryo, endosperm, somewhat perplexing, he grasped the essence. If the outer husk were removed, it would compromise the seed's integrity, rendering it incapable of sprouting. Indeed, that is a correct understanding. Yuan Nong affirmed. All right, I comprehend now. Thankfully, I refrained from acting impulsively. Otherwise, even with A-grade purified water, a compromised seed would remain dormant. Xiaoyi chuckled. I shall proceed to plant the rice now. Yuan Nong then cautioned him about the intricacies of rice cultivation, and Xiaoyi stepped out to clear the area previously designated for lettuce, preparing to sow the rice. Water is the lifeblood of rice, as well as its bane. The water requirements vary at each growth stage. Fortunately, Xiaoyi need not concern himself with irrigation, as the robotic gardener and fully automated intelligent irrigation system are in place, rendering all such worries moot. After successfully planting the rice, Xiaoyi, drenched in sweat, returned to the island monument while clutching a glass of ice-cold A-grade purified water. At that moment, Su Wan and her companions had just concluded their dinner transaction. Have you been raising some pigs? Yuan Nong inquired in astonishment upon witnessing the feast. Not at all. A wild boar emerged from the woods, and I, along with Wang Kai, took it down. Otherwise, this grand meal would not have been possible. Xiaoyi responded with a smile. A wild boar. Yuan Nong exclaimed. I have heard they can be quite ferocious. You must exercise caution when encountering them. Rest assured. Old Yuan, it was merely a wild boar, and I can certainly handle it. Xiaoyi replied with a grin. Very well, I shall begin to enjoy this feast. Yuan Nong concluded the call. Simultaneously, Suwan and Jiang Yutian sent messages. Did you venture into the woods to hunt again? Suwan asked anxiously. Please be careful not to get hurt. Is that wild boar meat? You must be cautious. Jiang Yutian remarked, recalling a close encounter he had with a wild boar. Narrowly emerging victorious yet failing to secure the animal. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by wild boars, especially considering Xiaoyi's average physical prowess. It could indeed be perilous. However, he thought of Wang Kai, Xiaoyi's formidable dog, and hoped it was the canine that had dealt with the threat. Fear not. With Wang Kai's early warnings, there is little danger. Xiaoyi assured both of them. Through their words, Xiaoyi could feel their genuine concern, which he found rather heartwarming. The two acknowledged his message and then began to feast heartily. After enduring over 10 days of oil-less meals, the taste of dishes cooked with pig fat was utterly delightful. Suwan nearly swallowed her tongue in delight. Once they finished their meal, Suwan caressed her slightly protruding belly. Alas, I shall gain weight again. The other two needed no prompting. Even Jiang Yutian's son, Junjun, had nearly devoured his share. Concerned that his son might overindulge, Jiang Yutian preemptively collected the leftovers. Had he not done so, Junjun would likely have finished an entire portion. Having eaten our fill, it's time to get to work. Jiang Yutian declared. Junjun. Stay on the island. Do not venture into the water. Understood? Okay. Junjun replied. Jiang Yutian paddled his boat towards the nearest supply crate. The clock had struck 5 in the afternoon, and the sun outside had finally abated its intensity. On the public channel, everyone began calling out to resume their labors. Let us seize this opportunity to see if we can fish out some supply crates. Indeed, let us hurry. Hurry for what? The supply crates near me were only accessible at noon. Now they're completely out of reach. Then you'll have to try your luck at fishing. Xiaoyi, too, ventured out, pulling Wang Kai to the front of the apartment where 6 supply crates awaited. He opened them all. Acquired supplies. Foundation stones 2, bricks 4. Acquired supplies. Wood 6, copper 3. Acquired supplies. Foundation stone 1. Acquired supplies. Long down jacket 1. Once again, the 6 supply crates yielded no water or food, highlighting the dismally low probability of such items being found this week. He acquired a total of 4 foundation stones. The rest were basic supplies, but the long down jacket left Xiaoyi bewildered. In this sweltering heat, why would a down jacket appear? Surely this is a jest. Xiaoyi grimaced and hung the jacket in the wardrobe of his bedroom. Upon returning to the island monument, Suwan requested a call. What is the matter? Xiaoyi inquired as he connected the call. I just fished out a supply crate. Guess what I found? Suwan said. S-grade fruit, or perhaps S-grade tools. Xiaoyi guessed. Suwan rolled her eyes in response. Who is as abnormal as you to uncover such an abundance of S-grade items? Xiaoyi, feeling somewhat helpless internally, thought. I haven't obtained that many S-grade items. Most were rewards from sign-ins. Noticing Xiaoyi's speechlessness, Suwan continued. I surprisingly unearthed this item. Down comforter, 1. In this scorching weather, a completely useless item. Should I give it to you? As she spoke, Suwan sent a trade request. Foundation stone, 2. Down comforter 1. Copper, 3. Seeing the trade proposal from Suwan, Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before declining, saying, You should keep the down comforter for now. Eh? Although Suwan was puzzled as to why Xiaoyi wanted her to retain it, she trusted him enough to comply, trading the other 2 items instead. At that moment, Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong simultaneously messaged. I can't believe I found this. Thermal underwear, 1. Take a look at this. Hand warmer, 1. Simultaneously, the entire public channel erupted in discussion. What on earth does it mean to find a down jacket? I just found a windproof coat. Seriously? I thought I was the only one who unearthed winter gear. Chapter 72. The Secrets of Cultivation unveiled author, on such a sweltering day. Is it not absurd to find such items? Indeed, I feel as if I could peel my own skin off. It is unbearably hot. Yet I am still given warming items. What madness. Almost everyone who managed to retrieve a supply box during this evening period has found at least one piece of winter clothing. This occurrence can no longer be attributed to mere chance. Could it be that the rules of this world are bestowing favors upon the survivors? Xiaoyi mused. Others on the public channel have also begun to notice this anomaly. Does this imply that the weather will soon turn cold? Upon the utterance of this query, there was a momentary silence in the public channel, followed by a fervent discussion. It is highly likely. We must preserve these items. We cannot afford to lose them. If it truly gets cold, where shall we find such warming garments? Indeed, those who have obtained warm clothing are fortunate. Damn it, I didn't find any. Who will sell me a piece? I'm worse off. I didn't retrieve a single supply box. Someone sell me one, please. Trading is not a matter of who is worse off. It is the one who offers the highest price that prevails. Shall we observe the chatter in the public channel and send a message to Sue One and the others? You all must have seen this as well. This aligns with my hypothesis, Shaoi stated. So, let us keep all warming clothing or items safe. Understood. The three responded in unison. Aside from the thermal underwear, I have also found some other items, Yuan Nong announced, initiating a trade. Foundation 2, Soil Improvement Card, 1, Trade Offer. Old Yuan. I now suspect you might have entered through a backdoor. How could you continuously uncover soil improvement cards? Shaoi exclaimed, astonished at the card. Yuan Nong chuckled and shook his head. If I had entered through a backdoor, I wouldn't have only managed to retrieve 2 or 3 supply boxes in recent days. Perhaps because I am a farmer, this world keeps providing me with soil improvement cards, urging me to continue farming. Haha, perhaps. It seems that since you haven't been farming, they are continually sending you this card, so it might be best if you refrain from farming altogether to receive even more. Shaoi replied with a smile. The timing of Yuan Nong's soil improvement card was perfect, as Shaoi had just received some seeds from the trading hall. Now, he could finally begin planting. The previous 3 plots of land were already completely sown. Shaoi applied the soil improvement card beside those 3 plots, forming a character that resembled a field. He then planted bok choy, cucumbers, and eggplants. Upon inspecting the corn he had laid out to dry in the morning, he found it completely dried. He took the corn to the workshop and ground it into flour using a stone mill, mixing it with chopped forage lettuce before heading towards the chicken coop. He placed the food into the trough, and the hen, accompanied by her chicks, quickly gathered around. This time, the rooster refrained from seeking trouble and stayed obediently to the side. Observing the rooster's downtrodden demeanor, Shaoi chuckled and scattered some unground corn kernels for it. The rooster happily pecked at the grains, clucking contentedly. Upon returning to the island monument, Shaoi discovered a trade offer from Jiang Yutian. Foundation 3, Iron 4. Trade offer. In addition to the 3 pieces of foundation, there were also some basic resources. One could discern luck from this. Jiang Yutian had managed to fish up 3 supply boxes today, yielding only 3 pieces of foundation. In contrast, Su Wan had opened just 1 but received 2 pieces. It seemed that everyone's fortune truly varied. Shaoi reflected. After accepting Jiang Yuntian's trade proposal, Shaoi returned to the public channel. Damn it. Another trader has appeared in the trading hall seeking seeds, offering so little food and water, yet he dares to display his request. The previous big shot offered 10 kilograms of sea fish and 5 liters of water. Although this one has included some additional basic materials, they are of little use. Everyone must not trade with him. This person is undoubtedly here to swindle our seeds. Damn it. I have countless seeds ready within me. Do you want them? Delin Tian observed the ridicule on the public channel, nearly reaching the breaking point of anger. Indeed, he was the one whom they referred to as the seed swindler. Earlier in the morning, he had obtained a piece of soil and planted the 2 soybean seeds he had acquired. However, he had just discovered that those seeds had already sprouted. This indicated that the growth cycle of plants in this world was significantly shorter than that of the previous world. Thus, the seeds of these plants would become an essential source of food, prompting him to consider trading his resources for more seeds. To his dismay, Shaoi had raised the price of the seeds so high that he lacked sufficient water and food for trade. Since I cannot trade, let none of you do so, Delin Tian declared resolutely, then immediately posted in the public channel, Greetings, I am Delin Tian. I fortuitously obtained soil and seeds and attempted planting this morning, discovering that the plant growth cycle in this world is remarkably short. Therefore, you may retain your seeds and directly plant them upon acquiring suitable soil. Cultivation will undoubtedly serve as a vital source of food. What? The growth cycle has shortened. No wonder the big shot is collecting so many seeds and offering such high prices. Indeed, that big shot is shameless for not sharing this information while swindling our seeds. The 2 big shots in the trading hall are not to be trusted. Delin Tian at least behaves like a true big shot. In an instant, the public channel erupted with scornful remarks. Shaoi observed Delin Tian's post and noticed that the seed trading offer in the trading hall had been swiftly removed. Muttering to himself, it seems the other seed collector is you. Shaoi smirked, disregarding the discussions in the public channel. His trade for collecting seeds remained active in the trading hall. He understood that when others could no longer endure, some would inevitably sell their seeds. After all, possessing seeds also required soil, along with level requirements. For instance, if one possessed B-grade seeds but only had ordinary soil, cultivation would be impossible. unless they could discover forage seeds, which could be sown at a lower grade. One big shot had yet to remove their seed offer. Truly, they showed no fear of being criticized. I find you all rather tedious. Why should one share information if they possess it? They did not take your seeds for free. They provided ample water and food. Moreover, how many among you can actually cultivate? Even if given seeds and soil, could you grow anything? If you cannot cultivate, all is in vain. It would be wiser to trade for some water and food to endure a little longer. I cannot be bothered to argue. Those with sense should think for themselves. Chapter 73. The unpalatable wolf meat and the function of the leather machine. The individuals above are undoubtedly in cahoots with the big shots. How infuriating. The deceptive seed uttered such refreshing nonsense. I am truly astounded. Indeed, whether you are a big shot or not, I shall scold you indiscriminately. Let us curse him until he dares not show his face again. The person who spoke earlier had no intention of engaging in a verbal spar with these tiresome individuals. Xiao Yi would certainly not waste his time on such trivialities. Upon exiting the apartment, he set the fully automated fishing net to indiscriminate catch mode and returned to his abode to prepare for rest. There were no recreational activities here, thus, an early night's sleep was in order to rise early the next day. After securing all doors and windows, Xiao Yi lay down on his bed, isolating himself from the external clamor. Soon, he drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Xiao Yi awoke naturally, only to be startled by Wang Kai's urgent barks outside. Could it be wild boars again? He pondered, detecting the same anxiety in Wang Kai's voice as the previous day. This time, Xiao Yi took nothing with him and headed straight outside. Upon arriving at Wang Kai's location, he was taken aback to find it confronting 6 wolves. Just yesterday, he had delivered a wild boar, and now 6 wolves appeared. The forest was proving to be exceedingly bountiful. Xiao Yi murmured, without uttering any further words. He charged toward the pack of wolves. The wolves, rather than fleeing, advanced toward Xiao Yi with unbridled ferocity. One wolf lunged at him, jaws wide open, aiming for his neck. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, remarking, a tad swifter than yesterday's wild boar, yet still insufficient. With that, he sidestepped the wolf and delivered a powerful punch to its neck. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the wolf was sent flying, crashing to the ground, rolling several times before falling silent. Wang Kai had already surged forward, sinking its teeth into the neck of another wolf. This wolf showed no reaction. With a swift crunch, its neck was severed. After dispatching the first wolf, 4 more were within striking distance, prompting Xiao Yi to unleash a flurry of kicks. The 4 wolves, too, were sent sprawling, collapsing to the ground in silence. Observing the 6 fallen wolves, Xiao Yi mused, I wonder how palatable wolf meat truly is? He dragged the carcasses back, meticulously stripping their hides. The leather machine was finally ready for use. He placed all the wolf pelts into the machine. Before long, he had processed the wolf skins, which turned out to be exceptionally soft and devoid of any odor. To his astonishment, the fur on the skins remained intact, equally soft and odorless. This leather machine is truly remarkable, he thought, envisioning 6 wolf skin coats. If only I had needles and thread. As for the wolf meat, Xiao Yi roasted a small portion, preparing to taste it. Ugh, what is this? The meat is coarse and bitter. He promptly spat it out. Looking at the wolf meat, he contemplated, muttering, it cannot go to waste. Let us sell it at a discount. He proceeded to cut the wolf meat into 1 kilogram portions and listed it in the trading hall. Wolf meat, 1 kilogram for various basic supplies. Note, wolf meat is coarse and bitter. Please refrain from purchasing if sensitive to taste. As soon as this trade was listed, everyone was taken aback. Wolf meat? Where did these wolves come from? Indeed, it seems we are the only humans on this island. What other animals could possibly exist? Surely, the big shot didn't sail out and discover other islands. That seems quite plausible. Bowing to the big shot, while we struggle on this island, they have already ventured to hunt wolves on another. However, wolves typically appear in packs. How did the big shot handle them? Perhaps they even wield firearms. How else could one contend with a pack of wolves? That makes sense. I envy the big shot's life. I can only exchange supplies for some wolf meat to experience it. Brother, do you want to trade for wolf meat? Did you see that note? The meat is unappetizing. Asking if it's good to eat? Just having something to eat is already a blessing. I have only a few basic supplies. I'll be grateful if I can get something to eat. True, sigh. I'll trade for some too. At that moment, Su Wan and others also noticed the wolf meat in the trading hall, bombarding Xiao Yi with messages. Xiao Yi, did you see? Someone is selling wolf meat. Could it be that someone has discovered other islands? Su Wan inquired. Xiao Yi chuckled, replying, that was me. Huh? You encountered a pack of wolves? Su Wan asked anxiously. Were you hurt? No need to worry. I'm so strong I could take down a tiger. Xiao Yi laughed. You're so full of it. Su Wan retorted. Given the amount of wolf meat you listed, there must be more than just one wolf, right? 6. The meat was truly unpalatable. I thought I might as well trade it while it's still warm to regain some resources. Xiaoyi responded. So many? Suwon exclaimed, then sighed. While everyone is starving, you're here complaining about the taste of wolf meat. You really are infuriating. Xiaoyi similarly informed the other two that the wolf meat in the trading hall was indeed his listing. Jiang Yuntian remarked, your island is evolving too rapidly. I suspect lions and tigers will appear soon. Exercise caution. Xiaoyi replied, that is indeed a possibility. However, rest assured, even if tigers come, I will ensure they do not return. Still, be careful. Without firearms, I stand no chance against a wild tiger. Jiang Yuntian cautioned. Yes, I'll be careful, Xiaoyi assured. Yuan Nong merely reminded Xiaoyi to stay safe, but did not elaborate further. The wolf meat listed in the trading hall sold out quickly. Although it was unappetizing, it was inexpensive. At this juncture, many were primarily concerned with filling their stomachs and surviving. The question of taste would only arise after ensuring their basic needs were met. Xiaoyi prepared a simple breakfast, half an ear of corn, half an apple, and a glass of milk, alongside some oil residue from yesterday's wild boar oil extraction, which was quite flavorful. He messaged them, I'll pass on that. It's too greasy, and I've gained weight recently. Suwon promptly declined. You're really too thin. A little weight is good for you. Xiaoyi countered. Do you really think so? Suwon asked. Of course. Who wants to see skin and bones? Xiaoyi replied. All right. Suwon agreed to the trade without hesitation. Accepting the oil residue, Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned, thinking, women truly are capricious. Yuan Nong, observing the food's minimum grade of A, remarked once more. You must have some connections. Someone up there must be watching over you. Hearing this again, Xiaoyi felt a pang of anxiety, sensing that indeed, someone might be observing their struggle for survival. Chapter 74, Equipment Upgrade Card. Truly a big ship. Xiaoyi vigorously shook his head, casting aside the terrifying thought that someone might be observing their struggle for survival. If someone truly were watching, those individuals would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, whether in terms of innate abilities or technological prowess. How could one design such intricate world rules without immense power? Faced with beings capable of crafting the very fabric of reality, Xiaoyi felt as insignificant as an ant by the roadside. For now, it was best to focus on survival. For breakfast, Xiaoyi generously provided Jiang Yuntian with some A-grade milk, saying, there's plenty of milk. If you can't finish it all, drink more. Junjun is still growing. All right, thank you, Jiang Yuntian replied. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoyi took another bath and changed his clothes before stating, System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Equipment Upgrade Card. Equipment Upgrade Card can elevate any device by one level. Though the card's description was quite straightforward, it filled Xiaoyi with immense joy. The pressing question now was which device to enhance. He first ruled out those devices at the ordinary level, specifically D grade. It would be impractical to use such a high-level card merely to elevate them to C grade. At the very least, it should be applied to devices of A grade or above to be worthwhile. The fully automatic fishing net, SS grade, was already sufficient, and improving it further would not significantly benefit him. The fully automatic toilet, also SS grade, was in the same situation, no need for enhancement. The small radar detector, SS grade, was currently adequate as well. After surveying his equipment, Xiaoyi made his decision. I shall upgrade the A-grade water purifier. Pure water is essential for me daily, and a higher-grade purifier will significantly enhance my physique, boost seed vitality, and more. Elevating the water purifier's grade will undoubtedly strengthen my capabilities and facilitate my agricultural endeavors. Standing before the island monument, the prompt appeared immediately. Detected an equipment upgrade card. Please select the device you wish to enhance. A-grade water purifier. Upgrade successful. Water purifier level elevated from A-grade to S-grade. Water purifier, S-grade, capable of purifying seawater into pure water, under adequate seawater supply. It can produce 160 milliliters of pure water per hour. The machine has a seawater capacity of 5,000 milliliters and a pure water capacity of 4,000 milliliters. It can be connected to water pipes but requires manual activation. The upgraded purifier doubled its production efficiency and capacity, and it no longer required manual refilling. It could now be connected to a water pipe, allowing for effortless operation. Simply open it to fill and close it once full, much more convenient. What does S-grade pure water taste like? Xiaoyi mused, but he would have to wait until it was purified to find out. After replenishing the feed for the chicken coop and barn, he adjusted the target of the fully automatic fishing net to the supply boxes, then promptly retreated to his apartment. By 8 in the morning, the outside had become unbearable. Everyone seemed to have adapted to this routine of hiding during the day and working in the evening. It's so hot. Why did you wake up so early? I still need more sleep after fishing until midnight last night. Wait, after all that time? Did you catch anything? Yes, a small fish weighing 500 g. Wow, you're incredible. You actually caught a fish. Not really. I'm exhausted to the point of near collapse. This fish isn't even enough to fill my teeth. At least it's something. I fished until midnight yesterday and didn't even see a single scale. Sigh. Let us rest for a bit and see if we can find any supply boxes this evening. As Xiaoyi enjoyed the cool air conditioning and found himself at leisure, he took out the receiver of the small radar detector, idly observing the few supply box indicators surrounding his island, swiping through them in boredom. He hadn't fished until midnight last night, and now brimming with energy, he was disinclined to sleep. Suddenly, a red dot appeared at the edge of the radar scan. Xiaoyi sat up straight. Has someone come to my vicinity? Zooming in on the radar receiver's interface, he was astonished to discover it was a medium-sized sailboat. And the radar image indicated that there were quite a few people aboard. So many people? Xiaoyi furrowed his brow. But why are they dressed in animal skins with feathers in their hair? Their attire seemed exceedingly peculiar, entirely unlike anyone Xiaoyi had encountered in his previous world. Could they be the natives here? Xiaoyi pondered, suddenly feeling alarmed. If they were indeed the locals, this could pose quite a dilemma. The island likely harbored numerous inhabitants. Should a conflict arise, even his considerable strength would struggle to address the situation fully. After all, this island contained much of his hard work. The medium-sized sailboat was heading directly towards his island. What to do? Xiaoyi pondered desperately for a solution. Suddenly, the red dot on the receiver's display vanished. How could this happen? Xiaoyi gasped, watching in shock as the screen turned empty again. How is that possible? I clearly saw a ship just now. At that moment, Xiaoyi recalled that someone had previously reported seeing a large ship, but no one had believed them. Could this be the same ship? He muttered to himself. Realizing that this world was becoming increasingly complex, Xiaoyi approached the island monument and sent a message to Su Wan and the others. Have you seen a large ship? Xiaoyi inquired. Huh, no, there's only supply boxes around me every day, not even a piece of ocean debris. Su Wan replied. Not seen one. Yuan Nong added. None. Why do you ask? Jiang Yutian responded. I just spotted a large ship, but it disappeared in an instant. Xiaoyi explained. Jiang Yutian paused, then said, previously. Another survivor claimed to have seen a large ship, but when he looked down for a moment and then back up, it was gone. At the time, everyone thought he was lying. You don't think it could be the same ship, do you? I'm beginning to suspect that's the case. Xiaoyi replied. And I can tell that ship wasn't made by any of us survivors. What do you mean? Jiang Yuntian asked, frowning. I saw that the people on the ship were dressed in animal skins, adorned with feathers. They are likely the natives of this place. Xiaoyi clarified. What? There are natives here? Jiang Yuntian exclaimed in shock. Xiaoyi nodded, saying, and there are quite a few of them. Jiang Yuntian didn't doubt Xiaoyi's information but frowned as he said, if we are discovered by the locals, it will likely be difficult to coexist peacefully. I believe so as well, Xiaoyi replied, which is why we not only need to survive but also must enhance our defenses. It would be best if we could band together, Jiang Yutian suggested. Exactly, Xiaoyi concurred, fervently hoping that Su Wan and the others could reach his island soon. Chapter 75, Speculations on the Great Ship and Martial Arts. I understand. Jiang Yuntian exclaimed. Once your location is confirmed, I will meet you as swiftly as possible. Good. Xiaoyi conveyed his deductions to Su Wan and Yuan Nong as well. Both were astonished but agreed that if given the opportunity, they would hasten to reunite with Xiaoyi. Just as we thought we were free from the pressure of survival, now we are confronted with indigenous inhabitants. Su Wan lamented, expressing her frustration. It seems we are truly unwelcome here. Xiaoyi echoed her sentiments. There is nothing we can do about it. We can only take things one step at a time. Su Wan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yuan Nong sent a message inquiring. You and that person both saw the great ship, yet it vanished in an instant. Why is that? Logically, a ship cannot simply disappear without a trace. Xiaoyi furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. I am uncertain, but I have a hypothesis. Upon hearing this, Yuan Nong perked up, eager to listen. The previous hint from the island monument indicates that there must be unseen forces at play behind the scenes. The intent behind their actions remains unclear, but they are undoubtedly complicating our survival. Thus, the presence of the indigenous people is likely a method to escalate the challenges we face, making harmonious coexistence with them nearly impossible for us outsiders, Yuan Nong deduced, following Xiaoyi's line of thought. Xiaoyi nodded slightly and continued, given our current capabilities, the majority of us cannot contend with the indigenous inhabitants. It is plausible that the world's rules prevent them from locating us, or at least from finding us at present. Are you suggesting that the ship was directly erased by the world's rules? Yuan Nong gazed at Xiaoyi in disbelief. Quite possibly, Xiaoyi affirmed. Yuan Nong was astonished, exclaiming, how can that be? What kind of power could cause a great ship to vanish instantaneously? This is entirely beyond my comprehension. Xiaoyi shook his head. These are merely my conjectures. The specifics remain elusive, but our only course of action is to strive to enhance our own strength. This is their solitary endeavor at the moment. Xiaoyi's provisions of water and food were of exceptional quality, which facilitated a noticeable enhancement in his abilities. He now faced ordinary wildlife without trepidation. Conversely, the other survivors had seen minimal improvement, with only a few occasionally consuming sea-grade food, leading to a slight elevation in their health from a suboptimal state to a healthier one. Those accompanying Xiao Yi, including Su Wan, exhibited significantly superior physical prowess, comparable to that of an average soldier. After glancing at the receiver's display, Xiao Yi observed that the great ship had indeed ceased to reappear. He shook his head and approached the S-grade water purifier, which had produced a quantity of S-grade purified water. Taking a sip, he found the water as refreshing as a sweet spring, feeling his cells rejoice and eagerly absorb the S-grade purity. The effects are decidedly more pronounced than the A-grade water. Xiao Yi mused. Having consumed an abundance of A-grade water previously, his body had grown somewhat desensitized. Now, with the S-grade water, his previously stagnant physical improvement gradually resumed. He resolved to consume more S-grade food and water to maximize his strength before impending dangers arose. On the public channel, discussions continued to revolve around the weather. Who the hell said it would get colder yesterday? It's only 8 o'clock and already unbearably hot. Indeed, I have no use for my down jacket. Sell it to me. I enjoy collecting down jackets. I'm not foolish. I won't sell it. How can I gather supply boxes in this sweltering heat? My resources are nearly depleted. Yes, I've only managed to retrieve one supply box this week, and it didn't even yield a cornerstone. Speaking of cornerstones, hasn't it been nearly a week? My island still has only 4 cornerstones. Does anyone have more to trade for resources? Yes, it seems I'll be submerged by another square meter tomorrow. I'm so anxious. I only have 3 left, and if I lose another, I'll be down to 2 square meters. Someone please save me. I'm terrified. What are you afraid of? You still have 2 square meters. Don't give up until the last moment. Miracles may occur. Yes. The probability of cornerstones appearing increases on the last day of the first week. I believe the same will hold true for the second week. Let us hope so. Xiao Yi glanced at the public channel before switching back to private communication. Brother Jiang, do you have any self-defense techniques you could teach me? He messaged Jiang Yuntian. Despite significant improvements in his physical abilities in actual combat, he only relied on sheer brute force, having previously triumphed against wild boars and wolf packs through sheer strength. Yes, I have specialized military combat techniques. Jiang Yuntian replied. I'll demonstrate them for you shortly. Excellent. Xiao Yi responded eagerly. Jiang Yuntian organized his space, clearing a substantial area before commencing the demonstration. Junjun, standing behind him, also began to practice earnestly. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Yuntian concluded his demonstration, sweat pooling beneath his feet. Xiao Yi promptly sent him 10 liters of saline solution, stating, All right, take a break. You've worked hard, even in the shade. The temperature remains high. It's not much cooler than outside. Jiang Yuntian remarked. I'll demonstrate again in the evening. Xiao Yi replied, You've already completed the demonstration. Have you not? Yes, I've shown it in its entirety. Jiang Yuntian confirmed. Then there's no need for another demonstration. Xiao Yi insisted. No need? Did you memorize everything? Jiang Yuntian asked incredulously. Yes, I've committed it to memory. Xiao Yi replied. Would you like me to practice in front of you? With that, Xiao Yi began to practice in front of the island monument. His movements were fluid and precise, far from what one would expect from someone who had just learned. Have you studied this before? Jiang Yuntian inquired, astonished, but he quickly realized how absurd his question was. How could an ordinary person like Xiao Yi have been exposed to specialized military combat techniques? Xiao Yi shook his head, responding, No, did you not just teach me? Jiang Yuntian was at a loss for words. Did you really learn it that quickly? I had to train rigorously for a year to reach your level of proficiency. Jiang Yuntian began to understand that someone as extraordinary as Xiao Yi could not be measured by conventional standards. Chapter 76. It was not difficult at all to collect weapons. Your movements were exceptionally standard. With more training in the future, you will excel, Jiang Yuntian remarked. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. After their conversation concluded, Jiang Yuntian suddenly realized that after completing his practice, he had not broken a sweat at all. Could it be that such an intense form of combat did not even induce perspiration? Jiang Yuntian shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, Truly remarkable. This sentiment was not solely due to the astonishing speed at which he had learned the martial arts, but also stemmed from his understanding of the world. Xiao Yi surpassed others by an extraordinary margin. Upon finishing his martial arts practice, Xiao Yi exited the apartment, donning a newly fashioned straw hat, and made his way to the chicken coop. He added some food for the chicks and observed the rapidly growing chicks trailing behind their mother hen. Xiaoyi felt he would soon be able to indulge in eggs and chicken without a care. The mother hen had significantly reduced her egg-laying efficiency in the past 2 days, producing mostly infertile eggs. It seemed that, in her efforts to nurture her chicks, she had refused the rooster's advances. This was fortuitous, as it meant Xiaoyi could collect a few eggs daily. Retrieving 5 eggs from the coop, he returned to his apartment and stored them in the refrigerator. Casting a glance at the television, Xiaoyi muttered, "Here, the television should merely serve as decoration. Or perhaps it will only be useful when I establish my own television station in the future." As he pondered, he switched on the television, which surprisingly turned out to be a smart TV, albeit without internet access or any channels. However, he discovered a plethora of films stored on the built-in memory card. Although they were mostly classic old movies, they could serve as a pleasant distraction during long, lonely nights. After turning off the television, Xiaoyi practiced his martial arts twice more, muttering to himself, "It doesn't seem that difficult at all. Perhaps I could ask Brother Jiang to teach Yuan Lao and Su Wan as well. Oh, and I need to prepare some weapons." Returning to the island monument, Xiaoyi switched to the trading hall and posted a transaction, plain water, fish meat, for various weapon crafting blueprints or completed items. Note: please private message to confirm trade ratios for blueprints or completed items. Oh, the big shot has begun collecting weapon blueprints. Is he facing some danger? Big shots typically hunt wolf packs. Perhaps he needs more weapons. Who knows if he wants this? Tanged out one. I should ask. It's of no use to me. Indeed. I'll inquire. Soon, Xiaoyi received a private message from the individual. Big shot, do you want Tang Dao 1? Xiaoyi replied, yes. A flat rate of plain water, 1L, fish meat, 5 kilograms. All right, thank you. The transaction was successful, and Xiaoyi acquired a weapon with a narrow blade and a slightly elongated handle. Such finished products were undoubtedly crafted from metal sheets originally, so their quality was assured. As metal sheets were versatile materials, drawing the Tang Dao, he swung it around. It felt quite comfortable in his hand. I've traded for water and food. I'll ask if I can trade. Iron spear, 1. Is the person upstairs a fool? The iron spear can be crafted at the island monument without a blueprint. Why would he want yours? Indeed, some people just showcase their low intelligence. You're the foolish one. How do you know the big shot doesn't need it? What if the situation is urgent, and he can't craft one in time? Talking to fools makes one feel foolish too. To avoid becoming foolish, I think I'll go to bed. Xiaoyi indeed received an inquiry from that person, and in exasperation, he blocked them. Simultaneously, he set a filter to block all weapons that could be crafted at the island monument without a blueprint. Meanwhile, the player emperor reigning over the world saw that someone was collecting weapons and pondered for a moment before posting a transaction of his own, also for weapons. Although he was uncertain why the other party was collecting them, he noted that whenever someone began to acquire a particular item in bulk, that item usually became extremely valuable, such as metal sheets or seeds. Emperor reigning over the world suspected that this big shot must have some other means of gathering information, allowing him to make strategic moves ahead of time. Although he could not contact this big shot, he could at least benefit from the situation. He certainly did not want the big shot to monopolize the market. With Emperor reigning over the world's transaction posted, several other players soon followed suit, also seeking to collect weapons. Watching the trading market, Xiaoyi remarked with a smile, everyone has become quite astute. However, none could match Xiaoyi's wealth. As those possessing weapons inquired about prices from everyone, and most agreed to trade with Xiaoyi, who offered the greatest amount of water and food. Before long, Xiaoyi had gathered 4 bows and arrows, a Tang Dao, a dagger, and a throwing spear. Can you all use bows and arrows? Xiaoyi asked Su Wan and the others. I can. To Xiaoyi's surprise, Su Wan could indeed use a bow and arrow. I used to practice archery for a while, Su Wan explained. Great. Take this bow and arrow along with the dagger for self-defense, Xiaoyi said. Bow and arrow, 1. Dagger, 1 trade confirmed. All right. Su Wan immediately agreed to the trade. Yuan Nong indicated that he could not use a bow and arrow, so Xiaoyi traded him the crossbow instead, explaining how to use it. Practice on your own island, and if you run low on arrows, let me know in time, Xiaoyi instructed. As for Jiang Yutian, he stated that he possessed a B-grade dagger and did not require additional weapons at the moment. Nevertheless, Xiaoyi still traded him a bow, saying, take it for now. It's a form of ranged attack. Okay. Jiang Yutian accepted the bow, and then instructed Junjun to learn how to use it. After trading the weapons to them, Xiaoyi stepped outside the apartment and harvested the mature soybeans from the field. Gaining resources, soybeans, A-grade, 20 kilograms. He set aside 5 kilograms as seeds. Took 10 kilograms to press for soybean oil, and soaked the remaining 5 kilograms in water to prepare for sprouting. Xiaoyi roasted the soybeans, and then placed them in the oil press. Gaining resources, soybean oil, A-grade, 1. 5 kilograms, soybean cake, A-grade, 8. 5 kilograms. Eating only lard could become monotonous, especially since he had more soybeans than he could plant, given the limited field space. The soybean cake could serve as excellent feed for the chickens. After finishing with the soybeans, Xiaoyi returned to the apartment, took a shower, and then cut the previously harvested wild boar meat into strips, threading them onto wooden skewers. Along with the freshly harvested greens and previously gathered potatoes, he prepared numerous skewers. It was time for a real barbecue. Chapter 77. The rain falls again. The crossbow awakes. The previous barbecue lacked oil, leaving the grilled food feeling somewhat incomplete. Xiaoyi took the skewers of vegetables, potatoes, and meat outside, placing them on the grill. Despite the sweltering heat, nothing could deter his pursuit of culinary delights, he remarked. After grilling a few skewers, he hastily retreated to his apartment. It was too hot. Perhaps he should slow down his quest for gastronomic pleasures, he muttered in resignation. As he savored the freshly grilled meat skewers, Xiaoyi perused the chat on the public channel. Where have you been? Wee. It's been almost 2 weeks. Why haven't you reached out? He read. On such a scorching day, you must be hiding near the island monument. You should be able to see me. Maybe she just hasn't noticed. Patience is key. If it continues to be this hot, I might just jump into the sea. Everyone, don't panic. Once this week passes, I believe there will be a turning point. A turning point? You're too naive. After the first week, we face a tougher challenge. I can only imagine how much harder the next week will be. Let us not be so pessimistic. As long as we're alive, there is hope. But I feel like I'm on the brink of death. Observing the pervasive gloom in the public channel, Xiaoyi sighed and sent a message searching for Anren before lying down on his bed. While other survivors struggled to sleep in the heat, Xiaoyi, nestled in his air-conditioned room, gradually drifted into slumber. When Xiaoyi awoke again, darkness enveloped the sky. What is going on? He wondered, glancing at the system. It was 3:25 p.m. How could it be dark at this hour? Curiously, he stepped outside. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, seemingly pressing down upon him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It looks like it's about to rain, he remarked. Suddenly, thunder cracked, and a bolt of lightning split the clouds, as if tearing apart the very sky. Rain poured down in torrents. Xiaoyi returned to the island monument, where the public channel erupted with excitement. It's raining. Fantastic. We no longer have to worry about water. Yes. Quickly rent a fire-starting device. Boiling rainwater will provide us with an endless supply. It's not so hot anymore. How refreshing to be drenched in the rain. Be careful not to catch a cold. Watching their jubilance, Xiaoyi switched to a private channel. Is it raining where you are? He inquired. Yes, heavily, replied Jiang Yutian. Suwan, sheltering in her tent, added, It's pouring. Water is almost pooling in my tent. It's raining over here too, but it's just a light drizzle, Yuan Nong responded. From the varying intensities of the rain, Xiaoyi deduced that Yuan Nong was farther away, while the other two were likely in the same vicinity as him. Be cautious not to get soaked and fall ill, Xiaoyi advised before stepping out to continue the barbecue he had left unfinished that morning. This time, with oil to brush on the vegetables, the grilled greens, potatoes, and pork skewers exuded an enticing aroma. He sent the freshly prepared food to Suwan and the others. Wow, you used oil on the greens this time, Suwan exclaimed, but it doesn't seem to be lard? You can tell that? Xiaoyi replied, astonished. Of course. The difference between the two oils is significant. She retorted. All right, this time I used soybean oil. I harvested some soybeans and extracted a bit of oil. Xiaoyi explained, though it isn't much. It's sufficient for now. Your supplies are becoming increasingly plentiful, Suwan remarked with a smile. Xiaoyi shook his head, replying, there is still a lot missing. You should be content, she said before indulging in the skewers. The rain intensified outside, with droplets merging into streams. I hope my fields aren't flooding. Xiaoyi pondered with a frown. No need to worry. The fully automated irrigation system will manage any waterlogging, the system assured him. Impressive, Xiaoyi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Observing the still overcast sky, he wondered how long the rain would last. Thus, he donned the raincoat he had crafted and ventured into the downpour. He dragged the 7 supply boxes he had collected to the wooden factory and adjusted the fully automated fishing net to a non-targeted casting mode. Opening the supply boxes yielded 2 foundation stones, 1 down comforter, and more supplies followed. 1 foundation stone, 1 crossbow manufacturing blueprint, and additional basic materials. Fortunately, the wild boar and wolves provided me with 7 units of beast tendons earlier, or I would have been unable to craft this, Xiaoyi muttered. Returning to the island monument, he promptly manufactured the crossbow. Please select a placement location. After some contemplation, Xiaoyi placed the crossbow at the seaside in front of the apartment, knowing that a weapon of such formidable power could deter any future intruders. After securing it, he returned to the island monument, continuing to observe the chatter of the others. Why won't this rain stop? Indeed, I was planning to go out and collect a couple of supply boxes. Then go ahead. I just brought one back. With this downpour. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? I am, but I fear dying of hunger or drowning more. Once I'm back, I'll change out of my wet clothes and warm up by the fire. I'll join you outside. Are you all that determined? Shall we message Suwon and the others? Don't brave the rain for supply boxes. Falling isn't worth it. They all acknowledged his warning. The rain continued unabated, gradually forming a stream on the hillside behind Xiao Yi's apartment, eventually flowing into the trench he had dug, which now appeared wider than when it was first excavated. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, Xiao Yi slowly succumbed to sleep. He slept soundly until the next day. Oh. Xiao Yi was roused by the faint crowing of roosters. Rising, he skimmed through the chat records on the island monument, discovering that the rain had persisted until 5 a.m., with no signs of abating. Stepping outside, he found the day brightened, yet the heat had dissipated. At last, a day of pleasant weather. Xiao Yi murmured. The seawater was eroding the island's area, currently at 30. Has it begun already? Xiao Yi said, then walked towards the fields to harvest the grass and toss it into the cattle shed. The fish pit he had dug was once again filled with sea fish, as the fully automated fishing net had yielded a bountiful catch last night. Xiao Yi set to work processing a large batch of sea fish, preparing to cure them for preservation. Adjusting the target of the fishing net, he headed to the back of the apartment, where the once small mound of earth had transformed into a small hill, rising 200 to 300 meters high. Chapter 78. I have found future father-in-law. The sound of water cascading down the mountain resonated continuously, providing a steady supply of fresh water to the small river. The freshwater river was taking shape, and it was anticipated that freshwater resources would soon replenish. Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction. The forest, following the heavy rain, appeared even more verdant. However, he had yet to carve out a path through the woods, so he refrained from venturing in. Upon returning to the apartment, Xiao Yi prepared a simple breakfast for everyone: milk, eggs, corn, and half an apple. The future circumstances would undoubtedly require more than one individual to navigate successfully. Thus his companions also needed to bolster their physical strength. Suwon and the others showed no hesitation, swiftly finishing their breakfast before heading out to observe the supply crates drifting around the island. Uncertain of how long the favorable weather would last, they needed to act quickly to fish for resources. The seawater continued to erode their island. In truth, they were not the only three. All survivors were making the most of every moment, especially those who had not gathered much over the past week. The situation was even more dire for those whose islands had shrunk to a mere 3 square meters. In the first week, they had failed to prioritize foundational resources, opting instead to trade for water and food. After realizing the importance of these foundational resources, they were met with sweltering weather, which had also diminished the probability of acquiring such resources. If they did not secure any foundational resources today, their island would dwindle to merely 2 square meters. A monument occupied some of that space, leaving little room to lie down. If one tried, a mere roll could send them plunging into the sea. However, the challenges they faced were not issues for Xiao Yi. Although last week was scorching, he had successfully retrieved every supply crate available. The island's area had now expanded to 376 square meters, alleviating concerns about seawater erosion. The island was equipped with houses, fields, and forests, complemented by towering mountains and flowing rivers, resembling the islands of the previous world. While everyone was diligently fishing for resources, Xiao Yi returned to the monument and sent out another message in search of Enran. It seemed that everyone was preoccupied with gathering resources, as the public channel was devoid of conversation. Remarkably, this time, Xiao Yi's request for information about Enran lingered for a full minute before being overshadowed by other messages. Ding! A stranger requested a private chat. Xiao Yi promptly switched to a private channel. Who are you, and why are you searching for Enran? The other party inquired. Observing that the individual had concealed their ID, Xiao Yi responded, and who might you be? My search for Enran is none of your concern. Enran is my daughter. Do you think this is irrelevant to me? The stranger countered. Xiao Yi's hand trembled, nearly spilling his milk. Future father-in-law? He pondered. But then doubt crept in, prompting him to ask, if you claim Enran is your daughter, do you know what her favorite fruit is? Oranges. The stranger replied without hesitation. Enran has a scar on her left wrist from when she fell and cut herself on broken glass at the age of 5. We are from Anlong County in Tianheng City. Do you have any other questions? Hearing the stranger provide such detailed information about Enran, Xiao Yi finally grasped the truth. He had indeed found Enran's father. In you. Uncle An, it's me, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said, a tinge of guilt in his voice. He felt deeply remorseful for leaving Enran due to his inexplicable pride. Xiao Yi? The person on the other end still seemed skeptical, asking, which university are you attending, and what is your student ID? Do you know Enran's? Clearly, the other party did not trust him. Tianheng University, my student ID is, and in Rance's. Xiaoyi quickly replied. Though it had been over a year since graduation, he still remembered his 4 years of student ID clearly. In the next moment, the monument chimed. Inyu has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? The monument displayed the name Inyu, leaving no room for doubt. Xiaoyi hurriedly accepted. Inyu promptly initiated a video call. Upon connecting, Xiaoyi saw that the once charismatic and dapper business tycoon had now become disheveled and covered in dirt. Humph. How dare you search for Inran? Do you know what she went through during that time? Although somewhat weakened, Inyu's voice remained strong as he scolded. Uncle In, I truly made a mistake. Xiaoyi admitted earnestly. It was my baseless pride that caused this, and I am sincerely sorry. Pride? Do you really think anyone can just waltz into my company? Inyu retorted angrily. Even if you had, you would have started from the bottom. If you performed poorly, I would have fired you without hesitation. I wouldn't mind Inran supporting you, but my company does not employ incompetence. Has Inran been doing well? Xiaoyi cautiously inquired. What do you think? Inyu shot him a glare. She cries every day. As her father, I feel like taking a knife to you. I am truly sorry. Xiaoyi's heart ached. She has improved somewhat, but she has grown distant. Recently, her emotions were just beginning to stabilize. And now everyone has ended up in this wretched place. Inyu sighed, lamenting the plight of his dear daughter. Are you with Inran? Upon hearing Inyu's words, Xiaoyi assumed he was on the same island as Inran and quickly asked. No. Inyu replied curtly. Each of us is on a separate island. No one has any special privileges. Xiaoyi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, observing Xiaoyi's crestfallen expression. Inyu understood that he still harbored feelings for Inran, so he continued. I am also searching for her and her mother, but there has been no news. How could this be? Xiaoyi expressed his concern. However, based on my deductions, our public channel likely consists of only a segment of the total population. Inyu explained. Huh? What do you mean? Xiaoyi looked at Inyu in confusion. Previously, my company had over 10,000 employees. On my first day here, I searched for them in the public channel, but there was no response. Even if someone missed my message, it is implausible for all 10,000 to have overlooked it. Thus, I deduced that this public channel does not include everyone in the world. Inyu analyzed. In other words, it is akin to dividing us into multiple groups. With each group on its own server, this public channel is merely the communal channel for all individuals on that server. Xiaoyi attempted to comprehend using the concept of online gaming. That is a fair interpretation. Inyu replied. Thus, I believe you will certainly have the opportunity to find them. Xiaoyi nodded. Young man, do not mess up again. Find Inran and take good care of her. Otherwise, I will haunt you as a ghost. Inyu sighed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi instantly realized something was amiss and hurriedly asked, Uncle In, what is the situation on your end? Chapter 79, The Critical Situation of Onyue. Xiaoyi's heroic efforts. Onyue remained silent, instead sending a trade offer. Soil, A grade, 1, tint, 1. Down jacket, 1, foundation stone, 2. The trade was devoid of value. Keep these items for now. Should you eventually locate Anrin, share some with her. Onyue, having previously scolded Xiaoyi with great fervor, spoke weakly. Upon seeing the items, Xiaoyi immediately rejected the trade without a second thought. Tell me, what is wrong with you? Now, immediately, he bellowed. Onyue paused momentarily, then replied with a smile. I understand your concern for your uncle. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I recognized your inherent goodness. Find Anrin, and carry forth my hope for survival. Silence, Xiaoyi retorted. Tell me your situation at once. I am certain I can save you. Anrin still needs your care, and your presence is essential for the upcoming wedding. Upon hearing Anrin's name, a flicker of yearning for life sparkled in Anyue's eyes, only to vanish instantaneously. It is futile. My calf has been severed by a shark and is now infected and inflamed. There is no chance left. Anyue lamented, glancing at his purulent leg. Xiaoyi was taken aback. Anyue had indeed entered the water and confronted a shark. Yet, in the next moment, he exclaimed, Uncle In, listen to me. Do not give up. There is still hope. He then transmitted nearly 2 liters of S-grade purified water along with a large pack of SSS-grade toilet paper. Purified water, S-grade, 1986 milliliters. Toilet paper, SSS-grade, trade void. Anyue's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the purified water. He had followed the public channel discussions and was aware that water and food of such caliber were extremely precious. He could hardly believe Xiaoyi possessed so much S-grade purified water, let alone the SSS-grade toilet paper, which he had never encountered before. Agree to the trade. Xiaoyi commanded, listen to me, cleanse the wound with the purified water, then wrap it with the toilet paper. Drink the remaining water, do you understand? Do not waste these valuable items. Keep them for yourself. Anyue shook his head. Follow my instructions, and act immediately. Xiaoyi urged. Do you truly wish to refuse the chance to live and to see Anrin again? Anyue was at a loss for words. Xiaoyi pressed on. The S-grade purified water can enhance your physical condition, and the SSS-grade toilet paper possesses antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. The combined effects of these items will undoubtedly significantly improve your chances of survival. Upon hearing the benefits of these two items, Anyue's eyes grew wide with astonishment. If these items truly had such effects, they were nothing short of miraculous. In this place, devoid of hospitals and medications, these items could indeed be life-saving. Quickly. The sooner you act, the better, Xiaoyi urged. Anyue, no longer hesitating, agreed to the trade, and the two items appeared in his hands. His leg had only been fractured by the shark and was not completely severed. He bit down on a wooden stick and painstakingly used the purified water to cleanse the pus from the wound. With great effort, he aligned the fracture, exhausting nearly all of his strength. With a sigh of relief, Anyue spat out the nearly bitten stick and wrapped the wound thoroughly with the toilet paper. Gazing at the remaining S-grade purified water, he drank it down in one go. After consuming the purified water, Anyue felt a rush of warmth throughout his body, and the previous weakness swiftly dissipated. The pain in his leg diminished significantly. How can this purified water possess such miraculous efficacy? Anyue wondered in shock. Xiaoyi then sent over a grilled pork chop and 2 fried eggs. Grilled pork chop, 300G, fried eggs A-grade, 120G trade void. Anyue was once again taken aback by Xiaoyi's next trade offer. Where did you acquire pork chops and A-grade eggs? His voice trembled slightly. Xiaoyi replied with a smile, the wild boars are from my island, and the eggs are from my own chickens. Take your time eating, and I will share with you what I know. As Anyue listened, still in disbelief, Xiaoyi divulged all the information he possessed. Though he refrained from mentioning the sign-in system, as it was confidential, he spoke of island evolution, indigenous large vessels, and the high-grade equipment and food, explaining everything clearly. How can you know all this so thoroughly? Anyue asked, still astonished. I have other channels for obtaining information, Xiaoyi replied vaguely. Anyue, sensing the subtlety, refrained from further inquiries. What is the current area of your island? Xiaoyi inquired. Still 4 square meters, Anyue responded. If it is merely 4 square meters, why not utilize those 2 foundation stones? Xiaoyi noted in Anyue's trade offer that he possessed 2 foundation stones. Since only 1 square meter will be submerged each week, I intend to save them for Anrin and her mother, Anyue explained, concerned that their island might soon be submerged. Use 1 for now, I have more, Xiaoyi insisted. With a larger area, you can move about more freely. Anyue shook his head. He preferred not to rely on others. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyi proposed. How about this, Uncle? You use 1 now, and if you truly find Anrin and her mother, I will support you with another. As a means of acknowledging my previous mistakes. After a moment's thought, Anyue nodded in agreement. Very well. He sensed that the inflammation in his previously injured leg was improving. Xiaoyi's provisions could indeed save him. This realization nearly brought him to tears. Who would wish for death when life remained, especially with cherished individuals still to protect? Uncle, do you not possess a functional fishing net? Xiaoyi queried. None. Only the dilapidated net from the beginning. Otherwise, why would I need to dive? Anyue chuckled ruefully. He recounted how just a day prior, he had caught a supply crate with that old net, but while pulling it back, it had slipped halfway. Determined not to let it go, he leaped into the water when it was only 7 or 8 meters from the island. Unbeknownst to him, a shark had followed closely behind. Typically, there would be at least 2 marine creatures near a regular supply crate. But since Anyue had dragged it away from its original position, only 1 shark had pursued him. Had there been 2, Anyue certainly would not have escaped their lethal ambush. After being bitten, Anyue had no means to treat his wound, only able to rinse it with a small amount of mineral water. Yet, with the oppressive heat of recent days, his supply of mineral water had dwindled to merely 20 or 30 milliliters, rendering it insufficient. Coupled with the overcast, rainy weather, his wound had quickly become inflamed and suppurated. Chapter 80. Micro-locator, planned to converge. Having grasped the context, Xiaoyi said, Uncle, you should focus on recuperating for now and refrain from foraging for resource boxes. I have ample supplies of water and food, so there is no need for concern. Once you have recovered, you may resume your foraging. How much water and food do you really have? And you inquired cautiously, concerned that Xiaoyi might be exaggerating and that he could be a burden. Xiaoyi smiled and replied, all the sea fish and boiled water in the trading hall are mine. What? And Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. It dawned on him that the influential figure being discussed in the public channel was none other than Xiaoyi. So you have indeed gathered a significant amount of supplies. And Yu remarked, you rascal, once we locate Anran, be sure to provide her with ample support. Rest assured, Uncle, once I find Anran, I will definitely bring her to my island. Xiaoyi promised earnestly. That is more like it. Since you're so affluent, I want to hold back. I will take this time to recuperate and will repay your kindness once I am well. And you said, You are too kind, uncle. Xiaoyi waved his hand dismissively. After a moment, Inu couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked, I'm quite intrigued. How did you acquire so many sea fish? If it's inconvenient to share, you need not disclose. Xiaoyi chuckled and replied, there is nothing to hide. I possess advanced fishing nets, fully automated. Otherwise, catching so many fish alone would surely exhaust me. Now it makes sense. Inu realized. Uncle N, please rest and keep an eye on the island monument to see if there's any news about Ran and Auntie. Xiaoyi instructed. Understood. After concluding their conversation, Xiaoyi let out a sigh of relief. Though he had not yet found Ran, discovering Uncle N was a step forward. It was fortunate that he had found Yu at this juncture. Had he waited a few more days, the consequences could have been dire. According to Uncle N, it was uncertain when this world would merge different servers. Otherwise, would he be forever unable to find Ran? Reflecting on the information he had just deduced, Xiaoyi realized that his current abilities were insufficient to confront this world, and he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. With a slight sigh, Xiaoyi recalled that he had yet to check in for the day and promptly declared, System, check in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for a consecutive week. Reward, Microlocator, SS Grade, X5. Microlocator, SS Grade, a compact positioning device, as long as it is activated. Anyone possessing a microlocator can ascertain the precise location of others, though it cannot provide imagery, only displaying positions on a flat map. Upon seeing this reward, Xiaoyi was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. As long as he distributed these devices to his friends, he would be able to confirm their locations on the map. In other words, the map page on the island monument finally had practical use. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi approached the island monument and distributed 4 of the microlocators to Su-Wan and the others. Microlocator, SS Grade, X1, transaction unavailable. How did you acquire this? Was the immediate reaction from everyone upon seeing the device. That's not important. Hurry and accept the transaction, activate the microlocator. And let us see how far apart we are. Is it possible for us to converge quickly? Xiaoyi urged. Su-Wan and the others promptly agreed to the transaction and activated the microlocator. Xiaoyi switched to the map interface of the island monument and began to observe. At that moment, 5 bright spots appeared on the map. Aside from Xiaoyi's own spot, the remaining 4 were indeed quite distant. The farthest was Yuan Nong, who, according to the map scale, was approximately 2,000 kilometers to the northeast. No wonder when it poured heavily here, only light rain fell in Yuan Nong's vicinity. The other 3 were relatively close in distance. Su-Wan was about 800 kilometers from Xiaoyi, aligned with Yuan Nong, while Zhang Yintian was approximately 900 kilometers directly south of Xiaoyi, and Yu was roughly 700 kilometers to the west. Ironically, the closest person was the one he had contacted last, and Yu. Such a distance? Yuan Nong looked at the markers on the map, chuckling wryly as he messaged Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi hesitated before responding. I have a large ship, but the sea is perilous right now. Give it to me. I'll meet you. Yuan Nong declared decisively. I understand the risks, but time waits for no one. If the natives find us, I'll be captured alone on the island. Why not take the chance now? Xiaoyi contemplated this and solemnly replied, Very well, old Yuan, let us take this gamble together. Do you trust me? Of course I do. If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago. Yuan Nong retorted confidently. All right, rest well today, and tomorrow morning. Set sail to the point between us, Xiaoyi instructed. Suddenly, Yuan Nong recalled something and awkwardly stated, I'm only familiar with agriculture. I don't know how to operate a ship. Don't worry, I've tried it before. The ships here are relatively easy to operate, especially with the world's rules assisting you. Xiaoyi assured him. Good. With that, Yuan Nong felt reassured. Before you leave your island, transfer the island monument onto the ship and take all the supplies you can carry. Xiaoyi advised, emphasizing the importance of relocating the island monument to the ship, as it was crucial for repairing the vessel at sea. Understood. Remember, regardless of what marine creatures you encounter on the way, as long as they don't impede your sailing, just ignore them. If the ship sustains damage, repair it promptly. Let me know if you need any materials. All right. If you do encounter any large marine creatures, fight back with the crossbow if necessary. Xiaoyi added. Understood. After concluding their conversation, Yuan Nong gazed at the vast ocean before him and chuckled. Who would have thought that in my old age, I would conquer the sea once again? 2,000 kilometers is quite a distance. We are so far apart. Su-Wan remarked, looking at the 800 kilometers distance, as she spoke to Xiaoyi through the island monument. Xiaoyi replied, Old Yuan has decided to meet up with me. I will trade him a ship, and he will sail to your island. Ah, that distance must be extremely perilous. Su-Wan exclaimed in surprise. But who knows how this world will evolve next week? We must seize the opportunity to converge. Xiaoyi stated. Su-Wan nodded decisively and replied, All right, Once old Yuan arrives, we will all go to your island together. Indeed. Jiang Yuntian also sent a message. The distance is quite far. A small wooden boat cannot reach your island. Did you forget I have a medium-sized sailboat? Xiaoyi countered. Even with a medium-sized sailboat, the journey is too dangerous, especially around Old Yuan's area. It's too far. Jiang Yutian frowned. Chapter 81. A Bountiful Harvest. The calm before the storm. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement and remarked, Indeed, it is quite a distance. However, Elder Yuan has decided to come over. He will first visit Su Wan to fetch her, and then they shall arrive together. Jiang Yuntian sighed and said, Well, we can only pray for smooth sailing. Let us discuss my matters once they reach your island. No need for that. After the sea has eroded the island today, you should prepare to bring Junjun over here. Xiao Yi instructed. Jiang Yuntian frowned and replied, If it were just me, I might give it a try, but with Junjun. A small wooden boat, certainly one tea suffice. Who said anything about a small wooden boat? Xiao Yi retorted. You'll be coming over on a medium-sized sailing vessel with Junjun. That medium-sized sailing vessel isn't. Jiang Yuntian suddenly realized, cursing under his breath, What the hell? You don't mean to say you have two medium-sized sailing vessels, do you? Bingo. You are correct, but there are no rewards for this. Xiao Yi replied. Is there any problem now? Certainly not. Jiang Yuntian assured. But shouldn't this vessel be used by someone closer? Jiang Yuntian referred to Yu, who Xiao Yi had just located. Xiao Yi responded, He is injured and needs some time to recuperate. You all should come first. All right, I'll prepare immediately. Jiang Yuntian said, without hesitation. Remember, transfer the island tablet onto the ship and take all supplies with you. Xiao Yi reminded. Got it. Jiang Yuntian acknowledged. After communicating with Su Wan and the others, Xiao Yi sent a message to Yu. Uncle Lin, please focus on your recovery. Once you are better, I will find a way to bring you over. Okay, but can the others be trusted? And Yu inquired. There is no law here. I understand your concern. Rest assured. Xiao Yi assured him. Those with ulterior motives will not become my friends. Do you know them all? And Yu asked. Now, they certainly know each other. One of them is someone you already know, Xiao Yi replied. Who? And Yu inquired with curiosity. Yuan Nong, Xiao Yi answered. That academician from the Academy of Sciences? And Yu exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yi nodded and said, Indeed. At that time, I had a question regarding raising chickens on the public channel. And he reached out to me privately, which is how we became friends. If it's Elder Yuan, then there shouldn't be any issues, and Yu commented. For Yuan Nong's character is well known across the entire nation. The other is a stay-at-home dad with a child, who used to be a mercenary. Xiao Yi continued. A dad with a child? And Yu expressed further surprise. Xiao Yi recounted how he met Jiang Yutian, and Yu nodded, saying, From what you've told me, Jiang Yutian doesn't seem to be a malicious person, but considering his past as a mercenary, you should remain cautious. After all, mercenaries are often driven by self-interest. Indeed. Xiao Yi responded. Rest assured, I will be vigilant. However, the foundational stones and supplies they acquired are primarily directed towards me. Oh, is that to foster the development of your island? And Yu queried. To some extent, yes. We originally planned to converge together, which is why I acted this way. Xiao Yi replied. Just be cautious in all matters. And Yu advised. After arranging for Su Wan and the others to come over, Xiao Yi switched to the public channel. Today is indeed a day of great harvest. I have already retrieved 2 supply crates. They contain a multitude of resources, and I even found 3 foundational stones. Yes, it seems this world is still favorable towards us. Based on the current trajectory of the supply crates, I should be able to salvage 3 more today. God bless. I have finally obtained food and water. It appears that today the world is rewarding everyone for surviving 2 weeks. Xiao Yi murmured as he stepped outside. At the entrance, 5 supply crates were already lined up, and according to the radar detector, 4 more could be retrieved, with the prospect of acquiring 9 supply crates today. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. He collected some milk from the cows and grilled a few sea fish, distributing them as lunch. Bark, bark. Wang Kai's voice echoed from behind the apartment. This time, it wasn't a warning of danger, but rather a curious expression of discovery. Xiao Yi ventured outside to the back of the house, where he saw Wang Kai standing at the riverbank, barking into the water. He approached and tossed a grilled fish to it, patting its head as he said, Let me see what you have found. Splash. Suddenly, a fish leapt from the river only to fall back into the water. Xiao Yi exclaimed in delight. So, freshwater fish have already respawned. Excellent. He refrained from immediately catching the freshly appeared freshwater fish, allowing them some time to recover. Returning to the vicinity of the apartment, he noticed the apple tree had not blossomed again since the last harvest, and he had not obtained any apple seeds from the picked apples. Perhaps this world aims to prevent an overabundance of apple trees. After harvesting the newly matured wheat, he set aside a portion for seeds to replant, while the remainder was dried and taken to the workshop to be ground into flour using a small stone mill. Before arriving here, Xiaoyi's hometown was located in the northern part of central Xia. Thus, he had a preference for wheat-based dishes. Once the flour was ready, he promptly mixed it, rolled it into sheets, and cut them into noodles. He briefly sauteed some vegetables in oil, added water, brought it to a boil, and then dropped in the noodles. Simultaneously, he grilled several pieces of pork on the barbecue, placing one atop the noodles once they were served. It looked quite appetizing. Xiaoyi watched his creation with satisfaction. As evening approached, Xiaoyi sent his prepared pork noodles for dinner. Grilled pork, 200 g, noodles, a grade, 500 g, milk, a grade, 500 milliliters. Transaction successful. Gazing at the sumptuous dinner that had been traded, and you could not help but ask, is your food this lavish every day? It has only recently become bountiful. Xiaoyi replied with a smile. Initially, we were quite destitute. Impressive. And you remarked, I just wonder how Ran Ran and the others are faring now? Uncle, do not worry. I believe that Ran Ran and Auntie are destined to endure until we can find them. Xiaoyi reassured him, though he too was uncertain when they might be found. And you nodded in agreement. After dinner, Xiaoyi stepped outside to open all 9 of the supply crates he had gathered. Acquired resources, foundational stones 4, stones 3, copper. Acquired resources, foundational stones 2. Wooden cabin blueprint 1. Acquired resources, foundational stones 3, wood. Acquired resources, thermal underwear 1. In total, the 9 supply crates yielded 15 foundational stones, a veritable bonanza. He also received winter clothing, bread, and water, along with a blueprint for a wooden cabin. One could only wonder what peculiarities this world would unfold next week. Was this truly the calm before the storm? Xiaoyi mused. Chapter 82. The end of the second week. New hints author. Xiaoyi decided to utilize all the foundational stones he had acquired to expand the island. While the crafting blueprint for the wooden cabin would be discussed with Su Wan and the others upon their arrival, although his room could accommodate 2 individuals, it seemed inappropriate to have them both reside there, as everyone required a measure of personal space. He mused to himself that the apartment felt somewhat cramped. On this day, all the surviving seekers who engaged in fishing experienced an abundant harvest, each collecting at least 3 foundational stones. With these stones, there was no longer any need to worry about the island being submerged. After all, with only 1 stone eroded per week, 3 stones could sustain them for at least 3 weeks. Suwon, Yuan Known, and Jiang Yutian allocated all the supplies from the island to Xiaoyi, except for what they needed for their nighttime rest. They intended to join Xiaoyi on his island, and thus there was no need to retain any supplies, allowing them to travel light and conserve their energy. As a result, Xiaoyi acquired an additional 11 foundational stones along with other essential resources. To his astonishment, Suwon also managed to obtain a crafting blueprint for a wooden cabin. With 2 cabins and a tent, their accommodations should be sufficient. At that moment, the public channel was filled with a serene atmosphere. How wonderful it would be if every day boasted such pleasant weather and fruitful harvests. Alas, they were not here for a vacation. I have gathered 5 foundational stones. I can rest easy for a while. But can we really be at ease? I feel an unsettling sense of unreality today, as if I am destined to be fattened up only to be slaughtered. I share that sentiment. Who knows if next week will follow the same rules? What if the challenges escalate to 1 stone submerged per day, forcing us to frantically gather stones once more? Hey, don't scare me like that. It frightens me. Surely it won't come to that. If so, everyone might as well prepare for their demise. Observing the chatter in the public channel, many felt that no amount of harvest could alleviate their apprehensions. Let us hope this world exhibits humanity. The creation of such island monuments cannot possibly stem from human hands. It must be divine. How can one expect a deity to behave like a person? Do not place your hopes upon others. One must forge their own strength and strive for self-improvement. Come on, that's easy to say. I wish I could be strong. But right now I feel utterly powerless. Bro, have you considered the 6-flavor Remania pill? Enough with the distractions. Sigh. I truly wonder what this world intends to do. No one knows the intentions of this world. Shah shook his head and reclined on his bed, quietly awaiting the end of the erosion. Gradually, the public channel fell silent, as everyone seemed to be awaiting the hints from the island monument, or rather, its judgment. In the oppressive atmosphere, midnight arrived. Congratulations. You have survived the second week. It is quite surprising that so many of you have endured. Please prepare yourselves for more challenges. Do not worry about the weather. The forthcoming week appears to be quite favorable. A personal channel has been opened for establishing chat groups, limited to 1 group per person. Of course, you will also encounter some new friends. Good luck. The announcement from the island monument sparked lively discussions in the public channel. What does more challenges entail? Oh heavens. Could you be clearer? Must you be so enigmatic? Well, at least the weather next week sounds promising. Finally, we can create private chat groups. This is a boon for those with small teams of survivors. What are we waiting for? Let us band together for warmth. I'm sincerely looking for a partner. Come find me if you seek companionship. What does new friends signify? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Upon reading the monument's announcement, Xiao Yi fell into contemplation. This time, the system had not provided him with additional hints, which could imply that he had not met the conditions to trigger further notifications. The island monument's surprise at the number of survivors indicated that there must be other regions, suggesting the existence of previously separated groups. As for the meaning of more challenges, that would remain to be seen in the following week. Upon noticing the mention of new friends, Xiao Yi felt a spark of curiosity. Could it refer to the indigenous people? Could they be considered our allies? Or perhaps the monument was speaking in irony. Xiao Yi exhaled deeply, shook his head, and promptly established a chat group, inviting Su Wan and the others. Finally, there was no need to send a message multiple times. Wonderful, we finally have a group. Hello everyone, I'm Su Wan, a former colleague of Xiao Yi. I am Yuan Nong. My life was saved by Xiao Yi. I specialize in agriculture and animal husbandry, hoping to assist everyone. I am Jiang Yutian. My child's life was saved by Xiao Yi. I was once a mercenary, and now I am a full-time caregiver. Should we unite, I will ensure everyone's safety. I am Inu. Nice to meet you. Inu's introduction was rather simple, indicating he had yet to fully integrate into the group. After everyone introduced themselves, they began discussing the recent announcement from the island monument, as Xiao Yi had previously been privy to information they lacked. However, this time, the system had not revealed any further challenges or the nature of the new friends. I'm uncertain this time. Let us wait until tomorrow to find out. Xiao Yi replied. Those planning to depart tomorrow should rest early. We will set off promptly at 6. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. It seemed even Xiao Yi was uncertain. The upcoming week did not bode well. With worry, they lay down and drifted into a restless slumber. The next day at 5:30, the system dutifully awakened Xiao Yi, who had specifically requested to be roused at this hour. Old Yuan, Brother Jiang, are you awake? Xiao Yi inquired in the group. Awake. Both responded. Please trade me all the items that are inconvenient to transport. You may keep only your weapons. Xiao Yi instructed. All right. They both agreed, trading all the items they had used for rest the previous night to Xiao Yi, who then exchanged 2 medium-sized sailboats with them. Stay safe, and may you have smooth sailing, Xiao Yi remarked, urging them to keep in touch during their journey. Understood, they replied. After accepting the trade, Jiang Yutian found a sailboat several times larger than the previous small wooden boat beside his island. Detected that you now possess a medium-sized sailboat. Would you like to transfer the island monument to the boat? Note, the island monument can only be transferred once per year. Jiang Yutian replied, transfer the island monument. Transferring. Please evacuate the island promptly. It will submerge in 10 minutes. Jiang Yutian swiftly picked up his child, Junjun, and boarded the medium-sized sailboat. Chapter 83. The Anchor of the Ship. Under constant assault from marine creatures' father, shall we go seek Uncle Xiao Yi? Junjun inquired, his speech notably clearer than before. Jiang Yutian smiled and replied, indeed, we are off to find Uncle Xiao Yi. Wonderful, Junjun exclaimed joyfully. Within the helm of the sailboat, an island monument gradually took shape. The transfer was successful, yielding resources. Foundation stone, 16. Observing the monument beside the ship's wheel, Jiang Yutian announced in the group chat. I have set off. He promptly traded the 16 foundation stones to Xiao Yi, then switched to the island monument's map interface and set sail towards Xiao Yi's island, guided by a miniature positioning device. Simultaneously, Yuan Nong also traded 7 foundation stones to Xiao Yi and hoisted the sails. It was Xiao Yi's first time rising so early. The sea breeze invigorated him as he gazed at the tranquil ocean, silently praying for the safe passage of his 2 companions. System check-in. The check-in was successful, and the reward was Anchor, SSS grade. The Anchor, SSS grade, a powerful, fully automated intelligent anchor, adaptable to various types of vessels, seabed terrains, and water depths, effectively securing the ship against tumultuous waves. The anchor's usage is contingent upon circumstances. Generally, sandy bottoms are ideal for anchoring, followed by muddy bottoms, while rocky bottoms pose the greatest difficulty due to the lack of grip and potential entrapment by rocks. Anchoring in excessively deep waters is also inadvisable. Simply put, the length of the anchor chain is limited, and one cannot make it excessively long without considering the space and weight it occupies on the ship when not in use. In the previous world, suitable anchoring locations were marked on nautical charts, but here there were none, only an exceptionally rudimentary map. Upon seeing this check-in reward, Xiao Yi felt quite pleased, as it provided an additional layer of assurance for Yuan Nong and Jiang Yutian's voyage. Xiao Yi immediately wrote in the group chat, Old Yuan, Brother Lu, I possess a remarkably powerful anchor. Should you encounter rough seas, do not hesitate to call for me, and I shall trade the anchor to you. Great. Old Yuan replied. It is calm here. I doubt we will encounter storms soon. Understood. Jiang Yintian responded. It is peaceful on my end as well. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and called out to his dog outside the apartment. Wonkai. Woof woof woof. Wonkai dashed in, exuberantly barking at Xiaoyi. It should be noted that since their last encounter, where it had licked its master, it had not been permitted to step into the master's bedroom again. Pointing at the island monument, Xiaoyi instructed, keep an eye on this monument. Should it sound or exhibit any anomalies, notify me immediately. Do you understand? Woof. Wonkai replied. Unsure if Wonkai comprehended, Xiaoyi stepped outside to prepare breakfast. With flour now available, he planned to make pancakes. Mixing flour with water to form a thick batter, he added 2 eggs, blended it well, then heated a pan, added oil, and poured the batter to create a thin layer. Once the mixture solidified, he carefully flipped it over, and when both sides turned golden brown, it was ready to serve. Concerned that everyone might not be full, Xiaoyi prepared 5 pancakes for each person and then stir-fried some shredded potatoes to wrap inside the pancakes before distributing them. Shredded potato pancake, B grade, 5. Milk, A grade, 500 milliliters traded successfully. Although both flour and eggs were a grade, the shredded potatoes had no grade, thus the overall dish was classified as B grade. Xiaoyi felt somewhat dissatisfied, even though food of this grade was exceedingly scarce outside. Everyone began to enjoy the breakfast that Xiaoyi had sent over. Xiaoyi, I have spotted a supply box near my sailboat. I wish to retrieve it. Yuan Nong messaged in the group. At that moment, Xiaoyi was not at the island monument but outside, observing which of his planted crops were ripe or nearing maturity. Woof woof woof. Wonkai glanced at the island monument and immediately barked. Xiaoyi rushed back in, seeing that someone had indeed sent him a message. Rubbing Wangcai's head, he praised, well done. Upon reading Yuan Nong's message, Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to retrieve the supply box. The ship sails at approximately 20 kilometers per hour. It will take at least 60 hours to reach Su Wan's location. This is not a journey that can be completed in a day or two. I only fish for those that are close to the vessel, not venturing far, Yuan Nong continued. Understood. Please exercise caution. There are surely marine creatures near the supply box. Xiaoyi concurred, simultaneously trading the fishing net to Yuan Nong. Great. Yuan Nong immediately reduced his ship's speed, taking the fishing net and heading out. Given the proximity, Yuan Nong quickly ensnared the supply box and forcefully dragged it onto the sailboat. Yuan Nong had consumed numerous high-grade foods. His physical condition was far from that of an 80-year-old. He was stronger than many robust young men. Just as he pulled the supply box aboard, the island monument promptly alerted. Your sailboat is under attack. Noting the location of the attack, it was at the ship's bottom. The intensity of the marine creature's assault seemed low, as it did not immediately damage the vessel. Yuan Nong promptly accelerated towards his intended direction. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Yuan Nong felt a slight tremor in the ship's hull, followed by the island monument indicating hull damage. Xiaoyi, I have been attacked by marine creatures. The ship's bottom is damaged. Repair requires materials. Wooden planks 10, copper 4. Xiaoyi, still at the island monument, saw Yuan Nong's message and immediately sent the necessary repair resources. Repair immediately. Yuan Nong selected the repair option on the island monument. Repair successful. Adjusting his course, Yuan Nong exited the helm with a crossbow in hand, looking out at the sea, where a massive shadow loomed on the right side of the hull. At that moment, the shadow charged at the sailboat once more. Yuan Nong swiftly aimed his crossbow at the shadow and released a flurry of bolts. All 10 bolts were fired. Uncertain if any struck their target, he observed the shadow thrashing violently before sinking beneath the waves. Yuan Nong continued to load new bolts, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Blood surfaced from the spot where the shadow had vanished. I must have hit it, Yuan Nong thought, frowning at the sight of the blood. The scent of blood could very well attract more formidable marine creatures. No, we must leave this place swiftly, Yuan Nong contemplated, then messaged the group. I have injured that marine creature, but we need to vacate this blood-scented area quickly. I will sail according to the wind direction, which may deviate from our original course. Chapter 84. The island under attack by marine creatures, safety first. Xiaoyi promptly concurred with Yuan Nong's suggestion. Originally, Yuan Nong was positioned to the northeast of Suwan Island, and his intended course was southwest. He reported that the current winds in his maritime area were from the northwest, and by harnessing this wind direction, sailing southeast would be the swiftest route, albeit diverging significantly from the original plan. However, for the sake of safety, a slight detour was acceptable. Yuan Nong immediately adjusted the ship's heading and sails to maximize the utilization of the wind's force. Consequently, The speed of Yuan Nong's vessel surged to an impressive 30 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the marine creature that had previously attacked the sailboat seemed to have ceased its assault, prompting Yuan Nong to breathe a sigh of relief. After approximately an hour of rapid sailing, Yuan Nong recalibrated the course towards Suwan Island. Upon hearing Yuan Nong's report of having evaded the marine creature, Xiaoyi felt a slight sense of reassurance. He then switched to the trading hall, continuing to place orders for boiled water and sea fish, amassing essential supplies. Given that Yuan Nong had encountered an attack from marine creatures so soon after setting sail, it was prudent to gather as many resources as possible, as one could never be too prepared. As Xiaoyi was preparing to venture out to replenish feed for the cows and chickens, the island monument unexpectedly issued another alert. Alert! The island's cornerstone is under attack. Please refer to the map for specific location. What? Xiaoyi gasped in astonishment, initially believing there was an issue on Jiang Yutian's end, only to discover that his own island was under siege. He promptly switched to the map, magnifying the view of his island, and found that the cornerstone at the mouth of the inland river he had excavated was indeed under attack. Grabbing his tang knife and a long iron spear, he rushed outside. Wang Kai, keep an eye on the island monument and notify me of any updates. Xiaoyi's voice echoed from outside. What woof? Wang Kai responded eagerly. Upon reaching the inland river's mouth by the apartment, Xiaoyi spotted a long fish persistently assaulting the island's cornerstone. Electric eel, C-class, a member of the Electro-40 family, capable of generating a voltage of 300 to 800 volts, renowned as the most powerful freshwater fish, often referred to as the underwater high-voltage line. The system notification sounded, and Xiaoyi pondered, why is this freshwater creature in the ocean? However, there was no time for such musings. He thrust the long spear into the water. The electric eel twisted its body, evading Xiaoyi's spear, and continued its assault on the cornerstone. What grudge could it possibly have? Xiaoyi murmured, observing the eel's disregard for him as it focused solely on the cornerstone. With focused determination, he struck again, certain this time he would succeed. Yet, he felt the tip of his spear slip, leaving no mark on the eel's slick skin. So slippery? Xiaoyi frowned in disbelief. Indeed, the eel's elusive nature was partly due to the insufficient sharpness of his spear. Just then, he noticed an automated fishing net patrolling nearby and swiftly set its target on the electric eel. With a whoosh, the net was cast, ensnaring the eel. The machine gradually retracted the net, and the eel soon realized it was trapped, electric arcs crackling across its body. The automated fishing net also sparked with electricity. Oh no, is the net going to be damaged? Xiaoyi exclaimed, swiftly drawing his tang knife and precisely thrusting it into the now captured eel. As he did, a surge of electricity coursed through his right hand, rendering his entire arm numb. Nevertheless, the tang knife did not disappoint. It cleanly severed the eel in two. The two halves of the electric eel thrashed violently, yet it could no longer emit any electric arcs. The automated fishing net, having been shocked by the eel, remained stationary, failing to continue reeling in. Xiaoyi anxiously approached the net, knowing it was vital for collecting supply boxes and sourcing food from sea fish. While other basic supplies could be overlooked, the cornerstone could only be sourced from supply boxes, and few were willing to sell them. Without the ability to retrieve supply boxes, Xiaoyi would have to rely on precious materials or, in exceptional circumstances, trade basic supplies for cornerstones. Similarly, without an ample supply of sea fish, his accumulation of basic materials would be severely hindered, as most of the supplies he had traded for were exchanged for sea fish. Just as Xiaoyi felt the weight of anxiety, the automated fishing net sprang back to life, dragging the severed electric eel ashore. He let out a breath of relief, momentarily worried about the net's integrity. However, being an SS-class device, it was unlikely to falter against a mere electric eel. Once ashore, the eel struggled for a moment before falling still. A C-class electric eel should be quite delectable, Xiaoyi mused, lifting the eel as he made his way back to the apartment. Woof woof woof. Wang Kai's voice called out from within the apartment, prompting Xiaoyi to quicken his pace. Upon returning to the island monument, another alert sounded. The island's cornerstone is under attack. Again, Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be another test? The previous alert had specifically mentioned further trials, and it seemed that the cornerstone being assaulted by marine creatures was indeed one of them. Without further contemplation, Xiaoyi swiftly located the site of the attack and dashed out once more. This time, the cornerstone under siege was located to the north of the island, and upon arrival, he found an octopus entwined around the cornerstone. Without hesitation, he thrust his iron spear with great speed. Thwack! This time, the spear did not slip, but drove straight into the octopus's body. The octopus, in pain, immediately released its grip on the cornerstone, allowing Xiaoyi to easily hoist it from the sea. The octopus continued to thrash, its tentacles gripping the spear tightly. Yet, There was no time to deal with the still-living octopus as Wonkai's barks rang out once more. What now? Xiaoyi exclaimed as he sprinted back toward the apartment. Arriving at the island monument, he discovered that it was not another alert regarding his island, but rather a message from Jiang Yuntian in the group chat. My ship has sustained damage from a collision with a sea turtle. Repairing the hull requires materials, 21 wooden planks, 5 copper, and 3 iron. Xiao Yi immediately traded the necessary supplies to Jiang Yuntian, who promptly initiated the repair operation at the island monument. Is the sea turtle that aggressive? Xiaoyi queried in the chat. I certainly didn't expect it. The turtle was the size of a small car. Luckily, it merely bumped into me and then departed. Or perhaps I obstructed its path. Jiang Yuntian replied with a wry smile. My island is also under attack from marine creatures. I suspect this is one of the further challenges mentioned in the island monument's alerts. Xiaoyi communicated in the group chat. Su-1, Uncle An. What is the situation on your end? Chapter 85. The patterns of marine creatures attacking islands. I have just wounded a fish nearly a meter long. Yet it managed to escape. Su-1 exhaled, expressing her frustration. I too have been assaulted by marine creatures. My movements were restricted. And I couldn't discern what kind of animal it was, but it damaged a foundational stone before departing. And you responded. Upon hearing Su-1 and Yu's replies, Xiaoyi pondered. Are the attacks on your islands limited to just one marine creature? Indeed, they both affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyi articulated, based on the information we currently possess, we can conclude 3 key points. Firstly, larger islands suffer more frequent attacks from marine creatures. For instance, I have already encountered 2 assaults. Secondly, if we can inflict harm on the marine creature attacking the foundational stone, there is a probability it will retreat. Thirdly, if we do not mount any defensive countermeasures, the marine creatures are likely to damage only one foundational stone before leaving. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing these observations. Uncle An, your island is now reduced to merely 3 square meters, correct? Xiaoyi inquired. Yes, that is accurate. And you replied. Therefore, despite your injuries, you must remain active. Xiaoyi urged. I will craft a crude walking stick for you. Should any marine creature appear, you must retaliate. Understood. And you nodded in affirmation. Xiaoyi promptly exited, and in the workshop, he swiftly fashioned a rudimentary walking stick and an iron spear. He then returned to the island monument and traded them to Yu. Crude walking stick, 1. Iron spear, 1. Foundational stone, 1. Trade unsuccessful. Yu hesitated upon receiving a foundational stone from Xiaoyi but ultimately consented to the exchange. This foundational stone shall remain unused unless absolutely necessary. Yu resolved silently. Xiaoyi switched to the public channel, seeking additional information to verify the accuracy of his earlier conclusions. What is happening? I was still asleep when the island monument's alert roused me, claiming the foundational stone is under attack. Mine too. What on earth is going on? I dare not approach. Could it be a monster? Monsters? Have you watched too much Ultraman? They are merely marine creatures. Hurry and grab your weapons to confront them. They are submerged. How do we fight them? Come on, can't you at least take a glance before speaking? Regardless of the type of marine creature, they all target the surface area of the foundational stones. Why waste breath on such cowards? Let their foundational stones be entirely destroyed by marine creatures. And they can accompany those creatures in the sea. What? They can truly destroy our foundational stones. How intriguing. I suspect many foundational stones have already been compromised. Initially paralyzed by fear of the unknown, many survivors failed to react promptly, resulting in significant losses across numerous islands. Just yesterday, I harvested several foundational stones. And now I've already lost one. How can I survive this? Damn it, I want to go home. No amount of lamenting will help. Swiftly arm yourself to defend your island. Indeed, if you can wound them, you can drive them away. I just scared one off. Exactly. Let us rally together. No one will assist you. You must rely on yourself. Has anyone noticed that marine creatures seem to depart after damaging a foundational stone? Are you certain? It appears to be true. I too did not resist the marine creature's assault. After it damaged a foundational stone, it departed. This means as long as we can locate the foundational stones in time, we can ensure our islands do not vanish, even without confronting the marine creatures. You are overly optimistic. Can you guarantee how many waves of marine creatures will come? If only 1 wave per day, that would be manageable, with personal effort. We could compensate for the lost foundational stone by collecting more resource boxes. But what if there is more than 1 wave? The individual ceased speaking, but everyone understood the unspoken implication. How many attacks have your islands endured so far? 1. Me too, just 1. 1 is sufficient. Has anyone experienced 2 attacks? The public channel echoed with acknowledgments of only having faced a single assault. Am I the only one who has faced 2 attacks? Xiaoyi furrowed his brow while observing the public channel chatter. Alert! The island's foundational stone is under attack. Damn it, not again. Glancing hastily at the location under siege, Xiaoyi seized his tang knife and iron spear, rushing out once more. Upon arrival, he discovered a common fish relentlessly pecking at the foundational stone. Xiaoyi swiftly thrust his spear, striking true. Given Xiaoyi's current physical prowess, as long as his weapon is somewhat formidable, these marine creatures pose little threat. After bringing the fish back to the apartment, Xiaoyi contemplated. It is now nearly confirmed that larger island areas experience a greater frequency of attacks, yet the specific area threshold that triggers this increase remains unknown. Without data on other players' island sizes, this conclusion cannot be definitively established. Xiaoyi, my ship's hull is under attack by marine creatures. Repairs require 10 wooden planks, 2 copper. I too am under attack, requiring 20 wooden planks, 5 iron. Yuan Nong and Jiang Yutian sent simultaneous messages, prompting Xiaoyi to promptly dispatch the necessary materials to them. After some thought, Xiaoyi sent additional wooden planks, iron, and copper. By ensuring they retained a stock of basic repair materials without affecting their ship's speed, they would be better prepared. Suwan, Unclean, should you encounter a second attack from marine creatures, please inform me. Xiaoyi instructed. Understood. Suwan and Inu responded. After all this commotion, Xiaoyi had yet to replenish the feed for the barn and chicken coop. He immediately ventured out, cutting a batch of forage and tossing it into the barn. He also placed some chopped forage in the chicken coop, supplemented with corn flour and fish meal, nutritionally rich. Under the attentive care of the hens, the 19 chicks had grown substantially, and it was estimated they would begin laying eggs within 2 days. Moreover, the coconut trees in the S-grade flower bed to the east of the apartment had borne fruit, expected to ripen in 2 days. These are S-grade coconuts. I had promised Jiang Yutian one once they matured. For the short-growing vegetables, Xiaoyi reduced the planting area, ensuring they would have enough to eat without excessive cultivation. Naturally, he would reserve some seeds for future use. After harvesting a selection of vegetables, Xiaoyi returned to the apartment. Yuan Nong and Jiang Yutian continued to report on their ships being attacked by marine creatures. However, Xiaoyi had already supplied them with some basic materials, merely requiring consistent repairs. Chapter 86. The whale, the spider crab, and Jiang Yutian in peril. If it were merely this, reaching my location shouldn't pose much challenge. Xiaoyi mused as he observed that Jiang Yutian and his crew encountered only small marine creatures during their voyage. With ample basic supplies and no entanglements with oceanic fauna, they should be in good stead. However, just as this thought crossed Xiaoyi's mind, Yuan Nong announced in the group, I'm being targeted by a whale. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a resounding crack echoed. The entire vessel lurched to one side, and just when Yuan Nong feared it might capsize, it gradually righted itself. Ding. The ship has sustained damage. Hull integrity severely compromised. Repair materials required. 100 planks, 30 iron, 10 copper. Xiaoyi, we lack iron. I need 7 more units of iron. Yuan Nong exclaimed urgently. Xiaoyi promptly dispatched the supplies. As Yuan Nong had just finished repairing his ship at the island monument, the whale turned and charged towards the sailboat once more. Crack. This sound was even louder than the previous one. Yuan Nong watched in horror as the bow of his ship was instantly shattered, while the cockpit developed massive fissures. Ding. The ship has sustained damage. Hull integrity severely compromised. Repair materials required. 150 planks, 50 iron, 40 copper. Yuan Nong shared the required materials in the group, but he noted that the whale was once again barreling towards him from the left. Xiaoyi, it's coming again. Yuan Nong lamented. I've already thrown my iron spear, and I have no crossbow bolts left. It seems I'm destined to meet my end here. Please don't waste any more basic supplies. Yuan, we cannot give up. Hurry and repair. I'm devising a plan, Xiaoyi urged. Yuan Nong sighed, once again mending his vessel. Crack. The sailboat tipped dangerously to the right again, nearly capsizing. Ding. The ship has sustained damage. Hull integrity severely compromised. Repair materials required. 100 planks, 30 iron, 10 copper. This cannot continue. No matter how many supplies we have, they will be exhausted. Yuan Nong shook his head in despair. Xiaoyi frantically pondered how to assist Yuan Nong through this crisis. After sending the required materials again, an idea struck him. Yuan Nong, try this method. He then sent him an item. Purified water, S-grade, 100 milliliters, trade unavailable. Yuan Nong stared in astonishment at the item Xiaoyi had traded, puzzled. At this moment, no amount of S-grade purified water will allow me to contend with the whale. It's not for you to drink, Xiaoyi clarified. Yuan Nong immediately grasped the implication and said, You mean to use this to divert the whale's attention while I make my escape? Exactly, Xiaoyi affirmed. Let us try it regardless of its effectiveness. All right, Yuan Nong responded. S-grade purified water significantly enhances physical constitution. It should have some effect on marine creatures as well. If it can draw the whale's attention long enough to prevent it from ramming Yuan Nong's sailboat, they would have more time to devise alternative strategies. Once he repaired the ship, Yuan Nong swiftly ascended to the deck, spotting the whale charging towards him again. He uncapped the bottle of S-grade purified water, poured some into the sea, and then hurled the entire bottle forcefully in the opposite direction of the vessel. The whale's momentum suddenly faltered, and it swam towards the direction of the S-grade purified water. It truly worked. Yuan Nong mused, immediately steering the ship forward with reckless speed. Xiaoyi, the whale is distracted by the S-grade purified water and has ceased its attacks for now, Yuan Nong reported in the group. Xiaoyi exhaled in relief, urging, then sail with the wind. Try to put as much distance as possible between yourself and that whale. Yes, Yuan Nong, now unconcerned with their previous navigational plans, fully opened the sails and sped away. However, once the whale had tasted the allure, will it not follow us indefinitely? Xiaoyi voiced his concern. That is indeed a problem. Let us endeavor to escape this area first, hoping to leave the whale as territory. Yuan Nong replied resignedly. Xiaoyi nodded as he contemplated how to entirely eradicate the threat posed by the whale. On Jiang Yutian's end, they faced continuous disturbances from small marine creatures. Yet no particularly severe incidents had arisen. By noon, Xiaoyi prepared some grilled fish and stir-fried vegetables for everyone, distributing the meal. Given the day's events, he lacked the leisure to meticulously prepare food. Merely filling their stomachs sufficed. Just after lunch, the island monument chimed again. Attention, the island's cornerstone is under attack. Is it never-ending? Xiaoyi glanced at the position and dashed out once more. Before he could even arrive, Wang Kai began to howl in the apartment. Damn it. Why is everything happening at once? Xiaoyi cursed, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the site of the attack, he was astonished to discover a colossal shark, larger than the one he had slain previously. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyi raised his iron spear and thrust it with lightning speed. Thud. The spear penetrated the shark's body nearly a meter deep. The shark thrashed violently, and the surrounding waters turned crimson. Knowing the immense strength of a struggling shark, Xiaoyi gripped his spear tightly, ensuring it could not escape. Come here. Xiaoyi aimed to hoist the shark onto land to dispatch it swiftly, saving considerable time. The massive shark was indeed lifted partially out of the water. Crack. Just as the shark emerged halfway, the wooden shaft of the spear could not endure the weight and snapped. Quick as a flash, Xiaoyi drew his dagger and slashed at the shark's abdomen. Thud. A 1-meter-long gash appeared, and the shark's blood gushed forth like a fountain. Splash. The shark plummeted back into the sea, drenching Xiaoyi in seawater. Hastily, he approached the shoreline, only to see the shark frantically fleeing into the distance. With the automatic fishing net unavailable, Xiaoyi decisively abandoned the pursuit. Wang Kai's incessant barking indicated someone was searching for him. Xiaoyi dashed back to the apartment. It was Jiang Yuntian. His ship had been attacked by a creature resembling a spider crab. Although the spider crab was only about 4 meters long, its offensive capabilities were formidable. Each swing of its claws left deep gashes in the ship's hull. Xiaoyi, my supplies are dwindling. The hull is damaged, and it will sink in 10 minutes. Xiaoyi, it's coming again. It will sink in 5 minutes. Xiaoyi, I fear it's too late. There is too much water accumulating in the cabin to clear. Chapter 87, Transforming Crisis into Safety. Once again frantically collecting supplies author. As the relentless assaults from the spider crabs continued, the hull of the ship began to sink at an alarming rate. Upon noticing Jiang Yuntian's message, Xiaoyi realized the gravity of the situation and promptly dispatched supplies to him. My island has just come under attack again. First, repair the hull and then find a way to drive them off, Xiaoyi declared. Receiving Xiaoyi's supplies, Jiang Yutian immediately chose to focus on repairs. Then seized a nearby bow and arrow, rushing to the side of the ship to unleash a barrage of arrows upon the spider crab. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Yuntian's arrows flew rapidly, and although the spider crab was agile, it could not withstand Jiang Yuntian's relentless onslaught. Simultaneously, the continuous stream of arrows hindered the spider crab's attempts to assault the hull further. With a piercing thud, an arrow struck the back of the spider crab, shattering its exoskeleton. The creature instinctively turned to flee. Not so fast. Jiang Yutian swiftly grabbed a fishing net nearby and cast it towards the crab. A direct hit. He immediately reeled it back in. Although the spider crab's claws tore through the net, Jiang Yutian managed to pull it onto the deck before it could escape. Drawing his B-grade dagger, Jiang Yutian approached the spider crab, which was flailing its claws in a warning gesture. Unfazed, Jiang Yutian scoffed and advanced. He deftly dodged the crab's flailing limbs and systematically severed each of its claws. Despite being disarmed, the spider crab continued to writhe on the deck. And Jiang Yutian returned to the cockpit. I've dealt with it, Jiang Yutian announced, sharing a photo of the spider crab's claws in the group chat. Spider crab claws X1. Did such a creature exist in our previous world? This world surely harbors bizarre life forms. He mused. Indeed, Yuan Nong quickly replied. This creature is scientifically known as the giant mantis shrimp, with a leg span exceeding 4 meters, dwelling in the deep waters of the Pacific. Its claws are razor-sharp, and many fishermen have been dragged underwater and devoured by them. Remarkable. I was unaware of such a creature, Jiang Yuntian exclaimed. However, it's hard to say whether this world harbors other unknown, peculiar beings. Yuan Nong replied with a wry smile, acknowledging the fantastical nature of their current reality. Shall we? Relieved to hear that Jiang Yutian had neutralized the spider crab, sighed deeply. Who knows if there are more? But given the nature of this world, if they exist, they likely won't appear now. Yuan Nong and Jiang Yutian nodded in agreement, aware that the survival challenges in this realm were gradually escalating. You must remain vigilant. I hope no further marine creatures assault my island. Shawi cautioned. Have you been attacked 4 times already? Jiang Yutian inquired. Shawi nodded and replied, Indeed. It seems the rules of this world are restricting the size of personal islands. I truly wonder what this world intends. Yuan Nong sighed. Let us focus on the immediate concerns, Shawi said, turning to Yuan Nong. You must keep a close watch for that whale. We cannot afford to be followed. Of course, Yuan Nong acknowledged, understanding the value of their limited pure water supplies. The best strategy remained to eliminate threats directly, much like Jiang Yutian had done. However, for Yuan Nong, confronting a whale was a daunting prospect. Unable to fight, he could only continue to evade. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuntian set about addressing the flooding in the ship's cabin. The sudden ambush by the spider crab had diverted his attention from the water accumulation, leaving him with no opportunity to confront the creature directly. Upon completing the hull repairs, he had charged out to face the spider crab head-on, successfully subduing it. In truth, Jiang Yuntian had a significant advantage in a direct confrontation, yet the underwater nature of marine creatures and the absence of radar left him vulnerable to surprise attacks. Shawi, wary of venturing far, recalled nearly losing Jiang Yutian while addressing the attacks on his island's foundation. He resolved that should further assaults occur, he would abandon the foundation. After all, while the foundation could be replaced, losing a friend was irretrievable. Reiterating his concerns for their safety, Shawi urged them to stay connected. He then shifted his focus to the trading hall, fervently gathering essential supplies, particularly wood, planks, iron, and copper. He doubled the quantity of marine fish and boiled water he was willing to trade for these materials. In the public channel, some were lamenting their island's assaults by marine life. Though the numbers had dwindled, suggesting most had already weathered the attacks, many had lost a section of their foundations. While a few had managed to injure or scare away the intruding creatures, and a select few had even slain their attackers. As Xiao Yi's extensive trading for essential materials commenced, the public channel buzzed with activity. What is going on? The big shot is once again frantically collecting wood, planks, and copper. Indeed, the same materials can now be exchanged for double the water and food. What is this big shot up to? Who knows? I need to hurry and trade for some water and food. I opened 2 supply boxes today and found neither. Same here. I opened 3 and still found no water or food. It seems the odds have dropped again. Quickly exchange. With the probability of finding water and food diminished, and the big shot raising the stakes for trading essential supplies, could it be that he is facing an urgent need for a vast amount of materials? That is very possible. Should we wait? Perhaps the big shot will increase the trading stakes even further, allowing us to acquire more water and food. Logical. But I can't wait. While some genuinely contemplated waiting for Shawi to raise prices again, many opted to trade promptly. At that moment, on a mere 6-square-meter island, a girl clad in a flowing white gown gazed in astonishment at the trading market where essential supplies were being sought. Why has there never been such a big shot before? How could he possess so much marine fish and boiled water? She pondered, noticing an influx of unfamiliar IDs in the public channel. The regulars she recognized had been joined by new faces. Could these be the new friends mentioned in the Island Monuments alert? She mused, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Despite her myriad questions, she resolutely retrieved her supplies and successfully traded for a considerable amount of marine fish and boiled water. Chapter 88. Anren and the Restless Night. Let us conserve these. They should last for about a week, the girl mused, gazing at the freshly traded boiled water and sea fish. Dad, Mom, where are you both? Why can't I reach you? She pondered if he had arrived in this world, hoping he had not, for it was too cruel a place. With a faint sigh, she stared out at the endless sea. If Shawi could see this girl, he would surely leap with joy. For this girl in the flowing white dress was none other than the Anren he had long cherished in his heart. Though Anren hailed from a wealthy family, her father, Inu, had always been strict with her education, ensuring she excelled not only academically but also physically. And you firmly believed that good health was paramount in any endeavor. After arriving in this world, Anrin had persevered through great hardships, managing to survive the first 2 weeks. She had tirelessly searched for her parents. Yet there had been no response. The silence over the past 2 weeks had begun to sow seeds of despair in her heart. Xiao Yi had been preoccupied with the affairs of Yuan Nong and Jiang Yuntian's voyage, and with his island facing successive assaults. He had yet to post a message on the island tablet to seek Anrin. Had he done so, perhaps Anrin would have seen it by now. And you had sent a message, but it had quickly been overshadowed by newer ones. At that moment, Anrin had been busy salvaging supply crates and had missed it entirely. With so many survivors speaking up, few would have the leisure to sift through the chat logs, if one were to try. They might find themselves occupied for an entire day without making any progress. After completing a trade, Anrin's island tablet suddenly alerted her, warning, the island's cornerstone is under attack. She sprang into action, seizing an iron spear and rushing outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi sat before the island tablet, observing the fervent discussions surrounding the water and food he had listed as transactions continued to flow in the trading hall. After some contemplation, he sent a message in the public channel. Anrin, if you see this message, please contact me privately. However, the message was soon buried beneath a tide of new conversations. Xiao Yi shook his head in resignation. Watching as the nearly empty warehouse quickly filled with supplies, he thought to himself that this should sustain them for a while. Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong were besieged by marine creatures almost every hour, but fortunately, the assaults were not as severe as before. After utilizing the island tablet for repairs, they were able to continue their voyage and evade those marine threats. Since the fourth attack by the sea creatures, Xiao Yi's island had not suffered further assaults. My island spans 424 square meters, and I experience 4 attacks a day. There must be a correlation between these two factors, Xiao Yi mused. Though he had yet to decipher the nature of this connection, as the data was insufficient to draw any conclusions. Today, Xiao Yi had acquired 4 supply crates, revealing 3 cornerstones upon opening, with the rest being basic supplies, none yielding water or food. Due to the threat posed by marine creatures targeting the cornerstones, he chose not to utilize the 3 cornerstones immediately, deciding instead to keep them in reserve. Given that marine assaults on cornerstones had now become a reality, they would undoubtedly grow more precious and harder to trade for supplies in the future. To aid Anrin whenever possible, Xiao Yi resolved to retain more cornerstones, while also considering Yu, who was less mobile and likely to lose a cornerstone with each assault. Suwon had also salvaged 2 supply crates, yielding 2 cornerstones, which he traded entirely to Xiao Yi. Lying in bed, he instructed, Wang Kai, if anyone seeks me, alert me promptly. Woof. Wang Kai responded, settling before the island tablet. Before drifting off to sleep, Xiao Yi dispatched some basic repair supplies to Yuan Nong and Jiang Yutian, which should sustain them for a time. Worrying over the island tablet, he soon fell into a drowsy slumber. After an indeterminate period, Wang Kai's barking roused him from sleep. Rushing to the island tablet, he saw Jiang Yutian in distress, requesting more supplies to repair his vessel. Xiao Yi immediately sent the necessary materials. Why are we being attacked at this hour? Xiao Yi inquired. I was resting too. The alert from the island tablet startled me awake, and I was unaware of anything until my ship sustained damage. Jiang Yutian replied, sounding somewhat defeated. Let us repair it and see if there are further assaults from marine creatures, Xiao Yi responded. After a brief moment, Jiang Yutian replied, currently, there are no signs of further attacks. I don't even know what struck my ship. Then rest well, Xiao Yi advised, shaking his head in resignation. Once more, he succumbed to sleep. About an hour later, Wang Kai's barking jolted him awake again, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. He approached the island tablet to discover Yuan Nong was running low on supplies. Xiao Yi, my resources are depleted. I believe I was struck by a massive sea fish, but it doesn't seem to have pursued me. Yuan Nong messaged. Xiao Yi promptly sent the required supplies. If there is no continued assault, rest quickly, he urged. Understood, Yuan Nong replied. Glancing at the system, Xiao Yi noted the time was 0:30. It's only just past midnight, he thought, realizing restful sleep was a distant hope. As he had anticipated, throughout the latter half of the night, Wang Kai awakened him every 2 hours so he could supply basic materials to Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong for vessel repairs. Thus, in a haze, the night passed until morning arrived. Oh, cluck, cluck, cluck. The cacophony from the chicken coop roused Xiao Yi once more. The heat had dissipated, so he had refrained from turning on the air conditioning, leaving doors and windows wide open. Rubbing his eyes, he lamented, what joyous occasion warrants such an early wake-up? Reluctantly, he rose and headed toward the coop. Upon seeing over 20 eggs nestled within, his earlier irritation vanished completely. This signified that the chicks had finally reached their laying stage. And Xiaoyi's coop was now capable of mass egg production. However, as his 2 coops had not yet reached full capacity, he employed Yuan Nong's method to identify the unfertilized eggs, removing them for food while retaining the rest to hatch chicks, at least until both coops were filled to capacity. Once he had sorted through the eggs, extracting the unfertilized ones for food, Wang Kai began barking again. Xiaoyi hurried back to the island tablet. Xiaoyi, a whale has appeared. Xiaoyi, the wind has suddenly intensified. It feels as though a tornado is forming. Chapter 89, Tornado, Anchor, Orca. Tranquilizer gun, is it still the same whale? Xiaoyi inquired while exchanging the anchor with Jiang Yintian. Anchor, SSS level, 1 trade, unable to determine. It brushed against my ship. Yuan Nong replied, indicating that it had not caused significant damage. Xiaoyi nodded and refrained from further questioning Yuan Nong, instead directing his attention to Jiang Yintian. How are the winds on your end? They're growing stronger. Jiang Yintian responded. At that moment, the waves in Jiang Yintian's vicinity surged dramatically, causing the ship to jolt violently. To prevent the vessel from veering off course due to the fierce winds, Jiang Yintian had lowered all the sails. Observing Jiang Yintian clinging to the handrail for stability, Xiaoyi urged, deploy that anchor. Upon agreeing to the trade, the anchor materialized on the sailboat, seamlessly adapting to the medium-sized vessel and installing itself instantaneously. An incongruous smart display appeared in the cockpit of the sailboat. With no time to study the interface, Jiang Yutian directly clicked to drop anchor, needing to secure his sailboat swiftly. Given the current wind and waves, if they intensified further, his vessel would surely capsize. To his astonishment, a colossal tornado formed within sight, with water being drawn skyward. Quickly, Jiang Yutian urged himself, watching the tornado approach. A moderately sized anchor soared from the sailboat, splitting into 3 as it plunged into the sea, each fragment racing toward the ocean floor. The ship continued to bob relentlessly on the tumultuous surface, while Jiang Yutian had already secured Junjun in his seat to prevent any injuries from the violent motions. Jiang Yutian struggled to maintain his balance. The depth of the sea was uncertain, yet the SSS-level anchor chain extended rapidly until it reached the seabed, where it came to a halt. Upon contact, the anchor transformed like a mechanical being, adapting to the seabed's composition, and firmly grasped it. Suddenly, Jiang Yintian felt the ship stabilize, only experiencing slight vertical motions. It had only been a brief 10 seconds since he pressed the anchor button. He could clearly observe the still turbulent winds and waves outside, with the tornado barreling closer. Is it this powerful? Jiang Yutian exclaimed in disbelief, initially thinking the anchor would only marginally stabilize his vessel to prevent capsizing. To his surprise, it had completely secured his ship. Has the wind stopped? Junjun inquired with wide eyes. Jiang Yintian shook his head, replying, Uncle Xiaoyi's anchor has secured us, but the winds and waves outside remain fierce. Uncle Xiaoyi is amazing, Junjun exclaimed, his eyes widening. Jiang Yutian nodded, holding Junjun tightly in his embrace. Although the ship was secured, the tornado was now upon them. Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed. Simultaneously, the island monument emitted an alert. Severe hull damage detected. Please repair promptly. Battling the fierce winds, Jiang Yutian clung to the monument, sending Xiaoyi a message detailing the supplies he required. The tornado had ravaged the upper half of the medium-sized sailboat. Yet with the resources provided by Xiaoyi, Jiang Yutian opted for repairs. In an instant, the vessel returned to its original state. Then it was destroyed again, and restored once more. No matter how ferocious the tornado, the ship's bottom remained anchored by the SSS-level anchor, untouched by the violent winds. Of course, the island monument was equally unscathed. Watching his inventory dwindle rapidly, Xiaoyi felt a pang of anxiety. If his supplies ran low, both Jiang Yutian and Junjun would be doomed. Within a mere 20 seconds, the medium sailboat was destroyed 5 times, only to be restored 5 times. Finally, the tornado passed. Though the winds remained strong, they could no longer inflict damage upon the hull. It's finally over. The resource expenditure was excessive. Jiang Yutian reported helplessly to Xiaoyi. Phew, it's fine. As long as we endure, the cost of resources is inconsequential. Xiaoyi replied, releasing a long sigh of relief. You've saved our lives once more, Jiang Yutian expressed. Enough with the flattery. Save it for later. It's quite unbearable, Xiaoyi remarked. I'll check on old Yuan's situation. Jiang Yutian nodded, refraining from further comments. Is that whale still following you? Xiaoyi asked Yuan Nong upon finding him. It is. It occasionally brushes against my ship. Its force has gradually increased over the last few encounters, Yuan Nong replied. Xiaoyi frowned, analyzing. Perhaps it has developed a taste for that S-level purified water. Indeed, but I'm still quite far from your location. Even an abundance of S-level purified water cannot withstand such consumption, Yuan Nong responded. Purified water, S-level, 50 milliliters trade. None. Use it for emergencies. I'll find a solution. Xiaoyi instructed. All right. Yuan Nong agreed, immediately tossing the purified water far away, prompting the whale to charge after it. Confronted by such a colossal marine creature, Xiaoyi found himself at a loss for effective strategies. By the way, I haven't checked in today. Xiaoyi suddenly remembered and exclaimed, System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward obtained, Tranquilizer Gun, SSS level. Tranquilizer Gun, SSS level. A powerful tranquilizer gun. The duration of sedation varies based on target size, with 10 rounds included. Upon seeing the reward from his check-in, Xiaoyi wasted no time and immediately traded the gun to Yuan Nong. Old Yuan, anesthetize that whale at once. Xiaoyi commanded. Yuan Nong, momentarily taken aback by the tranquilizer gun, quickly agreed to the trade, gazing at the device that appeared in the cockpit. Yuan Nong was momentarily dazed. Is this a gun? The object resembled a machine rather than a conventional firearm, equipped with a display and 4 wheels. However, the machine was remarkably user-friendly. After a brief exploration, Yuan Nong figured out its operation. The machine allowed for target settings, assessing the target size before executing the tranquilization shot. Without hesitation, Yuan Nong wheeled the device onto the deck, designating the nearby whale as the target. Target confirmed. Orca, massive size. To sedate for 2 hours. 1 tranquilizer round is required. To extend the sedation duration, please specify the number of rounds. Each additional round doubles the sedation time. Yuan Nong relayed this information to Xiaoyi. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyi responded, fire 3 rounds. 1 round for 2 hours, 2 rounds for 4 hours, 3 rounds for 8 hours. 8 hours should suffice for you to distance yourself from that orca. Chapter 90. New friends indicated by the island monument. Yuan Nong immediately set the anesthetic gun to fire 3 tranquilizer darts. Once the setup was complete, a barrel extended from the machine, finally resembling a firearm. This looks much more like a gun now, Yuan Nong remarked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 needle-like darts shot forth, striking the back of the orca with precision. The orca, which was swimming towards them, instantly halted its movement and began to drift with the ocean's currents. The effect is remarkably swift, Yuan Nong exclaimed in astonishment, observing the now motionless orca. He then reported the situation to Xiaoyi, inquiring whether they should kill the whale. Xiaoyi decisively shook his head, stating, it would be cumbersome for you to handle alone. If other marine creatures show up while you're in the midst of the task, it could lead to complications. Let us continue onward and increase our speed. Xiaoyi was not at all surprised by the anesthetic gun's effectiveness, for he knew that any product from the system would be of the highest caliber. Understood. Yuan Nong nodded, resolutely departing and steering towards their designated course. Having resolved the issues that had arisen, Xiaoyi was finally able to take a breather. Beep beep. Alert. The island's cornerstone is under attack. Before Xiaoyi could catch his breath, the island monument's notification appeared once more. This was the first alert of the day. Xiaoyi murmured, dispatching a portion of supplies to Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong before rushing out. Given the tumultuous conditions at Jiang Yutian's location, it was unlikely that he would encounter marine life attacks anytime soon. Yuan Nong had just dealt with the orca, so further complications were not anticipated immediately. Thus, Xiaoyi resolved to address the marine creatures assaulting his island first. Upon arriving at the site of the attack, he found a sea turtle incessantly gnawing at the cornerstone. Sea turtle, B-level though it may appear sluggish, its attack speed is quite rapid. Proceed with caution. Gripping his tang knife tightly, Xiaoyi lunged towards the turtle's head. However, the turtle deftly swerved aside, evading his strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyi executed a horizontal slash with the tang knife. With a swift motion, the turtle's head was severed. Xiaoyi used a spear to lift the entire turtle, declaring, tonight, we shall feast on turtle soup. With the slain turtle in hand, Xiaoyi returned to the apartment. There were no significant issues on Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong's end, but minor problems persisted, gradually depleting their basic resources. Fortunately, Xiaoyi had a plentiful supply of sea fish to exchange for essential materials. Any other survivor would struggle to withstand such a rate of resource consumption. Xiaoyi had nearly exhausted the sea fish he had previously caught, primarily trading them for copper and iron. After all, wooden planks were abundantly available, allowing for easy exchanges. Even in the event of shortages, the trees on Xiaoyi's island were certainly sufficient for both Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong's needs. Noticing that Yuan Nong and the others were not facing significant issues, Xiaoyi stepped outside the apartment to process the sea turtle. He extracted the turtle meat, lightly sauteed it in oil, and placed it in a pot of boiling water to stew. Then, he cracked eggs into a bowl and whisked them. Once the turtle soup was ready, he poured in the eggs. Sea turtle egg flour soup. B level, 1 kilogram, corn. S level, 200 G, trade unavailable. This is the turtle that just attacked me. Let us see how it tastes. Xiaoyi messaged them. Is the marine creature attacking your island B-level? Jiang Yutian inquired curiously upon seeing his message. Indeed, yesterday the eel was sea level, Xiaoyi replied. It appears that a larger island not only attracts more attacks but also invites higher-level marine creatures, Jiang Yutian observed. That seems likely. The creatures assaulting my island are merely common fish, lacking significant aggression. Suwon added. I just repelled a small sea fish, and you mentioned. It was probably lenient with me. I only have 3 pieces of cornerstone left. Xiaoyi nodded, then set up another batch of fish he had just caught. Switching to the public channel. I was startled awake again early this morning. Once more, my cornerstone is under attack. You didn't neglect it again, did you? Of course not. I was prepared with my iron spear and charged right in. Guess what happened? Are you telling a joke? Hurry up and share. Apologies. It's a habit. I actually managed to spear that fish. Is that even possible? Yes. Not only did I defend my cornerstone, but I also secured additional food. What a win. I envy you so much. I only encountered a long, slippery marine creature that I couldn't catch. True, but driving them away is still manageable. Does this world not test our courage? That makes sense. Even someone like you, who is injured, can repel the fish attacking their island-esque cornerstone. It indicates that this phase is indeed a test of our bravery. As long as you wield a weapon, you have already succeeded. Why am I not succeeding? Xiaoyi pondered as he listened to their discussions. He had encountered a sea-level electric eel and a shark yesterday. Today, his first encounter was with a B-level sea turtle. He wondered how many more attacks awaited him. Is this some sort of preferential treatment for me? Xiaoyi felt a sense of helplessness. Xiaoyi, I've noticed many newcomers in the public channel, and you privately messaged him. Yesterday marked the first day of the 3rd week, and everyone was in a frenzy, completely oblivious to such occurrences. Besides, with so many survivors, who could possibly remember each person's ID? Uncle, are you sure they are all newcomers? Xiaoyi asked, frowning. Absolutely, especially those chatterboxes. Although some familiar faces are still around, there are definitely many more. Perhaps they are simply too lonely and bursting to communicate. But in light of the island monuments alert, I believe it's quite likely that we merged with another region. Xiaoyi nodded, recalling the island monument's indication of new friends. At the time, he had thought it was an ironic reference to the natives. However, based on news observations, it was nearly confirmed that these new friends referred to individuals arriving from other regions. Isn't Rand still without any information? Xiaoyi inquired. I've been sending messages, but there has been no response. And you replied. Well then, let us continue sending messages and await a reply. Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. It wasn't just you who noticed. Others in the public channel seemed to realize it as well. Hey, I don't think I've seen you before. Cloud in the wind. I haven't seen you either. What is so strange about that? Indeed, with so many people, it's hardly surprising that no one recognizes anyone else. Chapter 91. The hypothesis of the island under attack within the public channel. There exist several renowned chatterboxes, of which I am one. The others are well known to me, yet you are not among them. How can that be? You must have overlooked my presence. As I have frequently engaged in discussions within the public channel, I often participate in conversations as well, yet I have never encountered you. Are you certain you have been active in the public channel? Indeed. How could I not be aware of my own words? I understand now. What have you disowned? This must be the new friends alluded to in the island monuments hints. It seems indeed to be the case. Since new arrivals have come, it is possible that the friends from the previous world may have reunited. Li Xin, are you there? If so, please message me privately. In an instant. The entire channel was abuzz with individuals seeking their loved ones. You were truly alive. How wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. At that moment, 2 individuals succeeded in locating their relatives. This further solidified Xiaoyi's conviction. And Ran, are you there? If you see this message, please contact me privately. With that thought, Xiaoyi sent a message in the public channel in search of Ran. I propose that everyone refrain from unnecessary chatter for a day, allowing these messages of searching for friends and family to remain visible for a while longer. I concur. Agreed. Very well, from now on, all messages unrelated to searching for individuals are prohibited. Regardless of past grievances, everyone momentarily set aside their differences, and the chat interface was filled with messages seeking loved ones. Xiaoyi had been solitary in the previous world, his only concern being Ran. And you also sent a message searching for Ran and her mother. Although everyone agreed to refrain from discussing other matters, nearly everyone had relatives they wished to find. And the messages sent by Xiaoyi and others quickly became buried beneath an avalanche of similar requests. Meanwhile, Ran was engaged in a fierce battle with a sea snake. While women typically harbor an innate fear of serpentine creatures, Ran mustered her courage to defend her foundation. She persistently struck at the serpent with her iron spear, yet the resistance of the water diminished its potency. Moreover, unlike fish, Sea snakes are exceedingly slippery and difficult to pierce. Merely striking the surface of the water failed to deter the serpent fixated on the foundation. And Rand's arms grew weary, yet the sea snake continued its relentless assault on the island's base. Though she possessed 3 additional pieces of the foundation, they were reserved for her parents and could not be used lightly. And Rand continuously jabbed, stirred, and struck the water. But the sea snake seemed to grow accustomed to her attempts, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Simultaneously, the sea snake appeared resolute in its intent to obliterate the foundation, and Rand could only hinder the serpent's advance, but not drive it away. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Xiaoyi and Yu repeatedly sent out messages searching for Ran, yet she had no opportunity to return to the island monument. Beep. Attention, the island's foundation is under attack. Xiaoyi glanced helplessly at the private channel before seizing his tang knife and iron spear, charging forth once more. Meanwhile, the waters around Jiang Yutian gradually calmed as he stowed the anchor and continued steering his vessel towards Xiaoyi's island. Ah, a small island. Jiang Yutian suddenly noticed a small island to the left of his course. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively abandoned the notion of investigating it. With his strength, he could easily dispatch most adversaries, yet he was not one to indulge in brutality. If they provoke me, they shall be vanquished, but if they leave me be, we shall coexist peacefully. Xiaoyi, I have spotted a small island. Jiang Yutian reported in the group chat. Do not concern yourself with it for now. Xiaoyi had just finished dealing with the ordinary sea fish attacking his foundation when he returned to see Jiang Yuntian's message and replied. Understood. Jiang Yuntian acknowledged. Xiaoyi was in dire need of assistance. He was stretched thin. He had to monitor the information on the island monument while also keeping an eye on Jiang Yuntian's maritime progress, providing timely supplies, and addressing the ongoing attacks on his island. This did not even account for the tasks of planting and raising livestock. Given Jiang Yuntian's current pace, he would likely reach Xiaoyi's island within a day. At that moment, a small boat trailed behind Jiang Yuntian's sailboat, where a middle-aged man with a bushy beard strained to row his vessel. The larger ship certainly outpaces mine, the bearded man muttered, gazing at the medium-sized sailboat with insatiable greed, lacking radar or similar devices for detection. Jiang Yuntian had to constantly watch his course while also repairing the damage inflicted by small marine creatures, leaving him no surplus energy to observe the broader surroundings, thus granting the bearded man an opportunity. Xiaoyi had no spare time to waste. He hurriedly prepared a large pot of pork rib soup, adding some potatoes for the group's lunch. Of course, there was also a freshly picked cucumber and some just-boiled milk. Wild boar rib soup, 1 kilogram. Cucumber, 200 g. Milk, a level, 500 milliliters. Trade unavailable. We must make do with this. There has been no time to procure food lately. Xiaoyi messaged the group. Having these is already quite good. Many are still struggling to find enough to eat and drink. Suwon remarked. Suwon was correct. We are fortunate to have this, indeed. Yuan Nong, shaking off the orca incident, felt quite cheerful. If this is making do, I have low expectations. I hope for more days of making do like this. Jiang Yutian added with a smile. And you did not agree to the trade. He remained focused on the island monument, hoping someone would privately message him. But to no avail. Uncle, and let us eat. If Ran sees this, she will surely contact you. Xiaoyi suggested. And you nodded in agreement with Xiaoyi's offer. Xiaoyi had just taken a sip of soup when the island monument once again alerted him that the island's foundation was under attack. Truly, there is no peace. Before departing, Xiaoyi sent some basic supplies to Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong, then rushed out. Fortunately, this time it was merely another ordinary sea fish, which Xiaoyi easily dispatched. The island was vast, and the attacking marine creatures were not all of high caliber. Although a shark had appeared yesterday, it was of ordinary rank. Only the electric eel was of sea level. Today, a B-level sea turtle had emerged, while the other 2 attacks were again from ordinary sea fish. Perhaps only one high-level marine creature appears each day, while the rest are of ordinary rank. With this thought, Xiaoyi hurried back to the apartment. After resolving the lunch issue, he added some feed to the chicken coop and cattle shed. Chapter 92, New Soil Improvement Card. Busy author. The chicken coop is devoid of chicks now, thus the feeding is not particularly meticulous. Grass is casually chopped and mixed with fish meal, occasionally supplemented with some corn. There is no surplus wheat at present. Only if cultivation is expanded could there be a possibility of feeding them with wheat. However, wheat is classified as an A-grade plant, and currently, A-grade soil is scarce. Only one flower bed and a wooden basin contain A-grade soil. It is not just wheat. S-grade forage can now only be sparsely planted in another flower bed to maintain the cow's level. Most forage is grown in ordinary fields. If only more high-grade soil could be acquired. Xiaoyi murmured. This is merely wishful thinking, for high-grade soil is not easily obtained. Even if secured, The quantities are so meager that they hardly meet the demands of expanded cultivation. As Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong tirelessly repaired the sailboat, dusk gradually descended. Xiaoyi had also dealt with the last ocean creature attacking the island's cornerstone in the afternoon, which was still of ordinary level. According to the pattern of the past 2 days, Xiaoyi's island would face 4 attacks daily, one of which would involve high-level marine creatures. The specific level remained uncertain. The first day was sea level, the second day B level. He hoped it wouldn't escalate if it continued this way. The final days of the week might very well see S-level attacks. Wang Kai had already dragged all 6 supply boxes caught by the automatic fishing net to the apartment entrance. Xiaoyi approached and opened the boxes. Acquired supplies, cornerstone X2. Wood. Acquired supplies, wintermelon seeds X5, stones. Acquired supplies, cornerstone X3. Acquired supplies, stone house blueprint X1, copper. In total, 6 supply boxes yielded 5 cornerstones, which was quite satisfactory, though food and water were absent. However, receiving a house blueprint brought Xiaoyi some cheer. Stone house blueprint, stones X100, wood X20. This should suffice for everyone's accommodation, Xiaoyi mused. He already possessed 2 wooden houses, 1 stone house. In his own apartment, ample indeed. At that moment, Su-Wan initiated a trade. Cornerstone, X1, orange seeds, X5, stones, X2. Trade unsuccessful. Today, 2 supply boxes yielded merely 1 cornerstone. Su-Wan expressed some disappointment. Having a cornerstone is already commendable. Xiaoyi replied, at least you acquired a seed for a fruit. Which is quite good. For most, obtaining seeds holds little significance. Soil is not easily procured. If it were fruit trees, the space they occupy would not be extensive. But for crops like wheat, large-scale planting is essential, presenting a challenge to the island's area. Even if these factors were not problematic, there remains a crucial issue. Before Xiaoyi could interject, Su-Wan continued, that is water. People are nearly dying of thirst. There is hardly any water left to irrigate the plants. Quite right. Xiaoyi nodded approvingly. After agreeing to the trade, Xiaoyi received the orange seeds and planted the 5 seeds at the edge of the outer field, generously watering them with some S-grade pure water. Returning to the island monument, and you also sent a trade request. Cornerstone, X2, soil improvement card, X1, copper, X5. Trade unsuccessful. This is what was caught today, along with some previously accumulated supplies. It should serve you better. And you stated, Uncle, you need not rush to gather supply boxes despite your limited mobility. Xiaoyi remarked, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the soil improvement card. Though he furrowed his brow. I cannot just take advantage. And you replied, be sure to take care of your wounds. Xiaoyi advised, then continued. All the arable land on my side has been utilized. Fortunately, you've produced another card. After agreeing to the trade, Xiaoyi applied the soil improvement card next to the 4 previously cultivated fields. This created an additional 50 square meters of arable land. And Xiaoyi promptly planted the wintermelon seeds he had acquired. After planting, Xiaoyi returned to the island monument and switched to the public channel. It has been a day. Those seeking loved ones should have seen your messages by now. Can we discuss other matters? We cannot solely focus on searching for people. This public channel should also facilitate communication. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to voice their thoughts, and the earlier pleas for finding relatives were swiftly overshadowed. However, those survivors searching for loved ones bore no grievances, as their messages had lingered for an entire day. I believe I just saw a large sailboat passing by in the distance. Really? Are you sure you're not imagining things? Previously, many claimed to have spotted large sailboats. Yet none followed up with further details. Am I seeing things? My vision is 2-0. I can clearly read the last line on the vision chart. There is no way I could be mistaken. Don't imply I'm hallucinating. I'm in excellent condition. That is true. Recently, a prominent figure has lowered the requirements for exchanging water and marine fish, so most can now acquire necessities for survival. There shouldn't be any hallucinations. Which esteemed individual is on that ship? Please take me aboard. I am willing to work hard. My island has only 2 square meters left. Boarding? You might as well be wishing for a quicker demise. We have 2 constructing small wooden boats. They didn't last a day at sea. All perishing under marine creature assaults. This was a member of the Imperial Tianxia faction speaking, though the Imperial Tianxia had urged everyone not to disclose internal matters. There was little constraint now. Those who wished to speak would do so, facing only possible expulsion from the faction. But would those individuals care? Not in the least. If they did, they wouldn't have disregarded the Imperial Tianxia's directives. After several days of development within the Imperial faction, it became evident that the advantages were minimal. The only real advantage was the exchange of information. Otherwise, it was even more challenging than individual development. The weekly resource contributions were a burden for the majority. If one were outside the Imperial faction, Renting tools from the trading hall would yield more resources, and aside from the rental fees, they would not have to contribute a portion of their supplies. Is the sea truly that perilous? Isn't a large ship safer? You're overthinking it. Based on my observations, large ships face even fiercer attacks. Upon reading this individual's comment, Xiaoyi felt a jolt within, realizing it does seem that way. The frequency of attacks on medium-sized sailboats is excessively high. Chapter 93. The tornado approaches. How do you know it's coming? The crowd questioned the man's conjecture. It's merely a guess. Whether it's true, I cannot say. It seems you're just spouting nonsense. This is sheer alarmism. Indeed. A larger vessel should fare better. Let us observe the outside. The larger ship is unlikely to be in a good state. What is happening outside? It appears quite calm here. Goodness, I see a tornado approaching. The winds and waves have intensified here. I'm terrified and cold. Someone help me. My wooden shelter has been blown apart. Xiaoyi hurriedly inquired about Yu and Su Wan's conditions. Yuan Nong and Zhang Yutian were continuously updating their statuses, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. I feel nothing here. Yu stated, the winds are considerable, but I do not see a tornado. Su Wan replied. Zhang Yutian then remarked in the group, I suspect the tornado passed right over my location. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi quickly responded, what was the tornado's path? It moved from due south to due north. Zhang Yutian answered. Xiaoyi traced a line on the map. The winds were strong on his island, and the nearby trees rustled fiercely. A glance at the radar revealed no sign of a tornado approaching. Therefore, it could be deduced that the tornado was at least 32 kilometers away from his island. Zhang Yintian had observed it moving from south to north. If its trajectory were linear, it would undoubtedly make landfall on Xiaoyi's island. Yet no tornado was imminent. If the tornado curved, it would either veer northwest or northeast. To the west, and you reported no signs of wind, allowing for the conclusion that the tornado must be moving in a northeastern arc. However, Yuan Nong was sailing southwest from the northeast, making him potentially susceptible to the tornado's wrath. Even if he did not encounter it directly, he would still be gravely affected. Old Yuan, head directly west at once. Xiao Yi commanded, explaining his reasoning. Without hesitation, Yuan Nong altered his course westward. Zhang Yuntian immediately traded his SSS-class anchor from his sailboat to Yuan Nong. Yuan Nong accepted the transaction, and the anchor automatically affixed to his medium-sized sailboat. If you do spot the tornado, inform me immediately, Xiaoyi cautioned. Should the tornado indeed strike Yuan Nong's sailboat, the destruction would be catastrophic. Without timely repairs, Yuan Nong could meet a watery grave. Previously, Zhang Yuntian had repaired his vessel 5 times, depleting more than half of Xiaoyi's supplies. If Xiaoyi hadn't promptly traded resources to Zhang Yuntian, he might very well be submerged in the ocean by now. Understood, Yuan Nong replied. Meanwhile, Rand, who had been locked in a stalemate with a sea serpent all day, felt her arms numb. Just as she was about to succumb, the serpent inexplicably retreated, swimming away into the distance. The iron spear slipped from her grasp as she sank to the ground, watching the winds on the sea grow fiercer. She struggled to crawl back into her wooden shelter. Glancing at the island monument, where others were still debating the tornado, she paid little heed and fell into a deep slumber. Although she had not caught any resource boxes that day, her tussle with the sea serpent had exhausted her. If I were in a small boat and encountered a tornado, would I have any chance of survival? Yes, dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. The tornado could lift the entire small boat into the sky, and you would experience the sensation of sailing through the air. Then you would plummet back into the sea. If the small boat isn't torn apart by the tornado, it would likely be shattered upon impact. What if it were a larger vessel? A larger ship might not be lifted, but the tornado could certainly tear apart its equipment. No worries, I can repair it with the island monument. Are you certain the hull won't be shredded by the tornado? And when the tornado arrives, with high winds and turbulent waves, you might be capsized before it even strikes. What about an aircraft carrier? The safety of an aircraft carrier would be greatly enhanced, but only if you had one. Everyone, let go of your dreams. Having a small boat is already a commendable achievement. Some folks revel in daydreaming, hoping to strike it rich in business, wishing for stocks to skyrocket, buying lottery tickets in hope of winning, even aspiring for their novels to become bestsellers. How can there be so many fortunate happenings? Face reality. Life is hard enough. Xiaoyi scanned through the messages, finding little useful information. He sent a message seeking and ran and prepared to rest. Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong might face unforeseen challenges that night, and he needed to seize the moment to recuperate. Zhang Yuntian sat alongside his son, Junjun, both taking advantage of the calm before the storm to rest their eyes. Suddenly a crack. Warning, the hull is under attack and damaged. Please repair immediately. Zhang Yuntian jolted awake at the ominous noise. He promptly chose to repair the hull, utilizing the remaining supplies Xiao Yi had provided. After completing the repairs, he rushed to the side of the boat, only to see a massive tentacle lunging towards him. With agility, he sidestepped and slashed with his dagger, severing the tentacle. The severed appendage thrashed violently on the deck. Following his successful strike, the entire vessel began to convulse, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds. Warning, the hull is under attack. Severely damaged, immediate repair required. Jiang Yuntian dashed to the island monument, discovering numerous holes had been punctured in his ship, with seawater flooding in. He quickly messaged Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, I'm facing a gigantic octopus. Its tentacles have turned my hull into a sieve. Woof woof. The dog, Wang Kai, barked frantically at the island monument. Xiao Yi was startled awake and hurried to the monument, swiftly sending the necessary supplies to Jiang Yutian while instructing Yuan Nong, old Yuan. First trade the tranquilizer gun to Brother Jiang. All right. Yuan Nong, lightly asleep, was roused by the island monument S alerts. Tranquilizer gun, SSS class, 1 trade unavailable. Jiang Yuntian promptly accepted the trade, positioning the tranquilizer device on the deck and setting the target. Target confirmed, giant octopus. Based on its size, to sedate it for 2 hours, 1 tranquilizer dart is required. For extended sedation, please specify the number of darts. Each additional dart doubles the sedation time. You should fire 3 darts as well, Xiao Yi suggested. No need. Jiang Yutian replied coldly, I intend to take it down. Chapter 94, Defeating the Giant Octopus. Can't hold on any longer as he spoke. Jiang Yuntian set the number of tranquilizer bullets to 1 and clicked to fire. The tranquilizer gun automatically identified the most vulnerable spot on the giant octopus. Whoosh. The bullet plunged into the water, striking the octopus squarely on its head. Within that brief moment of firing, the octopus wreaked havoc on the sailboat again. But after Jiang Yuntian made repairs, the island monument no longer indicated any damage. Jiang Yuntian tossed the ordinary anchor that came with the sailboat into the water, not to moor the vessel, but to facilitate his ascent back onto the sailboat later. Jun, stay here and don't move. If anyone familiar comes looking for Dad on the island monument, tell them I've gone into the sea. Jiang Yutian instructed. Okay, Jun replied. With a fishing net in one hand and a B-grade dagger in the other, Jiang Yuntian leaped into the water. Splash. He plunged into the ocean. Observing that the massive octopus had ceased its movements, slowly sinking to the seabed, he swiftly swam over and used his dagger to cleave the octopus's head completely in 2. The efficacy of the tranquilizer gun was truly remarkable. Even after Jiang Yutian had dismembered the octopus, it showed no signs of reaction. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yuntian severed several of the octopus's large tentacles and placed them into the fishing net, securing them to the anchor. He then quickly climbed back onto the boat using the anchor chain. Once aboard, Jiang Yuntian retrieved the anchor, dragging up the entire fishing net filled with octopus tentacles. The overwhelming scent of blood would likely attract fierce carnivorous creatures, so it was prudent to depart swiftly. Adjusting the sail according to the wind direction, he set course to the northwest. Xiao Yi, it's all handled, but I'm worried that the smell of blood might attract other creatures. I'm heading northwest now. Jiang Yutian reported to Xiao Yi. All right, safety first, Xiao Yi replied. Afterward, Jiang Yutian sent the massive tentacles to Xiao Yi, as he lacked the means to process them aboard. Giant octopus tentacle, C-grade, for 100 kilograms for trade. The sheer weight of just 8 tentacles illustrates the colossal size of the octopus. Xiao Yi approved the trade and placed the tentacles into the cold storage of the small warehouse. With so much meat, it certainly wouldn't be consumed quickly. But as C-grade food, Xiao Yi had no intention of selling it to others. Once cured into jerky by tomorrow, it could be preserved for a longer duration. After sending Jiang Yutian some basic supplies, Xiao Yi returned to his bed. Based on previous estimations, Jiang Yutian should have arrived by morning, but that now seemed impossible. Xiao Yi mused. Due to the giant octopus incident, Jiang Yutian had strayed from his course, compounded by the earlier tornado delay, so further delays were inevitable. However, such occurrences were unavoidable at sea, where various unexpected situations could arise. In a daze, Xiao Yi was jolted awake again, this time by Yuan Nong encountering a large marine creature. Xiao Yi, the intruder is damaging the hull at an alarming rate. Yuan Nong exclaimed. Brother Jiang, quickly trade the tranquilizer machine. Xiao Yi urged. Jiang Yuntian immediately transferred the tranquilizer machine. Yuan Nong promptly set it on the deck, designating the shadow on the right side of the hull as the target. Target confirmed. The Kellywood dragon, based on its size estimation, will require 2 tranquilizer bullets for 1 hour of sedation. The number of tranquilizer bullets had doubled, as had the sedation duration. What? A dragon? Xiao Yi was taken aback by the name of the marine creature reported by Yuan Nong. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Nong remarked. This Kelluo dragon should be a type of dinosaur from ancient times, long thought extinct. I can't believe such a creature still exists here. Dinosaurs from ancient times? What manner of world is this? Xiaoyi frowned. Ancient dinosaurs were colossal, particularly carnivorous ones with formidable attack power, like the Tyrannosaurus rex. Presently, they only possessed a medium-sized sailboat. Facing such a creature meant they could only navigate around it. But now that was no longer an option. The feedback from the tranquilizer machine indicated that the Kelluo dragon was undoubtedly a far more formidable adversary than an orca. An orca could be sedated with a single bullet for 2 hours, while this creature required 2 bullets for just 1 hour. First, sedate it for 2 hours, then retreat. Xiaoyi pondered briefly before decisively instructing. Yuan Nong quickly set 4 bullets, extending the tranquilizer gun to shoot, hitting the target accurately. The Kelluo dragon struggled momentarily before becoming still, slowly sinking down. However, its struggle shattered the stern of Yuan Nong's sailboat. Beep, beep, attention, hull under attack. Severe damage detected, please repair promptly. Yuan Nong immediately relayed the necessary resources indicated by the island monument to Xiaoyi, who swiftly sent them over. Clicking repair. The supplies Xiaoyi had just sent disappeared, and Yuan Nong's sailboat was restored to its former condition. Follow the wind direction to distance ourselves from this location, Xiaoyi commanded. But it seems to be a southeast wind. According to the wind direction, I'm completely steering away from the target. Yuan Nong hesitated. Safety first, Xiaoyi insisted. If you encounter that Kelluo dragon again, you likely won't have the chance to reach your destination. Sigh fine, Yuan Nong replied reluctantly, adjusting his course northwest. The tranquilizer machine contained only 10 bullets, of which 8 had already been fired, leaving just 2. Given the current circumstances faced by Yuan Nong and Jiang Yutian, it seemed unlikely that 2 bullets would suffice to reach their island. However, Xiaoyi had no other viable options and could only take it one step at a time. In the latter half of the night, Xiaoyi had to rise every 2 hours to provide the 2 with resources to repair their vessels, continuing until 6 in the morning. In the henhouse, more than one rooster was already showcasing its impressive vocal prowess. Cock-a-doodle-doo. No matter how tired Xiaoyi was, sleep was no longer an option. Despite having risen 2 or 3 times during the night, thankfully, Yuan Nong had not encountered the Kelluo dragon again. By now, I should have shaken off that Kelluo dragon. I'm adjusting my course towards Suwan Island. Yuan Nong sent a message. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement, replying, all right, rising to stretch. He stepped out of his apartment to feed the chickens and cattle, then checked his warehouse. Despite continually trading water and sea fish for basic supplies, those resources were rapidly depleting. Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong's maritime expenditures were too high. It seemed they might not last through the day. With a sigh, Xiaoyi washed his face, internally praying while solemnly stating, System, sign in. Chapter 95, SSS Level Fish Repeller. In Rand's predicament, the successful sign-in has yielded a reward, Fish Repeller, SSS Level. The Fish Repeller, SSS Level, it intelligently selects effective expulsion measures based on the characteristics of aquatic creatures, ensuring a 100 success rate as long as the aquatic beings are not provoked. Excellent, Xiaoyi exclaimed with clenched fists, though he soon pondered, however. With it being an SSS level device, how could there still be a chance of failure? The system offered no answer to Xiaoyi's query, and he chose not to dwell on it, promptly sharing the information in the group chat. If we encounter marine creatures, we can use this device to repel most aquatic life, Xiaoyi declared. Yuan Nong, upon seeing the device, expressed his delight. Fantastic. We won't have to outsmart those large marine beasts anymore. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang echoed. Yuan Nong stumbled slightly as the island monument promptly alerted. Vessel hull damaged. Please repair immediately. I have been attacked, Yuan Nong exclaimed, swiftly commencing repairs on the hull. Xiaoyi immediately initiated a trade for the fish repeller with Yuan Nong. Upon agreeing to the trade, Yuan Nong retrieved the device and activated it on the boat. It seems to be that giant creature again. Yuan Nong frowned. The creature he referred to was, of course, the Kelluo that had attacked him the previous night. He approached the edge of the boat, gazing in the direction from which the attack had come. The sun had fully risen, revealing a massive shadow on the right side of the vessel. It seemed the creature had also spotted Yuan Nong as it raised its head from the water, revealing a head resembling that of a crocodile, albeit significantly larger. Yuan Nong estimated that the Kelluo could easily swallow him whole. The Kelluo twisted its body and submerged again. But Yuan Nong could clearly see its abdomen adorned with 4 enormous fins. Initially, the Kelluo intended to launch another attack on Yuan Nong's sailboat, but midway, its head shook violently before it abruptly turned and swam away. It works, Yuan Nong joyfully exclaimed. The Kelluo had only attacked once, resulting in minimal damage, which Yuan Nong managed to repair using the supplies aboard the vessel. You two can take turns using the fish repeller, For special circumstances, discuss amongst yourselves. Xiaoyi instructed. Understood. The duo responded. After employing the fish repeller, they felt as though they had entered a lifeless ocean, free from any disturbances from marine creatures. Ding. Warning. The island's foundation is under attack. Now you two can relax, but I must remain busy. Xiaoyi sighed, grabbing a nearby tang knife and iron spear as he stepped outside. The location of this attack was quite distant from the apartment, and by the time Xiaoyi arrived, half of the foundation had already been gnawed away. Octopus, B-level, beware of its tentacles, as the suckers are quite formidable. However, if you manage to catch it, the taste is delightful. Relieved that the octopus had not leveled up, Xiaoyi quietly exhaled. The octopus's 8 tentacles clung tightly to the foundation, and with his iron spear, Xiaoyi pierced it through. Its tight grip inadvertently facilitated Xiaoyi's strike, resulting in a direct hit. The searing pain caused the small octopus to wrap its tentacles desperately around the spear, lifting the octopus from the water. Xiaoyi drew the tang knife and dismembered it with ease. In that brief moment, the spear tip had already been gnawed to the point of damage. With Jiang Yutian and Yuan Nong facing no special circumstances, Xiaoyi found himself considerably relieved. He sliced some meat from the 400-kilogram giant octopus tentacle that Jiang Yutian had sent yesterday, along with the freshly slain small octopus, and began roasting them. The remaining giant octopus meat was cut into large chunks and marinated with sea salt. Once the octopus was ready, Xiaoyi distributed it as breakfast, declaring, "This is from Jiang Yutian's haul last night. Do enjoy." Everyone graciously accepted, savoring the delectable taste of the octopus, enhanced by a layer of oil and a sprinkle of sea salt, making it even more delightful. Observing the 2 bright spots on the map representing Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong steadily approaching him, Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction. With 2 SSS-level pieces of equipment safeguarding their voyage, their journey should be secure. The SSS-level anchor could withstand storms, and the SSS-level fish repeller could expel marine life. Even the collection of basic supplies no longer needed to be rushed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyi adjusted the trade prices back to their original state. Supplies still needed to be gathered, but it could be done at a leisurely pace. What is going on? Has the big shot gathered enough supplies? Yes, I was hoping to exchange for more water and food. So why the sudden price hike? Surely the big shot has enough now. You all are fine. You've exchanged some, while I'm still waiting for the big shot to lower the prices again. You must have fallen for that previous person's nonsense, claiming the big shot would surely drop prices again. Look how that turned out. Exactly. The one who spread that falsehood should come forward. I haven't been able to secure any water or food these past 2 days, and my stock is nearly depleted. It's all your fault. Buying in the past was a gain. Now it takes double the resources to acquire water and food. Sigh, no more lamenting. It's all tears now. Let us hurry and gather supply boxes. Indeed, it's so refreshing. Not exercising would be a disservice to this weather. Why do I feel it's not refreshing but rather a bit chilly? Brother, get it together. You're just feeling weak. Have some 6-flavor Remania. You can find a reason to drive anywhere, can't you? Seriously, it is getting a bit colder. Then why hesitate? Let us get moving. Life is in motion. Watching the discussions in the public channel, Xiaoyi felt the temperature and realized it indeed seemed colder. And Ran, has the weather turned cooler on your side too? Xiaoyi murmured, sending out another message on the island monument seeking Ran. At that moment, Ran's hands trembled, causing her to grill the fish perfectly, as her constant shaking prevented any one spot from burning. It was not the cold that caused her tremors, but rather the after effects of wielding the iron spear all day yesterday. Even now, her arms ached. If any marine creatures were to approach today, it would be disastrous. And Ran gazed at her quaking arms, frowning. Unfortunately, this world does not offer leniency for past hardships. Ding. Warning. The island's foundation is under attack. And Ran sighed, her trembling hands grasping the iron spear beside her, and she proceeded to the site of the attack as indicated by the island monument. A common fish was incessantly pecking at the foundation. Chapter 96. The function of sharp weapons. Anran steadied her trembling hands and thrust the iron spear towards the sea fish. With a disappointing thud, she missed her target and stumbled dangerously close to the water's edge. Startled, the fish swam a circle before returning to assault the foundation once more. Anran struck again with the spear, but once more it met only air. Again and again she attempted to pierce the fish, each time failing, until the 7th attempt, when, with a satisfying thwack, the iron spear finally found its mark. Anran dragged the spear onto the shore, the fish thrashing at the tip. Her arms ached with fatigue, but at least there was a semblance of success. She gazed at the fish and offered a wry smile. Returning to the wooden shed, she half-draped the down jacket she had previously retrieved over her shoulders. Clad in a dress, she felt the chill of the sea breeze. Glancing at the island monument, Anran sent a message, Anyue, Li Yin, and Xiaoyi, if you see this message, please contact me privately. Fate seemed to conspire against her at that moment. Both Yue and Xiao Yi were away from the monument, occupied with defending their own foundations from attacks. Thanks to Xiao Yi's care, Yue had regained the ability to walk unaided, though he still limped slightly. He sensed he would soon return to his former self. The assailant of Yue's island was a sea snake, which, like Anrin, proved difficult to strike with the iron spear, and it could not be driven away. Xiao Yi, I've encountered a sea snake here. The spear cannot pierce it, and the fishing net is ineffective, Yue reported. Do you have any weapons that can deal with the sea snake? Wang Kai promptly notified Xiao Yi, who swiftly dispatched the attacking fish and hurried back. Upon hearing Yue's predicament, he immediately traded his Dao for assistance. This weapon is exceedingly sharp. As long as it makes contact, it will drive the creature away, Xiao Yi assured him. Yue readily accepted the trade and charged forward with the Dao. With a swift stroke, the sea snake was taken by surprise and was cleaved in two. The severed serpent immediately attempted to flee into the depths of the ocean, but its dismembered body lacked speed and agility. Seizing the opportunity, Yue struck again, and the snake was once more cut in half. This time, the creature was finally vanquished. Returning the Dao to Xiao Yi, Yue remarked, "It seems that weapons must possess sharpness to be effective. Is it dealt with?" Xiao Yi inquired. "Indeed. One stroke was sufficient to sever it," Yue replied. "It appears we must acquire more sharp weapons in the future." Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. "Certainly. When faced with such marine life that eludes the iron spear and fishing net, we must utilize sharp weapons to inflict direct harm." Xiao Yi nodded again. Just then, Yuan Nong sent a message in the group chat. "I've spotted a tornado." Xiao Yi immediately felt a surge of anxiety and asked, "Will it approach us? Our current supplies are insufficient to endure another tornado." Yuan Nong shook his head and replied, "No, it's still quite distant. But the winds and waves in the vicinity have intensified. I've deployed the SSS-grade anchor and halted." "Good. Stay safe and keep an eye on the tornado's movement," Xiao Yi advised. "Understood," Yuan Lao acknowledged. At that moment, Jiang Yutian also messaged in the group. "Xiao Yi, someone is following me," he stated. Xiao Yi paused. "Is it another survivor's boat?" "Yes, a small wooden vessel. Should I eliminate it?" Jiang Yutian casually inquired. "No need. That would be a waste of time. If they act first, then we shall respond accordingly," Xiao Yi replied. "Understood," Jiang Yutian confirmed. Yuan Nong observed a massive waterspout passing from the southeast, generating towering waves. He swallowed hard, contemplating that had his boat remained on its previous course, it would have been utterly devastated. Fortunately, Xiao Yi had prompted him to alter his trajectory, sparing him from further peril. As the wind subsided, Yuan Nong retrieved his anchor, adjusted his course, and continued towards Suwan Island. "The tornado has passed, thankfully. Xiao Yi advised me to change course, or I might have collided head-on with it." Yuan Nong communicated in the group. "Glad you evaded it." Xiao Yi exhaled in relief before switching to a public channel. "Oh no, the tornado is heading my way. Help!" A voice cried out. "Is my luck really this poor? Quickly take cover or find something sturdy to hold on to. All the trees on my island have been felled. There is nothing left to grab." "The monument. Try hugging the monument," someone suggested immediately. Without hesitation, the individual embraced the monument. As the tornado struck, it swept away everything else on the island. But the monument stood steadfast. Thanks to his grip on it, he narrowly avoided being lifted into the air, though he sustained injuries from debris that struck his arms and legs. "Hey, are you alright? Hugging the monument works, but I've been injured by other debris. You need to clean those wounds quickly. Fortunately, the temperature isn't as high as before, or you'd definitely face infection. However, it's hard to say now. Perhaps you'll be fine. Good luck. How can I clean them? Everything I had has been whisked away by the tornado," the man lamented. The situation was indeed dire. Even the most basic fishing net had been swept away. All the survivors shook their heads, expressing their inability to assist. Following the tornado, a torrential downpour ensued, though brief. It partially alleviated the freshwater shortages. Xiao Yi's bottled water sales plummeted as a result. Seeing that there were no further matters to attend to, Xiao Yi stepped out of the apartment and made his way to the foot of the mountain, ready to catch a few fish from the freshwater river for lunch. Water cascaded down from the mountain. He had previously acquired a fork while gathering weapons, and now it would serve him well. The inland river that Xiao Yi had painstakingly carved now spanned nearly 6 meters in width, its depth uncertain, with lush aquatic vegetation obscuring the riverbed. Fish occasionally leapt from the surface before plunging back into the depths. After a brief observation, Xiao Yi noted that the fish had begun to gather in schools during the days he had not been vigilant. "You shall be my target," he declared, spotting a massive black fish, roughly estimated to weigh around 10 kilograms. In the previous world, the record for black fish was 98.65 kilograms. Although those sold in markets typically weighed only 2 to 3 kilograms. He chose the blackfish not only for its considerable size, suitable for a hearty lunch, but also due to its aggressive nature, rapid growth, and prolific breeding. If a pond were to harbor blackfish, it could devastate the local fish population. Shall we still hope to maintain diversity among the fish species? Chapter 97. Grilled Blackfish. In Rant's crisis, it seems that due to a lack of human predation in the past, this blackfish still believed itself to be the sovereign of these waters, showing no reaction at all before being speared by Xiao-Yi with a fork. Acquired resources: blackfish, C grade, 10, 25 kilograms. The blackfish is scientifically known as Ophiocephalus. Xiao-Yi gazed in astonishment at the subsequent rankings, pondering aloud, is this a result of a recent spawn? Or has it evolved independently? Both possibilities exist, the system replied. Nodding in understanding, Xiao-Yi declared, let's prepare grilled fish for lunch today. Though it was still grilled fish. The distinction lay in the fact that he had previously cooked marine fish, whereas this time he was working with freshwater fish, resulting in a markedly different flavor and texture. Upon returning to the apartment, he meticulously cleaned the black fish, marinating it with sea salt before briefly frying it in hot oil and placing it on the grill. During the grilling process, Xiao-Yi took the opportunity to cut some grass, replenishing the feed for both the chicken coop and the cattle barn. The chicken coop was now producing almost 300 eggs daily, with the incessant clucking echoing throughout the day. After some deliberation, he retained 160 fertilized eggs, storing the rest away. With such an abundance of eggs, how could he possibly consume them all before they spoiled? Xiao-Yi found himself troubled by the dilemma. If anyone were aware of his plight, they would surely exclaim, please, give them to me. I can help you consume them. Regardless, he resolved, from now on, each person shall have 1 egg per meal. He then proceeded to boil 8 eggs. Xiao-Yi crafted several large plates from iron, filling them with potatoes, lettuce, cucumbers, and other vegetables, which he also grilled. Sprinkling freshly harvested cumin over the dish released an enticing aroma. Now, this is what true barbecuing is about, Xiao-Yi exclaimed, savoring the fragrant scent as he sliced the black fish, placing a generous 2 kilograms portion of fish meat onto each plate before trading them with others. Grilled blackfish, C grade, 2 kilograms, potato, egg, a grade, 60 G, trade successful. The vegetables were of common quality, serving merely as accompaniments. Yuan Nong. Upon receiving Xiao-Yi's grilled blackfish, expressed his astonishment, you have fish in your freshwater river? Xiao-Yi replied, actually, I discovered them a couple of days ago, but hadn't found the time to catch any. Impressive. I truly wish to visit your island at once. Yuan Nong remarked. Aren't you already on your way? I believe we shall meet soon. Xiao-Yi responded. Indeed. Yuan Nong nodded in agreement. Upon accepting the trade, Suwan caught a whiff of the cumin's fragrance and exclaimed in delight, when did you acquire cumin? It smells divine. I just harvested it from the seeds I received a few days ago. Xiao-Yi replied with a smile. Jiang Yuntian received Xiao-Yi's food without much reaction, immediately commencing to eat alongside his child. However, the aroma of cumin wafted intensely from the boat, reaching the nostrils of the bearded man following Jiang Yuntian's sailboat. Is that the scent of grilled meat? He wondered, eyes widening as he swallowed hard. Grilling on a boat. How extravagant. The bearded man observed the sailboat with increasing greed. Yet, he knew he must refrain from acting impulsively. The medium-sized sailboat was far too elevated for his small wooden vessel to board. He had been studying the map of his island for quite some time, realizing that no matter how Jiang Yuntian adjusted his course, he would ultimately return to true north. This sailboat undoubtedly had a destination. Once it arrived, he would seize the opportunity. Having been a champion in the underground boxing arena, he was confident in his ability to handle anyone. Alas, the food aboard the boat would soon be squandered. The bearded man muttered to himself, no, once I eliminate him, I shall roast him. Having not eaten for over a day and trailing behind the large ship, he had encountered no supply crates. Even those that were slightly further away were out of reach, as the slow speed of his small boat meant he would lose sight of the sailboat entirely if he ventured to retrieve them. He could only trade some of his previous supplies for a meager amount of food, which was utterly insufficient. As the aroma of grilled meat enveloped him, the bearded man felt as though he might float onto the boat, yet he forced himself to row diligently, determined not to lose sight of it. Fortunately, his prior physical condition was robust, and the headwinds at sea hindered Jiang Yutian's sailboat from reaching full speed. Otherwise, he would have long been left behind. Of course, it was also possible that Jiang Yutian was fishing for trouble. Glancing at the map on the island's monument, he estimated the time and announced to the group, Xiao-Yi, at my current pace, I should reach your island around 10 o'clock tonight. Splendid. Xiao-Yi replied. It seems we shall gather soon without the interference of marine creatures. Indeed. Yuan Nong concurred. If all goes well, I should arrive at Suwan's island by tomorrow afternoon. Excellent. Once you arrive, we shall head straight to Xiao-Yi's island. Suwon exclaimed excitedly. No problem. Elder Yuan responded. If all proceeds smoothly, we should be able to gather everyone together within this week. Xiaoyi contemplated. At that moment, an unexpected visitor appeared on Enrant's island. Everyone inside, get out immediately. A somewhat lecherous voice bellowed. Startled while resting in the tent and enjoying grilled sea fish. Enran quickly grabbed a nearby spear and left a message on the public channel of the island's monument. And you, Li Yan. My daughter may no longer have the chance to find you, but you must survive. After leaving the message, Enran resolutely stepped outside. Just then. And you happened to see this message, and a wave of excitement coursed through him, causing him to tremble. Ran, is that you? I'm your father. And you immediately attempted to privately message her, but received no response. What should I do? She must be in danger. What should I do? And Yu was nearly beside himself with worry, and he promptly sent a video to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, check the public channel. Ran sent a message, but it seems she is in trouble. And Yu said anxiously. Xiaoyi rushed into the apartment upon hearing and Yu's words, immediately inquiring, you can't reach her? No. And Yu replied, what should we do? What should we do? Xiaoyi was equally frantic. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, send her the micro-locator you have quick. Without hesitation, and you sent a trade request for the micro-locator, SS grade. However, the recipient did not accept the trade. Chapter 98. The truth behind the false bestie. Negotiation, she did not agree. And Yu exclaimed anxiously. Xiaoyi replied in a calm voice, Uncle An, do not rush. Let us wait and see. All right. And Yu could only strive to compose himself. And Ran, gripping a long spear, stepped outside, where a lewd man with a sharp nose and thin lips awaited her. Beside him was a small wooden boat anchored near the island. Oh, it turns out to be a beauty. The man's eyes gleamed with greed, and Ran frowned, pointing her iron spear at him, yet she remained silent. Suddenly, a familiar female voice echoed from the boat. Damn it, haven't I fed you enough? The man immediately recoiled, responding, Yang, having you is sufficient. That is more like it. I must see just how beautiful you are, the woman said as she stepped ashore, and Ran's eyes widened in recognition. Hong Xiaoyang. Is that really you? The woman who disembarked was indeed Hong Xiaoyang, who had previously deceived Xiaoyi into believing she was Enrant's best friend. At that time, Xiaoyi had not trusted her and had blocked her. Well, we truly have encountered our company's ice queen. Hong Xiaoyang was slightly surprised to see Enran. You two know each other? That's splendid. Let us form a partnership. The man interjected. I am Wei Suo. Wei Suo's intentions were straightforward. He believed that by working together, he would ultimately win the heart of the beauty before him. Initially, Hong Xiaoyang's instinct was to refuse, but recalling her previous contact with Xiaoyi, she reconsidered and proposed. Enran, let us join forces. Enran, observing the man's malicious gaze, frowned and replied, I can survive on my own. You have no choice. Do not force us to take action. Hong Xiaoyang retorted with a scoff. Enran's hands trembled as she held the spear. The aftereffects of her previous battle with the sea serpent were not yet fully resolved. With two opponents before her, she realized she had no chance. As Wei Suo and Hong Xiaoyang closed in, Enran hastily conceded. Fine, I agree. May I inquire if we are planning to develop at sea? Indeed. It saves us the trouble of searching for a base. While we may encounter some marine creatures, they do not appear overly formidable. The three of us can certainly handle it. Hong Xiaoyang replied. All right, I shall gather my belongings. Enran declared as she retreated to her tent. Wait. We will assist you. Hong Xiaoyang hurriedly followed her. Upon returning to her tent, Enran suddenly noticed a private channel buzzing with messages, including a trade request. Her heart raced upon recognizing the names. It was her father and Xiaoyi. However, they were not by her side, and she could only rely on herself. Enran swiftly accepted the trade, and a small circular object appeared in her hand, which she immediately concealed in her shoe. Did you not hear me tell you to remain still? Hong Xiaoyang barged in and shoved Enran aside. Gazing at the messages from Yu and Xiaoyi in her private channel, Hong Xiaoyang chuckled. This version of Enran was indeed more useful. Enran has agreed. And Yu exclaimed with excitement. Quick, let us see where she is. Xiaoyi frowned and replied, we cannot see her now. She hasn't deactivated it. And I am somewhat worried. Hearing Xiaoyi's words, Yu grew anxious and messaged again. Enran, are you there? Hong Xiaoyang directly responded on the island monument. Your daughter is in my hands. If you wish for her to live, show me your sincerity. Hong Xiaoyang had not seen the trade that Yu had sent to Enran. When she pushed Enran had deftly deleted it. And Yu, filled with urgency, asked, who are you? If you release Enran, I will give you anything you desire. Hong Xiaoyang replied with a smile, Mr. N. You are quite the busy man and may not recognize your humble employee. However, you can no longer maintain your lofty position. How does that feel? I will give you 3 minutes to trade me 2 liters of water and 2 kilograms of food, or else. I cannot guarantee what will happen to your deer and Ran. That is impossible. My father does not have that much water and food. If he gives it all to you, how will he survive? And Ran interjected. That is of no concern to me. Hong Xiaoong responded. I never expected you to be so malicious. And Ran glared at Hong Xiaoong. Having come this far, how could one survive without being ruthless? Hong Xiaoong countered, leaving In Ran speechless. Upon hearing the term Mr. In, you realized this must be a former employee of the company. He calmed down and contemplated the demands before him. After a brief moment, he relayed his thoughts to Xiao Yi. Uncle In, I believe we must stabilize the situation first. But we cannot simply comply with their demands. Just say it like that. Xiao Yi replied, nodding in agreement, and you communicated on the island monument. I certainly do not have that much water and food, but I will exchange all my supplies for her safety. I will give you whatever you need. Since you have said so, I will ensure In Ran is well taken care of. Hong Xiaoong replied with a smile. I will wait for you for 10 minutes. Please complete the trade of your water and food within that time. Understood, and you replied. After concluding the conversation with Yu, Hong Xiaoong opened the message Xiao Yi had sent to In Ran earlier. Iran Pin, we meet again. Hong Xiaoong sent a message. Upon seeing the reply from In Ran in his private chat, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Who are you? Do we know each other? Xiao Yi retorted. Humph. Did you not doubt me when I claimed to be In Ran's bestie? Hong Xiaoong replied. Xiao Yi immediately connected the dots. So it is you. I previously thought you were a scammer. Are you currently with In Ran? Of course. Right now, I am in need of water and food. Is there a problem on your end? Hong Xiaoong questioned. None at all, as long as you treat In Ran well. I will do my utmost to provide you with water and food. Xiao Yi promptly replied. Hong Xiaoong observed Xiao Yi's response and turned to In Ran, saying, I never imagined your ex would be so infatuated. Tears streamed down In Ran's face as she read Xiao Yi's message. He truly still cared for her. Since you have said that, let us proceed with the trade of your water and food. After that, her island monument will be gone. And you can simply add me as a friend, Hong Xiaoong declared. What? Xiao Yi feigned an exaggerated shock. How could you do this? Leave her island monument with her. I'll give you my island monument. I'll also provide all the loot I've gathered. Do not be alarmed. I merely intend for her to join me in partnership as we develop at sea. If you miss her, you can always contact me. Hong Xiaoong replied with a smile. The sea is too perilous. Why not let her go? I will provide you with supplies daily. How does that sound? Xiao Yi urged desperately.